transformed into an ancestor. The matriarch's fortune seems rather meager. Why is it that she cannot endure at this critical moment? The mother of the newly appointed prime minister, a woman of exceptional rank and privilege, what a noble status. Just as her days of enjoyment arrive, she unexpectedly collapses. Do not speak nonsense. The matriarch's blessings are as vast as the eastern sea. She shall recover. But Sister Hanyu, it has been a whole day and night, and the matriarch has yet to awaken. Could it be that she will not pull through? Silence. The woman referred to as Hanyu chided softly. Are you seeking death? If the matriarch hears your words, no one will be able to save you. Two do not wish ill upon the matriarch. I merely fear for our futures, us maidens. Sister Hanyu, I am frightened. Hanyu sighed deeply. Who among them was not afraid? At their tender age, they were on the cusp of marriage, yet none had suitable matches. If the matriarch were to pass, it was uncertain whether their lives, as close attendants, would be spared. Behind a screen of sandalwood adorned with cranes celebrating longevity, Song Si lay with her murky eyes wide open, staring blankly at the plain green canopy above, absorbing the disjointed memories of the original owner. After a long pause, she finally moved her cracked lips, murmuring a curse. Curse you, wretched heavens. Song Si struggled to lift her hand. Observing the wrinkles upon these were not mere illusions or artificial coverings, they were the genuine creases of an aged woman. She, a minor figure in the entertainment industry at the age of 28, had inexplicably transformed into a decrepit old woman on the brink of death. Bang! Suddenly, a violent kick against the door echoed from outside, followed by a resonant voice that boomed. Is the old woman dead or alive? Old woman. Old master. Old master. You cannot enter. Old master. Before Song Si could fully comprehend the situation, a figure rushed to the bedside, forcefully grasping her collar and yanking her up halfway, shaking her vigorously. Old woman, Essie, I warn you, if you wish to die, do so, but not at this moment, and certainly not before me. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I shall haunt you even in death. Heavens! Old master, please let go of the matriarch. The two maidservants were utterly horrified at the sight. Old master, be gentle. The matriarch cannot withstand such violent shaking. Hong Tao, quickly summon someone. Go fetch the matriarch. Song Laote shrugged off the two maidservants. Stand aside. Old woman, rise. Do not feign death before me. Song Si, disoriented from the shaking, felt as though her head was spinning, her mind a blank, struggling to catch her breath. By the heavens, who is this ruffian? Just when I had finally regained my composure, it is threatened once more. If you shake me again, I shall truly perish. Song Si spat through clenched teeth. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. Song Laote released his grip, staring blankly at Song Si, who had opened her eyes and was now gazing intently at him. Dumbfounded, he uttered, "You're not dead?" With a cold laugh, Song Si retorted, "Dead? I am merely rising from the grave." Indeed, she was dead. This Song Si was not the same as the previous one, for she had undergone a transformation. Song Laote, the old woman's tongue remains as venomous as ever, seemingly unscathed by time. Just as I was about to speak, a sudden shriek erupted from behind. The matriarch has awakened. This ecstatic cry startled both Song Si and the elder Song, causing them to shudder in unison. They turned to gaze at Hanyu, questioning whether such a loud outburst was meant to mock their age and hearing impairment. Chapter 2. The script begins with a touch of discontent. Song Si gazed at the stout, cherubic figure of her husband, resembling a Buddha, and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He was younger, fairer, and healthier than she. His complexion was rosy, and he indulged in the pleasures of life with his concubine. How unjust! The Song family was not of noble origin, but rather a humble lineage of scholars and farmers. Song Si, the original protagonist, was a child bride, 3 years older than the venerable Song Kuan, who had to assume the roles of sister, mother, and wife from a tender age, while toiling relentlessly for the family. She also bore the burden of caring for Song Kuan and the elderly couple, a true testament to her arduous existence. When she was merely 14, the family patriarch, due to his frail health, insisted on their marriage. It was only when Song Si was 16 and Song Kuan 13 that they consummated their union. By the age of 17, she had given birth to their firstborn, Song Jiyuan. This realization flushed her cheeks with heat. After all, they were still children themselves. Shaking her head, she dismissed the discomfort, reminding herself that this was ancient times, incomparable to the modern era. Upon the birth of Song Jiyuan, the elder members of the Song family passed away with smiles upon their lips, leaving Song Si to embrace the role of a wet nurse. She not only cared for her son but also tended to her somewhat irresponsible young husband, while managing household chores and agricultural work, relying solely on her own efforts. She developed a strong and fiery disposition, which enabled her to safeguard the family's meager assets. With remarkable foresight, she was determined to educate her eldest son, willing to sacrifice everything, even during times of turmoil, ensuring he did not miss the opportunity for learning. Song Ziyuan possessed both remarkable talent and character. At the tender age of 18, he achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations, becoming the top scholar, and was favored by Empress Gaozu. Despite lacking a substantial family background at the time, he was betrothed to Gu Xiangyi, the legitimate daughter of the loyal duke. They married at the age of 21 and have since welcomed a son and a daughter. Over the years, Song Xi and her husband, Song Kuan, have borne 3 sons together. However, Song Kuan took a concubine and fathered a pair of twins, resulting in a total of 4 sons and 1 daughter in the next generation of the Song family. Except for the youngest, all have married and started families. It can be said that the rise of the Song family is inextricably linked to Song Xi, who serves as the steadfast anchor. It is precisely due to her that the Song family has achieved such prominence. Yet, Song Xi herself has suffered the toll of time on her health, rendering her far older and frilier than her contemporaries. Meanwhile, the elderly patriarch of the Song family, carefree and unburdened, resembles a plump Buddha, spending his days amusing himself with birds and frequently taking his young concubine on outings, reveling in life with youthful exuberance. With a sigh, Song Xi reflected on whether to commend or lament her robust physical form, pondering if she was merely a pawn in the Song family's ascent. Having contributed to their success, she felt she had not yet enjoyed the fruits of her labor before her untimely demise. Everything is fated, and her circumstances are undeniably tragic. Song Xi considered herself reasonably adaptable and resolved to embrace her new reality, as if assuming a new role in a play. However, the opening act of this script left much to be desired, as it featured an aging feudal lord. "What is that look in your eyes?" she thought, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the patriarch's gaze. "How dare you look at me like that?" The elderly lord, feeling slightly guilty under her scrutiny, pondered how a mere shake of her hand could provoke such a response. Song Xi closed her eyes and commanded, "Leave. You old hag, dare you chase me away? Leave, or I will take my leave from this world immediately." Song Xi was feeling quite troubled. Chapter 3. Resignation. The handsome uncle is my son. When the matriarch of the Song family hurriedly entered her mother-in-law's room, supporting her maid, she found the 2 venerable ancestors of the family locked in a tense stare. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that her mother-in-law had indeed awakened. Seeing Song Xi gasping for breath while propped against the bed, fully conscious, the matriarch felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and offer reverent bows to the deities in gratitude. "Mother, you have finally awakened." Song Xi had long taken note of the middle-aged beauty before her, exuding grace and poise. Though her eyes were reddened and her eyelids darkened, this must be her eldest daughter-in-law, Gu. Following closely behind this elegant woman was a slightly younger yet equally striking beauty, her second daughter-in-law, Jiang. The room was soon crowded with people, rendering the air thick and stifling, which heightened Song Xi's irritation. "Open a window, I feel quite suffocated," she urged. With a commanding voice, the matriarch issued her order, and soon the window was opened, allowing a gentle floral fragrance to waft in. Upon Song Xi's awakening, both her daughters-in-law and the maids encircled her, offering water and wiping her face, while old Master Song found himself relegated to a corner, largely unnoticed. A pang of bitterness stirred within him. After all, he was the head of the Song family. "Mother." A hurried call accompanied by footsteps echoed from outside. The crowd quickly parted, bowing in respect. "Sir," they acknowledged. Before Song Xi could discern the identity of the newcomer, a warm, large hand clasped hers. And upon focusing her gaze, she inhaled sharply, taken aback. The middle-aged gentleman, adorned with a beard, exuded an air of sophistication and charm, radiating the dignified presence of a person of authority. This successful individual gazed at her with the most tender and caring eyes. Song Xi felt a bit intoxicated. He was indeed the ideal model among countless young women. "Mother, you have truly worried us," she thought. The utterance of "mother" shattered Song Xi's reverie, leaving her in a daze. Indeed, she was the mother of this distinguished gentleman, his biological mother. She felt a pang of sorrow, almost on the verge of tears. Song Ziyuan, observing his mother's tearful expression, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Mother, what troubles you? Is there something amiss?" he inquired. "Someone. Quickly fetch my card to summon the esteemed physician." An individual hurriedly exited. Song Xi gazed at Song Ziyuan, silently reminding herself countless times that this was her son, and she must adhere to the script. With a slight downward curve of her lips, she replied, "I am perfectly fine." It is merely the passage of time that has rendered me less capable. It is my fault for causing you concern." These words sent chills down the spines of Song Ziyuan and the matriarchs, prompting them to kneel without a second thought. "Mother, what do you mean? Are you trying to pierce our hearts?" They lamented. "It is the sons who are unfilial, failing to care for you properly. How could this possibly be your fault?" "Indeed. Mother, if the daughters-in-law have erred in any way, please voice your grievances. Do not keep them bottled up." The matriarch, more terrified than her husband Song Ziyuan, reflected on her over a decade of marriage into the Song family. She had never witnessed the matriarch admit to a fault, even in the face of error. The matriarch was always deemed blameless, for she was the matriarch, the ancestor. Song Si was bewildered. The conversation had been civil, yet suddenly they knelt before her, trembling in trepidation. "Why are you all kneeling? Stand up and speak." "Mother, get up, please." Cough, cough. Song Si was so anxious that she started to cough. Chaos ensued once again. Chapter 4. My head aches. My chest feels heavy. Song Si was thoroughly exhausted by the turmoil. If this charade continued, she might inadvertently reveal herself. It would be wise to take a moment to pause. She glared. "Why are you still here?" The person she found most intolerable was the portly old man, who, despite his advancing years, seemed to revel in life, surrounded by admirers. "Why can't I be in my own room? I am your husband," Old Master Song exclaimed, preparing to take a seat. Song Si chuckled coldly to herself and immediately clutched her chest, feigning pain. "Oh dear, my head hurts, my chest feels constricted. I fear I am unwell." Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned toward Old Master Song, whose face turned a shade of green. Song Si shot him a provocative sidelong glance, thinking, "Oh, you think you can outplay me?" The matriarch chimed in, "Father, I will instruct the kitchen to prepare your favorite pine nut fish. Your room is always filled with incense." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the subtle expulsion from the gathering, Old Master Song hesitated. But upon seeing Song Si's pale complexion and her graying hair, combined with her temperament, he merely scoffed and declared loudly, "I'm doing this for your own good. And you better take care of your health. Just as my son has become prime minister, you can't be acting like this, as if wishing for his downfall. It's no easy feat being a prime minister. He hasn't even settled into the position yet, and you can't afford to grieve." Song Si's gaze was icy as she regarded Old Master Song, then shifted her attention to the others present in the room. It was thus that, fearing her demise, Song Ziyuan resolved to observe mourning rites, believing that this husband genuinely cared for her. Observing the old man's foolishness, Song Ziyuan hastily assisted him outside. The room fell into a profound silence. Mama Gong exchanged glances with several young maidservants, watching as they filed out before softly advising, "Madam, do not let your temper rise. The old master possesses such a temperament, yet harbors no ill intentions. He is merely concerned for you. After all, you have been married for decades." "I understand." Song Si replied dismissively, a slight tug at her lips. "I am weary. You may leave." Mama Gong promptly attended to her, helping her lie down and adjusting the incense burning in the gilded tripod burner. Only when she saw Song Si's eyes close did she exit. Once she sensed the absence of others, Song Si opened her eyes, propping herself up with her hands on the bed, pressing against her chest, her brow furrowing. Logically, everyone here should have been strangers to her, and she ought to feel no emotional connection. Yet, upon hearing the old master's words, a wave of pent-up frustration surged within her, nearly erupting. Even now, she felt a lingering sense of injustice and a chill deep within her soul. This was not a sentiment she should possess. Could it be the remnants of the original owner's will? A shiver ran through Song Si as she murmured, "Were it me, I too would feel this injustice." After finally attaining the esteemed title of an old noble, only to suffer a tragic end, how pitiful, indeed. In the stillness of the air, no one responded, save for a gentle breeze that stirred the gauzy curtains by the bedside. Song Si pressed her lips together and continued, "I doubt you would truly relish the thought of watching your esteemed husband ascend to greatness while you face misfortune. Since I have ventured into your life, I shall certainly endeavor to prolong your years. Take care of your health." Upon uttering these words, she inexplicably felt a lightness envelop her, leaving her somewhat astonished. Chapter 5. The youngest Prime Minister Madam Song approached to assist him in shedding his official robes, replacing them with comfortable home attire. She received a warm handkerchief from a maid and offered it to him, her movements deft and natural. After a while, the couple settled onto the couch by the window, each cradling a cup of tea to sip. Their trusted confidant, Mama Fong, along with a group of maids, discreetly withdrew. allowing the maids to attend to their tasks while she remained under the eaves, poised to listen for any needs. Song Ji-yuan took a sip of tea and glanced towards his wife, who sat at the opposite end of the table. His gaze was gentle as he said, "You have worked hard these past few days. Now that mother has awakened, you should also take some rest. If anything arises, instruct the servants to attend to it. I notice your complexion has grown rather haggard. Do not let your health deteriorate just as mother recovers." His warm and grateful tone warmed Madame Song's heart, prompting her to smile as she held her cup of tea. "There is no hardship in this. It is my duty. Thankfully, mother has awakened, and that makes all the effort worthwhile." Song Ji-yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, since entering public service at the age of 19, he had traversed 2 dynasties, attaining a rank of the highest order, wielding immense power throughout the court, and becoming the youngest prime minister since the establishment of the nation, all within a span of 21 years. Yet, at this moment of joy, on the very day when my mother received the esteemed imperial decree, she suddenly collapsed amidst the astonishment of all present. It was impossible for anyone to refrain from uttering the phrase, "Joy turns to sorrow." During her 2 days of unconsciousness, the entire Song family resembled a swarm of agitated ants in a frying pan, filled with anxiety, fearing that their matriarch might never awaken, leaving them to mourn prematurely in their newly acquired positions. Though one could be reinstated after mourning, who could predict what circumstances would prevail at that time? Now that mother has awakened, the weight upon their hearts has been alleviated. Song Ji-yuan smiled silently. "As for the celebrations, my lord, shall we not host a banquet? Now that mother has regained consciousness, is it not appropriate?" Lady Song hesitated to suggest. Song Ji-yuan shook his head. "At my age, occupying this position, I have already attracted considerable envy. Thus, I must tread carefully to avoid giving anyone a reason to criticize me or appear presumptuous before the emperor. There will always be opportunities for banquets in the future once we are firmly established." Lady Song felt a sudden chill in her heart and quickly confessed, "It was my vanity that led me astray." The title of the prime minister's wife had stirred her vanity to its peak, almost making her forget that her husband had yet to secure his position. Song Ji-yuan replied, "Xiangyi, the higher one stands, the more cautious and clear-headed one must be. This is a principle we both must remember." Lady Song nodded solemnly. "While we may not host a banquet now, your birthday is approaching in May, is it not? We can certainly celebrate then with joy." Song Ji-yuan reached out to clasp her hand and said, "As the prime minister's wife, you may confidently organize a grand birthday feast." Chapter 6. The world is vast, but the matriarch reigns supreme. Madame Song, feeling buoyed and content, stood beneath the corridor, watching Song Ji-yuan depart. Her face adorned with a radiant smile as she re-entered the house, hand in hand with her trusted maid. The maid cast a knowing glance her way and cheerfully remarked, "Now that the matriarch has awakened, madam, you two can breathe easy. Your face finally bears a smile." "Two tails?" Madame Song nodded, cradling the tea as she declared, "Let it not be merely 2 tails. Should this imperial swallow nourish her body for years to come, I would procure 200 pounds for her. Over the past few days, as you are aware, I have hardly dared to close my eyes in slumber." The maid, being her dowry companion and having been by her side since childhood, comprehended her sentiments perfectly. "You may now rest easy, madam. The clouds have parted for you." As the wife of the prime minister, possessing an esteemed title, one's status is contingent upon the fortunes of her husband, and henceforth, others shall be compelled to regard her countenance. Madame Song felt a surge of emotion, grasping the maid's hand, her eyes glistening slightly as she whispered, "Maid, I am aware that for the past few days, the outside world has eagerly anticipated my misfortune, proclaiming that Gu Xiang Yi is devoid of luck and fortune. How many delightfully malicious words have been uttered against me, and how fervently they must now gnash their teeth and tear apart their handkerchiefs." The maid gently patted her hand in a gesture of comfort. "Thus, maid, even if I can no longer tolerate her, I must still support her, hoping for her longevity. As long as she lives, the prime minister remains the prime minister, and I, Gu Xiang Yi, shall forever be the prime minister's wife." Madame Song straightened her back with resolve. The maid reflected for a moment and replied, "The matriarch may be somewhat coarse, having come from a humble upbringing and endured much hardship. If she had not persevered, how could the Song family have achieved its present stature? Madam, do not blame this old servant for my candid remarks. Compared to the matriarchs of affluent families, the esteemed matron is indeed far superior. At the very least, she has not sent anyone into your chamber, even after you have borne 2 daughters. In trivial matters, she may be somewhat muddled, yet in significant affairs, Have you ever witnessed her falter? With her recent illness, and to speak rather ominously, one cannot be certain how much longer her health will endure. The days of her opposing you are dwindling. Why must you be so concerned? Dear nurse, I am fully aware of this. I was young then. But I shall not dare again. The Honorable Madame Song blushed and remarked, the gentleman has been unwavering in his devotion to me over the years. Which of the sisters in the household does not envy my fortune? If only my womb were more fruitful and had blessed him with sons like Cheer and Cheer, I would have no cause for sorrow. Nurse Fong sighed, acknowledging that this was indeed the only blemish in the madam's otherwise splendid life. The gentleman has mentioned that this stroke may leave lingering consequences, and her temperament might also shift. Nurse Fong, you must keep a close watch on things. Anyone who serves without full dedication, regardless of their affiliations, must be replaced with more capable individuals. Indeed, let us also add 2 maidservants and a matron to the madam's quarters. In this vast world, the matriarch holds the highest authority, especially at such a critical juncture. It is essential to ensure that the esteemed matron is well cared for, allowing her to live a long and fulfilling life. Instead of merely adding maidservants, perhaps we should seek a female physician? This would not only cater to the matron's health, but also provide ease for the women of the household should they experience any discomfort. Nurse Fong proposed with a smile. Madam, before seeking the old marquis, you might also discuss with the gentleman to see if he knows of any capable individuals in this regard. When a husband and wife engage in mutual consultation, their bond only strengthens. Madame Song, her cheeks flushed, nodded gently, and murmured, he said that my birthday should be celebrated with great festivity. Mama, I truly delight in this. Nurse Fong, playfully brushing aside a few strands of her hair, smiled softly. Who wouldn't be delighted? Chapter 7. In this era, one must be a cruel mother-in-law as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chunwei Hall. Song Si languidly reclined on the wrought-tin bed by the window, gazing absent-mindedly at the blooming trees outside. Madam, the matriarch and the eldest madam have come to pay their respects, the palace maid whispered softly. Turning her head, Song Si beheld her eldest daughter-in-law, whose face radiated with the warmth of spring, entering the room, followed closely by a maid bearing a tray. Mother, I have had someone stew some bird's nest soup. Perfectly warmed. Would you care to try it? Madame Song first offered a respectful greeting, receiving the maid's tray with a cheerful smile, placing it upon the Kong table. The palace maid nodded with a smile. Old servant always listens to the madam. Bird's nest, indeed a splendid tonic, Song Si remarked, looking at her daughter-in-law with a face full of pride. Noticing her desire to feed her personally, Song Si interjected, there is no need for you to serve me. Such tasks are best left to the servants. Red Grapefruit, who was attending to them, stepped forward to take over, but Madame Song evaded her, saying with a smile, it is only natural for a daughter-in-law to serve her mother-in-law. Feeding you a bowl of bird's nest is hardly a laborious task. Madame Song was somewhat taken aback, casting several furtive glances at Song Si, her mind swirling with questions. What is happening? Has the old lady undergone a change in temperament, or is there something amiss? Song Si, not being the original owner of the body, felt a twinge of unease at her scrutiny. Could it be that she had unwittingly revealed some flaw? She deliberately feigned a fierce demeanor, yet from the corner of her eye, she remained acutely aware of Madame Song's expression. Indeed, upon noticing her sigh of relief, her lips involuntarily twitched. It seemed that her considerate nature had inadvertently caused some unease. With this thought, Song Si felt a sense of resolve and remarked, go on. But do take care not to exhaust yourself. Otherwise, who will attend to the matters of this household? DeLang has just been promoted and is quite busy. As his wife, managing the affairs at home and ensuring he has no worries is your greatest contribution. Madame Song repeatedly expressed her agreement, and seeing her determination, she had no choice but to rise. Song Si added, please inform everyone in the various courtyards that they need not come here. After I finish this bowl of bird's nest soup, I shall retire for the night. She had no desire to play the role of a wicked mother-in-law or a tyrannical elder, constantly entangled in theatrical performances, as it was exhausting, especially given her frail constitution. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Song Si indicated her unwillingness to elaborate further. Observing this, Madame Song could only bow and withdraw. Upon exiting Chunwei Hall, Madame Song, leaning on the hand of Mama Fong, ambled slowly towards her own quarters and remarked, Mama Fong, do you not feel that the matron has changed somewhat? Mama Fong cautiously supported her and inquired, why does the lady say that? Madame Song replied, it just seems to me that she has become more serene and considerate. Mama Fong chuckled and said, "Perhaps the matroness' recent illness has led her to contemplate many matters. After all, she is growing older." In truth, while the matron may have a somewhat impatient disposition, her intentions are not malicious. Compared to many mothers-in-law from affluent families who incessantly nag their daughters-in-law, she is far more amiable. The lady should take comfort in that. Indeed, Madame Song curved her lips into a slight smile. "It seems I have become overly cautious, suspecting everything." Chapter 8. With age comes decline. Mama Fong grasped the hand of Mama Gong and pressed a small pouch into her palm, saying with a smile, "Our Lady has instructed that you are to be rewarded for your care of the matriarch. This is for you to buy some wine." Mama Gong, unable to decline, accepted it into her sleeve, stating, "The lady's intentions are clear, and the matriarch is well aware of this. Do not worry, sister." Mama Fong praised her a few times before turning to leave. Once Mama Gong saw her figure disappear, she entered the room and revealed the items sent by the lady to Song Si, subtly extolling the virtues of the lady. After all, she hails from a noble family, and her grace is undeniable. The matriarch is truly fortunate. Having navigated the entertainment industry for several years, Song Si was no fool. Listening to these words, she turned to her. "What benefits has she bestowed upon you, for you to support her so ardently?" Mama Gong felt a jolt in her heart, but maintained a smiling demeanor, producing the pouch from her sleeve. "Nothing escapes your keen insight, matriarch. Is this not a lovely little pouch? You know that the girl named Jige beside the lady excels in needlework, as you have praised. This is indeed her handiwork. If the matriarch likes it, then keep it." Song Si shook her head. "It is for you. Keep it." She recalled that this elderly woman had been bestowed upon her by the empress as a support, seemingly an old palace made from a previous dynasty. Adept and well-versed in propriety, making her one of the most distinguished servants in the Song household. The matron observed her expression, noting it lacked any semblance of deceit and that she bore no signs of anger, thus she tucked away her purse. "Is the matriarch feeling unwell? Would you like to listen to a tale?" Song Si shook her head. "Please have someone prepare water to assist me with my bath." Upon hearing this, the matron waved her hand, summoning a maid to attend to the preparations. In a short while, Song Si was gently supported upwards, but after merely a few steps, she found herself breathless, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ultimately, she was carried into the bathing chamber by a sturdy maidservant. The frailty of her body left her on the verge of tears. "Matriarch, allow me to assist you in disrobing." The matron offered as she approached to help Song Si out of her garments. Song Si wished to protest, intending to manage on her own. But as she lifted her hand, it fell weakly to her side. The matron, noticing the pallor in her complexion, deftly continued to unfasten her clothing while reassuring her. "The matriarch is still recovering from illness. With time, you shall feel better." "Indeed," Song Si murmured, suddenly feeling a chill. She cast her gaze downward and let out a sharp cry. "Matriarch, what is wrong?" The matron jumped back, concerned she had inadvertently touched something amiss. However, Song Si merely stared blankly at her chest, rendered speechless for a long moment. Instinctively, she reached out to touch it, her lips forming a frown. Was this still her bosom? It sagged, wrinkled, and withered, resembling a deflated balloon, entirely devoid of its former pride. With a sniffle, she declared, "It's nothing. Let us proceed to the bath." The maidservant promptly stepped forward to lift her, carefully placing her in the tub. Song Si cast another glance at her submerged chest and gasped in dismay. Her once proud 34D had vanished, reduced to mere deflated sacks. Indeed, with age, one's bosom too succumbs to gravity. The matron regarded Song Si with curiosity, wondering why the matriarch suddenly seemed so concerned about her body. Chapter 9. Terrified. Song Si contemplates death the following day. Song Si awoke to the sight of the plain, azure canopy above her, and she could not help but let out a resigned sigh. She tugged at the cord by her bedside, and the crisp sound of a bell echoed, prompting movement beyond the screen. Matron Gong entered with a procession of maidens, and upon seeing Song Si seated on the bed, she exclaimed with a smile, "The matriarch has risen. The eldest madam awaits outside with the children." "What are they waiting for?" Song Si asked, bewildered. After a moment of confusion, she recalled that in ancient times, there existed the custom of morning and evening salutations, wherein the younger generation would pay respects to their elders as an expression of filial piety. Just yesterday, she had merely assumed the role of the original owner of this body, feeling both frail in spirit and body. Engaging with the eldest madam had required her to adopt a fierce demeanor to reassure her, She had no leisure to perform for their amusement. Considering her status as the old duke's consort, she decided to embrace her situation without embarrassment and simply inquired, "What time is it?" "It is 1/4 past the hour of the rabbit. The matriarch has risen a bit later today," Matron Gong replied as she assisted her to the cleansing chamber. Song Si calculated the time in her mind, realizing it was nearly 6 o'clock in the early morning. She had indeed risen late. Ordinarily, these individuals must arrive by 5 to pay their respects, while April was tolerable. The thought of such early calls in the dead of winter sent a chill down her spine. It appeared that a change was necessary. She had no desire to rise at dawn. "Matriarch, I have prepared your toothbrush," announced Hong Ju, who brought a willow branch dipped in green salt to Song Si's lips. Instinctively, Song Si parted her lips, and Hong Ju's toothbrush entered gently, her movements tender and meticulous. After brushing her teeth, water was offered to her, and she took a sip, swished it around her mouth, and spat it into a blue and white porcelain jar held by a waiting maid. A warm cloth was then placed upon her face, followed by the application of fragrant balm. Song Si floated away. Is this the advantage of being the matriarch? It is simply the embodiment of a life of ease, where one is served hand and foot. Yet, she revels in it. Song Si was effortlessly assisted to the cleansing bucket, while Hong Ju helped her loosen her belt and remove her trousers. In an instant, she grasped the waistband. "What are you doing?" Hong Ju gasped in surprise. "Matriarch, do you not require the commode?" Only then did Song Si glance behind her, where a wooden frame draped in dark red silk resembled a seated latrine, with a perfectly clean commode beneath it, lined with a layer of ash and straw, a makeshift toilet. Beside this, a small redwood table bore a tray, upon which lay several pristine bamboo sticks and a stack of pale yellow paper. Gazing at these restroom implements, Song Si's heart raced, and her mind began to swirl. "Remove all these bamboo sticks," she commanded, her fingers trembling as they pointed at the smooth bamboo. The mere thought of using such an item was unbearable. The onlookers exchanged glances, but at a mere glance from the matron, a maid stepped forward to collect the bamboo sticks. "You all may leave. I can manage on my own," Song Si instructed, turning to Hong Ju and the others. Hong Ju, feeling anxious, looked to the matron. "What is the matter with the matriarch?" The matron replied, "Matriarch, allow this old servant to attend to your needs." Song Si's expression soured. She wished to express that she had no habit of using the restroom in front of others. "No, I can do it myself," she insisted, waving her hand decisively. Yet, with this motion, her frail body swayed, threatening to topple forward, prompting the matron to swiftly support her. Song Si was taken aback, and in her startled state, her bladder tightened and then relaxed, causing warmth to spread between her legs as a soft dripping sound echoed on the floor. Stiffening in place, she glanced down to find her pristine white undergarments stained and dampened. Oh heavens, she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. Chapter 10. A desire for abundant wealth to heal with a face devoid of hope. Song Si sat before the vanity, sighing deeply. She had heard tales of those who, upon aging or after childbirth, faced issues of incontinence and had thought that day was far off. Yet here she was, covering her face with her hands. She felt utterly mortified. The maids, Hong Yu and Hong Ju, exchanged glances, their eyes turning to the matron. What could be troubling the matron? A flicker of concern crossed the matron's gaze as she opened the ornate cosmetic box, smiling gently. "My lady, perhaps you would like to choose a piece of jewelry today? How about something festive?" "Jewelry?" Song Si lowered her hands from her face, captivated by the dazzling treasures unveiled within the box, the radiant pearls nearly blinding her. These were authentic ancient jewels, crafted meticulously by master artisans, their quality unparalleled. Were these treasures truly hers? She swallowed hard, feeling a sense of solace wash over her. "My lady, I believe this ruby hairpin resembling a magpie perched on a branch would be particularly festive," Sister Lien, who was responsible for styling Song Si's hair, said cheerfully as she held the hairpin up for her to see. "I could fashion a falling horse bun for you, and this would be a perfect compliment." Song Si gazed at it with longing. "Is it truly beautiful?" "Absolutely. You are the most esteemed person in our household, my lady, with your noble grace. If you are not beautiful, then who could possibly be?" The 4 primary maids, notably Hongzel, approached with sweet words and cheerful smiles, eager to flatter. Indeed, this beautiful and festive occasion was a source of great joy for our household, and the matriarch's adornment only added to the celebration. "Yes, yes," chimed in the maids and servants, exchanging compliments with enthusiasm. Song Si, undeniably flattered, was about to respond when her gaze fell upon the dry and sparse grayish-white hair atop her head. Her smile faltered, and a shadow of melancholy crossed her face. Observing her expression, the onlookers felt a pang of concern. Had they spoken out of turn? With a sigh, Song Si remarked, "At my age, I hardly possess the hair to style a complex hairstyle. Just braid it into a simple bun, as usual, and adorn it with a headband." This attire mirrored that of the original owner, reminiscent of the elderly noblewomen in Dream of the Red Chamber. Given her years, such simplicity was indeed fitting. She cast a longing glance at the lavish cosmetics, yearning to don them, that lamented her inability to do so. "Oh, how disheartening. I feel like crying." "Matriarch, we have wigs available. Surely, we can manage that," suggested Lien, her sister-in-law, with a bright smile. "Wigs?" Song Si hesitated momentarily before giving a hollow laugh. "Perhaps it's best to refrain. It wouldn't convey the proper image. The matriarch must maintain her dignity." The crowd was puzzled by her words. "Is mother not awake?" "I'm here to assist you with your attire," announced Songda, who could not remain outside any longer. Upon entering, she noted the room's peculiar silence and felt a twinge of apprehension. What new trouble had arisen now? She swiftly approached Song Si, lowering her voice to a whisper and slightly bending forward to inquire. "Mother, what troubles you? Is there discomfort? Should we summon the physician?" Song Si shook her head. The discomfort stemmed from the realization of her advancing age, a sentiment too personal to articulate. "Then what is it that you desire? Speak, and your daughter-in-law shall procure it for you." Gazing into the bronze mirror, Song Si sighed softly. "I wish for an abundance of wealth." "Do you possess any?" Only wealth could mend the wounds buried deep within her heart. "Madam Song, you seek money? What sort of request is that?" Chapter 11. Avoiding exposure. Recognizing individuals is crucial after a brief period of pretentiousness, under the gentle coaxing of those around her. Song Si obediently donned her garments and was assisted out of the main hall. A glance around revealed the spacious hall occupied by only a handful of individuals. Upon her entrance, they all rose, performing their salutations. "May mother be blessed with longevity. Grandmother, may you enjoy great fortune and peace." Song Si observed the decorum of the gathered guests, inwardly marveling. This was the essence of a prestigious household. Their rituals were nothing short of exquisite. Their skirts remained perfectly still, their waists unyielding, embodying the true grace of classical etiquette, ingrained in their very being. Every gesture was pleasing to the eye, devoid of the awkwardness often seen in theatrical portrayals. As Song Si sat in the principal seat, relishing the scene, she noticed that those bending or kneeling in salute remained silent, leaving her somewhat puzzled. The palace matron cleared her throat and leaned closer to Song Si. Smiling as she whispered, "Madam, are the first and second ladies taking breakfast in the Spring Radiance Hall today?" Madame Jiang, the second wife, was a cheerful woman. She remarked, "The breakfast prepared in my mother's little kitchen is particularly fragrant. I have long been craving it, and it seems today I am fortunate enough to indulge." Song Si glanced at the exquisitely crafted children, attempting to identify them based on her memory. Would she falter in her performance? Identifying them was indeed crucial. The charming girl, clad in a pale yellow spring dress, with her hair styled in a youthful bun, possessed sparkling big eyes and appeared to be merely 14 or 15. This must be the second young lady of the main branch, Song Rookie. Beside Madame Jiang stood a pair of handsome boys, approximately 12 years of age. They were her twins, Song Lingzhao and Song Lingjia. Aside from them, there was no one else. Song Si peered behind them, feeling somewhat puzzled. This could not be right. The Song family had prospered since the generation of Song Ziyuan, boasting a considerable number of descendants, at least 4 male heirs. Not to mention, the eldest, second, and third sons each had their own sons, totaling 4 boys, along with 3 daughters, all of legitimate birth. Yet now, only 3 young ones were present. "Mother, what are you looking at?" asked the eldest madam of the Song family, noticing Song Si's gaze. Without thinking, Song Si blurted out, "Why are there so few people?" Madame Song was taken aback, mistakenly believing her daughter was lamenting her illness due to the lack of grandchildren to enjoy at her knees, and began to explain. As Madame Song elaborated, Song Si gradually pieced together the situation. Most were outside. Madame Jiang subtly signaled to her sons, who grinned and eagerly approached, kneeling beside Song Si to massage her legs. "Even though we are right here, does grandmother only think of our elder brothers? Does she not care for us?" Madame Song cast a meaningful glance at her second daughter, but Song Rookie merely pouted, harboring little affection for her coarse grandmother. Ignoring her mother's signal, she lowered her head and busied herself with a handkerchief, much to her mother's exasperation. Chapter 12. Grandmother becomes generous. Song Si cherished all things beautiful, Including people, she held a particular fondness for handsome men and lovely women. At present, two charming young men sat at her feet, one on each side, kneading her legs, which delighted her immensely. "You need not do this, dear ones. Your grandmother adores you both," she said with a smile, gently patting their hair before retracting her feet. "Now, rise, lest you hurt your hands." Song Lingzhao and his twin brother exchanged glances, somewhat surprised by their grandmother's amiable demeanor today. They responded with cheerful grins. "Serving our grandmother brings us no pain at all." Song Ci felt a swell of emotion, her heart softening further. "Good children," she praised. Madame Song, standing nearby, chuckled and remarked, "Mother, with such filial sons, you must reward these brothers handsomely." Song Ci recalled that elders often delighted in bestowing gifts upon their juniors. Indeed, rewards are essential. The saying goes, "What is not one's own is not cherished." Reflecting on the original owner's years of privileged living, she mused that she must have accumulated some private wealth, which, while not truly hers, could now be generously shared with her descendants. Turning to Mama Gong, she winked with a glimmer of anticipation, signaling her desire to reward. Mama Gong stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, what would the matriarch like to bestow upon the second and third young masters? Song Ci looked at the twins and asked, "What do you both desire?" The twins appeared somewhat dazed, pondering the nature of their grandmother's generosity. When had she become so magnanimous? They turned to their mother, who subtly shook her head, prompting them to declare, "We are not particular. Whatever grandmother bestows upon us will bring us joy." This left Song Ci in a quandary. As a newcomer, how could she discern what would be deemed appropriate gifts? Yet, was she not in possession of a capable secretary? She glanced once more at Gong Mama, who suggested, "The second young master has a penchant for martial pursuits. The matriarch possesses a black dagger in her storeroom. Perhaps it would be fitting to reward him with it? As for the third young master, he favors the literary arts, and there lies a fine piece of Yunnan ink. It simply depends on whether the matriarch is willing to part with it." Upon hearing the mention of Yunnan ink, Song de Foren's pupils constricted momentarily. Her smile remained intact, yet her gaze burned with intensity. What was there to hesitate over? All that she possessed would eventually be bequeathed to them. She would bestow it without reservation. Song Ci exhibited a commendable boldness. Song de Foren's heart fluttered, casting a resentful glance at her second daughter, who appeared ungrateful. Had she approached with a few well-placed compliments, she might have secured the ink for herself. To speak of Song de Foren's background, she hailed from nobility and occupied a high position. She was certainly not lacking in fine treasures. However, premium Yunnan ink was a rarity, typically hoarded by esteemed literary families, making it all the more surprising that the matriarch possessed some, yet chose to allocate it to the third young master. Had Su'er been present, he would surely have composed even more exquisite calligraphy with such ink. Song de Foren dared not admit her jealousy. Nevertheless, Song Ci did not overlook her granddaughter. Pointing towards Song Rookie, she remarked, "Let us not forget this child. I believe I spotted a red bracelet among the adornments. She has a fair complexion, and such a vibrant and beautiful gift would suit her well." The palace matron cast a sidelong glance at Song Rookie, her smile warm and inviting, before turning to instruct a maid to bring everything over. Upon hearing this, the slight pang of envy in Song Dafu's heart evaporated. She glanced at Song Rookie and reproached, "Cher, why haven't you expressed your gratitude to your grandmother? Her possessions are indeed rare treasures." Caught off guard by the unexpected reward for merely sitting idle, Song Rookie felt a twinge of surprise. Acknowledging the adage that one cannot refuse a gift, she refrained from displaying any displeasure. Rising respectfully, she bowed to Song Ci and expressed her thanks. When she finally received the exquisite beads, her delight was impossible to conceal. Chapter 13. The etiquette of affluent households with rewards bestowed. The family, young and old, cheerfully made their way to the small flower hall for breakfast. Song Ci was flanked by her two daughters-in-law as they entered the hall, where a rich fragrance of sandalwood enveloped them, nearly causing her to choke. She paused momentarily. "Mother, what is the matter?" Song Dafu inquired with concern, noticing her mother's stillness. Song Erfu, more direct, added, "Are you tired from walking? Would you like me to carry you inside?" "Carry me?" Song Ci nearly doubted her ears as she turned to look at her, bewildered. With a hearty laugh, Song Erfu replied, "Mother, have you forgotten? I have trained in martial arts for many years. I possess the strength to lift you." As she spoke, she assumed a stance, preparing to lift the petite Song Ci. In haste, Song Ci interjected, "No need, I am perfectly fine. Indeed, this daughter-in-law hails from a merchant family." Due to her previous experiences accompanying her father in business, which posed significant risks, the Jiang family specially engaged a martial arts master to instruct her in self-defense. Furthermore, several maids and matrons surrounding the Jiang household possessed some degree of martial prowess. Fearing that this daughter-in-law might truly manage to lift herself up, Song Xiai remarked, "Why is the fragrance in this flower hall so overwhelming? It resembles the atmosphere of worshipping deities in a temple. It feels rather stifling." Lady Song expressed her surprise. "Isn't mother fond of sandalwood?" Song Xiai felt a jolt in her heart and frowned, saying, "It suffices to have sandalwood during the small Buddhist altar rituals. Let us remove it from the dining hall, as it is rather intense." After a brief pause, she continued, "In the future, please refrain from burning sandalwood in the dining hall. Instead, let us place some dried orange peels or fresh flowers, as their fruity and floral fragrances are far more invigorating." The onlookers exchanged perplexed glances. Had the matriarch's habits altered due to her illness? Noticing the silence, Song Xiai inquired, "Have I spoken in error?" "No. We shall heed Mother's wishes," replied Lady Song with a smile. She then addressed the few maids. "Be sure to gather some lovely flowers from the garden each day." The maids promptly agreed. At that moment, the palace matron had already instructed someone to remove the sandalwood incense burner, which was lit in the shape of a four-cornered longevity symbol. They opened a window to circulate fresh air and replaced it with a cloison incense burner, tossing in a few pieces of orange peel, which released a refreshing citrus fragrance. Truly, they were all individuals of action. Satisfied, Song Xiai settled down, and before she could utter a word, the maids had already come forth to roll up her sleeves, using warm cloths to wipe her hands, while another maid presented her with warm tea, and yet another stood by with a white porcelain blue and white jar in hand. Song Xiai took a sip of tea, and just as she was about to swallow, she caught a glimpse of Song Rookie, the young girl beside her, who also held a cup of tea. With a slight movement of her lips, she spat the water into the jar held by another young maid. Then, she took a handkerchief from yet another maid to wipe her mouth before sitting up straight. Two handsome young men mirrored the same action. It seemed that the water was intended for rinsing. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Xiai feigned composure, turned her head, and discreetly spat into the beautifully adorned spittoon. In such a distinguished household, there were numerous etiquettes to observe. It appeared she needed to learn them to avoid any embarrassment. "Mother, your daughter-in-law is here to serve you breakfast." Both Madame Song and second Madame Song stood beside her, ready to serve the dishes. Song Xiai hurriedly gestured for them to sit. "There are no such formalities here. Please take your seats." "Mother, please sit down." Song Xiai looked at them. "I do not wish to be labeled as a wicked mother-in-law who torments her daughters-in-law." The expressions of Madame Song and the others turned anxious. "Mother, you are too kind. This is what daughters-in-law ought to do. It hardly qualifies as torment. Who has been gossiping behind your back?" Were they concerned that the matriarch had overheard their chatter? Song Xiai replied, "No, isn't she just being kind? Why do these two seem so apprehensive?" Chapter 14. United in Honor. United in laws for nearly 30 years, Song Xiai had never experienced breakfast as intricate and time-consuming as this. In the past, on set, they were always pressed for time, leaving little opportunity for leisurely dining. Simply being able to eat was already a privilege, thus her eating habits had become quite swift. The combination of adaptation and compliance left Song Xiai feeling somewhat fatigued. Once her meal was completed, she promptly dismissed everyone. The palace matron presented her with a cup of tea and gently inquired, "Does the matriarch wish to visit the small Buddhist hall for prayers and teachings?" Song Xiai shook her head, replying, "Having just finished breakfast, I would prefer to take a stroll in the garden to avoid indigestion." "It's a jest, really. I am not the true matriarch of the Song family, so why should I engage in such rituals? Moreover, my health is rather poor and requires diligent exercise. Additionally, being new to this era, I must explore to truly appreciate my experience here." Upon hearing this, the palace matron instructed someone to prepare a rot-tin chair and other necessities. Madame Jiang, the second wife of Song, walked alongside Madame Song, followed by a throng of maidservants. "Sister-in-law, have you noticed any changes in our mother?" Madame Jiang asked. Glancing back as they walked, Madame Song turned to look at her. "You have noticed too?" Madame Jiang raised an eyebrow. While she never insisted on strict rules before, she seems much more agreeable now. Moreover, she has always been protective of her storeroom, yet today she appears quite generous. Madame Song replied. "The steward mentioned that after our mother's illness, her temperament has shifted somewhat, attributed to her condition." She gestured towards her head. Madame Jiang furrowed her brow. "Does this mean it will continue like this?" Madame Song nodded gravely. Therefore, dear sister-in-law, we must be accommodating towards our mother. You must understand the significance of our Lord's position. Should anything unfortunate occur, our Song family would be in peril. She paused in her steps, grasping Zhang's hand. Sister-in-law, let us not forget that we are genuine sisters-in-law, bonded by the same lineage. There is no one closer to me than you, not even the third brother's family. We, the Song family, thrive and suffer together. Do you not agree? Zhang replied, though I hail from a merchant background, having married into the Song family for many years. I fully comprehend what you say, dear sister. My husband has no ambition for the officialdom. He delights in managing domestic affairs. Our household relies solely on the Song family. If you have any commands, please do not hesitate to express them. Jiang smiled. I have been eagerly awaiting your words. The two continued their walk, arriving at Meijin Courtyard, where they observed servants bustling about, prompting another pause. With her words resonating, Madame Song narrowed her eyes slightly and remarked, whether in tranquility or chaos, the wise always discern what ought to be done and what should not. Zhang's lips curled into a smile, fearing that cleverness might lead to folly. Chapter 15. The turmoil of flower hairpins. Song Ci gazed at the small sedan chair at her feet, feeling somewhat despondent. Let us remove this. I wish to walk, she instructed, pointing at the chair. Hong Yu glanced at Mother Gong, who stepped forward and said, Madam, if you do not wish to sit, we can have them carry it behind you, and you may rest when weary. Song Ci, seeing her cheerful suggestion, could only nod in agreement. With her hands resting on the arms of two young maids, she slowly exited the courtyard. The residence originally belonged to a princess of the previous dynasty, who was greatly favored. The estate was built with opulence and elegance, and the gardens were crafted by the renowned master Lu Yozi. It is said that the unique stones in the lake were transported from the Tianshan Mountains. Song Ziyuan acquired this residence during his tenure as the Minister of Personnel, having amassed remarkable achievements, and due to a shared history of trials with the current Empress Dowager, the Emperor graciously bestowed upon him such a grand estate. Some renowned outsiders scoffed, asserting that the Song family received this honor solely for their generous donation of 200,000 pickles of grain during a drought. However, both the Emperor and the Song family denied such claims. Song Ci leisurely roamed the official residence, overwhelmed by the captivating scenery that unfolded before him. This was truly a majestic mansion of ancient high-ranking families. The exquisite gardens were simply unparalleled. Having seen various estates and gardens in the capital, they paled in comparison to this one. Song Ci could not help but exclaim in admiration. Hong Yu and another maid, Hong Tao, exchanged glances, and the latter, emboldened, inquired, Madam, which estate are you referring to? I have never heard of it. Song Ci gazed into the distance, in that far-off place. Suddenly, his mood soured. Those around him sensed the shift, feeling uneasy. Hong Tao's eyes darted about before she cheerfully pointed to a peony. Madam, look at this splendid pink urchiao. Shall I cut a blossom for you to wear? Indeed, Song Ci's attention was diverted. He turned to see the two large, vibrant pink peonies, their petals adorned with dewdrops, enhancing their delicate beauty. Having acted in several period dramas, he was aware of the ancient custom of adorning oneself with flowers. Yet, he could not help but think that wearing such a bloom would make him appear foolish, like an elderly matron. The thought of such a comical image made him chuckle softly. She extended her hand to pluck the delicate pink flower, holding it for a moment to admire its beauty before inhaling its fragrance. She then adorned it in the hair of the young girl, Hong Tao, saying, Such a lovely flower is more suited for young maidens like you. As for me, I am quite past my prime. Hong Tao, taken aback, respectfully knelt before Song Ci. Expressing her gratitude, this humble servant thanks the esteemed matriarch for her gift. Hong Yu, with a playful smile, chimed in, Matriarch, I too wish to have one. Very well. I shall grant you one as well. Song Ci reached out to pluck another flower. The crowd gasped, and instinctively, Hong Yu and Hong Tao stepped in front of Song Ci to shield her from a woman who had approached. How audacious! Who is this insolent girl that dares to confront the matriarch? Seize her, commanded the palace matron in a stern voice. Several maidservants immediately rushed forward, restraining the woman who had moved too close to Hong Yu and her companions. They twisted her arm and kicked her behind the knee, forcing her to kneel on the ground. Chapter 16. Using the elder to oppress the matriarch? Song Ci was taken aback. She had merely picked 2 flowers, and yet someone dared to meddle in her affairs. She patted her 2 maidservants and regarded the woman pinned to the ground, scrutinizing her closely, only to find that she did not recognize her. In other words, this woman was a stranger to her. Who are you? Song Si inquired, her gaze fixed upon the intruder. My lady, why do you walk so swiftly? A young girl clad in a pink tunic rushed over. And upon seeing Song Si and the others, she fell to her knees in fright, exclaiming, This humble servant has met the matriarch. May the matriarch live long and prosper. Upon hearing her maidservant address her as Madam, Wu Dan felt a slight twinge of anxiety. However, the thought of the old master's affection and admiration soon steadied her composure. She lifted her gaze to the elegantly adorned Song Si, her eyes briefly resting on her face, where a fleeting glimmer of relief crossed her expression, only to be quickly concealed. Yet, despite her grandeur, time had rendered her aged and faded. The young maid's face turned pale, and she hastily bowed her head in apology, exclaiming, Madam, I was in the wrong. I acknowledge my mistake. Take her away, commanded the matron, her voice tinged with incredulity. What trouble could a mere maid cause to warrant concern for Madam? As a seventh-rank matron in charge, I possess the authority to deal with such trivial matters. You, a commoner whose origins I question, I suspect you to be an assassin with ill intentions towards Madam. Bring her away to the interrogation hall. Wu Dan, intimidated by the matron's imposing demeanor, felt her complexion shift as her heart raced. Avoiding the matron's gaze, she turned to Song Si and implored, Madam, I do not consider myself a servant of this esteemed household. I was summoned by the old master to assist in the nurturing of peony. You cannot act against me without the old master's consent. Song Si observed the unfolding drama with a detached demeanor, bemused by the audacity of the confrontation directed at her. Did this individual not comprehend the gravity of her surroundings? Did she fail to recognize that she was addressing the mother of the current prime minister, once more invoking the old master in an attempt to intimidate her? Such audacity was astounding. Upon hearing the words, old master, the onlookers exchanged silent glances. Yet, Wu Dan mistakenly believed that her reference had instilled fear, eagerly nodding in affirmation. Indeed. Song Si responded with a dismissive, Oh, that prodigal old man. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, the seasoned hand unceremoniously snapped away the remaining 500 taels. Chapter 17. Flowers are tenderly destroyed. Song Si, with her wrinkled hand, grasped a delicate pink peony and gazed at Wu Dan, who was grinning widely. In a peculiar tone, she remarked, What a lovely flower. Wu Dan, taken aback, stammered, 1,000 taels, and just like that, it's gone? Her small face turned pale, her lips quivering. This is the old master. What? Song Si interjected, The old master you speak of is my husband, the father of my son. I am his wife. Her smile remained, yet her tone turned frigid. We are of one family. In death, we shall be buried together. Thus, it matters not that he purchased this flower. It is still mine. Everything he possesses is mine, and what is mine remains mine. I can destroy this flower without fear of anyone. Nor do I need to report to anyone. The palace matron and Hong Yu exchanged bewildered glances. Had the matriarch finally come to a realization, or was she simply enraged? The palace matron looked at Song Si with a fiery gaze, her expression one of satisfaction, unaware that beneath Song Si's words lay a profound disgust. To share a grave with that rotund old man. Such thoughts were not to be entertained at present. Turning her attention back to Wu Dan, she continued, So, I shall ruin my possessions in my own home, and you, an outsider, dare to complain? Who do you think you are? Wu Dan's face flushed crimson. I merely stated that the old master holds this potted air chow in high regard. I didn't intend to blame you, madam. Song Si appeared somewhat disinterested. The palace matron cast a stern glance at the maidservants behind her, exclaiming, Why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry and drag her away. Wu Dan, flustered and anxious, retorted, Old woman, I dare you. A hurried voice interjected. The crowd instinctively took a step back and bowed in unison. Long live the old master. Wu Dan sighed in relief. The arrival of the old master was a welcome turn of events. Old Master Song had hurried over upon hearing the news. Upon witnessing the two chows, now resembling plucked chickens, he couldn't help but let out a wail, half kneeling before the flower pot, his hands trembling. Two chows, my dear two chows. My 1,000 taels, oh dear. Observing the plump, sorrowful visage of the old man, Song Si felt her own composure waver. He was even more theatrical than she was. You wicked old crone, how dare you harm my two chows? You must compensate me. Old Master Song pointed accusingly at the flower in her hand. Yours? Song Si raised an eyebrow and replied, What is yours is also mine. I am merely taking what belongs to me. No need for compensation. You speak nonsense. What is yours is not necessarily mine. At your age, do you not care for your dignity? Old Master Song rose, stomping his foot in indignation, and you lot. Release Madame Peony at once. She is my person, and I shall see who dares to take her away. The maidservants instinctively looked towards Song Si. She squinted her eyes at Old Master Song. Your person? Old Master Song's heart quaked. His lips quivered as he retorted. She was specially invited by me to care for the peonies. Of course, she is my person. But your person has offended me. What shall we do about this? Old Master Song snorted coldly. I see you are simply making a fuss. She has done nothing to you. Do not come here to show off your authority. The insufferable oaf. Song Si fixed her gaze upon him, only to suddenly alter her expression, clutching her chest as she leaned towards Mama Gong. Oh dear. My heart aches from anger. I fear my days are numbered. Old Master Song. Enough. Not this trick again. Chapter 18. Retreat. Cowardice. Song Si feigned weakness. Though it was not entirely a ruse, her spirit and body were still reconciling, and she truly felt quite unwell at that moment. Old Master Song, noticing her pallor, grew somewhat anxious. Do not pretend with me. Just a moment ago, you were full of vigor. What elderly person can simply fall ill at will? Who asked me to toil in the fields, manage the household, care for the children, and earn a living all at once? I have long since exhausted my constitution. Song Si replied weakly, when I am gone, who will you protect? That is no concern of mine. Indeed. Yet Song Si's gaze fell upon the second Xiao. But what shall become of this second Xiao? And this lady here? Old Master Song turned to look at Wu Dan. Have you not yet offered your apologies to the matriarch? Is a mere peony worth your offense? Wu Dan, but you clearly stated that you cherish peonies above all. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Old Master Song furrowed his brow. Wu Dan, noticing this, quickly knelt before Song Si. I have offended the matriarch. It is entirely my fault. I beg for your mercy, matriarch, as I am young and foolish. Please forgive my transgression. Song Si stood tall, replying coolly, in the residence of the Xiang family. Even the youngest and least wise ought to understand their station. I trust the young lady is aware of hers as well. A group of individuals swiftly vanished from the sight of Old Master Song and his companions. Wu Dan, chastised by Song Si's indifferent remarks, felt her face flush with embarrassment, casting a deeply resentful glance at Old Master Song. Do you truly cherish the peony? Of course, he replied. A pained expression on his face as he gazed at the two Qiaos, lamenting the loss of 1,000 taels. However, the matriarch. Old Master Song rubbed his nose and said, she has been unwell. I am merely indulging her this time. I shall certainly hold her accountable for this expense in the future. Wu Dan thought to herself, I would be a fool to believe your nonsense. You are simply being timid. Song Si supported Mama Gong as they made their way to another rose garden. Mama Gong inquired, Matriarch, is your health sufficient to endure today, or should we conclude our visit? It's nothing. I was merely putting on a show for that old fool. Song Si replied, helping her to a wooden bench in a hexagonal pavilion adorned with wind chimes. If I feign weakness, he will only continue to pester me. And I am too lazy to entertain him. Mama Gong was amused by her words and asked, Matriarch, should we investigate that peony lady? Song Si regarded her with suspicion. Mama Gong continued, a true horticulturist does not possess such ambitious eyes. I suspect her motives extend beyond merely tending to the old master's flowers. Realization dawned upon Song Si. Are you suggesting she might become the old man's mistress? If the old master desires it, it is highly probable. Song Si immediately felt a wave of distaste, remarking with disdain, what kind of rabbit does not consume the grass near its burrow? It is merely a matter of time before they become entangled. This woman is quite foolish. Mama Gong raised an eyebrow. She fancied herself clever, striding forth with her unique audacity, yet remained oblivious to the absurdity of her words and actions. It was indeed her good fortune, had she been in another place. One might question whether a mere commoner like her could confront someone of my stature and still witness the afternoon sun. Song Si toyed with the figurine of Air Chiao in his hand and remarked, such self-satisfied individuals are destined to be mere cannon fodder. Let her be. However, whether her appearance before me was a coincidence or a chance encounter warrants further investigation. Chapter 19. A subtle reckoning. Madame Song, having attended to the day's domestic affairs, learned of a minor disturbance in the garden from her trusted maid, her countenance darkening instantly. I recall that peony girl, residing in the red sleeve pavilion alongside Aunt May and Aunt Cho, attended by a little maid. Why is it that she is running about so early in the day? And moreover, how did she come to bump into the matriarch? As she spoke, Madame Song set down her teacup and made to leave. This won't do. I must see the matriarch. Housekeeper Fong interjected with a smile. Madam, do not fret. The matriarch is quite well, indeed. Please, allow me to finish. Hearing this, Madame Song resumed her seat and listened as old Master Song lightly brushed over the incident, prompting her to raise an eyebrow and smile. It seems that in the future, the old master may find it difficult to contend with the matriarch. He, like us, is afraid. Indeed, one could argue that the rivalry between the two elders is merely their own peculiar manner of interaction. After all, they are a long-married couple with 3 legitimate sons, hardly engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Housekeeper Fong chuckled. Madame Song sighed, acknowledging the complexity of her heart despite having 3 legitimate sons. But does she not harbor some unresolved feelings? Have you ever heard her mention that individual? Madam, tread carefully, replied Mama Fong, who had moved to the window to glance outside. It would be prudent for you to refrain from discussing that matter, lest it reach the ears of the matriarch and displeasure ensue. Madame Song, feeling somewhat abashed, responded, I understand. I merely wish to advocate for her. Yet, the matriarch herself seems indifferent, Mama Fong remarked. Ah, but what woman is truly indifferent to her husband? She toils endlessly to uphold the family, enduring hardships that could extract bitter tears. Just as their fortunes begin to flourish, a rival appears to reap the rewards. Would you not find it difficult to remain magnanimous? Madame Song scoffed. My mother's temperament is, in truth, fiercer than anyone else's. Mama Fong fell silent for a moment before responding, without such strength. How could the Song family have attained its current stature? Deep down, Madame Song held a measure of admiration for her mother and conceded, very well. Let us not dwell on this. Please visit the Red Sleeve Pavilion and send a couple of individuals over. Ensure they do not roam freely and disturb the matriarch or the masters of the house. Also, remind those 2 ladies that if they cannot even manage a single person, they are of little use. The delightful affairs of the Red Sleeve Pavilion are not theirs alone to enjoy, if they wish to indulge. They must remain disciplined and avoid creating chaos. Her final words carried a hint of coldness. Half an hour later, at the Red Sleeve Pavilion, Aunt May and Aunt Jo sat in a state of disarray on the couch, cold sweat beading on their brows as they exchanged glances. Sister May, what shall we do now? Aunt Jo gazed contemplatively at Aunt May and remarked, I have already stated that this course of action is unfeasible. Thankfully, the matriarch is unharmed. Otherwise, we would be irreparably blamed. Aunt May shot her a scornful glance, exclaiming, Are you truly so naive? She has offended the matriarch. And even if she were brought in now, she would never gain the matriarch's favor. Without status or the mistress's affection, no matter how much she is favored, she will never amount to anything significant. As it stands, it is uncertain whether she can even be brought in. But, no buts. We have done nothing wrong. We merely mentioned that the matriarch was taking a stroll. It was she who ran out recklessly, Aunt May insisted firmly. Aunt Jo lowered her gaze, twisting the handkerchief in her grasp. At that moment, the matriarch's maid arrived. The maid lifted the curtain to report their presence. The 2 women's expressions altered slightly, and they quickly rose to their feet. The maid entered with a gentle smile, conveying the wishes of Song Si for the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival next month. She desired 100 scrolls of Buddhist scriptures to offer to the river god. Due to her ill health, she requested that the 2 ladies undertake the task of transcribing them, given their graceful penmanship. Aunt May and Aunt Jo trembled slightly and readily acquiesced. Chapter 20. Sovereign and subjects the news of Song Si, fainting for an entire day and night while receiving her decree of commendation spread throughout the capital. The opposing faction of the Song party eagerly anticipated her demise, believing it would force Minister Song into mourning. However, fate proved contrary to their hopes. The announcement of Song Si regaining consciousness swiftly circulated among those who had been loitering at the Song residence for updates. At the morning court session, officials stepped forward one after another to congratulate Song Ziyuan, contemplating what gifts they might present. His mother had not passed. Thus, he would not be left without support. Song Ziyuan returned a courteous gesture, offering a gentle smile. Minister Fan, you are most considerate. I have heard that Madame Fan has been under the weather these past few days. Has she recovered? She is even older than my mother. And with the capricious weather in April, it is vital to take great care of one's health. He continued, if my mother's health is poor, then how fares yours? Your mother is even older than mine, including yourself, so perhaps you should be more concerned for your own well-being. Minister Fan's smile faltered slightly, and he inwardly scolded the young man 100 times for his reckless demeanor at the age of 40. Not far away, a bespectacled eunuch with a pale complexion approached with a cheerful demeanor, holding a Buddhist whisk. I have the honor of greeting both esteemed gentlemen, he said. This was Lord Zhou, a trusted eunuch of the current emperor, who commanded respect even from Song Ziyuan and his peers. Upon seeing Zhou's salutation, they reciprocated with a slight bow. Lord Song, the emperor requests your presence in the imperial study for a discussion, Lord Zhou announced with a smile. Song Ziyuan promptly acknowledged the request, bidding farewell to Minister Fan as he departed with Lord Zhou, their conversation about Madame Song wafting away on the breeze. The smile on Minister Fan's face diminished as he let out a soft huff. Lord Song is rather pleased with himself, murmured Minister Wang, an official from the Ministry of Works, as he observed Song Ziyuan's receding figure. Minister Fan cast him a sideways glance, his hands tucked within the folds of his official robes, and replied coolly, young ones in high positions tend to be somewhat impetuous. What a pity this time, I thought. Wang's words trailed off under the piercing gaze of Minister Fan, who scrutinized his surroundings with caution, awkwardly pulling at the corners of his mouth. Have them come to my residence for discussion, Minister Fan instructed. Understood. The imperial study. Song Ziyuan paid his respects to the Emperor of Chu, who was clad in a vibrant yellow robe. Once he was bid to rise, he straightened and stood to the side. Is the Empress Dowager truly recovering? The Emperor inquired, calling out Song Ziyuan's courtesy name. With a smile, Song Ziyuan replied, Thanks to your Majesty's great fortune, my mother has awakened and is in a clear state of mind, though she still requires care. In truth, the Emperor had already received news from the official Lu Yuanzhong, yet he found solace in hearing it from Song Ziyuan himself. Nodding in response, he remarked, That is a relief. I feared I might have diminished my aunt's blessings. Song Ziyuan felt a chill in his heart and quickly responded, Your Majesty, it is we who are humbled by your benevolence. Your blessings are boundless, and as your subjects, we are eternally grateful for even a fraction of it. There is no such thing as diminishing blessings. Here, it is just us. There is no need for formalities, the Emperor said with a hint of exasperation. I had thought that by addressing your mother as my aunt, you would understand, he continued. With a touch of helplessness, Song Ziyuan looked up and said, Your Majesty, there is a distinction between ruler and subject. Neither my mother nor I wish for anyone to find fault with you. My mother's recent fainting spell was due, firstly, to the overwhelming joy, and secondly, he paused, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. Secondly, her health has been compromised for many years. Chapter 21. Song's artful insults exiting the imperial study. Song Ziyuan carried a collection of medicinal herbs bestowed by the emperor as he left the palace gates. Sir. Jiang Fulai approached him with a greeting. Song Ziyuan explained, The emperor has graciously gifted some nourishing herbs for my mother's recovery. I also have some rewards for the two little angels. Jiang Fulai respectfully acknowledged this, accompanying a young servant named Fuchuan who stepped forward to receive the items from the two eunuchs, then smilingly handed over 2 pouches. Song Ziyuan stepped onto the carriage using a footstool, settling inside with closed eyes, his expression tranquil and unperturbed. Yet, the ebony prayer beads made of purple sandalwood in his hand were being manipulated one by one at an increasingly rapid pace. He instructed someone to gather all recent news regarding his mother's illness from the streets, ensuring that every detail, big or small, would be compiled. Upon hearing the words from the carriage, Jiang Fulai promptly responded, Yes, my lord. In the imperial study, Emperor Chu listened to the words conveyed by the leader of the Dragon Guards and waved his hand, signaling for him to withdraw. Song Yunji remains as witty and humorous as ever. His pointed remarks strike deeper than outright insults. I dare say Fan Xiang must feel as though he has swallowed a fly. Emperor Chu chuckled. In the entire imperial study, only he and the Grand Steward Zhou Sheng were present, and it was evident that the remarks were directed at him. The emperor laughed even more heartily, reminiscing about the past. Indeed, in my youth back in Yuhang, I recall him chastising a pedantic scholar. What was it he said? Ah yes. He told him not to shake his head so much, as if it were filled with water, causing that scholar to storm off in a huff. He was merely 13 at the time. It is clear that Song Xiang's talents were honed from a young age, perhaps even with some guidance from the emperor himself. Grand Steward Shou chimed in with a jest. The emperor, lost in thought, wore an increasingly gentle expression as he toyed with the large bead between his thumb and forefinger. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed, and soon both Yunji and I shall become grandfathers. Yet, there remain some old stubborn elements within the court, such as Fan Xiang's faction, who vehemently oppose my reforms. Thankfully, Madame Song has managed to endure this time. Otherwise, I would be left holding up the sky alone. Zhou Gonggong refrained from discussing court affairs, merely remarking on Song Ci. Madame Song is indeed a fortunate woman. Perhaps this time she is genuinely overwhelmed with joy and cannot quite catch her breath. Moreover, her health has certainly deteriorated somewhat, and with age, she cannot be compared to her younger self. Her ailments stem from the hardships endured in the past. She even refrained from eating meat back then. Emperor Chu sighed and said, "Please select some superior medicinal herbs from the inner court to send to her. As long as she lives, there remains a possibility for both myself and Yunji to accomplish more." Understood. The emperor rose, stating, "Let us proceed to Sinang Palace. My mother is also greatly concerned about Madame Song's health." "Yes," Zhou Gonggong waved his feathered whisk, sharply announcing their departure to Sinang Palace, then bowed and extended his arm for the emperor to grasp. Chapter 22, My Son. I feel uneasy. If there is one person Song Si fears the most in the residence, it is undoubtedly her eldest son before her now. It is often said that a mother and child share a deep connection, yet this fine gentleman is also adept in political machinations. Possessing a keen mind that swiftly grasps the intricacies of matters, could he possibly see through her facade? Despite such thoughts, an underlying anxiety remains. Mother? Song Ziyuan furrowed his brow, observing Song Si, who seemed lost in her own thoughts without uttering a word. With a smile, Song Ziyuan remarked, "I have merely come to inquire about your well-being. Seeing you in good spirits brings me relief." Song Si pondered, "If only you had not come, I would feel more at ease, rather than carrying the weight of fear of being discovered. Facing you, my son, I am indeed quite uneasy." Knowing that speaking too much may lead to missteps, Song Si chose silence, closing her eyes and feigning fatigue. "Are you truly exhausted?" Upon hearing this, Song Si quickly opened her eyes. "A bit. Are you leaving soon? Then please do so swiftly." Song Ziyuan. "Suddenly, I feel as if I've incurred my mother's displeasure. Very well, I shall take my leave. The palace has bestowed a generous supply of nourishing supplements. Mother, do not be frugal, and have the kitchen prepare various dishes for your enjoyment. Should they run out, instruct Gu to replenish them." Understood. Noticing the fatigue etched on her face, Song Ziyuan refrained from lingering, rising to depart. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the palace matron. The matron then remarked, "Madam, I shall escort the lord out." Song Si, ever aware of the hierarchy, waved her hand dismissively at the mention. The matron followed Song Ziyuan closely, escorting him out of the room. In the courtyard, she dismissed those trailing behind them, engaging in conversation as they walked. Has the esteemed matron been provoked by some thoughtless individual today? Song Ziyuan's tone remained calm. The matron, however, shivered slightly, casting a respectful glance at the tall figure before her, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Even from behind, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. The matron replied softly, "Rest assured, my lord, no one dares to offend the matron. She merely regards the matter as a source of amusement. Those foolish jesters are of no consequence to her." As the most powerful figure in the residence, Song Ziyuan was well aware that every event within these walls would be reported to him, thus he naturally knew whether Song Si was truly upset. What could possibly ail the matron? He inquired, pausing momentarily, turning his head slightly with a cold expression. Forgetting something? The memories were indeed somewhat hazy. Song Ziyuan pressed his thin lips together and remarked, "Dr. Liu has indicated that her condition may result in some alterations in temperament, as well as potential lapses in memory. Over time, it could lead to dementia, so I implore you, Madame Gong, to exercise heightened vigilance." Madame Gong was taken aback and nodded solemnly. In recent years, the emperor had grown increasingly suspicious. "I pondered that with my mother's illness, the rumor mill outside was rampant, and should it reach the emperor's ears, one could only wonder what conclusions he might draw about us." The advisor, Mr. Jun, stroked his beard and mused for a moment before stating, "I believe it has not yet reached that point. The emperor's desire to overturn the old order and implement reforms necessitates reliance on the prime minister. However, it is crucial to maintain a proper distance between sovereign and minister. Thus, it is prudent for the prime minister to uphold a degree of separation from the emperor. As long as you remain steadfast in your loyalty to the sovereign, prioritizing his interests above all else, there is no need for concern at this moment." Upon hearing this, Song Ziyuan replied, "Perhaps I am overthinking it. The higher one ascends, the colder the heights become." Even though he and the emperor shared a bond in their youth, after all these years, they have always been sovereign and minister, a reality he will undoubtedly keep at the forefront of his mind. Chapter 23. The realization of the matriarch. Once the news of Song Si's peaceful awakening spread, a flurry of congratulatory messages and invitations descended upon the prime minister's residence, accumulating on Madame Song's desk. Without hesitation, she decided to consult with Song Si directly. Mother. Madame Song's voice caught in her throat as she reproached gently. You are destined for longevity. Song Si mused privately that given her current state, reaching 70 would be a notable achievement. It was evident that these visitors did not genuinely wish to see her. Rather, they were drawn by the prestige of the Prime Minister's household, and undoubtedly, their visits would be accompanied by generous gifts. As soon as De Lang ascended to the esteemed position of Right Prime Minister, his residence hosted an array of visitors with great fanfare. However, those censors who delight in uncovering minor faults might seize the opportunity to accuse De Lang in the court, alleging that he exploits his illness to amass wealth. Would this not invite calamity upon him? Upon hearing these words, Lady Song felt a sudden chill. Astonished by her own awareness, was she not merely a simple peasant woman? As Song Si spoke, she observed the expression of her eldest daughter-in-law. Recalling the dramatic court intrigue she had previously witnessed, it seemed that such conflicts indeed unfolded in this manner. Noticing a hint of solemnity on Lady Song's face, she realized her intuition was correct and continued, the Prime Minister's residence is currently in the limelight. We ought to maintain a low profile. The more prominent the moment, the more we must exercise composure and discretion. I heard from the matron that your birthday falls in May. Lady Song nodded. What does Mother mean by that? It would be delightful to celebrate your birthday with some lively festivities, inviting those closer to you for merriment. By then, my health will have improved, and I can attend to the other ladies at a later time. What do you think? Song Si suggested tentatively. This notion mirrored that of Song Ji Yuan. Not only was it his original plan, but given Song Si's position, Lady Song would not dare to dismiss it. Besides, it resonated with her husband's sentiments. Lady Song smiled and replied, I shall certainly heed Mother's words. In truth, the Prime Minister had also agreed upon this. You and he truly share a remarkable bond, akin to that of mother and son, in perfect harmony. Ah, truly, the art of eloquence is invaluable. Such flattery is indeed skillful, effortlessly elevating her. Then it is settled. You may proceed with the arrangements. In recent days, there is no need for you to come and pay your respects at dawn and dusk. As long as I can eat and drink, that is sufficient. The social engagements with you only serve to exhaust me. You may leave now. Song Si rubbed her temples, feigning fatigue. Upon noticing this, Madame Song could only instruct the palace maids to attend to her with utmost care before taking her leave. Once she departed, Song Si let out a long sigh of relief. It was no jest, even in the presence of the Song family. She felt the need to be particularly cautious about any missteps. Engaging with outsiders would undoubtedly lead to greater exposure. At this moment, her priority was to restore her health and familiarize herself with her position and the people around her, so she could navigate the unfamiliar waters of this ancient world with grace. Consequently, the staff of Chunaway Hall had grown accustomed to the additional exercise routine of the matriarch. As April passed its midpoint, Song Si's health gradually improved, her complexion regained its rosy hue, and she naturally developed an interest in examining the treasures bestowed upon the noble women of the palace. Chapter 24. Abundant Wealth, Unrestrained Indulgence. I have arrived. Song Si gazed at the neatly arranged storeroom and murmured to herself. The maidservants Hong Yu and Hong Zhao exchanged puzzled glances and inquired, Matriarch, what did you say? Song Si responded with a slight exclamation, It's nothing. She lifted her gaze to the towering shelves within the room, each meticulously organized with exquisite items, and asked, Is my private collection all organized here? Hong Yu, startled, contemplated if the matriarch's recent illness had affected her memory. Matriarch, you seem to have forgotten that you possess 3 entire storerooms, Hong Yu remarked, looking at Song Si. Song Si's heart skipped a beat as she feigned sorrow, saying, It is impossible to forget. I often ponder how much I have accumulated throughout my life, yet I have never truly reflected upon it. I remain unaware, and when the time comes for my departure from this world, I will not know how to distribute it among my children. At that moment, the matron of the palace entered with a key and happened to overhear her words. Furrowing her brow, she cast a sharp glance at Hong Yu and her companion, questioning what conversation had led the matriarch to utter such dismal sentiments. Hong Yu and her companions felt chagrined and hastily responded, If the matriarch wishes to know, we can certainly take the ledger to the storeroom and inventory everything meticulously. Song Si chuckled awkwardly. I did not mean to imply that someone has pilfered my belongings. Rather, I find myself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of items, forgetting precisely what treasures I possess. Furthermore, wealth is merely a transient entity. As one cannot take it with them upon death, it ought to be utilized wisely. The matriarch, possessing grand ambitions, smiled as she complimented, How astute of you. What great plans could an uneducated old woman like myself possibly have? I speak this only because I possess a certain confidence. Song Si smiled awkwardly in response. With a sense of pride, Song Si declared, "Money is no object. I am free to indulge." The gathering replied, "You are indeed remarkable." The group then moved to another storeroom, filled with an array of exquisite and luxurious artifacts. There were several intricately designed screens, not to mention the collection of rare vases and bowls, crafted from jade, gold, and silver. Anything imaginable could be found there. Song Si's eyes widened in amazement. The largest storeroom contained not only fabrics, but also gold, silver, jewelry, and rare ancient texts and ornaments. "Oh, the evils of capitalism," Song Si lamented, holding a jade crown. Unable to suppress her astonishment, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, pondering the meaning of the situation. Song Si's eyes brightened as she spotted a magnificent bonsai tree adorned with vibrant red coral flowers, standing at nearly half a meter tall. "This red coral is exquisite. Bring it to my chamber," she commanded. The palace matron, somewhat taken aback, recalled that this red coral had been a gift from the third master to the matriarch on her 50th birthday, yet it had languished in storage all this time. It seemed Song Si had forgotten about this bonsai, as she had never previously mentioned it. Nevertheless, her request was met with compliance, and servants promptly carried the bonsai to her main quarters. As Song Si caressed the bright silks, she reveled in their delicate, soft texture, feeling a pang of envy. How splendid she would appear in a tailored ancient dress made from such vibrant fabrics. Yet, as an elderly woman, she felt ill-suited to don such vivid colors. Deep red, black, dark green, and navy blue were more befitting her. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes and instructed, "Take these silks and present them to the matriarch, so she may distribute them among the women and children of the household to craft some summer garments." How bittersweet it is to part with what one cherishes. In Chapter 25, I Truly Am Wealthy, Song Si spent a good portion of the day exploring the storeroom, emerging with numerous items that transformed the decor of her quarters, even replacing her tent with one in a lovely water-patterned powder blue. The palace matron summoned 2 young maidens to massage her legs. With one hand resting on her forehead and the other perusing the inventory list of red grapefruit presented by the maidens, Song Si found herself increasingly impressed by the profound wealth of the residents, realizing it was no mere jest. The value of these items alone, if transferred to her world, would render her a billionaire. "I can now affirm one certainty," Song Si suddenly declared. The individuals within the room turned their gazes towards her. Song Si regarded them, exclaiming, "I am indeed immensely wealthy." A soft giggle escaped from someone, unable to contain themselves. Even Mama Gong chuckled. "Oh, you've only just realized this?" "Indeed." Song Si sighed profoundly. "My dreams have materialized, yet alas, I have aged. With such an abundance of wealth, will I ever be able to spend it all?" The smiles of those present began to fade. The matriarch's peculiar mood resurfaced. Mama Gong, passing a cup of tea, remarked with a smile, "Why wouldn't you be able to spend it? You could toss gold and silver into the lotus pond daily and still hear the delightful clink, couldn't you? As for jewelry and fine fabrics, feel free to bestow them upon the ladies and young masters for their amusement." Song Si nodded earnestly. "You speak the truth. In the past, when I had no money, I would stretch a single coin as far as possible. Now that I am affluent, I ought to indulge doubly, lest my existence in this world be in vain." While this statement had a deeper resonance, all present merely interpreted it as a reflection on her past hardships, finding humor in it. The matriarch had never been one to indulge in extravagance. Song Deforan glanced at the array of silks and 2 boxes of jewelry before her, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Did the matriarch truly wish for her to distribute these? She turned to inquire with one of the 4 maidservants beside the matriarch, Hongju. With a smile, Hongju nodded. "The matriarch is in high spirits today. She inspected several storerooms, selected some items for use, and mentioned that these vibrant colors would suit the ladies and young masters, suggesting you distribute them to create a few summer garments. She enjoys the sight of lively colors, and she wishes for you to have a share of these jewels as well." Madame Song swallowed hard and smiled, inquiring whether the matriarch's health had improved. Contemplating whether she ought to pay her respects, she stepped forward to assist him in removing his outer garments, shaking her head and clarifying that it was not from anyone else, but a gift from their mother. As she recounted the words of the red orange, she expressed her unease, asking, "My lord, do you not think our mother's health still seems somewhat precarious? Otherwise, why would she suddenly bestow such gifts upon us? It is hardly the season for such distributions." Typically, the elderly only dispense their belongings right before their passing, yet Song Si was now giving gifts, prompting her to ponder deeply, especially after her recent ailment. Song Ziyuan replied, "Didn't we say mother was much better? I find this satin too vibrant. It is not something she would wear, and keeping it serves little purpose. It is fitting to present it to you." He then suggested, "Let us pay our respects to mother shortly." Madame Song, in full agreement, nodded affirmatively. In the spring radiance hall, as Song Ziyuan and his wife arrived together, Song Si was in the backyard beneath the grape arbor, setting a table. A pristine white tablecloth adorned with cloud patterns was spread upon the table, which bore several exquisite dishes and a set of tea utensils in a delicate azure hue. A fair-skinned and beautiful maid was seated at the table, preparing tea. Meanwhile, Song Si, holding a pair of small silver scissors, was squatting in the flower bed without a care for her appearance. Snipping a few stems of longevity flowers to arrange in a plump white porcelain vase, artfully arranging them before placing the vase on the table. "Madam, the lord and lady have arrived," the palace maid reminded Song Si. Song Si raised her eyes and indeed saw two individuals approaching. Bowing in deference under the gaze of the maidservants, she straightened her posture. "Mother, may you be blessed with peace and longevity." Lady Song greeted Song Si with a respectful bow. "Mother," Song Ziyuan carefully observed Song Si's complexion, feeling a slight relief in his heart. Her face was flushed, and she appeared in good spirits, indicating a significant improvement. The worries that had weighed on his mind began to dissipate. As Song Si looked at the pair, she noted the man's refined charm and the woman's dignified grace, both exuding an air of nobility. They were the epitome of success. Blessed with both a son and a daughter, a true representation of a life well lived. A pang of envy struck her. What were they here for? Song Ziyuan stepped forward, supporting Song Si with one arm. With such a handsome gentleman assisting her, Song Si felt a twinge of embarrassment but suppressed her discomfort, allowing herself to be seated with their help. The spring sunlight was delightful, and after feeling stifled indoors, she decided to step outside for some fresh air. "Please, take a seat and have some tea," Song Si invited. Lady Song glanced at the modest arrangement on the small table and was pleasantly surprised by its unique elegance. "I never imagined mother possessed such taste. It appears quite lovely and refreshingly different," she complimented with a smile. Song Si replied, "There is nothing particularly novel about it. Arranging flowers in a vase is something you are all accustomed to. I merely changed the setting. Yet it requires mother's creativity to conceive such an idea." Lady Song remarked, "Typically, enjoying the scenery in the garden merely involves sipping tea and nibbling on snacks, perhaps with a touch of incense." Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Song Si responded, "Is this what you would call Western-style afternoon tea?" She then turned to Song Ziyuan, saying, "Elder brother, you needn't trouble yourself to visit me amidst your busy affairs. Furthermore, regarding Gu Shi, the affairs of the residents are indeed numerous, and there is no need for you to concern yourself with my matters. I am merely a person of leisure, and my presence is inconsequential." Song Ziyuan remarked, "Your recent exemption from the children's morning greetings is a testament to your consideration for us. However, we cannot entirely neglect our visits. Today presents a rare opportunity, and Gu Shi, with her filial piety, wishes to pay her respects, for one must witness your well-being to find solace." As soon as the words left her lips, she covered her mouth in shock, casting a bewildered glance at the couple opposite her. Good heavens, hallelujah! This was not her intent. She had not meant to utter such a thing. It was the will of the original owner that had manifested in this peculiar manner. Song Ziyuan and Madame Song were momentarily taken aback. They did not comprehend the implications of her words, yet piecing together the context, it seemed clear enough. Was the matriarch urging for procreation? Chapter 27. The master of restoration Song Si's blunt remark regarding procreation caused a sudden stillness in the back courtyard of Chunwei Hall. The maidservants and matrons averted their gazes, pretending not to have heard. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the air felt stifling. Madame Song's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and irritation swelling within her. How could her mother-in-law speak so indiscreetly, to mention such matters in broad daylight, especially in the presence of so many maidservants, and, most importantly, her husband? She lifted her teacup, sipping to mask the embarrassment that enveloped her, yet her peripheral vision caught Song Ziyuan's somber expression, tinged with a hint of regret, stirring a pang of sorrow in her heart. Did she not desire to bear another child? With Su'er having grown so much, she had long wished for another. Yet she found herself unable to conceive. It was her body that betrayed her. As the thought crossed her mind, Madame Song's heart grew increasingly heavy with sorrow. She pressed her lips together, finding the tea in her mouth particularly bitter. Suddenly, the hand resting on her lap felt a warm touch. Startled, she turned her head only to discover that Song's Yuan had quietly taken her hand and gently squeezed it, igniting a warmth within her heart. Song Si, feeling awkward, let out an uncomfortable laugh and remarked, "Well, what a lovely day it is. Just look at how splendid these flowers are." She gestured casually towards a patch of longevity flowers intermingled with others, blooming vibrantly. Among them, one flower stood out, large and a brilliant red, and to her surprise, a bee was riding another bee atop it. Song Si, the onlookers. Truly, this is a spring day perfect for procreation. Song Si felt utterly humiliated. There is no limit to embarrassment, and she was currently the embodiment of it. She glanced awkwardly at Madame Song, whose face was flushed and on the brink of tears, silently pleading for rescue. Just then, the second madam arrived. Song Si's eyes brightened, and she stood up, her gaze fixed eagerly on the entrance. A savior, her great savior. Madame Song felt a sense of relief wash over her upon seeing her sister-in-law, nearly moved to tears. As the second madam approached, she appeared somewhat taken aback. When did she become so popular that everyone stood to greet her? "Sister-in-law, are you here to pay your respects to mother as well?" Madame Song warmly took her hand, feeling as though her arrival was perfectly timed. Noticing the flush on her sister-in-law's face, the straightforward second madam couldn't help but inquire, "Elder sister, why is your face so red?" "It's not particularly hot today. And there's even a breeze." Madame Song chuckled, having had a bit of hot tea. "It is indeed somewhat warm." "Is that so?" Madame Song replied skeptically. "Even the hottest tea shouldn't turn red like this, right? I hope you haven't caught a chill. It's still rather cool with the lingering late spring cold." Madame Song. Song Ziyuan silently lifted his cup, taking a sip, even though the tea was long gone. Song Si wished fervently to rush over and cover her mouth. "No. You Jiang family are actually adept at delivering sharp retorts, aren't you? Jiang, what are you doing here?" Song Si couldn't help but call out to her. Madame Song smiled as she approached and offered a polite bow, saying, "I have come to share good news with mother. To inform her that the carriage of the third sister-in-law has just arrived at the city gate and will be home shortly. Additionally, fourth uncle and Sewer's boat will reach Tongtian Wharf tomorrow." Madame Song nodded, then looked at Song Si, saying, "Mother, our home will soon be bustling with activity. I came to suggest whether we should host a family feast to welcome the third sister-in-law and her family." Chapter 28. Grandmother disapproves of rebellion. The residence of the Song family was once a princess's palace, with a small square in front that was as large as a basketball court, surrounded by the abodes of dignitaries. The five-city military command was frequently patrolling the area, ensuring it was the safest neighborhood, devoid of street vendors or idlers, providing a serene environment. Exiting the square at the eastern end leads to Jinyang Street, one of the most expensive commercial avenues in the capital. If one wishes to purchase rare and exquisite items not found elsewhere, this street is the destination, provided, of course, that one's purse is well filled. That is the family crest of the Song Prime Minister's residence. In other words, this belongs to the family of the right Prime Minister, whose prominence is well recognized, and the Song household is in its zenith of nobility. Who would dare to offend? A corner of the carriage window's curtain was gently lifted, revealing a round little face peering out with curiosity, its dark eyes blinking mischievously. "Zhou Di, sit properly. Peeking about like that is most unbecoming." A crisp voice emanated from within the carriage. Inside, a girl of about 8 or 9 sat upright, her hair styled into 2 small buns adorned with floral hairpins, one of which had a delicate tassel that swayed gently as the carriage moved. One hand held a scroll, while the other rested on her lap, intently gazing at a 6-year-old boy opposite her, who had rosy lips and white teeth. The capital is certainly not comparable to Shanxi. This is the grandest and most prestigious city of Ardacheng, a place favored by the emperor. How could it be compared? "Many of the high officials here rank above our father," she stated earnestly. "I know, but no matter how high their rank, it cannot surpass our uncle's. For he is a prime minister, and all other officials must heed his command," the boy declared, lifting his chin with pride. This child was none other than the offspring of Song Jiqing from the third branch of the Song family, his son and daughter, Song Ruwei and Song Lingzhou. Between them sat a charming yet dignified young woman, appearing no older than 25 or 26, with elegantly arched brows and slightly upturned Danfeng eyes, her hair elegantly styled, her face radiant with a smile as she watched her children. This was Mrs. Liu, the third wife of the Song family. Before setting off, father and mother reminded you that despite your uncle's esteemed position, we must not act with arrogance in public. Otherwise, people will undoubtedly say that the Song family is rude and ignorant of propriety. Madame Liu gazed at her eldest daughter with satisfaction, saying, "Look at your sister. She carries herself with poise, embodying the grace expected of a noble woman." Upon hearing her mother's praise, Song Rui's eyes sparkled with delight. "You all are so fixated on rules. It truly is dull," Song Lingzhou pouted, murmuring, "Not only dull, but exceedingly rigid." Madame Liu frowned. "Zhou, do not be disrespectful, especially in front of your grandmother. You must never be impolite, understand?" With wide eyes, Song Lingzhou replied, "Why? Grandmother is not a monster. Do you think if I were rude, she would devour me?" Chapter 29. The esteemed residents under Madame Liu's somewhat ambiguous guidance. The two children conjured an image of Song Ci in their minds, stern, humorless, unyielding, and unapproachable. Indeed, she resembled an ancient sorceress. The carriage gradually came to a halt at the side entrance of the residence. With the assistance of the servants, Madame Liu alighted from the carriage and turned her gaze towards the imposing stone lions flanking the main entrance. She pressed her lips together, aware that she was not entitled to enter through the front. The main entrance remained closed except for visits from the emperor or esteemed members of the royal family. The Song family had not divided, and in this third generation, the siblings were arranged according to gender. Song Rui ranked third, while Song Lingzhou was fourth. Madame Liu raised her hand slightly, smiling as she said, "Madame Liang, you are too courteous. Please wait for me here. It has been many years since we last met." "This is the duty of an old servant," Liang Mama said. "After such a long and arduous journey, hurry inside. The matriarch and the madam are waiting for you. Your courtyard has been tidied up early, and your luggage will be taken care of." "Thank you for your trouble, elder sister," Lu Shi replied, her face reflecting gratitude. Liang Mama beamed and personally guided the two young ladies and the young masters inside. Upon entering, they found several palanquins waiting. Liang Mama assisted Lu Shi into the first one and helped the two young masters into another, while she herself remained close at hand. Song Lingzhou, playfully sticking out his tongue, whispered to the composed Song Rui, "How vast is this estate that we must ride in a carriage?" Song Rui, feeling a bit embarrassed, shot him a glare, as if he were a rustic. Liang Mama, with keen ears, smiled and explained, "The newly granted estate of this young family is quite expansive. If one were to walk to the second gate, it would take at least half an hour. Thus, we have prepared the small carriages to save your strength, and also to spare you from the fatigue of travel." Lu Shi expressed her gratitude once more, saying, "Elder sister, you have been considerate in every regard." Liang Mama's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she signaled for the drivers to set off towards the second gate. Lu Shi remained focused, her heart racing. Yet from the corner of her eye, she discreetly observed the passing servants. Upon seeing their carriage approach, they all stood silently to the side, hands lowered in respectful greeting. The decorum and etiquette leaving no room for fault. This was the household management under the direction of the esteemed Lady Song, a true reflection of her noble birth as the legitimate daughter of a marquis. The mastery of household affairs could be glimpsed even through the servants' adherence to propriety. She was far from ordinary. Rusher pressed her lips together and instinctively pinched the silk handkerchief in her grasp. Behind her, the younger Song Lingzhou gazed at the scenery, feeling overwhelmed by the beauty before his eyes. The mansion was vast and exquisite, teeming with people. Sharing this sentiment was the seemingly mature Song Rui, who, although not as restless as Song Lingzhou, could not resist admiring the sights within the estate. Even the small lacquered carriage they occupied was adorned with glass and embroidered with jewels, its tassels cascading down in a display of opulence and grandeur. Song Rui inhaled lightly, realizing that this was the residence of the Prime Minister, which explained why her mother had gone to such lengths to ensure she learned proper etiquette. She needed to prepare for how to interact with her two elder cousins. In the inner courtyard by the second gate, Madame Song and second Madame Song awaited their arrival. From a distance, they spotted several lacquered carriages approaching and exchanged knowing glances. Second Madame Song smiled softly. "They have arrived. With them, the household will surely be lively again." Rusher noticed the two women as well. Once the carriages came to a halt, she stepped forward with delicate strides, aided by her maidservant, and respectfully curtsied. Her voice trembling with emotion, "Elder sister, second sister, it has been years since we last met. How have you both fared?" Feeling a flush of warmth on her cheeks, Rusher expressed her guilt. "I have been somewhat negligent, indulging in my own comforts over the years while relying on you both to care for our parents-in-law. I truly owe you my deepest apologies. There is a multitude of servants at home to attend to matters. You need not concern yourself with it. It is the third brother's household that requires attention. He cannot be left to manage everything alone without someone to understand his needs and oversee the affairs of the inner quarters, admonished Madame Song. Madame Song turned her gaze towards the two children behind Mrs. Liu and said, "These must be Wei and Zhou, correct? Come here and let your second aunt take a look at you." Mrs. Liu promptly beckoned the two children forward, introducing them to their aunts. Song Ru Wei and Song Ling Zhou obediently performed their greetings, their voices bright and clear. Madame Song observed this with satisfaction, mentally acknowledging that despite the children having spent their time in Shangxi, Mrs. Liu had not faltered in instilling proper etiquette. In the blink of an eye, Wei had grown so much. Madame Song sighed softly. Meanwhile, Madame Song playfully lifted Song Ling Zhou, weighing him in her arms, and remarked, "Zhou is quite sturdy. He has been well cared for." Looking at the spirited Madame Song Song Ling Zhou's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Mother says that my second aunt is skilled in martial arts. Is that true? Can you fight off bandits?" Madame Song chuckled. "I wouldn't say skilled, but I know a bit of self-defense. I could certainly handle one or two bandits." Song Ling Zhou's face lit up with admiration. "Wow, my second aunt is amazing." Madame Song then interjected with a smile, "Let us not linger in conversation here. Your grandmother is waiting. We should head to Chunaway Hall." Mrs. Liu felt a slight tension in her heart as she followed the two women inside, subtly inquiring about the temperament of the matriarch, Madame Song. In Chunaway Hall, Song Xi found herself in a state of melancholy. She realized she could scarcely recall the wife and children of the third son of the Song family. Her memories offered little in terms of shared moments with them. She propped her chin on her hand, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Noticing her distress, Granny Gong quietly inquired, "Madam, are you feeling fatigued?" Song Xi shook her head, pondering for a moment before asking, "Granny Gong, may I trust you?" The palace matron paused for a moment, then smiled, saying, "The foundation of my livelihood rests entirely upon the esteemed matriarch." This implied her unwavering trust. Song Xi mused to herself, indeed, within this household, her authority reigned supreme. Being a first-class confidant beside the venerable ancestor, her prestige was undoubtedly unmatched by mere maidservants. Yet, she found herself unable to recall the appearance or temperament of the third daughter-in-law. The palace matron's heart skipped a beat as she asked, "Is it truly that you cannot remember the matriarch at all?" Song Xi replied, "I possess scant memories, as though I have had little to no interaction with her. How could a mere concubine's wife ever challenge the authority of a matriarch of such high standing?" Contemplating this, Song Xi sensed that her former self might have harbored some grievances towards this daughter-in-law. Chapter 31. Maintain dignity and authority. The palace matron reminded Song Xi that her status was that of the matriarch, a first-class noblewoman, who could command respect throughout the estate. In truth, even without such a title, as long as she held the position of mother-in-law, no daughter-in-law could surpass her, unless the latter were of royal lineage. Otherwise, the weight of filial piety alone would suffice to assert her authority. With her mind set at ease, Song Xi resolved to uphold the dignity befitting her role as a mother-in-law. Having come to this realization, she sat gracefully in the grand chair, awaiting the arrival of her daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Soon, a maidservant announced that the esteemed Lady Song and her children had arrived. Upon her command, the curtain was drawn back, allowing them to enter. Lu knelt, and her two children, recognizing the propriety, followed suit, albeit with a palpable sense of trepidation. Song Xi widened her eyes. During her stay over these past few days, she had often witnessed servants paying their respects, yet none had performed such a grand gesture as Lu Shi, who had prostrated herself completely on the ground. The woman on the floor was adorned in a silver-red skirt, complemented by a plain purple half-sleeve coat. Her hair was elegantly gathered high, adorned with two golden hairpins and a ruby tassel that swayed gracefully, exuding an air of dignified beauty. The ancients certainly knew how to embellish themselves. Whether it was Lu Shi or the other two daughters-in-law, they all dressed impeccably, befitting their status and temperament. Song Xi, preoccupied with the attire, forgot to offer her greetings, leaving Lu Shi in a state of anxiety, almost pressing her face to the ground. Madame Song and second Madame Song exchanged glances, communicating silently. Second Madame Song remarked, "What a formidable matriarch, as unyielding as stone." Madame Song responded. It was the palace maid who gently nudged Song Xi, suggesting, "Madam, that should suffice." Lu Shi spoke, "Though the daughter-in-law may not be cherished, A mother should be magnanimous and considerate towards her daughter-in-law. I dare not presume upon my motheress affection. If it brings displeasure to her, I would kneel until my legs were broken without uttering a word. The palace maid and others were taken aback. What kind of words were these? Was Lu Shi attempting to cast the matriarch in a negative light, insinuating that she mistreated her daughters-in-law? Madame Song felt a twinge of discomfort. Everyone in the household seemed eager to pamper Song Si, fearful of her discontent, and here was Lu Shi adding to the elderess' woes. Just as she was about to speak, Song Si interjected, "You are still quite young. Your bones are not fragile. It is impossible for you to break your legs from kneeling." Lu Shi was left astonished, staring at Song Si in disbelief. Seeing her expression, Song Si innocently remarked, "Is it possible that I misspoke? It is women of our advanced age who are more prone to leg fractures. With age comes brittle bones and the propensity for osteophyte formation. Not to mention, one can hardly kneel without the risk of a crack, or even ascend a flight of stairs without the ominous sound of pop, so easily does one break. No, you are not mistaken. You are entirely correct. Your earnest demeanor has convinced us all. However, what does osteophyte formation entail?" Chapter 32. The ancestor is not fearsome. The initial encounter was somewhat awkward. Yet, Song Si thought to herself that as long as she did not feel uncomfortable, the embarrassment lay with others. Just look at that third daughter-in-law. Her face is a portrait of awkwardness, is it not? Song Si had no intention of putting her in a difficult position. Instead, she turned her attention to the two children, smiling as she asked, "What are your names, and how old are you?" Madame Lu swiftly signaled to the two. Song Ruwei stepped forward confidently, kneeling in a grand gesture. "I am Song Ruwei, 8 years old this year, paying my respects to grandmother. Wishing you auspiciousness." Song Lingzhou mimicked his sister's bow. "I am Song Lingzhou, 6 years old this year, paying my respects to grandmother. Good day to you." Song Si beamed and beckoned the two closer. Without hesitation, Song Ruwei took her brother's hand and stepped forward. Song Si observed them closely. They were likely the youngest masters in the household, exquisitely beautiful, like finely crafted jade. The boy, plump and round, resembled a small white bun. "How is it that you have become such a little chub? Could it be that the noodles of Shangxi have made you plump? Or perhaps it is the beef and milk?" Song Lingzhou, with wide eyes, exclaimed, "How does the ancestor know that I eat this every day? Is it not renowned in Shangxi? As for how I know, it is naturally through hearsay," Song Si remarked with a smile. Observing her kind demeanor, which was utterly devoid of the imagined sternness, Song Lingzhou relaxed somewhat and cheerfully declared, "That ancestor is truly remarkable. I drink milk and eat pastries daily. My father always says boys should be well fed, so I also consume beef, baked cakes, and oil cakes." Song Si, watching him count on his chubby little fingers, felt a pang of envy and said, "With such delectable treats, it is no wonder you have become a little chubby." Puffing out his small chest, Song Lingzhou replied, "Ancestor, this is not called being fat. I am merely a bit sturdy. When I grow taller, I will surely slim down." Song Si could not help but chuckle at his earnestness, responding, "Indeed, it is true that our ancestor is not articulate. Our Zhouer will undoubtedly grow up to be a tall, wealthy, and handsome gentleman." Song Lingzhou, puzzled, inquired, "Grandmother, what does tall, wealthy, and handsome mean?" "It refers to someone who is tall, affluent, and attractive." Feeling somewhat bashful, Song Lingzhou shyly replied, "It may not necessarily come to pass, but I will certainly strive to grow, and I will ensure not to disappoint my grandmother." The assembly erupted in laughter. Lady Song chuckled, assuring, "Mother, rest assured. It is all possible." Song Si nodded and instructed the palace maid to fetch the prepared gifts for the children. She presented a red gem necklace to Song Ruwei and a longevity charm adorned with a white jade pendant to Song Lingzhou, both items being exceedingly precious. Observing this, Madame Lu felt a wave of relief. It appeared that the matriarch indeed cherished the two children, particularly Zhouer. Lu Shi was somewhat taken aback and offered her respects to Song Si, expressing gratitude for her mother-in-law's concern. However, Song Si, weary of such formalities, urged them to disperse. In Chapter 33, titled All Are Intelligent Individuals, Madame Song led Lu Shi and her children to the elegant Meijun garden. Lu Shi gazed upon the spacious courtyard, meticulously arranged for comfort and aesthetic appeal, with a dozen or so winter-sweet trees planted in the back, showcasing the thoughtfulness that had gone into its design. The astute and generous mistress understood the balance between attentiveness and relaxation. She knew how to manage the servants without making them feel overly scrutinized. It is clear that Lu Shi possessed a keen intellect and a charming manner of speech that was pleasing to the ear. It is essential to recognize that loyalty often comes from those who are personally selected and trained, rather than from outsiders whose intentions remain unknown. Nevertheless, Lu Shi was untroubled by the prospect of Song Ci assisting her in selecting staff, confident that there was no risk of espionage. Madame Song felt reassured and said with a smile, "Naturally, children born into noble families are often stronger. I shall have Mama Liang bring them over for you to choose from." Lu Shi expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. Upon hearing this, Song Ruwei felt a surge of joy and respectfully thanked her aunt, acknowledging the effort she had extended. With Song Ji-yuan as the family's pillar of strength and a far-reaching vision, and Madame Song herself hailing from a marquis household with an expansive outlook, they did not share the common misconception that daughters were of little value. In truth, a well-educated daughter could serve as a significant asset to the family. Although the Song family boasts 4 brothers in the second generation, only 3 have taken wives and none have taken concubines, resulting in a rather modest number of descendants. Altogether, the offspring from the 3rd generation, both male and female, amount to a mere 7. Consequently, the young ladies are regarded as exceptionally precious and are afforded great attention to their upbringing. The residence is vast, with dozens of independent courtyards, ensuring ample space. The young ladies are encouraged to inhabit their own quarters early on, fostering their independence, a fact that has garnered much admiration. Chapter 34. The Lu matron's instruction to her daughters. Madam, the inner chambers have been prepared for your arrival. Would you and the young master and Miss care to rest for a while? The trusted matron, Mama Zhou, approached with a smile. Although the servants had tidied up considerably during Madame Lu's visit with the children to pay respects to Song Ci, the space still appeared somewhat chaotic. And Madame Lu was indeed fatigued. Nodding in agreement, she led the 2 children into the inner chambers. As the matriarch had mentioned, her main quarters awaited her personal arrangement. So only the furniture was placed, crafted entirely from fine pear wood. Even the screen was made of this exquisite material. It was not ostentatious, but certainly not commonplace either. After a cursory glance, Madame Lu instructed Mama Zhou, "Please ensure that the young master and Mrs. adjoining rooms are tidied first. There is no need to unpack the young Mrs. trunk extensively. In a few days, she will select her own courtyard to move into, which will save us the trouble of repacking. Just a few garments will suffice. Indeed, those tasks are light work. You may assign them to Ru Yi and the others. First, gather the gifts prepared for the family, so they may be presented to the matriarch and sisters-in-law tomorrow," Madame Lu directed. Mama Zhou nodded. Madame's instructions are duly noted. Having imparted a few more instructions, Madame Lu dismissed the maidservant, then settled herself with her 2 children on a divan near the window, reclining against the soft cushions as she emitted a protracted sigh. A maidservant delivered tea and then silently withdrew. Song Ruwei personally presented the tea to her mother, poured a cup for her younger brother, and seated herself demurely at the edge of the divan. Madame Lu remarked, "There's no need for you to fuss. Rest yourself." The journey must have been quite exhausting. Song Ruwei offered a gentle smile and replied, "I am not weary." Song Lingzhou sipped his tea and declared, "I'm not tired either. Mother, I wish to explore the courtyard. You are incorrigible, a restless monkey. Where is the gift your grandmother bestowed upon you? Give it to me for safekeeping, lest you damage it," Madame Lu chided affectionately. Song Lingzhou removed the jade-inlaid longevity lock from his neck, presented it to his mother, and added, "Mother, grandmother is quite amiable. Not at all stern." A peculiar expression flickered across Madame Lu's eyes as she chuckled. "Then you must endeavor to be filial to her in the future." "I understand. Mother, I'm off to play." Song Lingzhou dashed out. Once her son had departed, Madame Lu turned her attention to her daughter and inquired, "Since your aunt has permitted you to select your own courtyard, what are your thoughts? When do you intend to make your choice?" "There's no urgency. I shall wait until you are settled, mother, before making my selection." Madame Lu, intending to instruct her, probed, "How do you plan to choose?" Song Ruwei, still young and somewhat naive, simply gazed at her mother. Madame Lu drew her closer and said, "Ruwei, who do you believe is the most esteemed personage within the Prime Minister's residence? The esteemed lineage is indeed rooted in your grandparents. Yet the authority truly resides with your uncles and aunts, to whom you must show respect, including the members of the elder branch." Song Ruwei pressed her lips together as Lu Shi caressed her face, saying, "The legitimate offspring of the elder branch hold a status more distinguished than any other. Although your generation consists solely of you 3 young ladies, Weier, you cannot compare yourself to your 2 cousins." "Mother." Song Ruwei felt somewhat aggrieved. She understood the implication. Although she too was a legitimate child, She was born of a secondary branch, which set her apart from her cousins. Her elder sister had already married, and her second sister was in discussions for a match. With no other girls in the household, it was essential for her to cultivate a close relationship with them for her future well-being. Lu Shi advised, if you wish to choose a courtyard, why not rely on your second sister for suggestions? Where relationships are nurtured through interaction. Chapter 35. The matriarch speaks of filial piety. Song Xiai donned a pale moon-white athletic outfit, as usual, stretching her aging limbs in the courtyard. Were it not for her advanced age, with her bones stiffening and her frail health, she would have engaged in yoga rather than merely practicing Tai Chi. Alas, old bones require caution. Should she exert herself too much, the risk of injury loomed large, leaving her bedridden, a fate far worse than death. Matriarch. The third madam has brought the children to pay their respects, announced Mama Gong, standing with hands clasped, her voice soft. Mama Gong continued, you show such consideration, yet she, as a daughter-in-law, dares not take it seriously. Song Xiai sighed in resignation. Is it any wonder that when one speaks the truth, no one believes it? Yet when one utters falsehoods, they are readily accepted. Is the matriarch present or absent? Let them come in, the matron instructed, casting a glance at the young maid, who promptly withdrew. In a brief moment, Mrs. Lu arrived with her two children. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, she momentarily lost her composure. What was Song Xiai wearing? It resembled little more than undergarments, and she was moving about the courtyard in such attire. What on earth was that movement? Ah, yes. It was said that ever since the matriarch fell ill and subsequently recovered, she had taken to vigorous exercise. Was this truly her form of exercise? It struck Mrs. Lu as peculiar. Observing Song Xi's leisurely yet deft movements, Mrs. Lu hesitated to draw any conclusions and merely bowed in greeting, saying, My daughter-in-law pays her respects to you. Mother. The grandchildren salute their esteemed ancestor. It is the duty of a daughter-in-law to attend to her mother-in-law. This speech made Mrs. Lu's cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she stammered, I beg your pardon, dear wife. Noticing the anxious demeanor of Mrs. Lu, Song Xiai felt an unexpected sense of relief, realizing that as the eldest, she was free from the oppressive weight of a mother-in-law's expectations. How intimidating could she possibly be? She beckoned to the chubby little boy, come here. My little plump darling. Song Lingzhou scampered over, looking up at her. Song Xiai playfully tugged at the little tuft of hair atop his head, smiling as she reassured him. You needn't rise so early to greet your grandmother. A child must have enough sleep to grow tall. You must promise your grandmother that you will become a tall, wealthy, and handsome gentleman, not short in stature. Song Lingzhou replied in his sweet, childish voice, but grandmother, the foremost virtue is filial piety. It is only right for me to greet her morning and evening. Filial piety is not merely a superficial display. It is measured by genuine actions. Can a simple inquiry about well-being truly ensure a grandmother's longevity? Certainly not. Song Xiai gently touched his forehead and remarked, filial piety must stem from heartfelt respect and gratitude. It involves understanding and embracing our elders, refraining from complaints or harsh judgments. Only through tangible actions can one truly embody filial piety. Chapter 36. The unreliable fourth son of the Song family, Lu Shi left Chunhui Hall with trepidation, her heart heavy with unease. She could not shake the feeling that Song Xi's words were directed at her, serving as a subtle admonition. Had Song Xiai been aware of his daughter-in-law's thoughts, he might have been driven to indignation, for some individuals delight in fabricating their own narratives. Unable to comprehend the complexities of Song Xiai in his current state, Lu Shi sought counsel from those who understood him, leading to yet another encounter with Lady Song. Lady Song hesitated for a moment before saying, Lu Yuanzheng has already mentioned that after Mother's recent stroke, her temperament has somewhat altered. We must simply acquiesce to her wishes. Lu Shi furrowed her brow. Lady Song took a sip of tea and cast a sidelong glance at her sister-in-law, adding, Mother tends to forget. She rarely brings up past grievances anymore. Lu Shi felt a lump in her throat, forcing a smile as she raised her cup to mask her discomfort. Lady Song, choosing not to dwell on the matter, smiled and shifted the topic. Mother is considerate. You should take a break as well. Li Changsheng has gone to the dock to bring back the fourth son and the others. They should arrive around the time of the evening feast, which will be held in Chunhui Hall. You can come over with the children then. Lu Shi nodded, smiling. Talk to you on dock. A government vessel gradually came to a halt, drawing near as individuals began to disembark from the deck, all adorned in fine silk garments, indicative of their noble status. The steward, clad in official attire, spotted the two young lords and instinctively rose onto his toes, waving fervently. The two young gentlemen hastened towards him. One appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, while the other, slightly younger, was around 13 or 14. These were none other than Song Jiyu, the beloved fourth master of the Song family, and Song Lingsu, the legitimate eldest son of the current chancellor. Observant individuals recognized the two and hurriedly approached to pay their respects or to discreetly step aside. Song Jiyu, shedding his usual nonchalance and debonair demeanor, inquired with palpable urgency to the steward, Li Changxing, "How's my esteemed mother faring?" Song Lingsu's expression mirrored his cousin's alarm. Both young men wore troubled visages, evidently distressed since receiving the news. Li Changxing reassured them, "Rest assured, fourth master, the matriarch has already awakened. She is now enjoying her meals and sleeping soundly. She is well." Upon hearing this, Song Jiyu's anxious heart finally found solace. He fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Li Changxing and warned, "Is your assertion truthful? Do not let me discover that you are merely soothing my worries with false assurances. Should you deceive me, I shall not let you off easily." Li Changxing exclaimed, "Oh, my dear fourth master, even if you were to grant me 1,000 hearts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, I would never dare to deceive you." At this moment, Song Lingsu interjected, "Fourth uncle, grandmother should indeed be fine. They would not risk using such matters to deceive us." Song Jiyu, slightly irked by his nephew's retort, huffed, "Whose side are you on?" "I am your fourth uncle." Song Lingsu, "You are indeed that unreasonable fourth uncle." Li Changxing hurriedly summoned a horse. With a flick of the whip, the magnificent steed galloped away, with the young servants and guards hastily following suit. Song Lingsu, covered in dust, felt a surge of indignation. He had known all along that this fourth uncle was unreliable, and once again, he found himself abandoned. Chapter 37. The theatrical youngster Song Ci felt an itch in her nose and sneezed several times, dismissing the concerned attentions of her maidservants. "Really, it's just a sneeze. Must you bring out the heavy cloak?" "I'm not cold." She gazed at the thick cloak, both amused and exasperated. Others might feel a chill, but here, it was the maidservants who thought she required warmth. It was nearly May. There was no need to present her with such a heavy garment. "Madam, there is a slight breeze. You mustn't be too cool," Hongju advised. "A breeze doesn't necessitate such thickness." "Are you worried that madam might not be able to fend off a heat rash?" Song Ci retorted. "I merely sensed someone mumbling about me, hence the itch." She rubbed her nose. Hongyu brought forth a light shawl and draped it over her shoulders, chuckling. "That must be the fourth master and the eldest young master speaking of you." Indeed, glancing at the clock, Song Ci noted that the fourth master and his companions would soon arrive. As the palace matron offered her tea, she cast a glance at the swaying clock on the table. Just as Song Ci was about to sip her tea, a sharp wail echoed from the courtyard. Growing ever closer, startled, she spilled some tea. "Mother." In a moment of confusion, Song Ci's vision blurred as a tall youth rushed forward. Wrapping his arms around her legs and looking up at her, he adorned his head with a jeweled crown of purple gold, intricately designed for binding his hair, with 2 strands cascading down from his temples. He wore a vibrant crimson garment embroidered with butterflies, topped with a stone blue jacket of brocade. At his waist, he was secured with a jade belt featuring 2 dragons playing with a pearl, from which hung 2 exquisite purses made of multicolored silk interlaced with pearls. On his feet were small court boots of black satin, albeit slightly muddied. His features were as picturesque as a painting, with long brows that extended into his hairline, lips a deep crimson, and teeth as white as pearls, his complexion resembling a delicate layer of powder in shades of pale pink and white. "Is that you, Bayu?" Song Ci gazed at the youthful visage that resembled a crown jewel, blinking in surprise. "Mother, what troubles you?" "It is I, your dear fourth son." Song Jiyu waved his hand before her eyes, a flicker of anxiety stirring within him. His mother seemed a bit off. "Fourth son," she elongated her words. "It is I, indeed, your beloved child." Song Jiyu knelt a step closer, his gaze filled with affection as he clasped her hand, saying, "Mother, I have heard you have been unwell. Are you feeling any better now? Before I departed, I urged you not to worry too much about me. Look, I have only been gone a short while, and already you are ailing from longing for me?" Before Song Ci could respond, he sprang to his feet, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the palace maids. "How have you been attending to the matriarch? Did I not instruct you to hang my portrait in my mother's chamber so she could see it daily and not dwell on my absence? And yet, here she is, ailing from missing me. What use are you? Forgive us, fourth master." The crowd knelt in submission. Song Ci, "So it seems you are quite the actor." She had uttered not a single word. Chapter 38. The art of reincarnation. Reincarnation, indeed, is an intricate craft. To be born into a favorable circumstance relies heavily on one's destiny. Among the brothers of the second generation of the Song family, none exemplify this art more than the fourth son, Song Jiyu. Unlike his elder brothers, Song Ziyuan and Song Jiqing, who have endured hardships and emerged from trials, the third son, born during the nascent prosperity of the Song family, has experienced a different fate. In contrast, Song Jiyu entered the world during the family's zenith. Truly a child born with a golden key, and as the youngest, his status is evident. From birth, Song Jiyu's destiny was foretold by a revered monk. He was marked for a life of affluence. His fortune, akin to a vase that, though destined to fall upon him, is diverted by a gust of wind, embodies a peculiar kind of luck. However, he lacks the fortune of an official career, and thus, he remains merely a child student who has passed the preliminary examinations, having failed to achieve the status of a scholar on 2 occasions. Currently, he studies at Qingyang Academy. Yet, no one perceives this as a shortcoming. For Song Jiyu, attaining the rank of scholar or even the higher title of Jiren would merely be embellishments to an already gilded life. He possesses the innate characteristics of a leisurely aristocrat, having been born into a fortunate situation, and thus, he need not strive for a promising future to enjoy a life of wealth, even if he were inclined to compete. The illustrious standing of the Song family does not necessitate his efforts. After all, the family boasts 2 successful scholars, with the eldest serving as a high-ranking official and a half-brother holding a 5th-rank position. The Song family flourishes, requiring no further validation from society. Consequently, under the intentional yet unintentional guidance of the Song household, Song Jiyu has been raised in luxury from an early age. While his academic pursuits may be lacking, he excels in more physical endeavors, standing out as the champion in brawling, tree climbing, and cricket fighting, establishing himself as a notable figure among the elite youth of the capital. However, the Song family pays little heed to such frivolities, for they are commonplace among many noble families and are, in fact, a source of reassurance for the emperor. After all, it would be quite audacious for one family to dominate and gain renown throughout the realm, as if they sought to overturn the established order. Furthermore, while Song Jiyu may embody the traits of a tyrant, he abides by certain moral boundaries. He refrains from heinous acts such as pillaging, for he is under the vigilant watch of an elder brother whose ferocity surpasses even that of a tiger. Under the influence of his family's teachings, Song Jiyu has come to comprehend his standing, living life with a carefree spirit, as if the heavens would shield him from misfortune, cultivating a disposition that is both optimistic and endearing, which endears him to all. Moreover, the 4th master of the Song family possesses an appealing countenance. Just one smile from him, with his enchanting eyes, could render a young girl blushing. Observing her grandson, who was grinning like a blooming flower, Song Xiai mused that the combination of his physique with that of the chubby old man was quite commendable, at the very least. Both the elder and the younger were pleasing to the eye. She handed him a cup of tea, saying, "What fault do I have to find with you? The issue lies in your incessant chatter, leaving me no opportunity to interject. Do refrain from speaking further. I find myself parched on your behalf. Quickly, take a sip to soothe your throat." She then instructed Mama Gong, have someone attend to the 4th master for his bath, and prepare a medicinal sachet for him to soak in to alleviate his fatigue. As Song Xiai looked on, a handsome young master entered, hastening to kneel before her, exclaiming, "Grandmother, I seek your forgiveness. I, Su-er, have arrived late. My goodness, yet another beautiful youth." Song Xiai contemplated that her several grandsons could form a band and embark on their own journey to fame. Chapter 39. 4th Uncle, Narcissism is an ailment that requires treatment. Song Jiyu and his uncle Song Lingsu were ushered out of Chunwei Hall. Upon witnessing his grandmother in good health, Song Lingsu felt a wave of relief wash over him, his steps becoming considerably lighter. However, he couldn't help but notice the sorrowful expression etched upon his 4th uncle's face, which stirred an unsettling anxiety within him. 4th Uncle, what troubles you? Isn't grandmother well? Why do you wear a countenance akin to one mourning a lost mother? Ah, pish-posh. Song Jiyu cast a languid glance at him. After my mother fell ill, she ceased to dote upon me. Song Lingsu was taken aback. Was he imagining things? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. 4th Uncle, you are 16, not 6. Must you cling to your mother like a child? Furthermore, was he truly convinced that grandmother wasn't daily scolding him, but instead cradling him and calling him darling? Song Jiyu remained silent, and Song Lingsu chose not to press further, turning away to leave. Suddenly, a loud clap echoed from behind him, prompting him to turn around. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he quickened his pace. His fourth uncle's self-absorbed tendencies were growing increasingly severe. It was a condition that needed remedying. Upon arriving at the main courtyard to pay his respects to Madame Song, he was unsurprisingly enveloped in affectionate inquiries about his well-being. Her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she spoke. "Mother, I must first attend to my ablutions. There's no need to rush. A little chicken soup will not go amiss. The bath has long been prepared, infused with medicinal herbs. Peony, please bring the soup for the young master." "Yes, madam." Song Lingsu looked towards the housekeeper with a plea in his eyes. Madame Song hesitated, glancing at her only son. Song Lingsu, in turn, implored, "Mother, during the family banquet, would it be permissible for me to indulge in a few extra bowls of soup?" Chapter 40. The old man must not be indulged as dusk descended. The members of the Song family gradually entered the spring radiance hall. Song Si sat majestically in the grand chair, observing her sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren bowing in unison to pay their respects. To be candid, it was somewhat exhilarating, particularly witnessing the esteemed prime minister of the nation bowing before her. "No need for such formalities. Please, take your seats." Song Si gestured with a smile, indicating for them to sit. Once everyone was settled, the maidservants presented tea and respectfully retreated to stand quietly at the back. "Little Chubby, have you met your eldest uncle, fourth uncle, and your elder brother yet?" Song Si beckoned to the plump boy, pointing at her youngest son and Song Lingsu. Song Jiu cast a sidelong glance at the boy, snorting lightly through his nostrils, his delicate chin raised with an air of arrogance. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of mutton fat jade from his waist, cradling it in both hands as he presented it to Song Si. Upon receiving it and glancing at it, Song Si smiled and said, "Your uncle always gives the finest treasures. You must take great care of it and not misplace it." Hearing this, Song Ziyuan chuckled. "No matter how exquisite my possessions, they cannot compare to what is given here by mother." "Indeed, they are all offerings from you," Song Si replied, returning the jade pendant to the chubby boy, teasing him. "What has your fourth uncle bestowed upon you?" Song Lingzhou glanced at Song Jiu and shook his head. "Nothing." Song Si immediately turned her attention to her youngest son. "Fourth Liang, this is where you have erred. It is your first encounter with your little nephew, yet you have not even prepared a token of greeting? So, you are indeed a rather stingy fourth uncle." The others suppressed their laughter, finding this to be the true demeanor expected of a fourth uncle. With a beaming smile, Song Si looked at Song Lingzhou and said, "You should thank your fourth uncle." Song Lingzhou clasped his hands together and offered. "Zhouer expresses gratitude for the gifts from fourth uncle." In a moment unseen by Song Si, Song Jiu made a face at him, confirming that it was indeed this little chubby one who had captured his mother's affection. At this juncture, Lu Cher remarked with a smile, "I have also prepared the meeting gifts for Si Lang and Su Wei well in advance, and they have already been sent to your courtyard." Song Jiu rose and respectfully bowed to Lu Cher, saying, "Thank you, third sister-in-law." The crowd chuckled in gratitude. Song Jiuan observed the harmonious scene, stroking his beard with a broad smile. If the family could maintain such unity, how could they fear for the prosperity of their lineage? The world may see the Song family at the pinnacle of power, adorned in splendor, yet he understood that they still lacked the profound heritage of true noble families. After all, they were an emerging aristocracy, hailing from humble beginnings, with little to boast of. To elevate the Song family to the stature of those illustrious clans, they had a long journey ahead, and the foremost requirement was for the younger generation to achieve success and remain united. A harmonious family fosters all prosperity. This is an eternal truth. Revitalizing the family is a weighty responsibility. "Madam, we may now take our seats." "But the old master has yet to arrive. What do you think?" asked Mama Gong in a hushed tone. "As usual, indulging the old man? Not a chance." Song Si replied, dismissing the need to wait for the old master. This caused Song de Furen to gasp, glancing at Song Jiyuan, pondering what to do. How much credence can one place in your father's words? He may agree now, yet who knows if he will change his mind in the next moment. It seems that Peony and the little bird hold more importance than dining with us. Song Si laughed heartily. The conclusion was clear. Peony and the bird were indeed more significant than the old wife, and he merrily departed with his beloved Peony. Song Si was not truly the wife of the elder, and thus she was not accustomed to indulging him. Moreover, in his absence, she felt more at ease. Furthermore, how long must they wait? The adults may not be hungry, but the children certainly were. Song Si glanced at the younger ones. "Grandmother, I'm not hungry. I had some snacks to tide me over," said Song Lingzhou, holding up a piece of snowflake pastry. Song Si shot him a disapproving look. "But grandmother is hungry. No matter how delicious the snacks are, they cannot compare to roasted chicken." Grandmother specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare roasted chicken and braised beef. The beef has been marinated with spices, simmered for an entire day until it is tender and succulent, perfect for soaking up with rice. One could easily consume 2 large bowls. And the roasted chicken, with its crispy skin and tantalizing aroma. The others swallowed hard, their stomachs grumbling in response. The mere description, coupled with the mealtime, ignited their appetites. Song Lingzhou quietly set down the pastry. Its allure had diminished, and he preferred to save room for the beef and roasted chicken. Satisfied, Song Xiai observed everyone closing their mouths. With the support of the palace maid, she stood up and declared, "Let us proceed to the dining hall." In Song Xi's understanding, a family banquet represented the gathering of loved ones around a table for a reunion meal. However, as an actress, she seldom had the opportunity to dine with her family, as she was often preoccupied with work commitments or filming and promotional activities. It was only upon her insistence that they were able to sit together, initially. The seating was segregated by gender. Song Xiai argued that there were not many serious members in the family. Only about 10 individuals could comfortably fit at one table, facilitating conversation. As the matriarch, she had the final say, and indeed, the number was manageable, prompting a rearrangement to a long table where they could all sit together. The maids entered in succession, carrying silver trays and cloths to attend to the masters and mistresses, helping them clean their hands and faces. Madame Song rose with her 2 sisters-in-law, intent on personally attending to Song Xiai, but she was gently declined. It was merely a family banquet. There was no need to adhere to rigid formalities, and everyone should feel at ease. Madame Song turned her gaze to Song Ziyuan, who smiled and said, "Let us heed our mother." The group settled back down, engaging in hushed conversations while remaining attentive to Song Xiai, ready to respond to her requests. The younger ones formed their own little circle, with Song Lingzhou quickly bonding with several cousins, including the relatively young 4th uncle. Meanwhile, Song Ruwei had already initiated a conversation with Song Rookie under the pretext of inquiring about selecting a courtyard, and in a short span of time, they had grown quite friendly, especially since they were the only 2 young ladies in the family. The elder master arrived. Chapter 42. Joyous Tidings for Old Master Song. As the elder master entered, all except Song Xiai stood, their eyes fixed on the doorway. Upon seeing Old Master Song, clad in a deep crimson robe, they collectively offered their respects. Old Master Song surveyed the room, raising a hand in dismissal. "No need for such formalities. Please rise." Everyone straightened. Song Ziyuan approached, assisting Old Master Song to Song Xi's side, chuckling, "Father always arrives just in time." Song Xiai cast a sidelong glance at Old Master Song, remarking, "I thought some people were so enthralled they might forget to return. My sincerest apologies for not waiting for you." Old Master Song's plump face darkened slightly as he surveyed the assembled guests, realizing they had indeed not waited for him and were on the verge of dining. How outrageous it was that a family banquet could proceed without the head of the household. Old Master Song cast a glance at Song Xiai, poised to unleash his ire, yet found himself inexplicably uneasy under Song Xi's enigmatic smile. He averted his gaze, clearing his throat to say, "I merely delayed on the road for a while. As long as I have arrived, that suffices. Please, take your seats." As he settled down, he noticed a pair of children standing at the back, momentarily taken aback. Were these the 2 offspring of the 3rd branch? Madame Lu promptly ushered her children forward, performing their greetings anew. Song Ruwei's younger siblings immediately knelt on the ground, bowing deeply in reverence. Old Master Song summoned Song Lingzhou to the forefront, casually removing a jade pendant from his waist to present to him, and bestowed another upon Song Ruwei before scrutinizing this little grandson. Song Lingzhou was similarly plump and fair, with round eyes wide open, and he regarded his grandfather with a composed demeanor, neither anxious nor timid. Song Xiai cast a glance at the 2 chubby children, recognizing their familial bond without doubt. Old Master Song, observing his grandson, felt a fleeting flicker of surprise in his eyes, and with a grin, inquired, "What is your name, dear boy?" This child exuded an abundance of vitality, well nurtured indeed. "Madame Lu, you have done well," Old Master Song complimented her. Madame Lu, somewhat flustered, quickly bent her knee in deference, gently replying, "This daughter-in-law does not presume to take credit. It is merely my duty." A glimmer of something inscrutable flickered in Madame Lu's gaze. Unbeknownst to her, Song Xiai was focused solely on the palace matron, instructing, "Please serve the meal." "Yes, my lady," came the response. The maids and servants filed in, each carrying an array of exquisite dishes, swiftly setting a grand table. Beside each person stood a maid, holding a handkerchief and chopsticks, serving dishes to their masters. The dining table was enveloped in silence, with only the soft clinking of chopsticks against bowls breaking the stillness. Except for the venerable old master Song, who slurped his soup loudly, the others had grown accustomed to savoring their meals at a leisurely pace. Observing the old master's boisterous demeanor, Song Sia couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room, startling everyone into looking up. Song Si's soup spoon trembled as she turned to the old master, who had abruptly slammed his chopsticks down. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "Why frighten everyone when we're enjoying our meal? You've made me spill my soup." The old master wiped his mouth with a cloth and chuckled. "Now that we are all gathered, I have joyous news to share." Joyous news? A flicker of concern crossed Song Dafu's brow as she exchanged glances with Song Ziyuan, silently fearing that it might be what she dreaded. Instinctively, she glanced at her mother-in-law, quietly setting down her chopsticks in preparation for whatever was to come. Song Ziyu, known for his unfiltered remarks, blurted out, "Father, the joyous news you speak of, could it possibly be that you have fathered a younger brother or sister outside and wish to acknowledge them?" Chapter 43, Considering a Concubine. "Are you still up for it?" Song Ziyu's words rendered the room momentarily speechless. "Fourth brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" Song Ziyuan frowned, casting a disapproving glare at his younger sibling. Song Ziyu shrank back, muttering, "What other good news could there be? Are you planning to take a concubine again? If so, truly, you are remarkably vigorous for your age." His latter remarks elicited a few blushes from the women present. "Indeed," the old master declared with a clap of his hands, "I intend to take a concubine." The air suddenly grew heavy with silence. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Song Ziyang, standing beside the venerable Song Laote. "What does it mean to take a concubine?" Song Lingzhou, in his foolish boldness, posed the question to his own mother. Lu Shi swiftly covered his mouth, casting an awkward glance at the elderly patriarch, her heart brimming with embarrassment and annoyance. The same sentiments were echoed by Madame Song and Madame Song Heir. "If you wish to take a concubine, so be it, but to do so in front of your daughters-in-law and children is quite excessive." Song Xia, equally vexed, thought to herself, "This shameless old man, what is this talk of taking a concubine? Is one alluring maid not enough? Must he pursue another? Undoubtedly that little vixen named Peony or Osmanthus." Immediately, Madame Song exchanged a glance with Mama Fong, who then ushered the children out of the room, accompanied by the maids. Once the children departed, only the adults remained, and it was then that Song Xia turned her gaze towards Song Laote, her smile devoid of warmth. "So you wish to take a concubine? How audacious." Meeting her gaze, Song Laote felt a twinge of guilt. Yet with thoughts of his beloved Peony, he raised his chin and declared, "Indeed, it is Peony I wish to take as my second wife. You shall make the arrangements. There is no need for a grand gathering. Just invite the in-laws to bear witness and recognize her." Song Kuan, "What gives you the right to presume I would consent to your taking a second wife?" Song Si seized a pair of chopsticks and flung them towards him. Rising in indignation, "Is it merely because of your bloated pride? You speak as if it is a foregone conclusion. Where do you draw your confidence? Dare you utter such words before the ancestral tablets of your parents? If it does not rouse them from their graves, I shall concede defeat. To fracture a once harmonious family is sheer folly. I merely wish to take a second wife. What is so wrong with that? You are simply being jealous. What is it to me if I am consumed by jealousy? You may leave me if you wish. I dare you to try." Song Si coldly chuckled. Who was it that insisted I should not perish, claiming that it would be a hardship for Delang to become a magistrate? Yet now, at this very moment, you slap your own face with such disregard. You desire to take a second wife and even wish to invite relatives to witness the occasion? Oh, how utterly shameless you are, a gluttonous fool, and yet I find your lack of shame far more distasteful. Song Ziyuan rested his hands upon his thighs, his expression remaining gentle and composed, though a chill lingered in his gaze. "Madame Peony, you possess such audacity to persuade father into taking you as a second wife." Old Master Song felt a twinge of guilt and could not meet his eldest son's eyes, mumbling, "It is merely a concubine." "Is a legitimate second wife merely an ordinary concubine? And you wish to take a little mistress as well? Are you sure your old back can withstand it?" Song Si nearly choked in disbelief, turning to Mama Gong. "Go fetch that Peony for me. I must see how she has bewitched this foolish old man. Or is she merely a spy sent to disturb the tranquility of the Song household, to make a mockery of us? She wishes for Delang and the others to call her little mistress. Ha! She thinks herself worthy." Mama Gong promptly complied. Old Master Song sighed, cautioning, "She is just outside. Do not frighten her. The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing the absurdity of defending another woman before his own wife. Was he courting death? Chapter 44. Who dares to shatter her aspirations? As for old Master Song's defense of another woman in her presence, Song Si felt little in response. After all, she harbored no feelings for this man whatsoever. However, if the other party wishes to introduce a second wife, that would be utterly unacceptable. It would blatantly disrupt the harmony of the household. Song Si understood that within affluent families, disputes are rampant, primarily due to the multitude of voices and interests at play. The so-called masters, driven by self-serving motives, inevitably stir up conflicts in their pursuit of personal gain. Drawing from her memories and the subtle inquiries she had made with the palace matron, she was aware that the Song family was among the few tranquil households in the capital, devoid of the chaotic troubles that often plague others. This tranquility was not a result of the Song family's humble origins as newly risen gentry, but rather due to their smaller number of inhabitants. At present, while the Song family did have concubines, they were solely the two of the late Song patriarch, who bore no children and merely served as entertainment. They could be easily sent away to marry and thus posed no significant threat. Among the second generation of the Song family, the three married members had not taken any concubines, ensuring that all their offspring were legitimate heirs. Consequently, the entire household could be counted on two hands, resulting in a serene environment. However, should a legitimate concubine be introduced, one who could be formally recorded in the family genealogy and was bound by a written contract against being sold, such a cunning individual could easily overshadow the legitimate heirs and even usurp their position. Song Si did not consider herself adept in domestic rivalries. She had no desire to engage in such struggles at her age. The thought of expending her energy in incessant scheming was hardly appealing. Was she eager to hasten her own demise? If she were to engage in daily intrigues and suspicions, given her frail constitution, it was uncertain whether she could endure. Therefore, she must secure her peaceful existence. A life as it was now, tranquil, affluent, and content, was indeed quite satisfactory. Old Master Song, this scoundrel, seeks to disrupt her tranquility, but that is out of the question. Whoever extinguishes her dream of becoming a salted fish shall meet their end like Thanos. Furthermore, having occupied the original owner's body, she bears a modicum of responsibility to safeguard her son's belongings. With this thought, Song Si couldn't help but shoot a fierce glare at the rotund old man. Let me tell you, you decrepit old fool, as long as I draw breath, you shall not take any concubines. This Song family belongs to my sons, and I will not allow a single portion to be relinquished. If you wish to embarrass the children, I shall not comply. For I am determined to shield my eldest from ridicule. And as for my fourth son, he is yet to marry. If a young lady hears of another concubine to tend to, she will surely shake her head. I shall not permit it. Song Jiyu, with a glint in his eye, interjected, Father, you may take a concubine if you wish, but do not father any more children. I shall treat fourth brother as the youngest. And if another heart comes along, he will not be pleased. If a child is born, in the future, Swayer and the others would have to address some little imp as uncle or aunt. Haha, oh dear. Song Jiyu cradled his head and looked at his father with a plaintive expression. Look at you. I merely speak a few words, and you throw buns at me. If you were to have another child, my position in this family would be utterly diminished. I refuse to accept that. The others, foolishness is indeed hereditary. Chapter 45. Quick to speak, Wudan felt a twinge of anxiety, frequently glancing towards the main room, uncertain if her wishes would come to fruition. Just as her apprehension peaked, several maidservants approached, and upon recognizing the orderly-haired matron at the forefront, her heart raced. Madam Peony? The palace maid stood before her. Speaking in a gentle tone, the matriarch requests your presence. Wudan swallowed hard. I will attend to Lady Peony in the flower hall. The palace maid stepped back slightly, casting a glance at the two robust servant women. Wudan's pupils constricted as she walked towards the flower hall, flanked by the two attendants. Old Master Song felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Song Si would openly challenge him in front of his daughter-in-law. This old woman showed no regard for his dignity. You have much to say about taking a concubine, yet you've done it before, he grumbled darkly. Song Si chuckled. Indeed, I have not refrained from taking concubines. There are still two lovely ladies in the household, and further back, there was one who bore you a pair of offspring. Therefore, I suppose this does not truly constitute a case of jealousy, does it? Old Master Song was momentarily taken aback, his smile fading slightly as he pressed his lips together. Lu Shi's heart raced, and she instinctively glanced at Song Si, who regarded her father-in-law with an expression devoid of emotion, as if she were discussing someone else's affairs. calm and indifferent. Song Ji Yuan's gaze deepened as he took a sip of tea, his fingers silently tapping on the cup. Song Si, however, was somewhat astonished. Was it just her? Or did the old man's gaze carry a different meaning? It felt as if she had struck a nerve. The palace maid entered, softly announcing, "Matriarch. The person has arrived." Song Si straightened her posture, looking towards the newcomer and then at old Master Song. Wudin felt increasingly anxious upon seeing the faces in the room, especially as she caught the penetrating gaze of Song Xiangyi. Her face turned pale, and she trembled involuntarily. How terrifying. It seemed she had underestimated the situation. Bowing before the matriarch and the elder, Wudin trembled as she prostrated herself on the ground. "Rise," commanded Elder Song, observing her quivering and somewhat alarmed demeanor, feeling a twinge of compassion, particularly at the thought of her delicate fragrance and soft jade-like presence. He contemplated rising to assist her but halted, glancing at his elderly wife before resuming his seat. Song Si regarded the kneeling Wudin and felt no disapproval of the young woman's desire to entice an older man. She merely sought a life of luxury and prosperity. Such aspirations were not uncommon, especially in the entertainment industry. However, in her household, such ambitions were unacceptable. The Song family could easily support 100 wudong, provided she remained compliant and harbored no ulterior motives. Song Ji Yuan and the others were momentarily taken aback but soon comprehended Song Si's intention to afford the elder a modicum of dignity and thus excused themselves with a bow. Wu Dan, still on her knees, grew increasingly anxious and instinctively raised her gaze to Elder Song, her eyes filled with unspoken grievances. "Do not look at him. In this household, he does not hold the reins," she thought. "Regarding the matter of taking a concubine, without the approval of the rightful wife, he cannot bring anyone into the fold. Even if he were to do so, should I refuse the tea offered in respect, she would not be acknowledged as a true concubine. A concubine lacking the matriarch's endorsement cannot hold her head high anywhere." Wu Dan felt a surge of frustration. "Matriarch, I am already the elder's chosen one." Song Si nearly spat her tea in shock, casting a frosty glare at the plump elder beside her. "Ah, how swiftly you have taken to this," she thought, realizing that his boldness in seeking a second household might indeed stem from whispered encouragement in the privacy of their chamber. Elder Song, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, sensing that his wife seemed to have an uncanny ability to perceive the depths of one's heart. Chapter 46. No corner unmovable. Song Si drained 2 cups of tea before turning her gaze towards the visibly anxious Wu Dan, who knelt on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, the initial stubbornness she had shown was noticeably absent. "Wu, should you choose to accompany this old man of mine, it is not out of the question. The Song family is prosperous. You would want for nothing in terms of food and clothing, yet beyond that, there will be nothing more." Wu Dan was taken aback. "What do you mean? It is impossible for you to persuade this old man to take you as a secondary wife. I shall not permit it." Song Si fixed her gaze upon her. "If you desire wealth and luxury, you may only be his concubine, akin to the 2 ladies of the Red Sleeve Pavilion. The notion of being a favored mistress is out of the question." Wu Dan's eyes widened in disbelief. She took a few steps forward on her knees and replied, "Madam, I come from a respectable family, a lineage of proper scholars and farmers, not from some disreputable background. How can one compare a courtesan to a virtuous concubine? I do not wish to be sold at whim." Suddenly, Song Si laughed, turning to Granny Gong. "Granny Gong, with your experience from the previous dynasty's court, surely you have witnessed countless things. What is it that one calls a proper gentleman who engages with a nameless woman?" Song Si's eyes sparkled with realization. "Oh, that would be deserving of a pig cage, wouldn't it? Granny Gong, old Master Song, pray tell, what is the meaning of your excitement and fervor?" Wu Dan's complexion turned ashen. She could hardly bear the weight of such lewd terminology. "You listen well. I offer you 2 paths. Either follow the example of those 2 ladies from the Red Sleeve Pavilion, or I shall provide you with 1,000 taels to discreetly vanish." Song Si remarked, "With 1,000 taels, you could arrange a respectable dowry and marry an understanding and honest man, bear a few children, and that would provide a future." A certain unfortunate honest man retorted, "Have we honest folk offended you?" Old Master Song, infuriated, thought, "How dare this old woman assist in undermining my interests right before my eyes?" However, Song Si genuinely considered Wu Dan's situation. It was a misconception to believe she was harming any honest man. In truth, with a dowry of 1,000 taels, many would eagerly seek her hand, for such an amount was substantial in farming households. In this era, how many bachelors remain without a prospective bride? Wu Dan was reasonably attractive, and with her dowry, Securing a compassionate partner to bear children and acquire some property would surely be more advantageous than marrying an elderly man on the verge of death. While it may seem dignified to be a concubine now, how many years would she have to mourn after old Master Song's passing while still young? If she wished to remarry later, how many options would remain? Perhaps she could rely on the connections from the mansion. But would she still be able to bear children at that age? Presently, her choices are influenced by the hasty advances of that portly old man next door. She is being quite magnanimous. Had she encountered someone truly malicious, her survival might very well have been in jeopardy. You old hag, Dan is already mine. How can you suggest she remarry? You are truly venomous, you jealous woman. Old Master Song, unable to contain his anger, pointed his finger at Song Si and scolded her. In response, Song Si boldly countered, "And what of your claim to her? Granting her 1,000 taels is hardly an act of exploitation. She is young, with that amount. She could find a vigorous young man, indulge in joyous nights, and bear clever children, all while assuming the role of mistress and managing her household. Wouldn't that be preferable to living under the scrutiny of the current mistress? Moreover, at your age of over 50, how is your waist? Can you still bear children? She has no offspring. What will she do when you stretch out your legs in the future?" Old Master Song, infuriated, wished to leave this world on the spot and scolded, "You shameless old woman, how can you curse your own husband? Speaking incessantly about waste issues is utterly disgraceful. Ultimately, everyone must face death. I am merely a straightforward individual, discussing matters as they are, grounded in reality and considering the long term." Song Si scoffed. "Wouldn't I started?" Biting her lip. 1,000 taels, I am willing. Is there truly no wall that cannot be pried open? Chapter 47, A Reversal. Wanting money, but not people. Wu Dan's sudden change of heart took Song Si by surprise, but even more so, it astonished old Master Song. Could it be that his ears were deceiving him? What did his peony just say? Wanting money, but not people? You Wu, what did you just say? Old Master Song fixed his gaze on Wu Dan, appearing profoundly shaken. Wu Dan averted her eyes, lowering her head as she spoke. "Old Master, I am unfortunate and fear I can no longer serve you." Old Master Song felt a pang in his heart, staring hard at her, and after a long moment, he turned away, brushing his sleeves in dismay. Unappreciative. Song Si glanced at Mama Gong, who nodded and led Wu Dan away. In the flower hall, only the two elderly remained. Song Si felt a sense of relief. Dismissing a young maid had gone more smoothly than she had anticipated. She had initially thought she would need to arrange for a small courtyard for Wu Dan to reside in. However, this girl proved to be more sensible than she had imagined. But why, having chosen to submit to this rotund old man, did she suddenly retract? She could have at least secured a position as a concubine, ensuring a life free from worry. Suddenly, a sound of soft sobbing reached Song Si's ears, causing him to pause in surprise. Turning his head, he beheld the elderly Song patriarch, his shoulders trembling in quiet despair. "Old man," he remarked. The patriarch turned to him and said, "I sought to take a concubine, but you have meddled in my affairs, bringing me nothing but distress. Make no mistake. It is not that I would deny you the same, but rather it is a matter of personal choice." Observing the redness in his eyes, Song Si clicked his tongue and replied, "Crying will not change anything. She desires wealth, not your company." With a heavy sigh, the patriarch sank to the ground. "How shall I face old Master Fu now? He is aware of my connection with Peony, yet I find myself without her. Oh, the shame is unbearable." Song Si mused. "Peony is far more astute than I had anticipated." Nanny looked at Wu Dan, who forced a feeble smile. Did she not aspire to elevate her status? Surely, she would not have charmed the patriarch into agreeing to elevate her to the second wife otherwise. She had envisioned herself as a resplendent aunt, surrounded by attendants. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of the Prime Minister, she realized her assumptions were overly simplistic. Would the powerful Prime Minister tolerate anyone challenging his mother's authority? The glance he cast upon her felt as cold as that reserved for the deceased. If she were to truly enter this noble household, she feared she might one day succumb to a mysterious illness and perish. She longed for wealth and prestige, yet she understood the importance of survival. Song Si was right. With 1,000 taels, she could easily wed a young man, bear children, and, possessing the skill to cultivate peonies, hold on to a substantial dowry. She could eventually become the lady of the house, living freely without the need to depend on others' opinions. "Nanny, if I marry, the matriarch will offer me protection. Will she not? After all, I have served the patriarch in his twilight years." Wu Dan tentatively inquired. Madame Gong glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, You are skilled in cultivating peonies. The residence often exchanges flowers with the farmers. Naturally, peonies are included. If you cultivate them well, you may certainly bring them to the estate. Wu Dan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly the case? Indeed. But on the condition that you refrain from discussing matters that should remain unsaid, especially regarding those you have served. Our esteemed elder is renowned for his fondness for beautiful women. Fleeting romances are not uncommon for him. However, your reputation. Wu Dan felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly responded, I understand. At that moment, someone approached with a tray, upon which rested a pouch and a bowl of steaming medicinal soup. Wu Dan was taken aback. This soup was meant for her well-being. Drinking it would pave a smooth path for her future, perhaps leading her to a loving husband and the joy of children. Madame Gong picked up the pouch and handed it over, saying, This contains 1,000 taels and silver notes. Wu Dan pressed her lips together, took the bowl, and drank it in one go. As the bowl lightened in her hand, a delicate pouch replaced it, resting softly in her grasp. Chapter 48. Understanding one's place. Madame Song served a cup of tea to Song Ziyuan and seated herself across the Kong table. Husband, should we truly disregard matters concerning my mother? Madame Song hesitated, saying, It would be one thing if father were to take a concubine. The family can certainly afford it. However, I fear for my mother's well-being. She has yet to fully recover. Song Ziyuan took a sip of tea and replied, Given my mother's demeanor just now, she should be fine. Besides, Madame Gong is here to oversee things. Madame Song felt a slight sense of relief as she recalled the pretentious Lady Peony. A wave of distaste washing over her. That Wu family certainly has grand ambitions. My husband, what do you think? Song Ziyuan lowered his gaze, his fingers gently caressing the teacup, his voice light and airy. At this age, my father no longer requires a concubine. A few young and beautiful companions to converse with him will suffice. Madame Song's eyes flickered momentarily, and with a smile, she replied, Such matters need not trouble you. My husband, leave them to me. Song Ziyuan raised his head, offering her a smile before shifting to another topic. The children from the third brother's family are to attend the clan school. Please make the necessary arrangements. Xiangyi, although our Song family enjoys a certain prominence now, our foundation remains insufficient. Whether our family can become a century-old lineage depends solely on the management of the first 3 generations. Therefore, we must be cautious. Strict self-discipline is essential, and we must carefully nurture our descendants like sewer. Madame Song hurriedly responded, My husband, I am well aware of this. Reminded of Song Si's words, she felt a twinge of shame and added, Unfortunately, our next generation lacks a few members. Regrettably, my body has not cooperated, and I have been unable to bear you another son. Upon hearing this, Song Ziyuan felt a pang of regret, yet he recognized that such matters could not be forced. He gently squeezed her hand and said, The number of children we have is a matter of fate. We cannot compel it. We are still young. And if heaven is gracious, another child would be a blessing. If not, it is simply destiny. We still have Sewer. With her eyes glistening, Madame Song bit her lip and tentatively suggested, My husband, perhaps I should have Furong attend to you? The midwife mentioned that she is quite favorable for childbearing. Song Ziyuan raised an eyebrow and deliberately remarked, Oh, are you truly willing? The Madame Song felt a sudden pang in her heart, a bittersweet sensation. Yet she forced a smile, responding, To expand the Song family is indeed a responsibility of the matriarch. Suddenly, she felt warmth on her lips. Song Ziyuan's fingers pressed gently against her mouth, and he remarked, Enough of this pretense. The air of bitterness is nearly wafting out of the estate. If I wished to take a concubine, I would have done so long ago. It is not the quantity of offspring that matters, but rather the quality. Nurturing Sewer is of utmost importance. At most, we could seek a virtuous lady to bear us several grandsons. The Madame Song felt a sense of relief, a tinge of secret delight, but she replied, If you do not desire it, do not blame me in the future. Would I dare to blame you, my lady? That would certainly lead to sleepless nights, Song Ziyuan teased, lightly brushing her palm, then leaning closer to whisper a few intimate words. The Madame Song blushed deeply, playfully punching him with her fist. Sir, madam, came a light call from Furong at the curtain. The Madame Song composed herself and said, Come in. Furong entered gracefully. Performing a courteous bow, the arrangements with the matriarch have been made. Her voice was clear and melodious as she conveyed the details of the Chunwei Hall. Both the Madame Song and Song Ziyuan were somewhat surprised that matters had been settled with mere coin, and they acknowledged, Understood, you may leave now. Furong bowed respectfully, slightly lowering her head as she exited. Upon reaching the door, she glanced back at the two, bit her lip, and turned to depart. Song Ziwan chuckled softly. That Wu lady is quite perceptive and clever. Let her be spared from further tasks. Chapter 49. Departing the manor early the next morning. Song Si learned that the venerable old master Song had taken his two beautiful concubines to the hot springs, ostensibly for recuperation, but in truth, it was a means of evasion and a desire to escape the embarrassment of remaining in the manor. Song Si paid little heed to this, as she harbored no feelings for the old man, who had often been absent from the estate in the past. Make arrangements, I intend to leave the manor, she instructed. Gazing out at the clear morning sky, suddenly she turned to Hong Yu beside her. Madam wishes to depart? Hong Yu asked, momentarily taken aback. Yes. We are going out to stroll the streets, Song Si replied with a smile. Stroll the streets? Hong Yu's face reflected confusion. What does that entail? Oh. Simply to go shopping, Song Si clarified. Having been here for several days, it is high time I experience the world beyond these walls, rather than merely existing as a revered figure in the manor. I wish to immerse myself in the ancient surroundings. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu hurried to report the unexpected news. The madam was indeed eager to venture out. An hour later, Song Si found herself seated in the carriage prepared for her outing, accompanied by two young ladies from the household and her younger brother, Song Lingzhou, who had yet to attend the clan school. As Song Si prepared to leave, Song De Foreign was on high alert, meticulously organizing the escort. Presently, guards on horseback led the way, while additional guards flanked the carriage, ensuring protection against any potential threats or unforeseen incidents. Furthermore, a throng of household servants and maidservants accompanied them, creating quite a spectacle. This was, in fact, a more understated arrangement than Song Si had initially desired. Had she chosen a more ostentatious procession befitting her status, the crowd would have been even larger and more conspicuous. Song Si shared a carriage with Song Lingzhou, while the palace maid and two maidservants, Hong Yu and Hong Tao, accompanied them. Meanwhile, Song Rookie and Song Ruwei, the two sisters, each brought along a trusted maidservant in a separate carriage behind them. Dear second sister, why has grandmother suddenly taken us out for a stroll? Inquired Song Ruwei with a hint of curiosity. Song Rookie, admiring her newly dyed nails, cast a sidelong glance at her younger sister and replied nonchalantly, who knows? Grandmother's whims are notoriously capricious. You are still quite young. What is the harm in making a mistake? Surely, grandmother won't resort to punishment. With a light scoff, Song Rookie reflected, as for grandmother, she possesses little understanding of propriety and lacks profound wisdom. The key is to appease her and avoid contradicting her. Their grandmother, though not particularly capable, is adept at delivering moral lessons, especially about past hardships that tend to be quite unpalatable. As if she fears others might forget the Song family's once illustrious status, which is now merely a facade of newfound wealth. Moreover, those events occurred many years ago. What significance do they hold in repetitive recounting? The Song family is no longer the impoverished clan struggling for daily sustenance. Song Ruwei furrowed her brow, sensing her sister's impatience with their grandmother. To ease the tension, she gracefully shifted the subject to the splendor of the capital and the topic of friendships. At the end of the month, my cousin celebrates her birthday. I shall take you to the residence of the loyal and brave Marquis to broaden your horizons and meet a few young ladies. Song Rookie replied with pride, however, you must conduct yourself with poise. Do not embarrass me with any petty behavior. Delighted, Song Ruwei beamed. Thank you, dear second sister. Your kindness towards me is truly appreciated. Observing her sister's endearing demeanor, Song Rookie, in a rare moment of affection, gently caressed her face and said, we are sisters. There is no need for thanks. With so few girls in our family, it is only natural that I treat you well. Song Ruwei uttered a few flattering remarks, causing Song Rookie to smile with her eyes narrowed in delight. Chapter 50. The elderly woman always believes I am weak and frail. Not far from the Shangfu residence lies Zhengyang Street, where the shops offer nothing short of exquisite goods. The renowned eateries, commonly referred to as luxury establishments, attract patrons who are either affluent or noble. However, Song Si did not venture to Zhengyang Street, not due to financial constraints, but rather her desire to observe the lives of the common folk. Instead, she chose a street that could be deemed middle class, where both the wealthy and the ordinary mingled. Chaoyang Street serves as the central axis of the eastern and western cities, adjacent to the bustling canal, boasting a prime location filled with the sounds of carriages and a continuous flow of pedestrians. As Song Si gazed at the rows of shops lining both sides of the street, she couldn't help but marvel. The red walls and green tiles, the soaring eaves and pavilions, all adorned in vibrant colors and intricately carved patterns, with banners fluttering in the breeze, created a tapestry of life. Not far off, the exaggerated calls of vendors drifted through the air, occasionally punctuated by the neighing of horses mingling with the cheerful laughter of passers-by, forming a lively tableau. The bustling prosperity, steeped in antiquity, painted a picture of a grand era. Song Si felt as though she were amidst a historical drama set. Yet the genuine smiles of those clad in ancient attire revealed that these were not mere background actors. The architecture around her was not a mere facsimile of antiquity, but authentic ancient structures. Everything felt real. She was indeed immersed in a bygone era, centuries past. "Grandmother, look at all the people," exclaimed Song Lingzhou, standing beside Song Si, his curious gaze scanning the surroundings. Song Si sighed indeed. In this prosperous age, with peace and happiness, the current sovereign is wise, governing the realm with remarkable prowess. Establishing a kingdom is a mere endeavor, yet safeguarding it proves to be a formidable challenge. The late emperor, having forged the empire, reigned for a mere 8 years before his untimely demise. During that tumultuous period, the nation of Daqing was rife with chaos, requiring a delicate balance of internal stability and external defense, a task of immense difficulty. It was only with the ascension of the current emperor, the Chu emperor, that tranquility was restored. Through the pacification of unrest, the initiation of reforms, and the promotion of commerce, he fostered a prosperous state and a robust military. After nearly 2 decades of diligent efforts, the Daqing of today basks in peace and joy. Presently, Daqing thrives with wealth and strength, its citizens enjoying a life of tranquility and prosperity, drawing accolades from numerous nations, a testament to the emperor's commendable achievements. Undoubtedly, the emperor's success is intertwined with the unwavering support and counsel of his ministers. Yet, from another perspective, he stands as a capable and promising leader, possessing remarkable skills in governance and a grand vision for the realm. Without such qualities, even the finest of cards would be squandered. Naturally, Daqing is not devoid of discord. Certain reforms face opposition from antiquated mindsets, and remnants of dissent still clamor for a return to the past, presenting ongoing challenges for those in power. As for Song Si, a venerable matron, her leisurely strolls through the streets, accompanied by her grandson, seem innocuous enough. Should the esteemed matron hire a palanquin for her journey? Inquired a palace attendant softly. Song Si felt a pang in her heart, her spirits dampened, and replied softly, "The joy of strolling lies in the act of walking itself. Why hire a palanquin? Alas, nothing is more disheartening than the attendant's constant perception of me as frail and feeble. Indeed, hiring a palanquin would tarnish one's dignity," added Song Lingzhou. With a gentle squeeze of the chubby hand of her grandson, Song Si declared, "Let us walk." "Yes, let us walk," he responded. The old matron observed the lively spirits of the elderly and the young child, merely smiling as she took a couple of steps back, instructing the carriage driver to halt and await further orders. Song Si glanced behind her. Her 2 young granddaughters were each holding a round fan, delicately shielding their rosy faces. The maids and servants formed a protective circle around them, preventing prying eyes from intruding. She then suggested, "Let us first visit Shangzhen's studio to see if there are any treasures worth acquiring." With her command, a throng of maids and servants surrounded the 2 girls as they proceeded forward, while the guards maintained a respectful distance behind them. Chapter 51. The matriarch of the Xiong residence steps aside. How lofty! Song Si and Song Lingzhou exclaimed in awe as they gazed upon the plaque of Shangzhen studio. The childlike wonder displayed by the elderly woman and the young child ignited a flush of embarrassment on Song Rookie's cheeks, particularly as she caught the curious glances directed towards them from afar. It was one thing for her younger brother to behave thus, but for their grandmother, at such an advanced age, to exhibit such naivety. Was this truly the demeanor befitting the matriarch of this young family? How mortifying! Had she known, she would have refrained from venturing out. At that moment, a shop assistant was escorting a guest out. Leading the way was a maid adorned in a pink dress with her hair styled in twin buns, while another maid clad in green assisted a young lady who bore an elegant hairstyle. "Why do you obstruct the entrance? Move aside quickly. If you inadvertently bump into our esteemed grandmother, it would be most unfortunate," chided the assistant. "Your establishment should ensure proper order. Allowing such blockages at the door is unacceptable, especially when welcoming guests." Shangzhen's studio boasted 5 floors, specializing in antiquities and treasures. Within its walls, one could find the 4 essentials of a scholar's study: rare ancient texts, renowned paintings, and exquisite jewelry, all of exorbitant prices and exceptional reputation. attracting numerous nobility to its doors. Song Si and her companions had come with a specific purpose in mind, but unexpectedly, while pausing momentarily to observe a sign in front of the shop, they were met with ridicule. Song Rookie was the first to feel a surge of anger, wanting to reprimand the insolent maid, but upon seeing Song Si, she bit her tongue, realizing it was not her place to speak. Song Si glanced over and noticed the maid with a disdainful expression directed at their group, then shifted her gaze to the young woman standing behind her. Clad in elegant silk, adorned with a ruby hairpin, her cheeks were round and her abdomen slightly rounded, indicating she was with child. "Xiaozi, do not be disrespectful," the young woman admonished the maid in a soft voice, then turned to Song Si with a gentle smile. Apologizing, "The maid is lacking in manners. I beg your pardon, esteemed lady." Seeing her warm smile, Song Si returned the gesture, saying, "It is indeed our fault for blocking your way." With that, she stepped aside, allowing the young woman to pass. This act left the young woman momentarily taken aback. It was evident to her that this esteemed lady, accompanied by her maidservants and guards, must surely be a person of considerable standing in the capital. Yet she was showing deference to her as a junior. Not only was the young woman surprised, but even Song Rookie and the others were left speechless. Given their own family's prominence and power, did they really need to yield to others? Yet, their grandmother had done so. Luo Wanfong, feeling somewhat anxious, bent her knee slightly, supporting the maid's hand as she addressed Song Si. "Esteemed lady, there is no need for such courtesy. You are the elder, and we can wait." Song Si chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Though I am indeed your elder, I must acknowledge that I am blocking the path. It is only right that I yield to you, especially since you are with child. You have my utmost respect for your efforts." Luo Wanfong paused momentarily, a peculiar sensation of melancholy washing over her. The simple phrase, "you have worked hard," stirred her emotions. It was a sentiment she had never encountered before. "Madam Song, your esteemed presence is an honor. I apologize for my failure to greet you properly. Please, this way." A portly innkeeper, adorned with a cap, rushed over, perspiration glistening on his brow. He bowed deeply to Song Si, casting a reprimanding glance at his attendants for making the esteemed lady wait. Song Si nodded at Luo Wanfong, taking hold of Song Lingzhou's hand as they ascended the steps into the Shangshens High. Following closely was Song Rookie, who cast a fleeting, disdainful glance at the maid named Xiaoji, her aristocratic demeanor rendering Xiaoji's face pale with trepidation. Once the group had settled into the elegant chamber of Shangshens High, Luo Wanfong inquired of the attendant about the identity of the noble guests. With a pained expression, the attendant replied, "That would be the matriarch of the Song Prime Minister's residence." Given her age and the innkeeper's later remarks, it is undoubtedly true. Luo Wanfong was taken aback and murmured, "The matriarch of the Prime Minister's residence? No wonder she possesses such poise." Beside her, Xiaoji's face had turned ghostly pale. She had offended the matriarch of the Prime Minister's residence, and her fate seemed dire. As Song Si and her entourage were ushered into the refined parlor of Shangshens High, the innkeeper personally led the attendants in serving tea and pastries, accompanied by a flurry of apologies. "With the matriarch's esteemed presence, our staff has truly been blind, failing to recognize you. I sincerely apologize for our inadequate hospitality." Song Si chuckled lightly, responding, "Dear innkeeper, you are overly gracious. We have only just arrived and have yet to enter. How could there be any inadequacy in our welcome? As for whether the attendants could recognize me, I am not made of silver. It is impossible for everyone to know me." "Shopkeeper, are you blaming me?" "Crowd, is your esteemed self being humorous or sarcastic?" The shopkeeper, flustered, forced a smile. The madam certainly has a way with words. Song Si took a sip of tea and, glancing at the two young ladies, boldly proclaimed, "What do you wish to purchase? Feel free to browse. Whatever you fancy, grandmother will settle the bill." Song Rookie thought to herself, "Why bother browsing when I could simply ask the shopkeeper to bring everything over? Grandmother truly does not comprehend this. It is rather embarrassing." The shopkeeper of Shangshens High, surnamed Lu, was a clever man. Noticing Song Rookie's expression, he smiled and said, "Miss, there is no need to venture out to the main hall. We have received a delightful array of new jewelry and jade ornaments these past few days. Shall I bring them over for you to examine?" Upon hearing this, Song Rookie's interest piqued, and she nodded regally, pleased to bring them forth. Shopkeeper Lu promptly acquiesced, suggesting that they enjoy their tea while he fetched the items. Song Si remarked, "Since we are out shopping, it is more enjoyable to select things ourselves." She understood that each shop had its special patrons, akin to modern VIPs. Yet the thrill of shopping lay in the act of perusing. "Grandmother, we shall ascend to the upper floor shortly to take a look," Song Ruwei said obediently. However, a wave of frustration lingered in Song Rookie's heart. Observing Song Si inquire about Song Lingzhou's intended purchases, she expressed her discontent. "Grandmother, why did you yield to that elderly lady just now? In our esteemed residence, there is no reason to defer to others." That wretched maid lacked awareness. Song Si had long perceived that Song Rookie was displeased, yet he did not anticipate that it would be for this reason. After all, what harm is there in yielding away? Setting down his teacup, he pondered momentarily and declared, "Indeed, the Xiong residence holds a position of esteem. But it does not imply that everyone must defer to it. If you are in the wrong, you must acknowledge it. Blocking the road is a natural course of action. Is it not?" Song Rookie furrowed her brow. "Even if we did not obstruct the path, does yielding signify a loss of dignity? The other party is with child. What harm is there in granting her passage? Consider this. If we obstinately refuse to give way, and they likewise refuse to yield, a conflict will inevitably arise. In the heat of contention, should we inadvertently harm the grandmother's womb, what then? Dear child," he continued, "yielding the way does not diminish our noble stature. As members of the esteemed Xiong residence, we ought to embody its grandeur. To quarrel over a fleeting moment of pride will not yield any benefits, rather, it will lead to greater losses. What is there to gain from such contention?" Song Rookie fell silent, and Song Ruwei, nearby, appeared deep in thought as well. Chapter 53. The hypocritical grandmother. After listening to Song Si's reasoning, Song Rookie and the others, along with the maids and servants in the private room, were plunged into contemplation. Song Ruwei cast a glance at Song Rookie, her eyes brimming with questions. Was it not said that this venerable ancestor possessed little wisdom? Yet, her profound insights seemed quite reasonable, even quoting notable sayings. "Grandmother, you advocate for magnanimity, but what if someone were to wrong us?" Song Lingzhou, with a pastry in his mouth, mumbled, "Must we still yield in such a case?" Song Si, taking a handkerchief, wiped the crumbs from his mouth and replied, "If someone dares to wrong us?" Song Lingzhou nodded slightly, taking a sip of tea to swallow the pastry, and articulated clearly, "Indeed. We did not initiate the conflict nor provoke them, yet they insist on bullying us. Should we acquiesce merely to showcase the grace of the Xiong residence?" Song Si spat in disdain. "Certainly not." Song Rookie's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her grandmother's straightforwardness had emerged, unchanged. Song Si scoffed, "We maintain our composure. Yet they persist in their oppression. If we stand idle, that would be foolish. In such circumstances, the appropriate course of action is undoubtedly to roll up our sleeves and take action." "Take action? You mean to confront them?" A few maidservants coughed, startled by the implications of the matriarch's words. Song Rookie could not help but inquire, "But you mentioned grace earlier? This seems quite contradictory. Grace is context-dependent and varies with individuals. Some people do not warrant our grace. Remember, the Xiong residence embodies both grace and dignity, as well as authority. We do not bully others, yet we shall not be bullied ourselves. You must establish your own boundaries. If they are crossed, do not hesitate. Roll up your sleeves and act. If you cannot handle it alone, call for assistance. The adults will take responsibility." Song Rookie's lips twitched slightly. "This audacious spirit is indeed characteristic of you." Song Lingzhou's eyes crinkled in delight. He relished his grandmother's temperament. Song Ruwei cautiously glanced at Song Si, increasingly convinced that this elder bore little resemblance to the figure her mother had described. Is this truly the same person? Song Si was oblivious to her granddaughter's sentiments and said, "Let me teach you another lesson. Remember this well. The one who initiates is of lesser worth. So, when faced with unreasonable individuals, cast aside your dignity and do not hesitate. Confront them boldly." "Grandmother, there will always be those of higher status than us," Song Rookie retorted, somewhat speechless. The status of the Prime Minister's residence was indeed exalted, yet there were still those above them, such as the royal family and other esteemed noble clans, who possessed greater prestige than their new money lineage. As she continued, Song Si glanced at her and declared, "Little girl, it matters not if you are a lady of the Prime Minister's residence or a chubby boy like you. Remember, we do not seek trouble, yet we do not shy away from it, understood?" This served as a lesson from the elder, and despite Song Rookie's reluctance, she had no choice but to comply and respond. Grandchildren heed grandmother's teachings. Having indulged her role as a teacher, Song Si smiled and waved. "All right, enough of the lengthy discourse. We came out to shop, so go enjoy yourselves and buy whatever you fancy. I shall wait here for the shopkeeper, sip some tea, and see if anything catches my eye." After considering this, Song Rookie decided that a stroll would be delightful and took Song Ruwei with her, followed by several maids and servants. However, Song Lingzhou did not accompany them, as he had indulged in a feast. In the private room, Song Si relished the exquisite sight of ancient jewelry, marveling at the craftsmanship that was both intricate and beautiful. Unable to resist, she selected several pieces as gifts for the women at home, ensuring everyone received something, which made the shopkeeper smile broadly, his eyes narrowing into slits. After indulging her eyes in the treasures of the elegant room, she gently tugged at the chubby boy to ascend to the second floor, where ancient books and paintings were sold, along with paper, inkstones, brushes, and ink. You are soon to attend the family academy. Select a complete set of the Scholars' Four Essentials as a gift from our ancestors to celebrate your academic journey, Song Si remarked, glancing down at Song Lingzhou. Song Lingzhou smiled gratefully and replied, "And as mentioned that there are writing supplies available at the academy, so there is no need to bring any. Nevertheless, you will need them for your daily practice," Song Si insisted. "Earlier, I purchased jewelry for the girls. You young gentlemen must also have something. Choose wisely, and select gifts for your brothers as well." Nearby, a servant who had been attending them chimed in with a smile, "Madam, we have several exquisite inkstones available. While they may not rival the treasures in the mansion's collection, they are certainly of high quality. Would you care to take a look?" The servant was quite astute, demonstrating a knack for salesmanship. Song Si praised him and, alongside Song Lingzhou, approached to inspect the wares. In truth, she had little understanding of the merits of inkstones. She simply felt assured by the esteemed reputation of the Xinjiang studio, confident that she would not be deceived. Thus, she was inclined to purchase whatever was presented to her. Just as she was about to settle on a few inkstones, an unfamiliar voice interjected. Turning her head, she beheld a young man clad in a long blue robe. His hair gathered and secured with a sandalwood hairpin. A silver belt adorned with auspicious clouds cinched his waist, from which hung a jade talisman. In his hand, he held a purple bamboo flute, and he regarded her with a warm smile. Upon noticing her gaze, he clasped the flute and performed a courteous bow, saying, "I am Cui Changxiao, honored to meet you, Lady Song. Wishing you great fortune." With such striking looks, poise, and voice, he was indeed a remarkable talent. However, she did not recognize him. She turned to Mama Gong, inquiring silently about his background. The imperial maid whispered a few words into Song Si's ear. "Ah, the Cui family of Qinghe, a true illustrious lineage, boasts generations of scholars among its ranks, flourishing with branches and leaves. The current head of the family, Cui Yonglian, has not taken up an official position, yet he serves as the president of Longshan Academy, possessing vast knowledge and mentoring countless students. Cui Changxiao, the youngest son of Cui, is merely 20 this year, born in the twilight of his mother's years. It is said she bore him at the age of 43, nearly losing her life in the process, cherishing him like a precious jewel. Cui Changxiao has already attained the status of a jiren, with remarkable literary talent. He possesses a rather carefree and unrestrained demeanor, having traversed the world without a desire to take part in the mundane. Otherwise, had he continued to participate in the imperial examinations after achieving his jiren status at 17, he could have easily become a jinshi. Yet, he has chosen to delay, still unwilling to partake in the examinations or to marry, claiming that without an official title, he does not wish to bring misfortune upon any young lady, which has nearly driven his mother to the brink of a stroke. Upon learning of his esteemed background, Song Si pondered that this was indeed a person of noble birth. One who entered the world with a golden key, his taste must surely be refined. With a face full of wrinkles, he donned a smile reminiscent of a cunning wolf and said, "Young Master Cui, I extend my greetings. I have a humble request. Would you be so kind as to grant it?" In Chapter 55, misplaced admiration was bestowed. Cui Changxiao merely offered a suggestion, yet to his surprise, the other party seemed to climb the ladder of opportunity. What? Asking him to help choose gifts? The meaning of gift selection eluded him, but it likely pertained to assisting in selecting suitable presents. Was the matriarch of the Song family truly this familiar? Had they not only just met formally for the first time? Though feelings of bewilderment lingered in his heart, Cui Changxiao, having been raised in a culture of decorum, could not decline the invitation. He smiled and acquiesced, inquiring about the gifts to be presented while engaging in conversation with Song Si. What began as mere pleasantries turned unexpectedly intriguing. Cui Changxiao was astonished to learn that Song Tai's matriarch had encountered that extraordinary individual and possessed knowledge of their striking appearance. He recounted tales of the peculiar folk from the East Sea, describing their unusual features, eyes of myriad hues, hawk-like noses, and golden hair, all rather bizarre. Yet, to his surprise, Song Si was familiar with the description and referred to them as foreigners. Unfazed, Song Si chuckled and boasted, "Look at me. Half a foot in the grave, and I've seen my fair share of people. During the tumultuous times of war, I encountered a multitude of odd characters and events. If only Song Tai's esteemed grandfather were present, he would likely scoff at her audacity, questioning when she ever laid eyes on a foreigner." Cui Changshao promptly clasped his hands in respect, saying, "I beg your pardon. It is you, esteemed matriarch, who possesses the breadth of experience." Broad experience is an overstatement. Much of it is merely hearsay, far from your own adventures across the world. Song Si sighed enviously. She yearned to be young again, to toast to the rivers and lakes, to gallop through the mortal realm. Alas, reality did not permit such dreams. Cui Chengxiao replied with a smile. "Do you truly think I am devoid of knowledge and skill? The elders often believe that attaining high honors and positions is paramount for glory and lineage, overlooking the beauty of literary elegance, as I do. I have heard it said that you topped the imperial examination in your youth. If that is deemed unlearned, then I must be a complete illiterate. You cherish a life of leisure, but it is merely a matter of personal aspiration. Moreover, there is nothing inherently wrong with traversing the vast mountains and rivers. The experiences you have witnessed, heard, and felt are all part of your own life journey, incomparable to mere hearsay or the passive act of reading." Song Si smiled and remarked, "Only when one has personally witnessed something does it carry greater persuasive power. Does it not? With a broad heart, one possesses a world of their own, having seen the intricacies of every flower, grass, tree, and wood in this world. Only then can one cultivate a profound depth within, allowing the landscape to manifest upon one's brow." Cui Changshao felt a stirring within, his eyes sparkling with admiration. What a profound depth within, what a landscape revealed upon the brow. "Esteemed lady, we young ones have learned much." Unbeknownst to him, several students had gathered in the art and literature gallery, standing by and attentively listening to Song Si's words, all bowing in respect to her. With a slight turn of her head, Song Si noticed a group of students clad in matching robes. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Please do not elevate my humble self. I am not here to instruct you, merely speaking whimsically. The scion of the Cui family comes from a prestigious lineage, blessed with wealth, allowing him the luxury of wandering the world without concern. However, those born into humble beginnings, with limited means, should diligently pursue their studies and strive for success. Of course, one must not become a mere bookworm, for seclusion and insularity yield little. If one cannot venture far, then let them focus on the nearby. Never emulate his casual wandering, attributing it to my teachings. I shall not bear that blame." The crowd fell silent. Cui Changshao felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, realizing that the admiration he had recently felt was misplaced. Beside them, the matron observed Song Si with a peculiar expression, furrowing her brow. Upon noticing the anxious maid approaching Song Rookie, she listened to the report and then moved closer to Song Si, whispering, "Madam, it appears that the young ladies are embroiled in a dispute." Chapter 56. The young ladies quarrel. Song Rue gently tugged at Song Rookie's sleeve, her lips pressed together, revealing a hint of trepidation. "Sister, perhaps it would be best to let this go. I no longer wish for the hairpin." Song Rookie shrugged off her sister's grasp, saying, "Why would you abandon it? You were the one who coveted it first. Our family is certainly capable of affording it. But they are ladies from the Duke's residence. They're of noble birth, and we cannot afford to provoke them. Song Rookie, your sister possesses a modicum of understanding, recognizing that we cannot contend with the county princess." Zhao Mingyao, clutching a butterfly-patterned hairpin adorned with red and blue gemstones, swayed it with a sly smile. Song Rookie retorted with a cold laugh, "Contend? We are already set to claim this hairpin. You merely seized it from us. Zhao County Princess, you truly are impressive, relishing the act of snatching what others desire." Zhao Mingyao's face turned a shade of green. "Song Rookie, who has snatched what? Dare you utter such words again? We all know who is inclined to take from whom." Song Rookie mockingly replied, "After all, this is hardly our first encounter." Zhao Mingyao's face flushed with anger, her gaze directed at Song Rookie burning with fury, as her words recalled a number of past humiliations. 2 years prior, the eldest daughter of the Song family, Song Ruqian, and the heir of the esteemed Gu family, Gu Lanqing, were on the verge of formal engagement, having already expressed mutual intentions, with only the exchange of marriage certificates remaining. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingyao, the legitimate daughter of the gracious Princess Chunping, fortuitously encountered the elegant and extraordinary Gu Lanqing and found herself enamored at first sight, secretly nurturing feelings for him. She implored her mother to inquire about a potential match with the Gu family. Princess Chunping, the daughter of the founding king of a different surname, Zhou Jing, had been granted the title of princess after the previous emperor rewarded the nobility, with her only daughter, Zhou Jinxin, marrying the eldest son of the Duke of Mingyang, Zhao Junsong, as his legitimate wife. Zhao Mingyao, smitten with Gu Lanqing, pressed her mother to explore the possibility of their union. However, upon learning that the Gu family was already in discussions with the Song family, she felt no hesitation in pursuing her desires, even going so far as to threaten her mother into seeking a royal decree for their marriage. This impulsive act inadvertently accelerated the engagement between the two families, who exchanged marriage certificates with much fanfare. Upon witnessing the betrothal, Princess Chunping attempted to leverage her past relationship with the late king to secure a decree. Yet the Chu emperor denied her request, resulting in a rather scolding rebuke from the empress. This incident stirred considerable commotion, and while Zhao Mingyao, being still a young girl at heart, eventually relented after causing a scene, the animosity between the two families had been firmly established. Zhao Mingyao harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Song Ruqian and the entire Song family, blaming them for obstructing her romantic aspirations. Consequently, in public settings, she could not resist clashing with the Song family members, just as she was currently doing. Song Xiai gleaned the intricacies of this familial discord from the palace maid, feigning enlightenment under the maid's scrutinizing gaze. So it was that young lady, she mused. I seem to have grown quite forgetful in my old age. Imperial matron, your brazen demeanor almost convinced me. I need not resort to theft. Did you pay for this hairpin? If not, it does not belong to you. I shall offer double the price. Tell me, who would sell it to you? Zhao Mingyao's sharp voice pierced the air. Chapter 57. The devious lady's song. The attendant at Shangzhen studio was drenched in sweat, caught in a predicament as he faced two formidable patrons, neither of whom he could afford to offend. Under the threat posed by Zhao Mingyao, he found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed with anxiety. What? Not for double? Surely triple would be acceptable? Zhao Mingyao's temper flared, her gaze nearly igniting with fury. The attendant grimaced, glancing at Song Ruqi, whose expression shifted dramatically. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Elder sister. Song Ruwei was on the verge of tears, tugging at Song Ruqi's sleeve. Song Xiai approached, inquiring, what have you set your sights on? Noon approaches, let us settle the bill and dine. She casually seized the hairpin from Zhao Mingyao's grasp, remarking, after such a lengthy stroll, this is what caught your eye? Zhao Mingyao stared in disbelief at her empty hand. Grandmother. Upon seeing Song Xiai, Song Ruqi inexplicably felt a sense of security. Song Ruwei, relieved, bowed to Song Xiai and said, Grandmother, we have made our purchase. With their grandmother present, they felt they had support. Oh, you are here. Song Xiai seemed to just notice her two granddaughters. Turning to Zhao Mingyao, she feigned surprise. Who is this lovely young lady? My old eyes deceive me. I mistook her for one of my granddaughters. Song Ruqi felt a spark of pride, thinking, no matter how arrogant one may be, they must bow and show respect before my grandmother. No need for excessive formalities. Song Xiai waved her hand, lifting the hairpin in her grasp. I seem to have mistaken the owner. Is this yours? Song Ruqi, flustered, replied, Grandmother. This hairpin is what third sister has her eye on, and we were just about to settle the bill when she, Zhao Mingyao, insisted on disputing it with us. Is that so? Song Xiai turned her gaze towards Zhao Mingyao. Zhao Mingyao interjected, my younger sister is celebrating her birthday this month, and I believe this hairpin would be quite fitting as a gift. Esteemed matriarch, would your household be so kind as to assist in this matter? Bah! Who does not know that you harbor disdain for your half-sisters? Would you truly have such goodwill to present a birthday gift? It is evident you intend to provoke us. Seeking to annoy, Song Ruqi spat back. Just as Zhao Mingyao was about to retort, Song Xiai admonished, Cheer, you must not be disrespectful to Princess Hui. Apologize at once. Grandmother. Song Ruqi was taken aback, recalling the saying that the first to provoke is the lesser. Yet, when faced with the oncoming challenge, she hesitated. Apologize. With her eyes reddening, and under Song Xi's gentle shake of the head, she lowered her gaze and muttered a soft apology. Zhao Mingyao beamed with triumph. It is clear that the matriarch understands the rules, unlike some individuals. Song Ruqi seethed with anger, biting her lip fiercely. As for etiquette and propriety, the Song household is well versed. Princess Hui has been nurtured by the esteemed Junping County princess, so she must surely comprehend such matters. Song Xiai smiled knowingly. Zhao Mingyao raised her head with pride. Indeed, that is only natural. Splendid. I was certain that the principles of the Junping County Princess would not falter. The County Princess understands that a gentleman does not seize what others cherish. Come, wear it. The County Lord is merely teasing you, not intending to snatch it away. Song Si handed the hairpin to Song Ruwei. Zhao Mingyao was taken aback, but this hairpin, is the County Lord truly aiming to claim what belongs to others? Song Si feigned reluctance and sighed. I merely wish to engage earnestly with the pure and noble princess regarding the etiquette and decorum. Was I mistaken in my assumptions? Zhao Mingyao, feeling the weight of the situation, thought to herself. She may have erred. The younger ones may be mischievous, but the elder is quite the villain, having laid a trap and lured her into it. Chapter 58. Song Si's disappointment having once navigated the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry. Song Si was no stranger to rivalry. Zhao Mingyao harbored intentions to wrest the hairpin from her granddaughters, seeking to put them in a difficult position. With so many onlookers present, how could she forget that just moments ago she had praised her mother's understanding of etiquette? If I were to support you so wholeheartedly, yet you insist on forcibly taking it, that would render you ignorant of decorum and propriety. I wonder how you and your mother would uphold your reputations then. Zhao Mingyao seethed inwardly, yet she refrained from openly contesting Song Si's words. She was obstinate, but not foolish. Acquiescing to Song Si's statement would imply her family's lack of understanding regarding etiquette. However, that did not mean she would relinquish the hairpin so easily. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, "A gentleman does not seize what others cherish. This county lord is fully aware of that. The young ladies of your esteemed household are indeed fortunate, being so cherished by the matriarch, even to the extent of procuring a mere trinket on their behalf. Indeed, my granddaughter is cherished, as is the matriarch of the Duke of Mingyang towards the county lord, is she not?" Song Si chuckled, feigning ignorance of Zhao Mingyao's sarcasm. Zhao Mingyao's expression darkened. Her grandmother showed affection solely for that illegitimate son, neglecting her own granddaughter, while her half-sisters often received favor as well. Now, when Song Si speaks thus, it is not without intention to prick the hidden wounds within her. Grandmother, Wei possesses a hairpin. If the county princess truly desires it, Wei is willing to relinquish it. With both hands, Song Wei presented the exquisite hairpin to Zhao Mingyao. Third sister, you are clearly quite fond of this hairpin. You have coveted it from the very first glance. Song Rookie could hardly believe it. Their grandmother had just fought to secure this hairpin for her. Yet now she was to let it go. Who was she trying to offend? To hell with your adult sensibilities. You are but 8 years old. What pretense of maturity is this? Song Rookie felt a surge of nausea. Song Si, I narrowed her eyes slightly. Wei, speak honestly. You truly do not wish for this hairpin? If you desire it, it shall be yours. Her tone carried a hint of seriousness. Song Ruwei was momentarily taken aback. She glanced down at the exquisite hairpin in her hand, gently bit her lip, and shook her head. Grandmother, Wei does not particularly fancy it. A flicker of disappointment crossed Song Si's eyes, though it was unclear whether it stemmed from the fact that this 8-year-old was overly sensible or that her words contradicted her heart. Song Ruwei's heart raced, a pang of anxiety gripping her. Zhao Mingyao merely sought to vex Song Rookie. She did not genuinely desire the hairpin. Observing Song Ruwei's feigned magnanimity, she scoffed, "No need. A gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures. You may keep it for yourself. Grand Matriarch, I bid you farewell." She curtsied to Song Si and departed with her maid. Song Ruwei's anxiety intensified. The hairpin felt as though it were burning in her grasp. Had she committed some grave error? Song Si took the hairpin from her hands and handed it to the attendant. "Wrap it up." The attendant, trembling with trepidation, accepted it and offered a few flattering remarks. "Having made all the preparations, let us proceed to Yipingxiang for lunch. I have heard it is exceptionally delicious." Song Si, feigning ignorance of his granddaughter's flustered expression, turned around with a beaming smile. The group followed suit, departing as this trivial disturbance swiftly spread through the whispers of those with ulterior motives. Chapter 59. Leading the little granddaughter astray, watching Song Si and his entourage depart. Cui Changshao tapped his flute lightly in hand, a smile playing on his lips. "Zhong Chu, what captivates your attention so, still wearing a smile? Perhaps you are enchanted by some lovely young lady?" Someone clapped him on the shoulder, calling out his courtesy name. "Oh." Encountering the matriarch of the Song family was rather intriguing. Cui Changshao remarked with a grin, nudging his companion. "Come, let us also head to Yipingxiang for a meal." The elder lady had indeed used the term "gonfan," which struck him as a rather amusing expression for dining. Wouldn't it simply denote eating? At Yipingxiang, Song Si reluctantly set down his chopsticks, accepting the handkerchief handed to him by Hong Tao to dab at the corners of his mouth, and then wiped his hands before placing it aside. Yiping Siang was truly deserving of its reputation, offering exquisite fare. Alas, his stomach was not cooperating, allowing him only a modest appetite. With a gentle sigh, Song Si lamented his condition. He could only manage small portions at frequent intervals, for a hearty meal was simply beyond his capacity. The palace maid presented him with a cup of tea, saying, "You delight in this. You may return next time. But do not overindulge, as it could lead to discomfort." Indeed, Song Si pointed to a dish of vinegar fish. This fish is delightful, with tender flesh and a perfectly balanced sweet and sour sauce. "Ah, little chubby, do not overeat." Song Lingzhou looked up, grinning broadly. "Grandmother, I want tea overindulge." His nurse, Du Sure, took a cloth to help him wipe his hands and interjected with a smile, "Madam." The young master could consume 2 large bowls of white rice while in Shaanxi. "No wonder you've grown so round." Song Si pinched his sturdy little arm and said, "To maintain good health, one should eat less and more frequently. Being 7/10 full is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Song Lingzhou set down his chopsticks, for he aspired to grow into a tall, wealthy, and handsome gentleman. Song Si glanced at her other 2 granddaughters as soon as she placed her chopsticks down. They followed suit, cradling their tea. "Have you eaten well?" she asked them with a smile. "Would you like to go out for a stroll? Perhaps I could buy you a few new outfits?" Song Rookie discerned the underlying meaning of her words and silently pressed her lips together, suddenly feeling a slight displeasure. "If grandmother is not tired, let us visit a pastry shop," she suggested. Song Lingzhou, with wide eyes, proposed, before coming to the capital. "I had heard that the pastries at the Imperial Pastry Pavilion are unparalleled, named by none other than the emperor himself." Song Rookie replied, "Fourth brother, you are solely preoccupied with eating. Do you have no other aspirations? Food is of paramount importance to the people. I am determined to savor all the delicacies of the world," Song Lingzhou declared with pride. Song Rookie chuckled, "If you aim to taste all the delights of the world, then you shall forever remain distant from the tall, wealthy, and handsome man that grandmother speaks of." Upon hearing this, Song Lingzhou's face fell. That indeed poses a dilemma. The allure of delicious food made it exceedingly difficult for him to abstain, yet he also desired to be tall, rich, and handsome. Alas, how was he to choose? The young Song Lingzhou found himself grappling with a conundrum for the very first time in his life. Song Si smiled and said, "If you desire to indulge in delectable cuisine while also wishing to enhance your appearance, then you should engage in martial training, as it can significantly expend your energy and help you shed some weight." Song Lingzhou's eyes brightened at this suggestion. This sounds feasible. However, Song Ruwei, who was listening nearby, felt a pang of anxiety. Her brother was meant to focus on his studies for the imperial examinations, and it would be unwise for him to pursue the path of a martial artist. Was grandmother leading him astray? Chapter 60. The medical woman arrives at the manor while Song Si was strolling through the marketplace with a few children. Madame Song of the Xiang residence was entertaining her sister-in-law from her maternal family, who was the wife of the Duke of Loyal Courage. "I heard your mother-in-law has recovered." Both my elder brother and I breathed a sigh of relief, and mother has been observing a vegetarian diet for 3 consecutive days. "Xiang Yi, you are indeed blessed." The Duke's wife, whose maiden name was Luo, grasped Madame Song's hand with great emotion. Madame Song chuckled. "It is all thanks to mother's blessings and the support from our household. Moreover, it is remarkable how swiftly we found a female physician." "Sister-in-law, does this Lin physician possess genuine skill?" Madame Gu clicked her tongue and replied with a hint of reproach. "My elder brother and I are well aware that the matriarch of your household is of utmost importance. Would one dare to bring a physician without true expertise into the Xiang residence? Rest assured, this Lin physician is a disciple from the renowned Lu family of the Apricot Grove, and her medical skills are exceptional." Madame Song was taken aback. The Lu family? Could it be the one whose son once ascended the mountain to become a monk, yet possesses extraordinary medical knowledge? Indeed, Madame Gu beamed with a smile. This Lin physician is the esteemed disciple of Master Bu Hui, and her medical prowess is remarkable. Madame Song, somewhat puzzled, inquired if she hails from the Lu lineage. Why would she choose to remain in a single manor as a resident physician? Madame Gu held a teacup and took a sip, saying, "Since her departure from her apprenticeship, Miss Lin has been practicing as a physician at the Lu family's medical clinic. In her spare time, she also makes house calls. During one of these visits, she caught the eye of the wife's uncle of the governor of Linchuan, who wished to take her as a secondary wife. However, as Miss Lin is a self-combed woman, she naturally refused. The rejected suitor, feeling slighted, began to harass her at the clinic daily. To avoid implicating the clinic, she chose to leave. The Liu family is a renowned lineage of medicine. It would take a fool to offend them lightly, wouldn't it? Madame Song scoffed. Physicians are the last people one should antagonize. After all, can one guarantee a lifetime free from illness requiring a doctor's aid? Moreover, with the Liu family's esteemed medical prowess, who could assure themselves of not needing their services? Madame Gu lowered her voice, adding, that is merely the public narrative. There is another story, that Miss Lin harbors feelings for Master Bourgeois, who refuses to renounce his vows. She has resigned herself to this heartbreak. Madame Song understood, so it is a matter of unrequited love. Nevertheless, no matter her reasons, her medical skills speak for themselves. Furthermore, she has stated her intention to stay for 3 years. After that, she may wander the world, offering her healing services. Madame Gu remarked, therefore, whether you can retain her during these years depends on your own efforts. Madame Song replied, as long as she possesses genuine skill, I would gladly invest any amount. I believe she has considerable talent, much like myself. Blushing, Madame Gu leaned close and whispered a few intimate words into Madame Song's ear. Flushed, Madame Song cleared her throat, pressed her lips together, and said, sister-in-law, do you think I could ask her to take my pulse? Perhaps she could help me conceive another child? Madame Gu furrowed her brow and inquired, what? Has your mother-in-law spoken? It was not so. It was merely my own contemplation. You are aware that there is only Su'er, with no brothers to support her, which is always a source of regret. Madame Song bit her lip and replied, it is far better for me to bear children myself than for another to do so for the Prime Minister. Madame Gu's expression grew serious. Does the Prime Minister truly have such intentions? After a pause, she continued, Xiangyi, your stubbornness is evident. In truth, it would be far more sensible to elevate one of your maidservants rather than seeking it out on your own. At least you could manage the situation, could you not? Upon hearing this, Madame Song felt a twinge of discomfort and said, no, it is not that. The Prime Minister has no such inclination. I merely suggested it. But he would not agree. Chapter 61. The female physician Lin Qing. Madame Gu harbored a tinge of jealousy towards her sister-in-law. In Qing, it is quite common for men to take multiple wives and concubines. Even the loyal and valiant Marquis has 2 secondary wives and a couple of favored maidens. Yet, Gu Xiangyi has none. This sister-in-law has been married for nearly 20 years, yet her husband, Song Ziyuan, has not taken even one concubine. Not even when she was pregnant or gave birth did he allow a maid to attend to her. In the past, it might have been understandable that Song Ziyuan, lacking power and influence, was deterred by the Marquis's authority, but as his position ascended, he remained steadfast in his resolve. Now, having reached the pinnacle of power, seated in the Prime Minister's residence, he continues to remain devoted solely to Gu Xiangyi, provoking envy. Not only does Madame Gu feel this jealousy, but many women throughout the capital share in it as well. Yet, despite the jealousy that lingered in her heart, from a standpoint of self-interest, she found a certain satisfaction in the situation. After all, Song Ziyuan posed no threat to Gu Xiangyi's position, as he had no other woman vying for his affection. The bond with the loyal and valiant Marquis's family remained secure. Even if there were competitors, they might not pose a real danger, after all. More people often lead to more complications, do they not? Thus, should Song Ziyuan truly entertain such thoughts, it would be far wiser for Gu Xiangyi to confidently elevate a maidservant into his presence, retaining control over her contract, thereby preventing any potential upheaval. My dear sister, it is not that I wish to sow discord between you and your husband. I merely fear that you might become ensnared in a moment of stubbornness, allowing some unscrupulous person to take advantage. Mrs. Gu implored earnestly. By choosing someone yourself, you are aware of her background and can manage the situation accordingly. Mrs. Song smiled gently, acknowledging, I understand that you have my best interests at heart, but my husband genuinely has no desire for such arrangements. Just the other day, I suggested that Furong serve him, yet he declined. Not wishing to press further, Mrs. Gu responded, you are soon to be a grandmother. It is best that you remain attuned to your own feelings. Mrs. Song nodded in agreement. Mother Fong, please summon Miss Lin, the physician, to speak with us, she instructed. Mother Fong smiled and promptly departed. In a short while, she returned with a woman clad in elegant xiang-colored attire, her figure graceful and appearing to be in her late 20s. With exquisite features framed by braided hair, adorned with a jade comb and 2 simple pearl hairpins. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and charm. This was Miss Lin Jing, the physician. Lin Jing gracefully bowed to Mrs. Song and her companion. her voice bright and her demeanor respectful. "Lin, the physician, please take a seat and enjoy some tea." Mrs. Song welcomed her with a warm smile, beckoning for tea to be served. Lin Qing seated herself upon a nearby stool and remarked, "I am unworthy of the title of divine physician. You may simply refer to me as Dr. Lin, or by my name, Lin Qing." Lady Song, ever accommodating, promptly adjusted her form of address, saying, "I presume my sister-in-law has spoken to you regarding the duties of a physician in our household? We already have a resident physician to attend to the family's ailments. Yet there are certain matters concerning women that are not easily articulated. The primary purpose of your invitation is to tend to the health of our esteemed matriarch. It is said that Dr. Lin is also adept at preparing medicinal meals." Lin Qing chuckled modestly, "I do not deserve such praise. Since I began my studies in pharmacology, I have been able to prepare medicinal dishes. I can certainly care for the matriarch, but I intend to serve in your esteemed household for only 3 years. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall inform you in advance of my departure. If you find my conditions acceptable, I shall dedicate myself to the care of your matriarch." "That is only natural," Lady Song replied with a cheerful smile while savoring a sip of tea. Gritting her teeth, she continued, "Dr. Lin, it has been 13 years since I gave birth to my son, and I have not conceived again. In your opinion, is there still a possibility for me to bear another child at my age?" Chapter 62. Is this my arch nemesis? Lin Qing was assigned to reside in the Bamboo and Wood Cottage, not far from Chunaway Hall. In addition to her maid, Sanger, whom she had brought along, Lady Song also sent 2 rough women to assist her. Initially, Lady Song intended to assign 2 more maids for her service. However, Lin Qing preferred tranquility and was unaccustomed to having too many people around her, being already accustomed to Sanger as company alone, hence she declined the offer. Lin Qing possessed but a few boxes and a scant collection of garments. Aside from a medicine chest, her belongings comprised merely a handful of precious medical tomes, rendering her luggage remarkably minimal. As Sanger organized the belongings, Lin Qing sat idly on the Luohan bed by the window, resting her chin on her hand, gazing vacantly at the verdant bamboo swaying outside. "Master, would you care to take a moment's rest?" Sanger inquired respectfully as she approached. "I am not weary. Allow me to brew you some tea," she continued. Lin Qing gently stroked her head. "Good girl, go rest." Observing the exchange, Lin Qing felt somewhat speechless but refrained from urging her to depart. Instead, she affectionately patted the top of her head and resumed her reading. Madame Song, having bid farewell to her elder sister-in-law from her maternal family, scrutinized the prescription in her hand, pursing her lips before handing it to Mama Fong. "Mama Fong, please personally gather the herbs and prepare this concoction." Receiving the prescription, Mama Fong replied, "Madam, do you truly wish to pursue this remedy?" In the past, in her quest to conceive again, she had tried numerous prescriptions, yet none had borne fruit. If this proves futile as well, would it not lead to further disappointment? "Fear not," Madame Song reassured her, "it is merely the concern of laboring in vain. In truth, if it yields no result, it is of little consequence. After all these years, anything that comes would be a delightful surprise, would it not, Mama?" Mama Fong chuckled. "Indeed, you are far more insightful than I, madam." Bowing slightly, Mama Fong set off to make the necessary arrangements. "Ah, dear sister, is that truly you?" Song Si turned her head, and as the maidservants dispersed, an unfamiliar elderly lady dressed in a deep blue gown, adorned with a golden hairpin and a necklace of jade beads, smiled as she supported herself with a maid's hand. Another stranger, indeed. Song Si turned to look at Madame Gong, who, sensing her intention to offer a hint, heard Song Si inquire, "Is this a formidable adversary or a close acquaintance?" Madame Gong smiled gently and replied, "A close acquaintance, the esteemed Lady Wei, wife of the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works." Upon hearing this, Song Si felt a wave of relief, since it was a friendly visit. She approached with a radiant smile. "Oh, dear sister, what a delightful coincidence. How is your health?" Lady Wei responded with a perplexed expression, wondering about the peculiar nature of this greeting. In Chapter 63, Suspicion Arises, teaching son again, Lady Wei stepped forward, grasping Song Si's hands, trembling as she curtsied. "Dear sister, your illness truly frightened me. Knowing you are well again fills me with such gratitude that I could eat 2 large bowls of plain noodles to thank the deities." Song Si mused inwardly, thankful for what? Your elder sister has already departed to serve the Buddha in the West. Hearing this during the day sent a chill through Lady Wei, who forced a smile and remarked, "Clearly, my dear sister is blessed. In my view, it is your reluctance to part with Ewer. One must see him marry and bear children." Indeed, Lady Wei observed Song Si's lack of enthusiasm and continued, "Surely, you are not still upset with me? I was equally deceived by that little Zheng. She acted out of ignorance, not malice towards you. You know I have always regarded Yuo as my own child. I would never harm him." Feigning magnanimity, Song Si replied, "Let us not dwell on past grievances. Indeed, my dear elder sister, I am presently wide-eyed and eager to find a suitable young lady for you. What do you think about a potential meeting?" Lady Wei tentatively inquired. "A meeting? You mean a matchmaking, right? It seems you previously introduced a young lady to my fourth son, but that did not come to fruition? She must be truly exceptional. Next month, my eldest daughter-in-law will celebrate her birthday. Do bring her along to join us in the festivities," Song Si responded. Upon hearing this, Lady Wei's eyes brightened. "That sounds splendid. I shall await your invitation." With a smile, Song Si nodded, exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then bid farewell to Lady Wei. Guiding Mama Gong's hand as they made their way to the carriage, Mama Gong cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked, "Madam has forgotten that the young Miss Zheng is the niece of Lady Zhong Quanzhou, the Minister of Rites. Lady Wei has met her and inquired about her character, hoping to introduce her to the fourth master, and Madam was also pleased with the young lady. However, it turns out that Miss Zheng had already entangled herself with Lady Zhong's eldest son, which explains." Song Si gasped in astonishment. Such a dramatic turn of events. Mama Gong observed her closely and continued, "Upon hearing this news, Madam became quite vexed with Lady Wei and has refrained from speaking to her for some time. I had thought you were still upset with her and would not acknowledge her at all." Song Si chuckled lightly. Everyone has their moments of misjudgment. Since nothing came of it, it is of little consequence. Surely, it cannot result in a lifelong estrangement between the two families? "Madam is magnanimous," Mama Gong complimented. Yet her gaze lingered on Song Si with a depth of concern. After boarding the carriage, Song Si turned her attention to her two granddaughters in the distance and beckoned. "Come here and sit with me. Zhou, you may sit at the back." Song Rookie and the others were somewhat taken aback. Yet they refrained from contesting and subsequently boarded the carriage. Song Si retrieved a small box from the low cabinet within the vehicle and handed it to Song Ruwei. Surprised, Song Ruwei opened it to find a delicate hairpin, exclaiming in astonishment, "Grandmother, what is this?" "Take it," Song Si replied with a smile. "This hairpin serves as a gentle reminder for you. My dear, one's demeanor does not solely rely on magnanimity to be showcased. You clearly cherish this hairpin, yet you graciously relinquish it in pursuit of a reputation for adult virtue. In the future, if someone desires your husband and wishes to share him with you, will you also exhibit such generosity in the name of adult virtue?" Song Ruwei's complexion turned pale. Chapter 64. Double Standards, or Grandmother's Double Standards. Upon returning to the Xiang residence, as Song Si was about to mount the small carriage, she called out to Song Rookie. Startled, Song Rookie thought she too would be reprimanded like her cousin, and instinctively stood up straight, feeling quite anxious. "Chi-Chi," Song Si gently admonished. "Even though you are a young lady of the Xiang family, you are merely the second daughter. When you next encounter Zhao Mingyao, remember that she is a county princess. Her rank and title surpass yours. She holds greater esteem. You are about to reach the age of maturity, and your marriage cannot be delayed for long. There is no need to jeopardize your reputation by failing to discern social hierarchies in matters of courtship. Do not engage in verbal bravado or harsh words. Believe me, if she were to slap you, you would have no recourse." Song Rookie felt a sense of grievance, her eyes reddening. Remembering her own status does not imply that you must demean yourself. It merely urges caution to avoid giving others leverage against you, as the losses may outweigh the gains. Song Si blinked her eyes and remarked, "If you can't defeat them, then flee. If the opponent is stronger than you, what is the point in fighting? Of course, it is wise to retreat. To stay is merely to invite harm." Song Rookie responded, "You are the epitome of double standards, exhibiting one demeanor now and another at a different moment." Observing her furious expression, with eyes as red as a rabbit's, Song Si couldn't help but pinch her cheek gently, saying, "Do not misunderstand. Fighting is indeed necessary, but one must employ the correct methods." "What methods?" Song Si hesitated, feigning profundity as she replied, "Guess. I am weary today. I shall impart the wisdom of life to you another time. Now, let us depart." Song Rookie stared in bewilderment as her grandmother fled, and only after the carriage had vanished from sight did she turn to Mama Gong, asking, "Mama Gong, is grandmother truly well? Her behavior seems rather peculiar, nothing like the grandmother of old. She even called me Chi-Chi. What is going on?" Mama Gong gazed after the departing carriage, her eyes flickering with contemplation. "Perhaps The matriarch has forgotten many things. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Song Rookie's heart. Mama Gong bowed slightly to her, signaling for attendants to assist her into the carriage, and then hastily followed after Song Si's vehicle. Mother, grandmother must be angry with me. Woe is me. Song Ruwei sobbed, her breath coming in gasps. Lu Shi was taken aback, urgently inquiring what had transpired, but her daughter continued to weep, leaving her no choice but to summon her daughter's devoted maid, Faitsue, for clarification. Faitsue, however, was unaware of the carriage incident and shared only what she knew, which was based on Song Ruwei's own revelation regarding her hairpin. Mother, do you think grandmother is truly angry with me? Is she blaming me for causing her embarrassment? Lu Shi grasped her arms gently and asked, Tell me, do you believe your grandmother is correct? Do you truly desire that hairpin while pretending to be magnanimous? Song Ruwei was taken aback, her face betraying a hint of panic. I. She is a county princess. I merely wish to avoid offending her, yet grandmother insists I seek fame. You are right to wish to avoid offending her, but you must not publicly contradict your grandmother. You could have sent a gift to the county princess later. As it stands, you find yourself in an awkward position, and it is you who appears foolish. Lu Shi admonished. Song Ruwei asked, So was I in the wrong? Lu Shi replied, You are not at fault. It is merely your approach that is misguided. In the future, when faced with similar situations, let this serve as a lesson. Do not place yourself in a position of embarrassment. One must act with foresight. Lowering her head, Song Ruwei pondered, yet grandmother's words seemed to hold some truth. She did not wish to yield for the sake of reputation. Was it truly acceptable to do so? Chapter 65. The fortunate appointment of a foster daughter as a physician. Song Si reclined comfortably on the beautiful couch, letting out a long sigh. Indeed, her body felt frail and aged. After only a short stroll outside, she was utterly exhausted. Here, give my legs a rub. She instructed a young maid, who knelt before her, eager to comply. Yes, my lady. Observing the maid's wide eyes and neatly styled hair in two buns. Wielding a small mallet with a dutiful demeanor, Song Si felt a twinge of guilt. In just a few days, she had learned to embrace the airs of superiority, confidently commanding the maid to attend to her needs. Have the nurse fetch me some sweets. I appreciate your efforts in massaging my legs, Song Si said with a smile, gently patting the maid's forehead. The young girl named Pomegranate smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. I thank you, esteemed matriarch. I am not weary. The palace matron lifted the curtain and entered, bowing to Song Si. Esteemed matriarch, the eldest madam has come to pay her respects. Come in, replied Song Si. The eldest madam entered, smiling as she bowed to Song Si, inquiring with concern, Mother, did your outing tire you? Indeed, I am fatigued. Yet I wish to venture out again. After exploring the capital, I intend to travel to the outskirts and venture further afield, said Song Si. The eldest madam's smile faltered momentarily, but soon blossomed again as she replied, It is rare for you to express such enthusiasm, Mother. Next time, I shall accompany you. The old matriarch has changed after her illness. Her temperament and demeanor have transformed. Once reluctant to leave the house, she now yearns for outings, even long journeys. How peculiar! What affliction could cause such an anomaly? I fear she may feel her time is short and wishes to see the world once more, thought the eldest madam anxiously. Mother, both I and the Lord have conferred and decided to invite a female physician to our household to care for your health. I have requested my family to seek one, and we have found a practitioner from the esteemed Lu family, renowned for her medical skills. Would you like to meet her? A female physician? Indeed, Mother, your recent illness has alarmed us. Having a physician attend to you regularly will surely aid in your recovery, allowing us, your children, to feel at ease. Mother, the eldest madam, fearing that Song Si would overthink the matter, prepared to offer some words of comfort. Such fortunate occurrences compel me to request her presence to examine my pulse and discern any ailments I may possess, Song Si interjected hurriedly. In ancient times, with the prevalent gender segregation, it was often the case that male physicians occupied the medical field. Many women hesitated to divulge their afflictions to male doctors, resulting in prescriptions that failed to address their true conditions. The presence of female physicians would undoubtedly be advantageous. Song Si was not the original inhabitant of this body. She possessed a youthful spirit, albeit reluctantly confined within the frail shell of an elderly form. If given the choice, she would certainly desire robust health, the vitality to run and sleep well, and the allure of youth. Therefore, Song de Forin's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Song Si herself was exceedingly eager to cultivate a sound and vigorous physique, even if it meant emerging as a woman of middle age. Song de Foreign was taken aback by her compliance and enthusiasm, her heart swelling with joy as she hastily summoned Lin Qing. Upon seeing Lin Qing's youthfulness, radiant complexion, and her tall, healthy stature, Song Si felt a pang of envy akin to tasting a sour lemon. This was precisely the age and physique she yearned for. Chapter 66, No Pain Without Comparison. As Song Si appraised her, Lin Qing found herself momentarily at a loss. Had she misread the situation? Was there a hint of envy reflected in the gaze of the esteemed matron? Song de Foreign, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared her throat and remarked, "Mother, do not be deceived by Lin Defu's youthful appearance. She has been studying medicine since childhood." Song Si replied, "I have made no such claims." Song de Foreign responded with a pause, "Lin Doctor." Song Si blurted out her thoughts but quickly realized their inappropriateness, thus she corrected herself, "Dr. Lin, would you kindly come here and take my pulse? I do not wish for the longevity of an ancient specter. I merely hope that this frail and decrepit body of mine might feel a bit lighter and endure less suffering. Such would be a blessing." Lin Qing smiled gently, finding a certain charm in the words of this noble matron, who seemed quite amiable. "If the matriarch places her trust in me, I shall do my utmost." She stepped forward, seated herself on a small stool, while Sanger, carrying a medicinal box, stood behind her. Opening the box, she retrieved a medicinal pillow. Seizing the opportunity, Song Si glanced at the contents of the box, which was filled with numerous vials and jars, alongside a pale blue brocade pouch. Hong Yu assisted Song Si by rolling up a sleeve to reveal her wrist. Upon seeing Sango place the medicinal pillow down, Song Si positioned her hand upon it. Lin Qing extended her hand, inhaling softly, her long, delicate fingers resting upon Song Si's pulse. Observing this, Song Si could not suppress a sigh of despair. Indeed, without comparison, there is no pain. The contrast between Lin Qing's slender fingers, akin to tender green onions, and her own, resembling gnarled old branches, was stark and painful to her heart. "Matriarch, please remain calm," Lin Qing remarked, puzzled by the sudden agitation of her patient. Song Si forced a smile, saying, "Dr. Lin, your fingers are truly exquisite. As tender as the tips of green onions, unlike my own, which resemble withered twigs." Lin Qing's fingers trembled slightly as she followed her gaze, responding with a cheerful smile. "Matriarch, one day, even my tender fingers shall become withered branches. You have a way with words. I find great comfort in your sentiments." Lin Qing curled her lips slightly. Adjusting her expression, "Madam, I kindly ask you to refrain from speaking for now. Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to grasp the pulse." The crowd was taken aback. This physician truly possesses remarkable audacity, even daring to command the matriarch. How could it be? Lady Song was particularly concerned. Song Si also focused intently on her own health, her gaze fixed on Lin Qing. As for the matriarch's condition, it is likely that the chief physician of the Imperial Hospital had already conveyed the gravity of the situation: stroke, a common affliction among the elderly. The first instance had been fortunate, causing minimal impact. However, should another occur, the consequences could range from paralysis and loss of speech to far graver outcomes. Lin Qing fell silent for a moment. Lady Song felt a twinge of discomfort. Was it truly necessary to be so blunt? "I understand that stroke is a serious issue. Yet I seek to know if my health can still be salvaged," Song Si inquired. No one had witnessed the severity of strokes more than she had, with some succumbing to sudden cerebral infarctions. Such was the fate of the original owner, hence the imperative to maintain a cheerful disposition and avoid anger. Lin Qing was somewhat surprised and pleased. This matriarch appeared to possess a discerning mind. Chapter 67, The Pill. A misstep. If one were to inquire whether Song Si feared death, it would be difficult to articulate. To claim she was unafraid would be disingenuous when faced with mortality. A hint of reluctance invariably lingers. Yet, to admit fear seems unwarranted, as she had already experienced death once. Should she perish again, it would be final, rather than a mere reincarnation. Should fortune favor her, perhaps she would transcend to the modern era. In truth, Song Si feared not death itself, but rather the frailty of her ailing body, which sporadically succumbed to illness. After all, death is a liberation, while the torment of illness renders existence a veritable hell. Therefore, Song Si would not disregard Lin Qing's advice. On the contrary, cooperation was essential. It was merely for the sake of comfort for a few years, to relish the splendor of ancient times. "Doctor, you need only draft a treatment plan, and I shall certainly comply," Song Si declared, grasping Lin Qing's hand with determination. Lin Qing mused, Such an accommodating elderly lady is indeed a rarity. It seems she values her position in the residence greatly. After all, should she pass, Lord Song would be in mourning. How could she be willing to accept that? Then, I shall administer acupuncture and massage daily. At the very least, to expel some of the long-accumulated toxins from your body. We can also complement this with medicinal cuisine, Lin Qing proposed. Lady Song was taken aback. Toxins? How could there be toxins? Are you implying that our matriarch has been poisoned? Just as Lin Qing was about to clarify, Song Xi interjected, it is not poisoning. Rather, it is the residual viruses from past ailments that have gradually accumulated, forming toxins that linger within the body, causing discomfort and heaviness. Lady Song appeared bewildered. But how could the matriarch understand such concepts? Lin Qing was equally surprised. You are aware of this medical principle, matriarch? Song Xi chuckled. The secret is out. I once heard a wandering physician speak of it. His words were rather alarming, and I memorized them. It seems I have not yet lost my wits. Indeed. Lin Qing replied with a smile, you must have encountered a physician of remarkable skill. Of course, Song Xi retorted without blinking. If the matriarch agrees, shall we proceed accordingly? Song Xi nodded and cautiously asked, will the acupuncture be very painful? Lin Qing, I will be gentle. Song Xi's face contorted with pain. It follows that it will hurt. After all, is there any acupuncture that does not cause discomfort? Lin Qing had scheduled to come in the evening for the treatment and took her leave. Madame Song feigned sorrow, saying, it seems that mother has taken a disliking to me, thus I shall not linger and provoke her further. If mother has any commands for her daughter-in-law, she may simply send Hong Yu and the others to convey them. A string of ellipses danced in Song Xi's mind. Were ancient people truly so theatrical? After Madame Song departed, Song Xi reclined again, instructing Mama Gong to distribute the purchased items to each household. Just as she began to doze off, a cacophony of voices erupted outside the courtyard. She could hardly endure the melodrama of the little actor Jia Baoyu, who incessantly uttered terms of endearment and lengthy phrases. Hong Yu and the others found it immensely amusing, never expecting that fourth master would also incur the displeasure of the matriarch. Mama Gong, however, observed Song Xi disappearing behind the screen with a furrowed brow and went to the doorway to intercept Song Jiyu. Chapter 68. Who is the noble benefactor assisting in the tribulation? At Songshan Temple, beneath a 500-year-old apricot tree, a stone table was set with a chessboard, an incense burner, and 2 cups of tea, where 2 individuals sat upon the ground. I have lost again. Should there be an outsider present, witnessing this scene would surely evoke astonishment. The esteemed Prime Minister, wielding great power within the nation, was seated in respectful equality with a monk young enough to be his son. Yet, if one were to recognize this youthful monk, they would find it entirely reasonable, for it was Master Jinghui, born amidst a celestial radiance, heralded as a holy being. Having entered monastic life at the tender age of 3, displaying remarkable intelligence and a thirst for knowledge, well-versed in the myriad philosophies of the ancients. At merely 22 years of age, he has traversed the expanse of Da Qing, imparting wisdom and discourse to countless disciples. He has been graciously bestowed the title of Master Jinghui, the protector of the nation. With features of refinement and elegance, Jinghui delicately lifted the ebony pieces, placing them into the goblet. Upon hearing the words, he turned to Song Ziyuan with a gentle smile, remarking, it is but a leisurely pastime, my lord. Your concerns for the nation and its people far exceed my humble endeavors. Song Ziyuan fell silent, as this master had an uncanny ability to render his words impotent with a single remark. Sipping his tea, he gazed at Jinghui and inquired, Master, in the past, you foretold that my family would face a calamity that could lead to our ruin. Might it pertain to my mother's grave illness? Now that she has regained consciousness and her health is improving, has the tribulation you spoke of been averted? Jinghui smiled softly. Do not fret, my lord. The trials of your esteemed household will surely be navigated with the assistance of benefactors who have already arrived. Remain steadfast in your original intentions. Who might that benefactor be? Song Ziyuan questioned. The only one capable of such audacity is this young monk. Jinghui then rose, palms pressed together, and bowed slightly, saying, Master, I take my leave. Song Ziyuan stepped back, turning to depart. My lord, remain true to your original intentions to achieve your ultimate goals. Jinghui's voice echoed from behind him. His heart stirred. Song Ziyuan turned slightly to see Jinghui already walking toward his woodland abode, swiftly vanishing from view. Lady Song approached to assist him in loosening his garments, cheerfully recounting the origins of Lin Qing and her recent arrival at the residence. Song Ziyuan's hand paused in unfastening his collar. What did you say? The female physician has already entered the estate? What a coincidence. Could it be that the person capable of assisting the Song family through their tribulation, as mentioned by the master, is this esteemed physician, Lin Qing? Lady Song, somewhat perplexed by his astonishment, nodded and said, indeed. She has paid her respects to my mother today, and my mother has consented to allow her to attend to her. She should currently be administering acupuncture to my mother. Song Ziyuan paused his actions, stating, I shall go pay my respects to mother. He felt the need to ascertain whether this individual was indeed a benefactor to the Song family. A frown creased her brow, and an inexplicable sense of discomfort settled within her. Chapter 69. Hesitation. Song Ci, drenched in perspiration and trembling, gritted her teeth in a bid to endure the pain, with soft whimpers escaping her tightly pressed lips. Hongyu, holding a clean handkerchief, gently wiped her sweat and glanced towards Lin Qing, who was deftly manipulating the acupuncture needles. Dr. Lin, is there not a gentler technique? The matriarch appears to be in considerable distress. As the adage goes, pain denotes obstruction. The matriarch's meridians were mostly blocked, and the sudden application of needles would naturally cause pain. However, with gradual alleviation, it would become more bearable. Lin Qing looked at Song Ci and spoke softly. There is no need for the matriarch to endure in silence. If it truly hurts, you may express it. Song Ci weakly retorted, what good would that do? Shall I call out to the heavens in frustration? No matter how loudly I scream, the pain persists. It would be more prudent to conserve my breath. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Dr. Lin, I implore you to be gentle. Lin Qing nearly chuckled, glancing at the hourglass. If that is the case, please bear with it a while longer. In 30 more breaths, I shall withdraw the needles. At that moment, Mama Gong entered, announcing, Matriarch, the master has come to pay his respects. She continued, the master is dutiful and wishes to see you in good health for his own peace of mind. Song Ci sighed, pondering the inevitability of fate. Song Ziyuan delicately sipped his tea, his mind lingering on Master Jinghui's words. Was the benefactor of the Song family truly within these walls? This thought led him to recall a year prior, when Jinghui had predicted that the Song family would face a calamity that could lead to their downfall, with the potential for salvation resting on the arrival of a benefactor this year. The foreboding forecast had left him drenched in cold sweat, a secret he had buried deep within his heart, never uttering a word to anyone. What could lead to such a tragic fate for the Song family? It could only stem from a monumental event, perhaps treason or rebellion, or involvement in the Dragon Prince's contention. Yet, none of these scenarios seemed to apply. His loyalty to Emperor Chu was unwavering. He was the most devoted royalist. As for the succession, although the current dynasty had yet to establish a crown prince, Emperor Chu was in the prime of his life, with several sons, the eldest scarcely 18, and the youngest merely a month old. Despite some calls within the court for the establishment of an heir, such appeals had proven to be more noise than substance. He could not fathom where the misstep lay. As he pondered these matters, someone emerged from behind a screen. Song Ziyuan looked up and rose to his feet. Mother, he said, stepping forward to assist Song Ci. But his gaze was drawn momentarily to the unfamiliar woman before him. Song Ci, feeling weak, settled onto the Luoan bed and remarked, you need not come to pay your respects. Your wife has brought in Dr. Lin. She is attending to me, so you may confidently pursue your political endeavors without concern for my well-being. What nonsense was this about politics? Song Ziyuan found the statement perplexing, yet smiled gently. No matter how busy I am, I must come to pay my respects to mother. Is this Dr. Lin? Lin Qing looked up and gracefully inclined her body in a bow, saying, Lin Qing pays her respects to the esteemed lord. My mother's health, is it stable? Lin Qing replied with a gentle smile, the esteemed matron is quite well. With proper care, she shall surely thrive. Song Ziyuan recognized the ambiguity in her words. Even a physician of great renown would hesitate to guarantee absolute wellness. No matter how esteemed one may be, certainties remain elusive. He observed Lin Qing, who, with her downcast eyes and composed demeanor, exuded neither servility nor arrogance, leaving him uncertain if she was indeed the noble figure that Jinghui had mentioned. Regardless of her true identity, her timely presence warranted his respect. I entrust my mother's well-being to you, Dr. Lin. Lin Qing, taken aback by his words, lifted her gaze to meet Song Ziyuan's, offering a slight nod. I shall do my utmost. Chapter 70. The test of Lady Song. Lady Song, unable to quell her worries, had followed him, and upon entering, she chanced upon the moment when Song Ziyuan and Lin Qing exchanged glances. She paused briefly, a smile gracing her lips as she approached. The onlookers parted, allowing her to reach Song Ci, where she bowed respectfully and inquired with genuine concern, "How did you fare during your first acupuncture session, mother?" "It hurts," Song Si replied. "Do not crowd around me. The pain is overwhelming, and I must endure while conversing with you all. It is quite exhausting." Lady Song's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Mother." "Yes, my lord." Lady Song nodded obediently and took a step back, following her husband as they departed. Once they had left, the others rose, and Lin Qing addressed Song Si, "Esteemed matron, I have also prepared a medicinal bath for you. Soaking in it will grant you a more restful sleep." Song Si nodded, assisted by her maidens as she made her way into the cleansing chamber. The twilight deepened, the sounds of insects filling the air. Lady Song observed her husband beside her, sensing his unusually quiet demeanor today. "My lord, it seems that since the lady has awakened, she is rather reluctant to have us by her side." Lady Song initiated the conversation, even when Sir Si went to pay his respects during the day. She preferred to remain asleep and not see him. Song Ziyuan furrowed his brow, recalling that the Yuan had mentioned their mother's temperament could be quite capricious. And it appears they were not mistaken. Lady Song expressed, "I actually find our mother to be more approachable now." She hesitated slightly, feeling a bit awkward, and added with a smile, "The children have said as much. Indeed, if the children are willing to enjoy her company, she will not feel too lonely." Song Ziyuan turned to her and said, "As for that Dr. Lin, please allocate a couple more individuals to attend to her. Whatever medicinal herbs she requires. Ensure the storeroom is well stocked. If we lack any, procure them externally without hesitation regarding the expenditure. Treat her with the courtesy one would extend to a guest." Lady Song felt a pang of concern, almost unable to maintain her composure, and couldn't help but glance at him, smiling as she assured him, "Rest assured. Having finally invited a lady physician whom our mother favors, she shall certainly be treated as a distinguished guest." "Indeed," he replied, "it is a pity for Dr. Lin. Possessing such remarkable skills, yet she has chosen the path of independence and vows never to marry. Otherwise, with her grace and beauty, many fine young men would surely vie for her attention." Lady Song feigned a sigh. Song Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, casting her a knowing look that was both amused and enigmatic. Lady Song's smile faltered. "What is it?" "At present, the foremost concern remains the well-being of our mother. Let us not dwell on other matters." Song Ziyuan took her hand and gently squeezed it. "I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall not join you for dinner. I will dine in my study." Lady Song felt a flush rise to her cheeks and simply uttered, "Oh." Song Ziyuan smiled gently, releasing her hand and turning to walk towards the outer courtyard. As Song's matriarch watched him disappear from sight, she pressed her hand against her chest, letting out a soft sigh. Why at this age did she find herself pondering more deeply? Was it the realization of her own fading youth? She touched her face, and her thoughts drifted back to Lin Qing's delicate, fair complexion, leaving her contemplative. Chapter 71. Serious nonsense. The existence of traditional Chinese medicine holds its own profound reasoning. Upon rising the following day, Song Si came to a deeper understanding of the remarkable efficacy of this ancient practice. The matriarch's condition had notably improved today. Several maidservants, including Hong Tao, approached with a basin and towel, offering playful banter. Their lively chatter filled the air with compliments, bringing a smile to Song Si's face as she changed into her loose Tai Chi attire for her daily exercises. Lin Qing arrived early, having prepared medicinal porridge for Song Si and also wishing to take her pulse. Upon entering Chunhui Hall, she observed Song Si engaging in peculiar, leisurely movements with her hands and feet. At first glance, they appeared languid and soft, yet upon closer inspection, there was a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, creating a sense of balance. After a complete session of Tai Chi, Song Si's complexion was radiant, her breathing slightly labored, and a sheen of perspiration adorned her forehead, presenting an image of vibrant health. "Please rest assured, matriarch," Lin Qing said with a smile, bending her knee in respect. Lin Qing continued, "Last night was my first time administering acupuncture to you. I wanted to check in early today to see if you experience any discomfort. I feel quite well. Your acupuncture technique is truly remarkable. It may have been slightly painful, but it is indeed effective. I hear you hail from the esteemed Lu family of the Xinglin lineage, and your reputation is well-deserved," Song Si replied. "I can endure it. Please continue with the treatment today," she concluded. "Very well," Lin Qing affirmed. Lin Qing nodded and, intrigued, inquired, "Esteemed matriarch, may I ask the name of the martial art you just demonstrated? It does not resemble the commonly seen five animals play. I am curious about its origins." "Tai Chi," the matriarch replied. "Tai Chi," Lin Qing pondered, I am unaware of which illustrious family or chivalrous figure may have devised it. I have not heard of it before. Meanwhile, the palace matron gazed silently at the sky. Here we go again. The matriarch was at it once more with her solemn nonsense. First, it was wandering physicians, then wandering knights. Might we expect a wandering traveler next? Ah, I see. Lin Qing remarked. The matriarch truly has an extensive circle of acquaintances. This martial art bears a certain charm. It harmonizes softness and strength without requiring excessive movement. For someone of your age, it is quite suitable. Lin Qing was convinced. Song Si said softly, Dr. Lin, Tai Chi is accessible to all. It is not exclusive to the elderly. It merely serves as a means to enhance one's physical fitness and bolster immunity. Without addressing her age, they could converse amiably. Oh, if Dr. Lin is interested, you may join me in practicing. Let us partake together. Henceforth, it shall be said that she created and taught it, simply perfect. Lin Qing responded. If the matriarch is willing to impart her knowledge, I would be eager to learn. Seeing Lin Qing's interest, Song Si's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to the palace matron and instructed. Have Hong Tao and the others prepare a set of Tai Chi attire for Dr. Lin, so she may practice alongside me. Yes, matriarch. As Lin Qing accompanied Song Si towards the main hall, she pondered and then asked, Esteemed matriarch, what did you mean earlier by immunity? Song Si remarked, the human body possesses an immune system, akin to a protective shield. The sturdier this shield, the less susceptible one is to viral invasions. This resilience is what I refer to as resistance, or immunity. The stronger and healthier the body, the better the resistance. He then interrupted her, saying, Do not inquire how I know this. It is merely the words of itinerant healers. The itinerant healer, who had never made an appearance, lamented, I feel quite wronged. Being cast as a frail character is truly burdensome. Chapter 72. Speaking lightly may lead to consequences. Madame Song and her two younger sisters-in-law waited in the main hall, gossiping about the various families within the estate while anticipating the emergence of their matriarch. Has Wei'er as courtyard been selected? Second Madame Jiang inquired with a smile directed at Madame Lu. When do you plan to move? I must prepare for the housewarming gifts. Madame Lu graciously accepted the compliment, stating, Everything has been chosen. It will be in the Liuli Pavilion, right next to Cheer. I am grateful for Chio's discerning eye. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed by the multitude of courtyards. The scenery of Liuli Pavilion is splendid, albeit somewhat small, remarked Madame Song. I had thought the Liuqiu Pavilion was of equal size to Cheer's Futsu Pavilion. I assumed she would choose that one. Madame Lu chuckled lightly, holding a handkerchief. She expressed her fondness for the few hibiscus trees in Liuli Pavilion, and given its proximity to Cheer, she thought it would be easier for them to converse in the future. Indeed, our estate lacks young ladies. Aside from the married Qianer, there are only the two of them remaining. It is good for them to be closer, Madame Song sighed. Madame Jiang smiled, pursing her lips. Elder sister-in-law, I fear Chio will not remain for long. She is reaching the age of maturity this winter. What are your thoughts on this matter with the elder uncle? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lu cast her gaze backward. Logically speaking, at this age, Song Rookie should have been betrothed, much like Song Ruqian, who was engaged at 13, wed at 16, and expecting by the following year. Now, as Song Rookie approaches the age of coming-of-age rites, her marital prospects remain uncertain. It is a mystery how the matchmakers have nearly worn a path to the Song household, yet this couple remains steadfast, insisting on delaying for another 2 years. The elder brother's official rank has risen significantly, now holding the esteemed title of minister, though it is rumored that they may be eyeing even more distinguished families, perhaps those of royal descent. Among the royal family, aside from the eldest prince who is already wed, there are still 3 or 4 eligible princes available for marriage. Moreover, Song Ziyuan's position has attracted more than one suitor. While it is true that Song Rookie's spirited disposition might render her unsuitable as a prince's consort, she is nonetheless the legitimate second daughter of Minister Song, a figure of noble standing, worthy of such a match. Should this union materialize, the Song family stature would ascend yet further, benefiting both their daughters and sons in the future. Contemplating this, Mrs. Lu felt a surge of excitement. Madame Song, catching a glimpse of Mrs. Lu, who feigned composure yet listened intently, felt a sense of satisfaction and smiled slightly. Though I am her mother, the arrangement of Cheer's marriage is ultimately in her father's hands. My voice holds no sway in this matter. The elder sister remarked, Your words suggest you lack influence. Yet as the matriarch, your authority cannot be overlooked. Surely, the elder brother will consult with you regarding Cheer's marriage. Mrs. Jiang sighed, Discussing daughters' marriages brings a tinge of sorrow. The young women we have nurtured with such care are swiftly whisked away to become another family's treasure. It is indeed heart-wrenching. Alas, I envy you all. How I wish to have borne a daughter myself. Lady Song and Lady Lu each harbored a string of ellipses in their minds, pondering how such remarks might provoke ire from other women. Surely, if such words reached their ears, they might react with hostility. Especially when many long for sons, yet face challenges in conceiving even one. Meanwhile, you have been blessed with two, yet here you are, speaking with such flippancy. Even for them, though they have a son, it remains insufficient, merely a lament over their uncooperative wombs. If you and the second uncle exert a bit more effort, all would be well, Lady Song chided. As this conversation unfolded, Song Si emerged from the inner room, inadvertently catching the tail end of their discussion. What remedy is being concocted? Chapter 73. Everyone experienced the matriarch's fierce words, "Please, mother, be at ease." Lady Song and the others stood, bowing in unison to Song Si. She raised her hand. "Rise, there is no need for excessive formality." Lin Qing followed closely behind her, offering a bow to Lady Song and the others before standing upright. The vitality of Mother seemed even more robust than yesterday, suggesting that Dr. Lin's medical skills are indeed remarkable. Lady Song observed the rosy complexion of Song Si, feeling a surge of joy. A healthy matriarch signifies stability for the household, alleviating concerns over potential mourning. As for the other esteemed elder in the household, Lady Song had no doubt about her vitality. After all, she remains capable of taking a second wife, exuding a vigor that belies her age by a decade, with the prospect of living another 20 to 30 years appearing quite feasible. Indeed, mother, your radiant complexion leads me to believe you have been powdered, Jiang remarked with a smile, joining in the light-hearted banter. Seeing her two sisters-in-law showering compliments, Lady Lu chimed in, "Mother, if you possess any secrets to maintaining such vitality, it would be most beneficial for the daughters-in-law to learn from you." Lin Qing, modest as ever, smiled lightly and replied, "I cannot accept such praise. For your prowess in martial arts is also a contributing factor." Well said, Song Si interjected. "There is no need for you to be so humble." He then turned his gaze towards Madame Song and the others, inquiring, "Did you all come to pay your respects so early? Have the children gone to the clan school? Have Wei and Zhou gone as well? Is it not rather early for the clan school? Will they be able to adapt?" Song Si calculated that these children began their studies at the clan school much earlier than modern elementary school, which was quite pitiful. "Mother, Sewer and the others have gone through this process too. Have you forgotten?" Madame Song chuckled and replied, "Rising with the rooster's crow is a family tradition of the Song clan. Thus, the children endure quite a bit." Song Si sighed softly. Madame Song and Jiang exchanged glances, recalling tales of the past when the former official had to rise before dawn to study, often under the strict supervision of the matriarch with a wrought tin stick. "Is it not true that the younger generation is indulged?" Song Si then inquired of Lu, "Has Song Ruwei selected her courtyard yet?" "Yes, she has chosen it already. It is in the Liuli Pavilion. Wei even mentioned that once we move in, she will invite grandmother over for a feast," Lu replied with a smile. "Indeed, grandmother," she added, somewhat flustered, as she quickly rose to express her gratitude on behalf of her daughter. "What was it you mentioned about prescribing remedies? Is anyone unwell? If so, let Lin Qing administer an acupuncture treatment." Song Si, feeling lighthearted, was in the mood to engage in familial banter with his daughters-in-law. After all, in this era devoid of the internet and television, what else could women discuss when gathered together, if not the latest gossip and family matters? Madame Song cleared her throat and glanced at Jiang, suggesting, "Come, let us all experience the sharp tongue of our matriarch." Jiang was unashamed, especially upon witnessing the aura emanating from Song Si after administering acupuncture. Her gaze towards Lin Qing held a hint of fervor. It was not discomfort that plagued her, but rather a yearning for a daughter, a wish that had remained unfulfilled. With a smile, Jiang addressed Lin Qing. "Thus, I wish to request that Dr. Lin take my pulse and help me to adjust my constitution, so that I may be blessed with a precious daughter." Lin Qing pondered, somewhat perplexed. Had she not come to the Song family to serve as the personal physician to the matriarch? Why, then, was she being regarded as a deity of fertility by everyone? Chapter 74. Intense and unyielding, striking the heart, madam, it appears you may be suffering from residual blood from a miscarriage. The stagnation within your womb is causing irregularities in your menstrual cycle, and you may experience coldness and distension in your abdomen, Lin Qing remarked. Zhang's expression dimmed slightly as she confessed, "To be candid, Dr. Lin, I have sought the expertise of the renowned gynecologist, Physician Liu from the Imperial Hospital, and have consumed numerous prescriptions, yet there has been no progress." Lin Qing responded with a gentle smile. "The arrival of a child is ultimately a matter of fate. However, it is essential to properly regulate your health. Madam, you are still quite young, but as the years pass, the coldness in your womb may deepen, and your complexion could become sallow." Jiang chuckled. "Indeed, I already have a son, which is sufficient to honor the Song family and my husband. Yet, in my heart, I desire a daughter. I believe that if it is meant to be, it will come to fruition. If not, then it is not my destiny." "Thank you, Dr. Lin. If I were to truly have a daughter, I would be inclined to erect a longevity tablet in your honor and pay daily homage." Lin Qing laughed softly. "That is not necessary." Jiang then turned to Liu. "Sister-in-law, should you not allow Dr. Lin to examine you as well? Let us all take a moment to reflect. The struggle against formidable adversaries does not stray far from familial bonds. In this generation, among the Su family, there are merely 4 male heirs, scarcely sufficient for a brawl. As Song Ci remarked, a family's prosperity is equally contingent upon its ability to reproduce and flourish. One must not dismiss the notion that quality supersedes quantity. In these times, the absence of a male heir can spell ruin for a household should misfortune befall him. Thus, procreation is paramount, for sustenance is seldom an issue. The vitality of the family line remains of utmost importance. Ru felt a forced smile emerge on her lips. What solace is there in being prepared when her husband is absent? Alone, she cannot conceive. Mother, is it truly necessary? Lin Qing nearly erupted into laughter. The matron of Song, with a composed glance at her 2 blushing sisters-in-law, sensed the weight of her mother-in-law's fierce words, which were both harsh and piercing. Song Ci's words, though blunt, bore undeniable truth. Should Ru refuse further, she would be deemed ungrateful. With a flushed face, Ru extended her hand for Lin Qing to take her pulse. Her condition was, in fact, somewhat better than her sisters-in-law, as youth was on her side. The lack of another pregnancy was merely a matter of fate. Ru sighed with relief upon hearing there were no issues, yet the thought of remaining alone in an empty home brought her a pang of sorrow. "Jiang, are you truly intent on having a daughter? Allow me to offer you some advice," Song Ci addressed Jiang. Chapter 75. Buckle up, the matriarch is at the wheel. The notion of having a daughter through some trick? What could that possibly entail? Upon Song Ci's pronouncement, not only were Jiang and the others taken aback, but even Lin Qing felt a flicker of curiosity. She found the matriarch of the Xiang residence to be an exceptionally intriguing individual, possessing an air of youthful mischief despite her advanced years. Although it was commonly believed that she hailed from a humble background and was merely an uneducated villager, having learned only a few characters while assisting her eldest son with his studies, this matriarch occasionally uttered words that struck her as profoundly insightful and entirely novel. For instance, she spoke of concepts like immunity and resistance, and the notion that there were indeed methods to conceive. As a healer, Lin Qing could not definitively assert that childbirth was devoid of strategy, so upon hearing of such methods, her curiosity was piqued. Within the room, apart from a few daughters-in-law, there were only maids and older women. The unmarried maids of Song Ci blushed at the matriarch's remarks, contemplating whether they should discreetly excuse themselves. "You should listen as well. In the future, this knowledge may prove useful, but remember, the discussions within these walls must remain confidential," Song Ci cheerfully remarked. "Mother, what exactly are these methods?" Song Ci inquired, taking a sip of tea to soothe her throat. Childbirth requires the right timing, favorable conditions, and harmonious relationships. While it may not always be guaranteed, there are certainly patterns to follow. For instance, when your menstrual cycle begins, you must calculate the days accordingly. She briefly elaborated on the concept of calculating safe periods. The others exchanged glances, intrigued by this new perspective. During the days of union, the likelihood of conception increases. Thus, it is crucial to seize the opportunity. Of course, this applies only to those with regular cycles. Those with irregular patterns may not find this method applicable. But for those whose cycles are consistent, this approach can be quite effective. Jiang was somewhat anxious and asked, "Mother, if we follow your calculations regarding ovulation, can we really conceive a daughter?" Song Ci recited the lines she had memorized with great fluency. Fortunately, she had once performed in a play where she portrayed a gynecologist, and there was a scene discussing the intricacies of birthing boys and girls, which had nearly confounded her at the time. Later, she had searched online and discovered that the sex of the child is predominantly determined by the male. However, through dietary adjustments, while not guaranteed, there is a significant likelihood of achieving one's desires. Mother, there are so many considerations for conceiving a daughter. What if we wish for a son? Madame Song inquired eagerly, recalling that before she conceived Chinner and the others, she had a rather carnivorous diet. In that case, we must do the opposite, Song Si replied. You need to consume what the man who wishes for a daughter would eat. There is a type of seafood called oysters. You could have some sent over. Juanzhou is by the sea, so seafood should be plentiful. After contemplating for a moment, Song Si mischievously added, in addition to dietary choices, there is another crucial factor. What is it? Came the eager query. It's the position during intimacy. When you engage, for conceiving a girl, it should be done in this manner. Song Si spoke with vivid imagery, oblivious to the listeners whose faces flushed crimson, akin to ripe shrimp, and entirely unaware of the astonished expression of the palace maid beside her. Chapter 76, narrowly avoiding exposure, playing the fool though early summer had yet to arrive. The main hall of Chunhui Tang felt like the peak of summer, with everyone's faces flushed and warm, as if they were being steamed. Lin Qing, being a physician, after overcoming her embarrassment, asked, is there any basis for what the matriarch has stated? Which medical text supports this? Indeed, Mother, you have never shared these secrets with us. Why have you suddenly chosen to impart them? The ladies of the Song family appeared somewhat perplexed. The matriarch spoke as if divinely inspired, yet had never mentioned such things before. Faced with the skeptical gazes of those present, Song Si felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Alas, she had become overly proud and had overstepped. In an instant, she altered her expression, feigning confusion and a hint of panic, murmuring to herself, indeed, how is it that I suddenly possess this knowledge? It feels as if someone has whispered it to me, yet I cannot recall who it was. She gazed vacantly at the ladies of the Song family. I seem to have forgotten. Her demeanor was so bewildering that it sent a chill down Song Deforan's spine, prompting her to glance swiftly at her two sisters-in-law, who also appeared unsettled. Surely, the matriarch had not begun to suffer from memory loss, had she? Oh, Mother, you have consumed more salt than we have traveled roads, and your detailed account must surely be well-researched. It cannot merely be fanciful tales. For you are the mother of 3 sons. Jiangshi feigned a casual demeanor, adding, indeed, the Prime Minister has also mentioned that during the time of our ancestors' rise, extraordinary talents abounded. Mother must have encountered some remarkable physician but has simply forgotten. Song Si felt a surge of relief. These 2 daughters-in-law were exceedingly astute, averting her potential embarrassment. Yet her face still bore an expression of confusion and self-doubt. Is that so? Truly? Feeling a sense of renewed pride, she contemplated for a moment and declared, what I share within these walls must remain confidential. You may only teach your own daughters and daughters-in-law, lest outsiders believe that I am merely rambling with delusions, which would tarnish the reputation of the Xiang residents. She was not afraid of being labeled hysterical. Rather, she feared that if such words were to spread, everyone would yearn solely for sons, leading to a gender imbalance in the nation. She had no desire to become a scapegoat for such a situation. Lady Song quickly affirmed that is only natural, then turned to the maids and servants in the room, her expression stern as she warned, keep your mouth shut. Anyone who dares to spread rumors about what happens in the matriarch's chambers will face dire consequences. The crowd hastily knelt in a show of loyalty. You have your own matters to attend to. Disperse now. I am off to the gardens. Lin Qing, since you are new here, would you like to join me and become better acquainted with the residents? Lin Qing smiled and replied, with the matriarch's invitation, I shall gladly accompany you. Lady Song was delighted. Lin Qing was of a similar age to her past self, and since she was not familiar with the original owner of this body, there was no fear of inadvertently revealing anything, allowing for a free exchange of thoughts. Lady Song and a few others performed a respectful bow and departed. To her surprise, her mother and the esteemed Dr. Lin seemed to connect instantly, addressing each other by name. Jiang was taken aback by Lady Song's attitude towards Lin Qing. Lady Song remarked, the bonds between people are truly remarkable. Perhaps it is also because Dr. Lin possesses exceptional medical skills that my mother is willing to place her trust in her. Jiang hesitated for a moment and then asked, Sister-in-law, do you think we can trust what mother says? Lu also looked over. Does the second sister-in-law wish to believe it? Lady Song countered. Whether Lady Song's words were credible was a matter of perspective, yet to hear such a novel suggestion, especially from a woman who had longed for a daughter, it was something that must be considered with an open mind. Sister-in-law is correct. This is not a medicinal prescription but merely ordinary ingredients that one consumes daily, and they certainly won't harm anyone. Nevertheless, I am inclined to give it a try. Jiang observed the two and remarked, unlike you both, who have daughters. My second brother and I have long dreamt of having a girl. Lady Song playfully chided. Then by all means, do give it a try. Indeed, our family has few daughters. Their lineage is not that of the impoverished, capable of nurturing a daughter without financial strain. As the saying goes, if raised well, a daughter can equally bring blessings to the family. Lu felt a twinge of envy towards the two, envisioning how the dining habits at the government residence would likely shift in the coming days. Alas, her husband was not by her side, rendering her aspirations futile. Reflecting on this, Lu regained some confidence, realizing she needed to adjust her own regimen carefully. Consequently, that very day, Song Ziyuan noticed a change in the meals served in his wife's courtyard, which now included a variety of seafood and a more vegetarian fare. Shortly after, when Song Eri returned, he discovered that his own meals contained little meat, while his wife had numerous culinary creations, leading him to jest if she had been inspired by some newly acquired springtime illustrations. But that is a tale for another time. While Song Si and her companions discussed matters of childbirth, a subtle undercurrent stirred within the court. Officials petitioned regarding the long vacant position in the Eastern Palace, suggesting that to ensure the stability of the great celebration and the security of the realm, a successor should be appointed, especially since Emperor Chu had been on the throne for 18 years and would soon reach the age of knowing his destiny. With the proposal of establishing a successor, flattery towards the emperor ensued, with many asserting that he was still in the prime of his life and that it was premature to appoint anyone. The court became a battleground of debate, with factions arguing over whether a successor should be appointed, how it should be done, and who the candidate should be. The Emperor of Chu lounged on the dragon throne, idly stroking the jade ring on his thumb, observing the heated argument between two factions, his lips curling into a half-smile. The matter of selecting a successor had been broached before, but it had always yielded more thunder than rain. However, it seemed that this time, someone was genuinely agitated. Indeed, the princes had matured, each harboring their own ambitions, and even if they did not, their maternal family surely would. The emperor's gaze fell upon Song Ziyuan, who appeared unfazed as he rested with his eyes closed, clutching a tablet. A flicker of annoyance crossed the emperor's features. Song's calm demeanor suggested that he was indifferent to the unfolding drama, unable to endure the sight any longer. The emperor crumpled a piece of paper and tossed it at Song Ziyuan, causing the argument to abruptly cease. The assembled officials were taken aback. Your Majesty, as the sovereign. Is this truly appropriate? Song Ziyuan opened his eyes and proclaimed, Long live your Majesty. The emperor inquired, What is your opinion on the matter of succession, Right Chancellor? Song Ziyuan replied, This is a matter of the royal household. It is for your Majesty to decide, and I have no authority to intervene. The emperor was unsurprised by this response. Song Ziyuan then glanced at him and continued, If Chancellor Fan asserts such, I must contest it. How can this not be a family matter? The royal family is indeed a family, and the emperor is a man, a father, just like us. It is he who must determine which son will govern the realm in the future. Can we possibly substitute him in that decision? This is akin to my inability to unilaterally appoint the head of the Fan family. Chapter 78. The Chancellor and the Emperor are one nation. Envy is inevitable. At this moment, Song Ziyuan's audacity left him momentarily speechless, an intolerable situation. The Chancellor was sidestepping the crux of the issue. Matters of the royal family are far from trivial, and the selection of a successor is not something to be treated so lightly. This is a matter of national significance. Song Ziyuan interjected immediately. So, does Prime Minister Fan not acknowledge that this is the Emperor's family affair? Does he deny that he is a father? A collective gasp echoed through the room. Such words could only be uttered by Song, for I have never made such a claim. If that is the case, then Prime Minister Fan indeed concedes that this is an imperial matter. As it stands, the emperor holds dominion over the realm, and the decision of who shall inherit the throne rests solely with him. Unless he chooses to confer with us, his subjects, we are merely entitled to express our opinions. Are we not? Or has Prime Minister Fan been endowed with divine insight, capable of discerning who is most suitable for the position of heir apparent? For instance, the third prince, who is his grandson, through his daughter, the esteemed consort Shu. Song Ziyuan, that scoundrel, has dug pit after pit, strewn with thorns, cunning as ever. Song Ziyuan feigned innocence. What have I said? Look how flustered you are. The assembled officials observed the verbal sparring between the two chancellors with great interest, almost ready to bring out seeds to munch on while enjoying the spectacle. Indeed, Song's youth and sharp tongue left Prime Minister Fan at a complete loss for retort. His reputation for eloquence is not undeserved. Song Ziyuan muttered, as if no one has served under two emperors. After all, he was personally appointed as the top scholar by the late emperor. Emperor Chu watched the exchange keenly and remarked, "This discussion of the heir has persisted for many years. You bring it up annually. I must be growing old. Who knows when I might depart this world, leaving you all anxious." The officials were taken aback, kneeling in unison, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor, blessed with great fortune. May he share longevity with the heavens. Long live. Long live. Long live. Long live the true emperor." Is it still necessary to establish a crown prince? The words do not align with the heart. The emperor of Chu lightly remarked, leaving the officials speechless. "It is said that you and Prime Minister Song share a bond akin to that of brothers who have weathered storms together, and indeed, this disdainful remark bears the same essence. To stabilize the hearts of the people and the military, and to secure the realm, it is imperative to appoint a crown prince. However, the manner and choice of whom to appoint shall ultimately be determined by His Majesty, and we, the ministers, dare not interject." Song Ziyuan knelt down, affirming, "We dare not interject." The officials aligned with Prime Minister Song all bowed in agreement. The faction led by Minister Fan exchanged glances, contemplating that the supporters of Prime Minister Song were all sycophants. Let the matter of appointing a crown prince be deliberated further. I am still capable of taking down tigers, declared the Emperor of Chu, striking the armrest of the dragon throne. "The Galan kingdom has come to pay homage to our dynasty, wishing to establish a bond akin to that of Qin and Jane. What is your opinion on this?" Chapter 79. The Inner Palace. Once the morning court session concluded, Song Ziyuan was once again summoned to the imperial study, causing envy among the others. A eunuch named Xiao Chunzi, upon hearing this, jested, "The empress must be yearning for her kin, wishing for them to enter the palace for a chat." "Indeed, I humbly bid farewell to the prime minister," replied the young attendant, bowing his head and stepping back. In the Changchun Palace, a strikingly beautiful noblewoman reclined on a soft couch, her eyes half closed. Delicate, pale fingers were carefully adorned with rouge by two palace maids, while another young maid gently massaged her legs with a beauty mallet. Upon opening her eyes, Consort Fan noticed Xiao Chunzi approaching and waved her hand. Aside from the maid massaging her legs, the one applying the rouge was also a trusted confidant and did not leave. Xiao Chunzi stepped forward, flicked his sleeves, knelt in greeting, and conveyed the words of Minister Fan. "Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, the third prince has arrived." Upon hearing this, Consort Fan's face immediately blossomed into a smile. She sat up straight and gazed towards the entrance of the hall, where she soon beheld a tall and handsome youth entering. "Greetings, mother." Chu Hongjing knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully to Consort Fan. "Please, rise." Consort Fan, her face radiant with joy, gestured for him to stand. Looking at her charming son, she inquired, "What brings you here today, my dear? Is there not much work in the study today?" Chu Hongjing took her hand and, walking over to the couch, replied, "No matter how much work there is, one must come to pay respects to mother." Consort Fan was utterly delighted by his words, feeling as though she had consumed honey. She instructed her trusted maid, Xylan, "Go fetch the bird's nest soup that is warming in the kitchen for the third prince." "Yes, Your Highness," Xylan responded. "Mother, that is your nourishment. What use do I have for it?" Chu Hongjing frowned. "As a man, I do not require such trivial delicacies. Bird's nest is meant for young ladies. If I consume it, what will others think? They might believe I lack masculinity. Nonsense. Bird's nest is beneficial for everyone. Regardless of gender, it is good for the body." Consort Fan scolded him playfully, stroking his cheek. "My son is handsome. He must eat well, so that the young ladies cannot help but be captivated by him." Seeing his demeanor, Consort Fan embraced him, chuckling softly, "Our dear Hongjing has grown up. It is time to consider selecting a bride. I have already gathered the names of various young ladies. Shall we review them together?" Chapter 80. Boldness of the Prime Minister. When it comes to the selection of brides by the princes, it is not merely a matter of personal preference. Ultimately, the emperor holds the final authority. Naturally, if one enjoys the emperor's favor and seeks a marriage alliance through his auspices, success is not beyond reach. The process of selecting a bride is a profound endeavor, primarily driven by considerations of mutual benefit. One must contemplate whether the prospective wife and her maternal lineage can provide substantial support, thereby solidifying or securing one's position, rather than merely choosing a bride. It is akin to selecting a powerful familial connection, necessitating meticulous deliberation. Among the princes, Chu Hong ranks third, and his mother, the esteemed daughter of the prime minister of this dynasty, affords him a distinguished status, second only to that of the crown prince. Consequently, The selection of a bride for a prince is approached with great caution. Mother, my second royal brother has yet to choose a bride. Would it be inappropriate for me to do so now? Chu Hong pondered aloud. Upon hearing this, Lady Fan, his mother, exhibited a hint of disdain in her eyes and replied, Your second royal brother is struggling for survival under the shadow of concubine Duan. He himself has a sixth prince to consider. How could he possibly be invested in this matter? Moreover, even if he were to choose, he cannot surpass you. After all, he is merely the offspring of a minor concubine, and no matter how charming, he pales in comparison to your noble lineage. Chu Hong felt a surge of pride at this notion. Indeed, his second royal brother was but a mere shadow among the princes, hardly noteworthy. After a moment's reflection, he tentatively inquired, Does mother have someone in mind? Lady Fan raised an eyebrow in response. Is my son already enamored? Her gaze flickered momentarily. Is there truly no one you hold in affection? While my cousin Min Yi is charming, I cannot overlook my father's stance. He glanced at Lady Fan, then smiled. Mother possesses an exceptional eye for talent. I am certain you will choose a splendid empress for your son. Indeed, that is a given. Lady Fan lowered her voice and said, Today, the court proposed the establishment of an heir. Your father, the emperor, remains quite apprehensive regarding this matter and has not given his consent. Zheng, you must be exceedingly cautious in your daily conduct and refrain from mentioning such topics. Chu Hongzheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart and replied, Mother, you need only honor your duties before father. As for the rest, you may leave it to me. You would never harm me. Lady Fan's face radiated maternal affection. Chu Hongzheng nodded in agreement. In the imperial study, Emperor Chu hurled a memorial at Song Ziyuan. The latter caught it, somewhat resigned, and remarked, Your Majesty, at our age, we might adopt a gentler approach. Even tossing a memorial requires effort. The emperor huffed disdainfully, Do not jest with me. Just moments ago, you appeared completely indifferent. What a performance. The emperor raised an eyebrow. What is your opinion, Prime Minister Song? The words I spoke in court were not mere rhetoric. This is a matter concerning the royal family. Song Ziyuan replied with a bow. Song Yunzhong, do you dare to engage in formalities with me here? Emperor Chu squinted. Your Majesty, the timing of establishing an heir is at your discretion. While it may not be necessary at present, we must still observe the princes closely. Oh, if an heir were to be named, should it be the legitimate firstborn? If we are to consider the lasting stability of the great Qing dynasty, we must choose wisely. Song Ziyuan raised his head and stated, Though I am the eldest son, I believe that for a family to flourish, the head must possess capability. A leader who is devoid of talent, virtue, and competence, relying solely on their birthright, endangers the family's future. Prime Minister, you are audacious. Emperor Chu admonished. Song Zon lifted his official robe and knelt on the ground, saying, I have spoken rashly. I beseech your Majesty to punish me. Chapter 81. Shall we go offer incense? The inner palace and the court are inextricably intertwined. News of the court's discussions regarding the selection of an heir swiftly reached the ears of the attentive nobles in the harem. Although they dared not interfere overtly, covert machinations were unavoidable, for such matters were pivotal to their own fates and those of their families. Simultaneously, the incident of Prime Minister Song kneeling in the imperial study circulated through the harem, prompting speculation about whether the relationship between the emperor and Prime Minister Song, one of both ruler and brother, was finally unraveling. It was indeed a moment of great significance, suggesting that the Prime Minister might be descending from his lofty position. However, the following morning during the court assembly, the emperor unexpectedly issued an edict summoning several adult princes, including the second, third, and fourth princes, to participate in governance. This revelation ignited fervor among the officials. Could it be that the emperor had finally resolved to name an heir? Many speculated that Prime Minister Song was indeed the emperor's foremost confidant. Perhaps he had proposed this arrangement, which led to his kneeling, subsequently gaining the emperor's approval. If so, it would confirm that the title of the emperor's first confidant was well-deserved. Regardless, the prince's involvement in governance signified to all officials that the emperor's willingness to name an heir had indeed shifted. The atmosphere in the harem and court was charged with tension, with various parties calculating their next moves, some rejoicing, others anxious. Among them, the most favored was undoubtedly the celebrated Song family. The Song household currently boasted several eligible sons and daughters, with the Prime Minister's legitimate son and daughter yet to be wed. Additionally, the twin sons of the Prime Minister's younger brother remained unmarried as well. What? The young gentlemen of the Song family are still in their tender years and not yet of age? It is not the case. They are not yet of age. Although they are around 12 or 13, At this tender age, it is indeed most suitable for courtship. For the process of engagement and marriage is not merely a matter of verbal agreement between two families. It necessitates the preparation of numerous rituals, and the bride's family must also organize a dowry. Consequently, it often takes 2 to 3 years for a marriage to progress from initial discussions to the actual wedding. Moreover, while those young masters may not be of age, does not the younger brother of Minister Song also remain unmarried? He is in the prime of his youth. Thus, the young gentlemen of the Song family, including Song Jiyu and Song Lingsu, are under the watchful gaze of many families. Beyond the esteemed status of the Song household, many are drawn to the family's virtuous traditions. In the capital, it is common for noble families to have several concubines. However, the Song family is a unique exception. Apart from the elderly patriarch, none of the married brothers have taken a concubine, which has ignited the envy of many women. Those who genuinely cherish their daughters would be exceedingly eager to see their beloved girls wed into such a family. As a result, several ladies of the Song family have received numerous invitations to visit temples for prayers, including Song Ci, who has received quite a few. Given that she is the mother of Song Jiyu, to secure a daughter-in-law, one must first earn her approval. While the pretext may be prayer, the true purpose is matchmaking. Is it not? Song Ci, being someone who has acted in period dramas and read novels, quickly discerned the subtle implications behind this charade. The palace matron nodded in agreement. It is not sufficient to simply accept invitations. One must carefully select the right individual, engage in private conversations beforehand, and then invite the young gentleman to meet the young lady to see if they are compatible. Chapter 82, While Others Strive for Fame. My brother relies on his connections. Song Ci picked up a few invitations and examined them, inquiring of Mama Gong about the backgrounds of these families. Although Bao possessed no official title and was merely a young dandy, it was remarkable that so many people held him in high regard. Wasn't it true that old lady Wei had also mentioned matchmaking recently? Mama Gong, hearing Song Ci call out Bao's name, found it somewhat perplexing. Assuming she was referring to Song Jiyu with an added Bao for emphasis, and chuckled. Though the fourth master lacks an official title, the Song family's lineage speaks volumes, and he possesses striking looks, naturally attracting admiration. Song Ci nodded in agreement. Indeed, while he cannot compete for fame, he can certainly leverage his connections. Simply stating my brother is a high-ranking official is enough to establish his standing. In this era, wielding power is the ultimate truth. It is true that Song Jiyu lacks an official title, but he is fortunate to have an elder brother whose influence extends throughout the court. Mama Gong smiled. What the matriarch says is indeed correct. Mother, your precious child has come to pay his respects, came the lively voice of Song Jiyu from outside the door. Song Ci shivered, remarking, speak of the devil, and he appears. With such exuberance, he resembles a child. How can he possibly think of marriage? At 16, he was still but a boy, lacking the maturity to care for a woman and establish a household of his own. Ah, the ancients. Like a whirlwind. Song Jiyu breezed into the room, grinning as he bowed to Song Ci. Fourth brother wishes mother good fortune and auspiciousness. With a beaming smile, he extended his palm. In need of silver, will you provide for me, mother? Song Ci playfully slapped his hand. Begone. You show no filial piety to your mother, and yet wish to rely on her. How audacious. Mother, you no longer care for you. You once said that all your private savings would be left to me, Song Jiyu lamented, his face etched with sorrow. Song Ci, unperturbed, replied, silly boy. I was merely indulging you. Did you truly believe that? How naive you are. Song Jiyu fell silent, and at that moment, the palace maid approached with tea, catching the tail end of the conversation, her lips curving into a slight smile. After all, whatever mother said, her son would believe. Song Jiyu sniffed, took a sip of tea, and casually picked up several invitation cards from the conch table, inquiring, what are these? Has someone invited mother to enjoy flowers and wine? Not quite. They are invitations for mother to attend a temple ceremony. Oh, the matchmaking kind. Song Jiyu sputtered, choking a bit as he hastily grabbed a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, staring at his mother in disbelief. Mother, what did you just say? Ever since you fell ill. It seems I can hardly comprehend your words. It's for matchmaking, have you forgotten? You are still a bachelor, and many are keeping an eye on you. Song Ci shot him a sidelong glance. What on earth is a bachelor? Song Jiyu mused, not entirely dim-witted, piecing together the context. He felt an unusual shyness wash over him. Is this mother's way of helping me find a match? Which young lady have you taken a liking to? Song Ci, noticing his bashfulness, teased, so, you wish to marry? Song Jiyu scratched his head, confessing, All my brothers have married, with wives and children gathered around the warm hearth. While I remain unanchored, I too desire someone to bring me warm tea at night. If you expect someone to take care of you, then don't harbor thoughts of marriage. A man who does not cherish his wife is no worthy husband. Song Si pinched his cheek, exclaiming, "Ah, your skin feels delightful," and pinched him once more. "All is well. I can take care of her. Mother, do enlighten me. What families have caught your eye? I ought to prepare accordingly." Song Jiyu's little eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 83. What to do if my son is spoiled? He has grown up in privilege, the youngest among them. Doted upon by all, inevitably becoming a little tyrant or a young dandy. Yet, his nature is not unkind. He possesses a certain sense of justice. While he may not be exceptional, he is far from worthless, which explains why others find him appealing. Marriage is a significant commitment, and mother does not wish to hastily choose a girl for you, as it is a bond meant to last a lifetime. Song Si gently ruffled his hair, regarding him as a younger brother, and said, "Do not rush. As a man, marrying later is not an issue. We shall seek a suitable match." Song Jiyu replied, "I am not in haste. It is just that someone has invited you to offer incense, right? We must go. I need to inquire about the lady in question. Otherwise, what will people say?" Song Si asked, "Fourth son, have you considered what kind of wife you desire?" Song Jiyu pondered. "She must be beautiful, capable of managing the household, and must worship me as her world." "Oh dear, mother, why did you hit me?" Song Si playfully smacked his arm again. "I ought to strike you once more. What abilities do you possess that allow you to make such lofty demands? Beautiful and capable of managing a household is one thing, but to be worshipped as a deity? You must have read too many romantic novels." Song Jiyu protested. "Isn't it customary for a wife to follow her husband and regard him as her world? Upon marriage, a woman must understand the profound indignity she may endure. That young lady, nurtured with care by her parents, has neither shared a meal nor sipped a drop of water with you. Yet, upon marrying you, why must she regard you as her entire world, prioritizing your wishes above all else? Such a mindset is fundamentally flawed. As for whether it is justifiable or not, I cannot say. What I do know is that you have failed to cherish your fourth son." Observing his woeful countenance, Song Si felt a mix of amusement and irritation, remarking, "Do not feign innocence with me. I am but an old relic. How much pain could I possibly inflict upon you?" Song Jiyu immediately reached out, grinning playfully. "Are you dissatisfied with the sound of my reprimand? Then let us try again. Begone." Song Si shot him a reproachful glance and continued, "Fourth son, remember this. Your future wife is also a cherished daughter of another family. Her departure from home to marry you is fraught with reluctance and trepidation. You must love, respect, and pamper her, treating her with the empathy you would desire for yourself. Only then will your future be filled with harmony and bliss." Seeing the gravity in her expression, Song Jiyu felt a twinge of anxiety and straightened his demeanor. "I shall remember, mother. If you doubt me, just watch and see if I can live up to it." Song Si's throat tightened slightly, and her eyes grew warm with unshed tears. Reflecting on the current state of the Song family, she added, "There is one more thing you must heed, my son. Your elder brother holds a high position, attracting envy and malice from many. Your affairs, as well as those of your nephews and nieces, are being schemed against by numerous families. When you venture outside, you must be vigilant regarding your words and actions. Keep your wits about you, lest you fall prey to their machinations." Song Si spoke in a low voice. "For instance, if you encounter a young lady in distress, do not intervene. Let the servants or guards handle the situation. You must not touch anyone. When attending social gatherings, be cautious not to lose your way or enter places you ought not to. Within the confines of the grand estate, such occurrences are commonplace." And she feared that her impulsive son might fall into a trap. Song Jiyu chuckled. "Mother, rest assured, I shall be vigilant. I am quite the astute and talented individual, and I would never allow myself to be taken advantage of." Song Si felt a surge of frustration, as if she had failed in her parenting, and she pondered how to address this matter urgently. In Chapter 84, the minister displayed displeasure towards his wife. The concerns expressed by Song Si were mirrored by Song Ziyuan, who was reclining on a daybed adorned with a blue and white lotus-patterned pillow, discussing this very topic with Madame Song. The latter peeled an orange, dividing it into segments, and pushed a plate towards him, saying, "Even without your prompting, I have already spoken to my two younger sisters about this matter. Shouldn't we remind the young gentlemen in the household as well?" Song Ziyuan nodded in agreement. "I will ensure that Xian Yong assigns an undercover guard to keep an eye on these lurking dangers. Although such matters could be managed, should they escalate, it would tarnish their family's reputation. Furthermore, who would willingly invite trouble upon themselves when a clean slate is so desirable? However, mere admonitions would not suffice to leave a lasting impression. One must experience life as trials to truly grow. Song Ziyuan narrowed his eyes, one hand delicately clasping the purple sandalwood prayer beads while the other savored a piece of orange, contemplating his next course of action. It was time to orchestrate some events for those young men. Madame Song observed him closely and said, "My lord, this winter, Chia will come of age. What are your thoughts regarding her marriage? As our daughter grows, we cannot keep her with us indefinitely. Otherwise, we risk fostering resentment." Is the Gu family also involved in this matter? Song Ziyuan expressed his surprise. Madame Song continued, "The Gu family is a prestigious lineage with a long-standing legacy. They have numerous connections, and naturally, they have their intentions concerning eligible young ladies. You may not be aware, but Qian'er has been so distressed that she has resorted to avoiding visitors during her pregnancy." Song Ziyuan chuckled softly, but his expression soon turned serious. There is no rush regarding Suer's engagement. He has yet to achieve his scholarly title. We can decide in a few years. Whoever inquires about his marriage, simply inform them that I will make the arrangements. Madame Song felt a slight chill in her heart and replied, "Are you suggesting that we wait until Suer has attained his degree before finalizing the match? As the eldest son of the first wife, his marriage cannot be taken lightly. It must be chosen wisely. If he proves himself, a suitable daughter-in-law will undoubtedly present herself." Song Ziyuan affirmed, "Indeed." Madame Song hesitated for a moment before adding, "In truth, my elder brother's daughter, Runing, was personally raised and educated by my mother. Despite her tender age, she is remarkably graceful and poised." Song Ziyuan glanced at her, and Madame Song felt her cheeks flush, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. "My lady, I have my thoughts regarding Suer's marriage. The young ladies from the loyal and valiant Marquisate are all admirable, yet they may not be suitable for him." The smile on Madame Song's lips nearly faltered. Song Ziyuan gently patted her hand and reassured her, "Rest assured, whether it concerns a daughter-in-law or a son-in-law, no decision will be made without your knowledge as the mother and head of the household." "Very well." Song Ziyuan rose from the luohan bed and said, "I shall go speak with Mr. Jun and the others. You needn't wait for me. If you grow weary, feel free to retire first. I may well find sleep in the study." Lady Song's body stiffened slightly, yet she forced a smile to see him off. Once he departed, her smile vanished instantly. Her lips pressed together, a sense of heaviness weighing upon her chest. Was this the first time her husband had shown her such disregard? Chapter 85, Sisters. Commanding the maid in the floating melody pavilion, Song Rookie held a wolf hairbrush, propping her chin on one hand, her gaze fixed outside upon a cluster of roses. Her thoughts adrift. "Second miss. The third miss has arrived," Shuahua softly announced, casting a glance at the Xian paper before her, where the ink had already spread across the surface. "Second sister, I have finished school." Song Ruwei peered through the doorway, a cheerful smile lighting her face. Song Rookie placed the brush upon the jade lotus pin holder and replied, "Come in. Why do you linger in the doorway?" As Song Ruwei entered, she glanced at the scholar's 4 treasures on the table and inquired, "Are you practicing calligraphy, second sister?" In the boudoir, young ladies either practiced calligraphy, engaged in needlework, or read. What else could they do? Song Rookie pulled her to sit upon the beauty couch and asked, "What brings you here? Has the move been completed? I noticed that earlier today, Aunt San was directing people to help you relocate." "Yes, it is all done." Song Ruwei handed over a delicate little invitation with both hands, saying, "I invite my second sister to a wine gathering at my new abode." Song Rookie accepted the exquisite card, noting its intricate design and a faint floral fragrance. Upon opening it, she found the elegant and neatly penned characters, written in a beautiful cursive style. "Your handwriting is quite commendable," remarked Song Ruwei, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. "It pales in comparison to that of my second elder sister," she added modestly. Song Rookie, scrunching her little nose, replied, "At the age of 8, I could never produce such elegant characters. I suppose Aunt San has been diligent in overseeing your calligraphy practice." Song Ruwei nodded in agreement. Her exquisite penmanship was indeed a testament to the rigorous training provided by the Liu family. Not only did they employ a renowned teacher for her instruction, but they also personally guided her, emphasizing daily the importance of writing well, as it is a fundamental skill for a talented woman. "Aunt San truly is relentless," Song Rookie remarked. "You are still so young. Do they not fear injuring your tendons and bones with such rigorous practice?" Song Ruwei lowered her gaze slightly, reflecting on her position as the legitimate daughter of a high-ranking official, and thought that she could only strive to enhance her own worth. With a gentle smile, she replied, I have grown accustomed to it. Somewhat disinterested, Song Rookie continued, I have accepted this invitation, but it is unfortunate that you have few friends. Otherwise, it would be delightful to invite some young ladies over for a visit. By the way, my cousin's birthday is in a couple of days. Have you prepared your jewelry and attire? You mustn't bring me any embarrassment. If you lack anything, you may borrow from me. Song Ruwei quickly assured her. I have everything ready. You may take a look beforehand. If it does not meet your approval, I shall change it. Pleased with her sister's compliance, Song Rookie nodded and said, Very well. I shall assist you in selecting your outfit, so that after your prolonged stay in Shaanxi, you are not unaware of the latest fashions in the capital, lest you appear outdated and become the subject of ridicule. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Ruwei obediently acquiesced. After exchanging a few more words, she mentioned her intention to deliver invitations to their grandmother before taking her leave. Upon exiting the floating melody pavilion, Song Ruwei's maid, Pearl, could not contain herself and exclaimed, Third miss. The second miss is exceedingly rude. She nearly implied that Shaanxi is a mere impoverished corner, and even suggested you are unsophisticated. Startled, Song Ruwei hastily admonished, Silence. Do you not recognize this place? How dare you speak ill of your mistress here? Are you courting disaster? Pearl's face flushed a deep crimson as she stammered. I am merely voicing my grievances on your behalf. I harbor no grievances, Song Ruwei retorted icily. My second sister graciously invited me to attend the banquet at the Ho residence and offered me guidance on my attire. I am filled with nothing but gratitude. With a cold glare, she warned Pearl, You would do well to amend your disposition henceforth. Do not bring me trouble, lest I persuade mother to replace you. Terrified, Pearl fell to her knees, repeatedly assuring, I dare not. Chapter 86, Some dare to bully even the ghost. Song Ci held the invitation sent by her granddaughter, turning it over in her hands, pondering how the ancients truly relished such traditions, sending invitations for no particular reason, even when residing in the same household. However, the young girl's handwriting was indeed beautiful. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Song Ci felt a twinge of inferiority. The girl's penmanship was commendable. She handed the invitation to Mama Gong and remarked, But Mama, do you not perceive that Wei possesses an unusual maturity for her age? She is merely 8, yet displays a sophistication akin to a teenager. One might mistakenly believe she is a reincarnated soul. Mama Gong glanced at the elegant calligraphy on the invitation and replied, That must be due to the third madam's daily teachings. Have you forgotten? The third madam is renowned for her exquisite small script. As for being sensible, indeed, one has matured somewhat. However, during the young lady's time, she was remarkably clever and astute. After all, she is the eldest daughter. She has yet to express a certain sentiment. The Liu family is known for their indomitable spirit and determination. So how could they not devote themselves to nurturing their daughter? Song Ci awkwardly remarked, While that is true, I can't help but feel that the child is rather burdened. The palace matron cast a cautious glance at her. Lowering her gaze to the slightly clenched fists, her lips pressed together. By the way, do send her a housewarming gift. I shall refrain from joining the children in this celebration, to spare them any discomfort, Song Ci suggested. The matron responded with a smile. Madam, Dr. Lin has arrived to administer your acupuncture. Hong Xiu lifted the curtain and ushered Lin Qing into the room. Song Ci rose from her seat, supporting the matroness hand. She had grown accustomed to the daily acupuncture and massage, and with each session, her body felt increasingly at ease. Little did she anticipate that this particular session would plunge her into a nightmare. Song Ci, drenched in cold sweat, found herself submerged in water, with only her head visible. No, to be precise, she was gazing at the original owner of this body. Song Ci, you have usurped my flesh yet remain ineffectual. How cruel you are. Return my body. The original owner's lips moved beneath the water, drifting closer to her. Imagine, if you will, a head gliding swiftly towards you through the water from a distance. How vivid is that imagery? Without a moment's hesitation, Song Ci kicked out her leg. You wretched ghost. Who do you think you were trying to scare? The original owner. Someone is audacious enough to bully a ghost. Seeing her retreat slightly, Song Ci continued. Stand up. Even as a ghost, one should present themselves in full form. Look at you, buried in the water. What do you resemble? The original owner shot her a glare and rose to her feet. Did you not go to the afterlife? How could you possibly appear in my dreams? Are you trying to frighten me? Do you think that would be a good thing? Song Ci questioned. Why should I not act? Am I not striving to live on your behalf? Day in and day out, I administer acupuncture and maintain your frail body. Otherwise, could your eldest son truly carry on as the esteemed official with the family reveling in joy? I must say, madam, your accusations are rather unfounded. The original owner felt somewhat embarrassed but lifted her chin defiantly. I care not. You inhabit my flesh, and you must promise to safeguard the Song family's wealth and prosperity. And find a suitable wife for my dear son. Oh, how idealistic and ambitious you sound, madam. If you possess such prowess, why do you not take action yourself? Song Si scoffed, for she could not abide threats. After all, I am a young and beautiful maiden trapped in the body of a decrepit old woman. How confining. Come, quickly draw my soul out. Who knows, perhaps there is an unfortunate soul willing to take on the great endeavor of raising a family for you. Chapter 87. The deal unravels at first. Song Si felt a twinge of fear upon encountering the original owner, who is not afraid of death. If the original owner truly sought to ensnare her soul, there would be little she could do. However, after exchanging a few words, she resolved to cast caution to the wind. Given her current state, it seemed far better to embrace a clean end than to linger in this frail, fading body. Come, let us proceed. Whoever fears is but a coward. Song Si stepped forward once more. The original owner. To encounter such an unpredictable spirit truly proved she had implored the wrong deity. The original owner was rather boisterous. To speak frankly, she resembled a rough countrywoman. Unrefined and coarse in her speech, a nouveau riche who had suddenly come into wealth, with an astonishingly thick skin. You, young girl, why are you so fierce? Do you not possess any respect for your elders? I could very well be your grandmother, and yet you treat me this way, such a lack of reason. Song Si coldly scoffed. Why would a young woman in the prime of her life desire a body that is sagging and wrinkled? It is as if the heavens have played a cruel joke on me, forcing me into this form. As she spoke, she struck herself lightly twice. The original owner's lips twitched, feeling a pang of sympathy for her own flesh. This girl had no right to so carelessly mistreat it. Song Si's heart skipped. What? You? Promise me. The original owner smiled. But you have no other choice, do you? Song Si remained silent for a moment before responding. Elderly lady. Are you truly willing? You have single-handedly supported this household, yet your husband has taken in concubines one after another. The original owner averted her gaze and replied, How could I not be willing? This is the home I have built. My sons are the flesh of my flesh. Song Si fell into a contemplative silence, her heart feeling heavy. Thus, it was settled. The original owner remarked, Is there a misunderstanding? This old woman only speaks half the truth. What is truly at stake here? How will she safeguard the Song family? Frustrated, Song Si exclaimed, leaping from the bed and opening her eyes, only to be met with a pair of aged eyes staring back at her. Startled, she stumbled backward, exclaiming, Mama Gong, are you trying to give me a heart attack? She clutched her racing heart, overwhelmed by the sudden fright. The palace matron's eyes flickered as she inquired, Has the matriarch been troubled by nightmares? Song Si nodded, a sudden thought striking her as she glanced sideways at the matron. Matron, I just had a terrible dream. You stayed by my side the whole time. Did I speak nonsense? With a sigh of relief, she continued, Indeed, an old ghost threatened me, and it has left me quite agitated. Matron, I feel quite unsettled. Please ask Lin Qing to prepare a soothing herbal remedy for me. At once, the matron replied, tucking the quilt around her before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to Song Si, who was lost in her thoughts, the matron's hand trembled slightly, and her gait was not as steady as usual. Chapter 88. Matron thanks Lin Qing. Lin Qing was in the adjoining west wing, engrossed in medical texts. Before her lay a volume filled with numerous herbal recipes. Noticing the curtain rustle, she looked up to see the matron and promptly rose to her feet. Matron, has the matriarch awoken? The matron nodded. Yes, she has awakened. The matriarch was troubled by nightmares and wishes for you to concoct a soothing herbal remedy. Surprised, Lin Qing made to step outside. How could she be plagued by nightmares? I shall go see her. The matron grasped her hand. No need to rush. The matriarch is fine. Hong Xiu and the others are attending to her, preparing a medicinal bath. Seeing this, Lin Qing settled back down. The matron poured herself a cup of tea, steadied her nerves, and turned to Lin Qing, asking, You have been in the residence for a few days now. Have you found anything inconvenient? Do not hesitate to speak if you feel wronged. If the maidservants are not attentive enough, I shall report to the matriarch and have you reassigned. Lin Qing hurriedly replied, It's quite delightful. Speaking of which, these past few days mark the most leisurely and comfortable time I've experienced since embarking on my medical career. Within the esteemed residence, sheltered by these towering trees, my sole responsibilities involve caring for the health of the matriarch and administering a few acupuncture treatments to the other madams. Beyond that, there is little else to attend to. The inhabitants of the residence have been exceptionally courteous towards me, and my quarters are serene and elegant, devoid of any concerns regarding sustenance. This has afforded me ample opportunity to delve into certain medical conditions and texts that I have yet to fully comprehend, as well as to refine my own medical skills. There is also a resident physician, surnamed Ma, who, being of advanced years, serves as a valuable resource for any perplexities I encounter, facilitating a fruitful exchange of ideas and illuminating matters that once eluded my understanding. Thus, I genuinely feel quite at ease and untroubled here. Our matriarch can be rather obstinate at times. I hope you can bear with her. Not at all, Lin Qing disagreed gently. To be candid, prior to my arrival, the wife of the loyal and brave Marquis had cautioned me regarding the matriarch's temperament. I had anticipated that she might be somewhat difficult to engage with. However, after these few days of interaction, I find her to be quite contrary to the Marquis's portrayal. On the contrary, the matriarch possesses a delightful sense of humor and profound wisdom. I find her quite admirable. The palace matron's smile faltered momentarily before she regained her composure, slowly sipping her tea, which seemed to take on a bitter taste. Lin Qing, oblivious to the subtle shift in her expression, continued. I observe that the matriarch treats her servants with kindness and does not exert her authority in a domineering manner. Having attended to numerous matriarchs from various households, I can confidently say that the matriarch of this residence is the most affable I have encountered, devoid of any airs. The esteemed matriarch's health, to speak candidly, has been compromised over the years. It is not merely the burden of age, but rather the deterioration of her internal organs that dictates how many more years she can endure, a fate contingent upon destiny. Lin Qing's voice softened considerably. In truth, this state of being is quite favorable. Her spirits are buoyant and clear, and her awareness of self-preservation naturally extends her lifespan. Otherwise, should she remain mired in melancholy, all my efforts would be in vain. The palace matron was taken aback. Dr. Lin, the matriarch. Matron, I can treat ailments. Yet I cannot alter fate. My endeavors are solely aimed at prolonging the matriarch's life, Lin Qing replied with a gentle smile. At present, the matriarch is stable. The residence is secure, and with that stability, those of you in service can also find peace. Am I correct? The palace matron, enlightened, rose and respectfully bowed to Lin Qing. Hearing your words, Dr. Lin, is worth more than a decade of study. I owe you this gesture of gratitude. Lin Qing quickly evaded the gesture, playfully chiding. Matron, you hold a rank. If I were to accept your homage, would it not diminish my own fortune? I appreciate your sentiment. The palace matron smiled, her heart brimming with a newfound resolution. Song Si found it rather peculiar, ever since her recent ordeal. The palace matron seemed transformed, attending to her with utmost diligence and care, offering insights unknown to her, both thoughtful and warm. This enthusiasm left Song Si feeling somewhat overwhelmed, compelling her to observe the elderly matron closely. The matron gently touched her face and remarked, "Why does the esteemed lady gaze at this old servant in such a manner? Is it possible that my visage has become unsightly?" "No, dear matron," came the reply. "Why have you suddenly become so warm towards me? The meticulous care you provide could easily be entrusted to the maids. I feel rather embarrassed being fussed over like an infant in swaddling." The corners of the matron's mouth twitched as she responded, "Caring for you is my duty. Do you find me less favorable than the younger ones, like Hong Yu? Due to my age and lack of agility, your movements are still quite nimble. If you believe otherwise, you should join us in practicing Tai Chi. I assure you, you will remain spry even into old age." Song Si began to rally participants for her square dance initiative, envisioning a scene of many practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard, akin to the lively atmosphere of a dance gathering. What is the use of living long when one is all alone? The matron chuckled softly. That is not quite the case. You have spent a significant part of your life within the palace, and upon leaving, you came directly to the residence. You have yet to truly experience the outside world. Song Si disagreed, stating, "Once you retire honorably, you could easily hire a carriage to leisurely explore the majestic mountains and rivers of our great Qing. It would not be a wasted journey on this earth. By that time, I would be quite old and still required to attend to you. Honorably retiring is not something to consider just yet." The matron's voice trailed off, left unspoken. Yet, Song Si smiled and replied, "When I am no longer here, you will be free to retire honorably. In truth, you could choose to do so now, for you are not bound in servitude. You possess your own freedom and rank." The matron shook her head, saying, "In this vast world, where could I go? I wish to remain by your side." Song Si remarked, if you wish to spend your twilight years in the residence. Rest assured that, even after my demise, I shall ensure your honorable retirement is meticulously arranged, with ample funds set aside for your comfort. Alternatively, you might follow in the footsteps of Mama Lee and adopt a granddaughter within the household. If not, perhaps consider acquiring a young maid or lad to keep you company, so you shall not suffer the pangs of solitude. The palace matron paused momentarily, her heart swelling with emotion, and chided gently, "My dear lady, refrain from uttering such morbid words. They are ill-fated. You shall live to a ripe old age." "Alas, every life must meet its end," Song Si replied. "And both you and I shall face that day. It is only by discussing death openly that we can confront it with serenity." She recalled her pact with the original matriarch and muttered, "Before I depart this world, I must ensure all matters concerning you and this estate are settled. Otherwise, she will surely haunt me." The palace matron's eyes flickered, but she chose to feign ignorance. "Madam, it is time to discuss the future of Hong Yu and the others, who have come of age. Please take a moment to inquire if there are any arrangements in place for them, or if they have suitors. If not, let us find suitable matches for these young ladies. They cannot linger in uncertainty forever." Song Si then recalled the idle gossip she had overheard from the maids and thought of Xiao Baoyu. "Moreover, we must also consider Siling. Sai, let us consult with the matriarch of the Wei family to ascertain which family she intends for Siling. We ought to gather information first." As she tallied the numerous tasks at hand, the palace matron observed Song Si's furrowed brow as she counted on her fingers, and a smile crept onto her face. Indeed, Dr. Lin was correct. This approach was quite beneficial. The ancestral figure truly embodies an extraordinary spirit. Chapter 90. The ancestral matriarch who skillfully orchestrates her granddaughter's affairs. Song Si is a person of spontaneous action, summoning her 4 chief maidens to inquire about their matrimonial prospects. Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Hong Yu and the others were taken aback, their faces flushing with embarrassment, hesitant to speak. It was only after Song Si remarked that it is customary for young women to wed that they timidly began to respond. Hong Yu, an orphan who was sold into the household, has been by Song Si's side since her arrival, establishing herself as the matriarch's trusted confidant. Consequently, her betrothal is to be decided by Song Si. As for Hong Tao, her parents are servants within the estate, and it is said that her mother has arranged a match with her cousin, who works as a junior manager in a shop, awaiting Song Si's permission to proceed. Hongjiu and Hongzhao have yet to find suitable matches. However, it has come to Song Si's attention that a guard from the outer courtyard has taken a liking to Hongzhao and is currently inquiring through a familiar matron in the inner courtyard. With this knowledge, Song Si advised, as for Hong Tao, that matter is settled. As for you 3, Hong Yu, if you have any suitors whom you favor, do not hesitate to inform me promptly, or if they have entrusted someone to propose, let me know. If not, I shall have the palace matron assess if there are any eligible individuals in our household. All the maidens expressed their unwavering loyalty, declaring they would serve the matriarch for life and not consider marriage. "Do not speak such words," Song Si playfully chided. "It sounds insincere. Finding a suitable husband and raising a family filled with joy is precisely what the matriarch would wish for you. If you persist in your declarations of remaining unmarried, I shall indeed summon a matchmaker to ensure you remain spinsters for eternity." Hong Yu and her companions appeared bewildered and at a loss, prompting Mama Gong to chuckle. "Madam, shouldn't you be deeply moved? This is quite different from what we anticipated," she remarked. "Do not tease them too much. If you make them cry, it will be a source of worry for you." "I merely wish to frighten them a little," replied Song Si with a grin. "Now, off you go. And remember what I told you." Hong Yu and her companions dared not voice any further objections about not marrying, fearing it would lead to their own embarrassment, and thus they gracefully withdrew. "Mama Gong, please procure a copy of the servant roster from the Gu family. We must take a look when we have the chance." Song Si was uncertain about the matchmaking process and thought it prudent to first examine the roster and assess the characters involved. Mama Gong readily agreed. "Is there any news from Old Lady Wei?" Song Si inquired, then shifted the conversation to her granddaughter's recent housewarming gathering, which had been quite lively. The younger children were causing quite a ruckus, and the twin boys from the second house had indulged a bit too much, nearly causing a scene. Today, the young ladies from the Duke of Zhongyang's household were celebrating a birthday, and the second miss had taken the third miss along to offer their congratulations. "Just those 2 young ladies attended?" Song Si asked. "Did the Gu family not go?" "Merely a sister's birthday. How could the matriarch find time amidst her busy schedule to attend?" Mama Gong responded with a smile, replacing Song Si's cup of tea. After a moment of contemplation, Song Si remarked, though it is her maternal family, Chi'er will be coming of age this winter and should be considering suitors. Perhaps you might remind the Gu family to send an appropriate matron to attend to our two young ladies properly. Mama Gong raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the implication. What does the madam mean by that? The palace maid, having been raised within the confines of the imperial court, has encountered myriad intrigues. At a time when the minister's residence is adorned with blooming flowers, I fear that someone might seize the opportunity to worm their way into our favor, jeopardizing not only my reputation but also the future of my child. Song Si clicked his tongue, acknowledging. You are well aware that Chi'er possesses a lofty ambition yet is somewhat naive. I dread that she might unwittingly fall into someone's trap. The palace maid interjected. There is no need to voice such concerns. Is there truly a matriarch who disparages her own granddaughter in such a manner? It is indeed a peculiar obsession. As the story unfolds, in the illustrious setting of the loyal and brave Marquis's residence, Song Rookie sneezed twice, feeling the warmth in her ears. Could it be that those noble ladies, with whom she had clashed, were speaking ill of her behind her back? In the past, she had not feared them. And now, as the esteemed daughter of the minister's household, she felt even less trepidation. Turning to her cousin, who wore a tense expression, she reassured. Do not bear such a serious countenance. There is no need to be anxious. Just accompany me. This is my maternal grandfather's home, not some unfamiliar estate. Your concern is appreciated, nonetheless. Song Rookie was pleased with her cousin's perceptiveness. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, Cousin Shi. The two sisters turned to see a youthful girl, around 14 or 15 years of age, standing gracefully. Dressed in a silver-red spring gown, her delicate features lightly adorned with makeup, and her hair styled in a celestial bun adorned with a red and blue gem hairpin, she exuded both charm and elegance. This was none other than the protagonist of the day, Gu Runing, the legitimate daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis, who had been nurtured under the guidance of the Marquis's esteemed matron since her tender years. Cousin Runing, Song Rookie approached with a cheerful smile, grasping Gu Runing's hand. The two gracefully knelt, thus exchanging their greetings. Cousin Shi, I have awaited you for quite some time. Auntie Anyun and the others have arrived and are conversing and playing at the waterside pavilion, Gu Runing remarked with a smile. Song Rookie playfully chided. I am not like other guests. Is it necessary for you to wait for me? I can make my own way there. Gu Runing stuck out her tongue. I am merely anxious, you see. As she spoke, she turned to the side and addressed Song Ruwei. Is this not my sister Ruwei? Song Ruwei, with graceful propriety, bowed to Gu Runing. Sister Runing, it is a pleasure to meet you. I wish you a joyful birthday and eternal youth. I hope you do not mind my uninvited presence. Gu Runing chuckled, taking Song Ruwei's hand. I am delighted that you came. How could I possibly take offense? Let us dispense with formality. You are my cousin's sister, thus you are my sister as well. You are truly well-mannered. Song Ruwei smiled shyly, satisfied with her cousin's demeanor. Song Rookie turned to Gu Runing. Let us not linger in conversation here. I shall first pay my respects to grandmother. Gu Runing promptly replied, I shall accompany you. Grandmother has missed you dearly. Song Rookie nodded, allowing her cousin to take her arm as they made their way to the Roman Hall of Grand Lady Gu. Upon their arrival, they found Grand Lady Gu idly relaxing. Upon seeing Song Rookie, she embraced her warmly, exclaiming affectionately. She also gifted Song Ruwei a beautiful necklace as a token of their meeting and inquired after Song Si before finally allowing them to depart. After paying her respects to Lady Gu, Song Rookie then proceeded to meet Gu Runing's mother, the current Lady Gu of Zhongyong Marquis. Naturally, the two sisters received another token of courtesy upon their meeting. You young ladies enjoy yourselves. I shall not intrude, Lady Gu said with a smile. Gu Runing replied, Mother, are you still worried about me? I shall ensure that my cousins feel at home. Lady Gu responded, then off you go. Just as they were about to leave, a maid lifted the curtain and announced, Madam, young Master Luo has come to pay his respects. Song Rookie paused, glancing at Lady Gu. Lady Gu, as the wife of the Marquis of Zhongyang, was well aware of the customs. Ignorance of such matters would be foolish. As Song Rookie and the others prepared to hide behind the screen, Lady Gu's words rendered her motionless. It is Chang'er. Please invite him in, she said cheerfully, holding Song Rookie's hand. Chang'er is my maternal nephew, Runing's cousin. He is no outsider, and it is perfectly fine for you to meet him. Song Rookie's countenance turned pale, while Song Ruwei cast a bewildered glance at Lady Gu before quickly lowering her head, pondering the meaning behind Lady Gu's words. Gu Runing's smile froze on her lips. She clenched her fist slightly, feeling a surge of indignation. Has my mother lost her senses? Madame Gu spoke, her hand being held. and Song Rookie found it difficult to leave, so she stepped aside, with Song Ruwei quickly following her. At Madame Gu's command, the curtain was lifted, revealing a striking young man of around 16 or 17, tall and graceful, with a complexion as delicate as powder. He wore a golden crown adorned with rubies and a deep blue long robe. "Greetings, Aunt," the young man, Luo Qing, said, bowing with both hands. Madame Gu smiled and raised her hand slightly. "Cheng-er, there is no need for such formalities. What brings you here? You arrive at a fortunate time. Your cousin is also here. Runing, do not delay in expressing your gratitude to your cousin." Song Runing stepped forward and bowed to Luo Qing. "Thank you, cousin, for your generosity. There is no need for such formality, cousin," Luo Qing replied, bending slightly in return. As he lifted his gaze, it briefly brushed over her before darting to Song Rookie's face. Initially looking down, Song Rookie suddenly raised her head and locked eyes with Luo Qing. His gaze resembled that of a bright star, and his handsome features caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, mingled with a hint of annoyance at his audacity. Madame Gu, assuming it was a mere casual glance, noticed a subtle flicker in her eyes. "I was unaware that my niece had brought along two sisters. My unannounced visit is rather uncouth," Luo Qing remarked, feigning regret after only a single glance at Song Rookie. Madame Gu clarified, "This is Runing's elder cousin, the daughter of the Song family, ranked second and third. Esteemed Mrs. Song, I offer my respects." Luo Qing greeted them again with a slightly exaggerated tone. Noticing their cool demeanor, he frowned and added, "Aunt, I shall go seek cousin Xiren now." "Very well, you may go." Luo Qing clasped his hands in farewell, casting a swift glance at Song Rookie, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Song Rookie had regained her composure, but, upon sensing his gaze, her brows knitted in slight displeasure, though her heart swelled with a sense of pride and satisfaction. Once Luo Qing departed, Madame Gu urged them to join their friends, and Gu Runing eagerly led Song Rookie away. As they left, the wet nurse, Mama Luo, approached Madame Gu, whispering, "Madam, might this provoke the displeasure of the eldest aunt?" Madame Gu replied, "What of it? It was merely a chance encounter, and I was present." Mama Luo retorted, "The issue is not your presence. But had you any understanding of the broader implications, you would not have allowed the young ladies to collide so directly." As they walked towards the pavilion, Gu Runing cautiously observed Song Rookie's expression, deliberating whether to defend her mother's actions. "Truth be told, my elder brother did invite several scholars for a small poetry gathering today. I completely forgot, and unexpectedly, cousin Qing also attended. What a coincidence." Gu Runing feigned a light-hearted tone. Song Rookie inquired, "Is your cousin still unmarried?" Gu Runing's heart skipped a beat, yet she smiled and shook her head, "Not yet. My aunt believes he should secure a reputable position before seeking a match. I've heard he plans to participate in the provincial examination this year." "Does that mean he is already a scholar?" "Indeed. At such an age, and yet still not a successful candidate?" Her tone possessed a subtle languor, mused Song Rookie. Gu Runing, upon hearing this, found her anxieties assuaged. Indeed, Song Rookie now occupied an elevated station, rendering it improbable that she would deign to consider a mere licentiate, particularly one not belonging to a prominent clan, whose father held only a modest fifth-rank office. In contrast, Song Rookie's own father was a venerable prime minister, and an uncle likewise held a fifth-rank position, their family boasting two successful candidates in the imperial examinations. Crucially, her father enjoyed the emperor's favor, and her grandmother was regarded by the Empress Dowager as a sister. These connections undoubtedly afforded Song Rookie the grounds for some measure of pride. Perhaps her aspirations lay with the consorts of princes and kings. Not all could emulate her uncle's exceptional aptitude, achieving the rank of prime minister at such a tender age. Gu Runing offered a compliment tinged with flattery, eliciting further self-satisfaction from Song Rookie, who affirmed, "Indeed, my father possesses remarkable abilities." Song Ruwei retorted, "Second sister, you exhibit a conspicuous lack of modesty." Gu Runing, familiar with her cousin's competitive and indomitable nature, chose not to take offense. As they conversed, the group arrived at the waterside pavilion where Gu Runing was hosting her soiree. Within the hexagonal pavilion, adorned with tinkling wind chimes, several elegantly attired young ladies were engaged in lively conversation. The pavilion was draped with gossamer, moon-white silk, loosely fastened with a colorful ribbon, its ends swaying gently in the breeze. The surroundings were resplendent with a profusion of vibrant blossoms, their fragrance permeating the air. The pavilion was situated adjacent to the Qinghe Lake of the Marquis of Zhongyang's estate, where the lotus flowers flourished in abundance. With May drawing near, some stems had already formed buds, awaiting their moment of bloom. By the shore, One or two small boats were moored, with bow women waiting aboard, while around the pavilion, maidservants and attendants dutifully catered to the needs of the esteemed young ladies. As Song Rookie approached, she recognized two familiar faces and could not help but break into a sincere smile. Ah Yin. And Yin walked to the railing of the pavilion, peering down at her with a smile, saying, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Why have you arrived so late? Do come up quickly. Song Ruwei curiously observed the gentle young woman dressed in a late green spring gown, adorned with a green hairpin. Her soft smile making it hard to imagine that her domineering and assertive cousin would forge a friendship with someone so mild-mannered. I must first pay my respects to my grandmother and uncle, Song Rookie explained. And Yin playfully chided, I had already guessed as much. I do not blame you. Oh. Who is this unfamiliar sister? As the little hostess, Gu Runing summoned a few individuals to introduce them, among whom were two young ladies of similar age to Song Ruwei, who greeted one another courteously. Has it already begun in such haste? Why did you not wait for us? A bold voice called from outside the pavilion. As the voice echoed, everyone turned to look, and they saw a girl with a flying celestial hairstyle, dressed in a silver-red gown and adorned with gem-studded bracelets, leading several noble young ladies standing beneath the pavilion. Gu Runing furrowed her brow slightly, silently resolving to be more cautious today, lest the two factions become contentious. Big Sister has also arrived. With a smile, Gu Runing approached, first greeting her half-sister Gu Ruolin, the leading young lady, and then addressing each of the noble women behind her in turn. The presence of Princess Zhao Mingyao was indeed a great honor for Runing. She bowed respectfully to Zhao Mingyao, who lifted her chin with an air of arrogance, replying, Since Ruolin sent an invitation and I had nothing better to do, I thought, why not come? As long as you don't find it bothersome. Gu Runing, her face adorned with a warm smile, responded, Your Highness, you jest. I am truly delighted by your presence. Zhao Mingyao paid no heed to whether her words were sincere or merely polite. She nodded to her maid, Xiuhua, who stepped forward to present a box. This is a birthday gift from our esteemed princess to Miss Gu Er. Gu Runing accepted the gift and handed it to her maid, Xiuxiang, before bowing again. Thank you. Your Highness, your thoughtfulness is greatly appreciated. Subsequently, each noblewoman presented their gifts in turn. Once all had been given, Gu Ruolin suggested, Shall we take a seat in the pavilion? One might mistakenly believe she was the main character in this gathering. Upon entering the pavilion, and Yin and her group of noble women approached Zhao Mingyao to pay their respects. After all, she was a princess of high rank. Second sister? Song Ruwei tugged at her elder sister's sleeve. Song Rookie, who had been lounging against the railing, recalled Song Ci's words about misfortune, mumbling under her breath before walking over slowly and offering Zhao Mingyao a perfunctory bow. Oh, Miss Song Er is here as well, Zhao Mingyao remarked, raising an eyebrow. Song Rookie, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, retorted, This is my maternal grandfather's family. If the princess can be here, why shouldn't I? Zhao Mingyao was momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Ruolin stepped forward to clarify, the county princess did not mean any offense. She simply overlooked Miss Ruqi for a moment. However, Song Ruqi cast an indifferent glance in her direction, as if to say, Who are you to explain? Gu Ruolin, incensed, clenched her fists. Ah, you must be that little girl who feigned generosity last time. What was your name again? Zhao Mingyao, unable to provoke Song Ruqi, turned her attention to Song Ruwei beside her. Song Ruwei thought to herself. All she desired was to remain inconspicuous. Yet this seemed an insurmountable task. County Princess, my name is Song Ruwei. Upon hearing this, the others displayed a hint of disdain. After all, she was merely the daughter of a concubine. Possessing a keen sense of observation, Song Ruwei quickly discerned their expressions and felt her smile faltering, a sense of grievance washing over her. Enraged, Song Ruqi retorted sharply, The county princess is indeed a person of great importance. Yet you still remember a sister you have only met once. I'm curious, what gift did you ultimately choose for your family's concubine daughter on her birthday? Given your apparent affection for your half-sister, you must have selected something both precious and suitable, wouldn't you? Come now, let us engage in this mutual contest of barbs. You mock my sister for being born of a concubine, yet you yourself are devoted to your half-sister, even to the extent of usurping what others cherish. Zhao Mingyao seethed with rage, Song Ruqi. Gu Ruonning's heart raced, sensing the impending clash, the tension palpable in the air. The enthusiasm for their ancestors was indeed fervent. The updates from the renowned Absolute Law were among the swiftest. Chapter 95 Madame Song, upon hearing Song Si's warning, was somewhat dismissive. In her maternal family's presence, with her grandmother and elder aunt watching over. Who would dare scheme against her daughter? What did you say? Who did you see? Madame Song's voice trembled as she gazed in shock at her daughter. Song Rookie, still immersed in her previous confrontations with Zhao Mingyao at the Ho residence, responded to her mother's startled inquiry. It was Ruo Ning's cousin, seemingly from the Luo family. From my aunt's maternal side, the Lu Yangbo residence. Bang! Song Rookie shook her head, contemplating before adding, my aunt was present at the time, as was Ruo Ning. Madame Song was taken aback. Mother, please calm down, Mama Fong soothed, gently rubbing Madame Song's back. Perhaps the lady merely acted without malice. Without malice? Madame Song scoffed. Are you unaware of the current circumstances at the Lu Yangbo residence? A horde of illegitimate sons and daughters crammed together, akin to a fallen household. And yet they dare to covet my chair? Ruo Yinglian may be willing to support her family and pull strings, but if she were to send her son here, I wouldn't be so incensed. Cough, cough. Mama Fong cleared her throat and glanced at the astonished Song Rookie, helplessly reminding, Madam, the young lady is still present. Song Rookie rose and said, Mother need not be upset, even if my aunt harbors intentions. I find him unworthy, merely a scholar with a modicum of handsomeness, hardly enough to capture my interest. Madame Song, my daughter is so pragmatic. Should I feel gratified or rendered speechless? Song Rookie knelt and performed a respectful bow before withdrawing from the main courtyard. She plucked a camellia blossom from the roadside, toyed with it in her hand, inhaled its fragrance, and then carelessly discarded it. A mere scholar was not her ambition. Her sights were set on the princess. Madame Song regarded Mama Fong, who chuckled softly, Madam, you need not worry. This child possesses a touch of pride. However, I find myself vexed by your sister-in-law's actions. Who does she think she is, plotting against the dilapidated Lu Yangbo residence? How could she not consider her own son, Kuan Gu? Mama Fong continued, Madam, consider this. Young Master Kuan is the youngest son, lacking any official title, and, therefore, cannot inherit the nobility. Would you truly want the second young lady to live under the auspices of the future heir's wife? Absolutely not. Madame Song retorted coldly. This resolves the matter. For young Master Luo stands a chance to inherit the title. Although Madame Song's ire had somewhat diminished, she remained indignant. In any case, she never consulted me before scheming against my cheer, and that is unacceptable. Fortunately, it was merely a meeting, and nothing of significance transpired at the Marquis's residence. Otherwise, how would I explain it to the Xiong and the matriarch? A shiver ran through Madame Song. Indeed, she could not afford to be careless in the future. Does she truly believe she can overshadow our ancestral legacy? Song Ci raised an eyebrow, glancing at Mama Gong, and inquired, did Cheer and the others suffer any losses? Mama Gong shook her head, not at all. Although the lady of the loyal and valiant Marquis's household harbors some selfish intentions, she dared not overstep her bounds. At most, she merely facilitated a meeting between the two children. Regrettably, our second young lady lacks such aspirations. Song Ci smiled lightly, revealing her surprise at the child's ambitious nature. She had presumed that the young women of this era were innocent and naive, prioritizing love above all else, falling for a dashing young man at first sight. It seems her assumptions were shallow, for some individuals possess a remarkable sense of rationality, like our Song's second young lady. Madame Gong handed her a camellia flower, stating, if we speak of ambitions, it is indeed the thoughts instilled by the noble family. Song Ci paused, perplexed, as she gazed at Madame Gong. Noticing her confusion, Madame Gong elaborated, the matriarch is aware that the second young lady will reach maturity by the end of this year, yet she remains unbetrothed. Moreover, there are 3 eligible princes within the palace, not to mention that they have already commenced their duties in court. Upon hearing this, Song Ci furrowed her brow and inquired, are you suggesting that the eldest young masters wish to elevate Cheer to lofty heights? The notion of ascending to greatness was indeed novel, yet it aligned with the sentiment. Madame Gong nodded. I cannot assert with certainty, but even if she does not become a prince's consort, there are several noble houses in the capital, and some heirs have yet to be pledged. That was merely Madame Gong's conjecture, as the thoughts of the noble family were not easily discerned by outsiders. Song Ci decisively trimmed away the excess branches and leaves of the camellia. The Song family does not require a prince's consort. Madame Gong raised an eyebrow and looked at her. What does the matriarch imply? Song Ci placed a camellia in a large, round, pink-glazed porcelain vase and remarked, as long as the crown prince has yet to be established, should the Song family produce a royal consort, it would be hard for anyone to believe. Even the one at the top. Why invite such a threat into our midst? The Song family, as long as it remains steadfast in loyalty to the emperor and bears the burdens of the realm, shall suffice to sustain its wealth and nobility without the need for a more exalted presence to endorse us. The palace matron, her eyes glimmering, praised. The matriarch possesses a heart as clear as crystal, seeing through to the truth. Song Si smiled modestly. Oh, it's merely the result of having watched too much television in the past. Perhaps it's just an excess of reading tales. She discreetly picked another camellia and continued. There is little more to say. With Chi'er's temperament, she is ill-suited to be a princess consort. Her thoughts are transparent, unable to scheme against others, and she would be but cannon fodder in an instant. The matriarch's sentiment was clear. She did not support the second young lady in aspiring to lofty heights. Indeed, one must possess the fortune to enjoy such aspirations. One misstep could lead to demise. What value is there in reaching the pinnacle if one falls to ruin? Shattered beyond repair? The gravest concern is the potential to bring calamity upon the family, which would lead to utter devastation. Song Si spoke candidly. It does not sound like you are referring to your granddaughter. However, Song Si gasped, rising from the table, realizing the implication of the original matriarch's words regarding her duty to protect the Song family. She adored her ancestors dearly. Chapter 97. Song Si. Am the elder sister. As Song Si pondered further, she became increasingly convinced that her suspicions were not unfounded. Otherwise, how could a household be plagued by misfortune? Particularly for someone like Song Ziyuan, a senior minister, the greatest source of turmoil stemmed from imperial suspicion, be it involvement in succession disputes or rebellion. If indeed Song Rookie were to ascend to the position of a prince's consort and subsequently become the empress, could Song Ziyuan remain impartial? Would he not extend his support to his son-in-law? If the son-in-law were to become the crown prince, it would be well and good. However, if he were not to succeed, would the crown prince still trust him? It would be a jest to think otherwise. One must guard against the possibility of being deposed in favor of another. Observing her serious demeanor, the matron of the palace inquired, "Are you concerned that the minister might act impulsively?" The matron continued, "After all, he is a high-ranking official and should possess foresight." "You are quite right," replied Song Si. The matron added, "Madam, the elder madam has sent word that Lady Wei has already arrived at the estate and is nearing the second gate." Hong Zhao entered and offered her greetings. "Oh dear, I had forgotten about the arrival of that esteemed lady. Quickly, assist me in changing into something more suitable." Song Si glanced at her attire, which was exceedingly comfortable yet inappropriate for receiving guests. The matron helped her up and led her into the inner chamber. Meanwhile, Madame Song was escorting Lady Wei towards the Spring Sunshine Hall, engaging in conversation while observing a young girl, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, who was supporting her. The girl possessed a graceful and elegant demeanor, with a well-proportioned figure and exceptionally clear almond-shaped eyes, though a hint of lingering melancholy seemed to dwell between her brows. Upon their initial introduction, Lady Wei had remarked that this girl was the orphan of her maternal cousin, named Wang Qiuman, who had been taken in last winter and had recently completed her mourning period. Madame Wei, an astute elder, noticed the gaze of Madame Song and, with a gentle smile, patted the hand of the young lady beside her, saying, "This child, manner, is truly filial." I mentioned to her that I felt a bit lonely visiting my elder sister alone, and being an old woman with frail arms, I asked her to accompany me. And here she is. Upon hearing the praise, Wang Qiuman merely smiled shyly and lowered her head. It is evident that one nurtured under the care of such a matriarch is undoubtedly of good character, Madame Song complimented with a smile. Madame Wei sighed. "This child and I are quite compatible. Thus, I shall devote myself to her." As they spoke, they arrived at Chunwei Hall. A maid entered the main hall to convey their arrival, received a response, and then lifted the curtain to allow Madame Wei and her party to enter. "Elder sister, I come to disturb you," Madame Wei announced cheerfully. Song Si, seated in a grand chair, froze momentarily at the greeting of elder sister, shivering at the peculiarity of a lady who could be her grandmother addressing her so. One cannot help but ponder the sensation of being called elder sister by a woman of such age. Internally, Song Si repeated to herself, "I am indeed an old woman." Before smilingly raising her hand, "I have been waiting for you, my dear elder lady. Haunt you, quickly bring tea and prepare the seats." Her fondness for her ancestor is truly remarkable, and she earnestly requests everyone to take note. The narrative continues with Chapter 98, a look for the younger daughter. Madame Wei was not in haste to take her seat. Instead, she gently urged the young Wang Qiuman forward, smiling, "Manner, this is Madame Song. Go and pay your respects." Wang Qiuman stepped forward gracefully, Performing a respectful bow, Wang Qiumon pays her respects to Madame Song. May you be blessed with longevity and well-being. Very well. There is no need for excessive formality. Come closer, so I may have a look at you, Madame Song replied warmly. Song Ci, with a warm smile, waved at her and addressed Lady Wei, saying, having been unwell, I have seen no other young maidens besides my own daughter. You truly understand my heart. Have you brought this flower-like girl to cheer me up? She winked at Lady Wei, inquiring if this was indeed the girl destined to be betrothed to her son. Lady Wei subtly nodded, remarking, as one ages, the desire to behold fresh and vibrant beings intensifies. It is precisely this understanding that prompted me to bring her along. I must say, having this child by my side gives me the delightful illusion of youth restored. Wang Qiumon approached Song Ci, who took her hands in hers and affectionately inquired about her age and daily activities, engaging in familiar small talk. You are a wonderful child, Song Ci said, gently patting her hand. She then picked up a string of tourmaline from the tea table and placed it on Wang Qiumon's wrist, saying, This is our first meeting, and I have nothing of great value to offer you, so please wear this for pleasure. Wang Qiumon glanced down at the tourmaline, its vibrant hues glistening with a luxurious allure, and hesitated, saying, Lady Wei, this is far too precious. Not at all, Song Ci replied. An old relic like me is unfit for such adornments. They are far more suited to young maidens like you. Please accept it. Wang Qiumon hesitated, looking towards Lady Wei, who gave her an encouraging nod. Reluctantly, she accepted the gift and expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Song Ci. Come and enjoy your time with us. Do explore a bit. U.S. child, Cheer, is here. Let her accompany you, dear Manor, Song Ci suggested. Lady Song chimed in, I have already sent for that girl. No sooner had she spoken than a maid arrived to announce that Song Rookie had come. Song Rookie entered the room, first greeting Song Cixing, and then, at the behest of Lady Wei, she bowed to her, receiving a bracelet as a token of their meeting before exchanging pleasantries with Wang Qiumon. Cheer, make sure to spend some time playing with Xiaoman, Song Ci instructed. With a smile, Song Rookie replied affirmatively. Lady Wei then addressed Wang Qiumon. Since you have just arrived in the capital, you should meet a few young ladies and enjoy some leisure. Wang Qiumon nodded and followed Song Rookie as they descended. As they exited Chunwei Hall, Song Rookie remarked, I perceive that Sister Qiumon is my senior, so I shall address you as sister. The young lady beside her was the legitimate second daughter of the Song family, so Wang Qiumon did not dare to be presumptuous. With a gentle smile, she responded, Then I shall graciously accept this title, and I apologize for intruding on your plans, dear Chime. Please do not take offense. I have no particular plans. I merely occupy myself with playing the zither and writing in my chamber. What do you usually do? Song Rookie observed the exquisite pouch tied at her waist and inquired. That pouch appears quite lovely, as if the butterfly might take flight. Did you craft it yourself? May I take a look? Song Rookie's eyes sparkled with interest. That would be delightful. I can manage the zither reasonably well, yet my skills in needlework are dismal and my embroidery even worse. If you are willing to assist, I would be most grateful. By the way, I have a fondness for peonies. Would you be able to embroider some for me? Wang Qiumon nodded in agreement. As their elders were engaged in conversation and would not finish soon, Song Rookie, her enthusiasm piqued, took the initiative without waiting for Wang Qiumon's response and pulled her along. Chapter 99. A shot to the heart. Wang Qiumon was taken to the floating melody pavilion by Song Rookie, and naturally, Song Ci and the others were aware of this. Lady Wei let out a sigh of relief, remarking, It is somewhat surprising that this child can engage in conversation with Cheer. Song Ci inquired, Is she usually very reserved? I find her quite composed. Lady Wei slightly turned her body, gazing at Song Ci as she replied, My dear old friend, given our long-standing acquaintance, there is no need for me to conceal the truth from you. You have likely inquired about my niece's circumstances. Is she an orphan? A flicker of bitterness and sorrow crossed Lady Wei's face as she nodded and explained. She is the granddaughter of my brother from my maternal family and comes from a noble background. Her father was the governor of Huzhou. 6 years ago, my nephew tragically lost his life during an official trip when he was ambushed by bandits. Upon hearing the news, her mother took her own life in despair. So deep was their love? Song Ci's eyes widened in disbelief, swallowing hard. To commit such an act of loyalty required immense courage. Indeed, while she upheld her own fidelity, she failed to consider the hardships that would befall Qiumon. Lady Wei wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and continued, After her parents' demise, she lived with her grandfather, but 2 years ago, my elder brother also passed away, leaving her utterly alone. Is this not akin to being left without kin? Her entire family has perished, leaving her as the sole survivor. This is not merely a tale of misfortune. It is a grim narrative of survival in ancient times. Quite so, Lady Wei replied, casting a glance at her, feeling somewhat awkward. My dear old friend, I am acutely aware that Xiumon's background is fraught with hardship, making her an unsuitable choice for a daughter-in-law. I bring forth this matter, driven by a modicum of selfishness, hoping that she might find a suitable partner and thus establish a home. Moreover, I genuinely believe her to be a remarkable child, both intelligent and astute. Song Xi curled her lips slightly, lifted her teacup, and took a sip, inquiring, she is 17 this year, am I correct? My fourth Lang is merely 16. Lady Wei's expression was inscrutable as she replied with a smile. A girl flourishes at the age of 1. Did you not also surpass the old master by 3 years? Look at how well you both are faring now, enjoying boundless prosperity and fortune, with your eldest son even serving as a minister. Song Xi scoffed lightly. My circumstances with that old man are not comparable. I was a child bride, with little choice. Yet, my fourth Lang is different. He was born with a proverbial silver spoon in his mouth, having never tasted hardship. Furthermore, he has expressed a desire for a partner of exquisite beauty. Oh, but one who seeks love based solely on beauty will find it fleeting as beauty fades. Moreover, as the head of the household, what need is there for mere physical allure? The paramount qualities are competence in managing the household, grace, and the ability to maintain order and harmony. My niece, though her lineage is fraught with misfortune, excels in household management, truly exceptional. You see, although she is the sole heir, she has diligently safeguarded every possession left to her by her parents and grandfather. Song Xi raised an eyebrow. Safeguarded everything? Naturally, Lady Wei replied with a hint of pride. When my niece married my nephew, her dowry amounted to 30 or 40,000 taels. She is adept at management, and over the years, it has doubled, now amounting to several tens of thousands, not to mention what is held by my nephew's family. Just consider how many eyes are fixed upon this fortune. But do you know how Manor has navigated this? Song Xi licked the corner of her lips, uncertain of how it had come to be, but aware that her heart had been pierced by an arrow. A young girl, scarcely a high school student, had already amassed considerable wealth. It was rather disheartening. She truly admired her ancestors' tenacity. As Song Xi held her tea, she listened to Lady Wei recount the remarkable achievements of her precious niece, weaving a narrative that depicted a solitary orphan who, through her own efforts, relinquished a small portion of her wealth to win over the clan leader, fostering a mutually beneficial alliance that safeguarded the majority of her assets. In summary, when Wang Xiumon eventually marries, her dowry will undoubtedly be substantial. Not only is she affluent, but she is also capable, a truly commendable candidate for a matriarch. She is indeed impressive, Song Xi remarked. There was no ambiguity in her words. At such a tender age, to possess the intellect to preserve her possessions amidst numerous adversities and to extricate herself from various schemes was truly remarkable. Song Xi couldn't help but wonder if these ancient maidens had all been nurtured on wisdom. For how could they grasp the intricacies of human nature and self-preservation at such a young age? Reflecting on her own childhood at 12 or 13, she remembered cradling her Barbie dolls, styling their hair, braiding it, and dressing them in floral gowns. Lady Wei, misinterpreting Song Xi as contemplative silence as discontent, somewhat petulantly remarked. In truth, she is not extraordinarily formidable, just a tad impressive. It is simply unavoidable. She is left with no other choice. If she does not assert herself, she will be at the mercy of others, much like children from impoverished families who must mature prematurely. She managed to extricate herself from that throng of predatory relatives, thanks in no small part to the groundwork laid by my late brother, who had taken the time to guide her closely. I understand that it is the environment that shapes an individual. Song Xi nodded in agreement. Madame Wei hastily added, Indeed, elder sister, you possess a clarity of thought that surpasses that of others. You flatter me, Song Xi replied with a smile. The child is a good one. Surely, in your household, there are eligible young gentlemen? Madame Wei's heart sank at this, realizing that there was little hope in this matter, and she forced a bitter smile, saying, Elder sister, I genuinely wish to assist this unfortunate child in finding a suitable match. There are, of course, those in my household who have their eyes on her. Yet they are all unworthy bastards, lacking any real merit, merely shamelessly seeking to elevate themselves. As for my legitimate sons, a derisive smile crossed her face. My 2 daughters-in-law would never consent to marry a widow as their eldest daughter-in-law. They are not afraid of being laughed at. They merely aspire to take her as a concubine. Song Xi pursed her lips, wondering if she knew I was merely a fade. hence her willingness to consider such a match for Song Si-lang. I assure you, I do not wish to deceive you. Your Si-lang, though lacking in academic credentials, is not as dissipated as my other grandsons. Moreover, the Song family upholds virtuous principles, which is why I entertain this notion. Madame Wei continued. I was contemplating that even if your Si-lang cannot generate wealth, at the very least, if he can maintain stability, following in his father's footsteps, he should seek a formidable wife, allowing him to live a life of comfort and security. Song Si tugged at the corners of her mouth, inwardly reflecting that she appreciated the sentiment, albeit it felt as if she were being told her son was a disappointment who ought to marry a strong-willed wife to stabilize the household. The person I have chosen must also be favored by the child, for it is the couple who must live together, is it not? And what of Miss Wang? Have you hinted at anything to her? Madame Wei hastily shook her head, exclaiming, how could that be? One must at least meet the person first, otherwise, how can one speak of it without certainty? If you find her unworthy, how would the child feel? I merely suggested bringing her to visit you, dear elder sister. While saying this, a thought lingered in my mind. Has dear sister perhaps become muddled after her recent illness? This cannot be mentioned aloud. Is the girl from her family truly so shameless? Song Si replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. It still stands that my son must be fond of her. Indeed. What do you imply? Madame Wei inquired eagerly, her eyes twinkling. Would it not be prudent for the two children to have a chance encounter? As for the notion of introducing Wang Qiumon to Song Jiyu, Song Si did not readily acquiesce. Though the fourth son may appear carefree, he possesses his own opinions. I must consult him before bringing anyone before the young lady. I cannot simply allow him to meet her without his consent. With a smile, Song Si stated, in a few days, it will be my eldest daughter-in-law's birthday. I shall inform you of any developments then. Madame Wei, though disappointed, understood that Song Si's response was quite appropriate. She refrained from pressing further, lest it seemed that her family was overly eager, which would be unbecoming. I appreciate your consideration. Dear sister, she acknowledged. Lady Wei refrained from further discussion on the matter, only sighing, now that I am aged, my greatest concern is the matrimonial prospects of my children, particularly for this girl who holds a special place in my heart. I yearn to secure her a worthy match, to honor my late brother's family. As she spoke, she wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. Song Si, unable to resist offering solace, replied, every generation shall find its own fortune. Worry not. As long as the child possesses independence and resilience, she will surely thrive in the future, regardless of circumstances. With no parents or relatives to hinder her, she will safeguard her inheritance. Surely, it will not be extinguished amidst domestic strife. It seems improbable. Wang Qiumon possesses a sufficiently strong character, and thus, her future should not be bleak. May it be so. Lady Wei shifted the topic away from Wang Qiumon and began discussing the recent matrimonial endeavors among families in the capital, jesting. It seems the doors of the Song residence may soon be trampled. Song Si chuckled wryly. Indeed, if my family's doors are to be trampled, you have certainly left your mark, a divine assist. Lady Wei responded, perplexed. What sort of cold humor is this? Song Si awkwardly laughed, then inquired about the recent engagements, to which Lady Wei, ever chatty, spoke on until midday. After sharing a meal at the Song residence, she took her leave with Wang Qiumon. My dear, do you get along well with Miss Song? Lady Wei inquired, gazing fondly at her beautiful niece. It is said that Miss Song is rather willful. I commend you for finding words to praise her. Nonetheless, despite her somewhat spoiled and domineering nature, she possesses a pure heart. Otherwise, my great-aunt would not have permitted your association. Wang Qiumon nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. Ultimately, Song Rookie is merely a spoiled child, devoid of malice, yet excessively indulgent. After all, with both parents present and a father in a prestigious position, it is only natural for her to be pampered, unlike myself. A hint of melancholy flickered in Wang Qiumon's eyes. The astute Lady Wei, perceptive as ever, noticed this and tenderly caressed her face, saying, though the Song family has only flourished for 2 or 3 decades, their upbringing of the younger generation does not resemble that of other nouveau riches who have forgotten their roots. It remains commendable. If you can cultivate a friendship with her, it may lead to frequent interactions. Having experienced significant changes in her youth, Wang Qiumon was well aware of the fickleness of human nature over the past few years. How could she not understand that her grandaunt had her best interest at heart? Befriending the Song family's young lady could only bode well for her future. Grandaunt, I understand. Lady Wei nodded with a smile, hesitating to speak further, contemplating, but ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Does my grand aunt have something to instruct me about? With a gentle shake of her head, Lady Wei replied, No. What did you and the second Miss Song discuss? Yet, inwardly, she sighed, pondering whether this child, Manor, possessed such great fortune. The Song family's fourth son is indeed an excellent choice, and Song Ci has become far more agreeable than before. Alas, what a worry it is. The old matriarch is truly remarkable. Upon receiving his mother's summons, Song Ziyuan could not hesitate. He instructed the young servant Fu Chuan, Go and convey a message to the matriarch. I shall accompany her for dinner, so there is no need to prepare a meal. Yes, master. With that, Song Ziyuan strolled towards Chunwei Hall. Upon arriving at Chunwei Hall, Song Ziyuan chanced upon Lin Qing as she exited the main hall, prompting him to pause. Lin Qing stood by the door, slightly turned aside, and offered a courteous bow to Song Ziyuan before proceeding through the small door towards her modest wooden and bamboo study. Entering the main hall, Song Ziyuan saluted Song Ci, remarking with a smile, Mother's vitality appears to be ever improving. It seems Dr. Lin's medical skills are indeed exceptional. Song Ci replied, With daily acupuncture, medicinal baths, and nourishing meals, how could it not be so? Do take a seat. The affairs of state must keep you busy. I hope our conversation does not encroach upon your time. In the presence of her astute son, Song Ci refrained from her usual casual demeanor, adopting a tone laced with caution. Seated at the opposite end of the Luohan bed, Song Ziyuan removed his shoes, propping one foot up while allowing the other to dangle. He stated, It is a rare occasion for Mother to summon me for conversation, thus, I must oblige regardless of my busyness. It's nothing of great significance, merely that today the matriarch of the Wei family came to visit me, accompanied by a young lady. Song Ci recounted her meeting with the matriarch, inquiring, What do you think of the notion of this young lady being a suitable match for your fourth brother? Song Ziyuan asked, Is this young lady to your liking, Mother? She is indeed a commendable individual, poised and gracious. Your fourth brother possesses a lively temperament. Their personalities should complement each other. Yet, I worry that he may not appreciate her demeanor, finding it too restrained, especially since she is a year his senior. If you find her agreeable, let him have a glance. If nothing else, we could arrange a match directly. After all, parental consent and the involvement of a matchmaker are customary, and it is not uncommon for parents to decide their children's marriages without consulting them. Song Ci shook her head, saying, This matter cannot be approached so lightly. He must first see and choose for himself, for it is a lifelong commitment. If he finds it unsatisfactory, such a union could turn into animosity, which would be detrimental to both him and the young lady. Although in ancient times, arranged marriages were commonplace, I am still a person of modern sensibilities and believe in a degree of democracy. We must respect our youngest son's choice, whether it leads to fortune or misfortune. It is ultimately his decision. Looking at him, she continued, As for the widow and the eldest daughter, do you consent to this? Did not our ancestors hold such beliefs in high regard? Song Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback. Mother, are you seeking my opinion? Song Ci replied somewhat reluctantly. You know I lack knowledge in such matters, and your father is not one to involve himself. Given the significance of your fourth brother's lifelong affairs, we must be cautious. As you are the eldest, I can only discuss this with you. Understanding dawned upon him, and Song Ziyuan chuckled. The widow and the eldest daughter are of little concern. What truly matters is her virtue, whether she is filial and capable, as long as she can care for Mother. That is enough. Song Ci sighed. What a futile conversation. However, since this young man is indifferent, it is best to consult Xiao Baoyu, for after all, it is he who is to marry. Taking a sip of tea, Song Ci pondered and remarked, Your fourth brother is quite fortunate. He is unlikely to pursue an official career and can simply enjoy a life of comfort. If his bride's dowry is substantial, then all the better. Song Ziyuan concurred. Yet what of Qi? She is to reach womanhood this year, yet her marriage remains unresolved. What are you, as her father, planning? Her admiration for the ancestors was genuine. She truly revered them. Chapter 103. A foundation not yet steady should not support a tall building. To her surprise, Song Ci inquired about her daughter's future and marital prospects. Had someone indeed approached her regarding this? Song Ziyuan asked. Song Ci shook her head. Not at all. With you and her mother present, it is not my place to decide. Even if someone were to inquire about me, I would respond in the same manner. One son is enough to give me a headache. I have no intention of meddling in the marriages of the next generation unless my sons and daughters-in-law seek my counsel. And even then, I would merely observe. To act as a busybody now would only stem from a fear that this young gentleman might be led astray, attempting to elevate the family to greater heights, only to suffer a catastrophic fall, potentially bringing me down with him. Song Ji-yuan fell silent, glancing at Mama Gong and nodding towards the door. Mama Gong approached the entrance, ensuring that the maidservants kept their distance, taking it upon herself to stand guard at the door. Since his mother had broached the subject, he deemed it appropriate to share his own intentions. Holding the prayer beads in his hands, Song Ji-yuan spoke. Our Song family has only risen to prominence in the past 2 decades. We are still far from the lineage of those established for centuries. Mother, I aspire to lead the Song family to greater heights, to achieve greater glory. Song Si's heart raced, and she exclaimed, Your ambitions are lofty. What measures do you intend to employ? It cannot be what I am fearing, that you wish Chier to participate in the selection of a consort? Song Ji-yuan raised an eyebrow. Do you find that inappropriate, mother? To bestow a young lady into the imperial family, our Song family is indeed qualified. My daughter has the right to partake in the selection of a consort. Song Si fell silent, pondering. Do you believe Chier's temperament is suited for the imperial court? Song Si pondered. It is not that I underestimate that child, given her temperament. Merely surviving in such an environment would be a stroke of luck. If things go awry, she might end up ensnaring herself, and worse, entangling our family as well. Song Ji-yuan's lips twitched. Mother. My dear, Song Si continued, the Song family is currently thriving. We need not add a prince's consort to our already splendid tapestry. As a loyal minister to the emperor, your fidelity ensures the stability of our house. Song Ji-yuan looked at his mother in surprise. Are you suggesting I become a mere loyal subject? Are you not already a devoted servant of the crown? Why not continue on this path? Song Si retorted. If you were to take a prince as your son-in-law, would you not find yourself embroiled in the struggle for succession? Song Si could not help but speak plainly. Mother, your words are truly. Am I mistaken? Song Si pressed on. Once you become the father-in-law of a prince, your status as a loyal subject is compromised. He will not allow you to remain untainted. Song Ji-yuan replied, Mother, if the Song family were to produce a consort, with the current duke and his high-ranking officials, and should our daughter ascend to the position of Empress Dowager, would the Song family not rise to the status of a noble house? Temporary wealth is but a fleeting illusion. Look at those illustrious families that have endured for centuries. Like your esteemed in-laws, the Gu family, have they ever produced an empress? Song Si sighed. I may not be well educated, and the characters I know are those you taught me. Yet I understand the wisdom of aspiring for greatness and recognizing those who dwell in loftier realms. Your ambition is commendable, but involving the family in the struggle for succession could lead to our downfall. One must refrain from uttering the adage that fortune favors the bold. The foundation of the Song family remains unstable, and to erect grand edifices now would be to invite disaster, as the structures may easily collapse. We, who have only recently begun to prosper over the past 2 to 3 decades, ought to exercise utmost caution, especially in safeguarding our children from entanglements with the royal lineage. Song Ji-yuan's demeanor grew stern. Song Si felt a shiver run down her spine. Could it be that the truth of the matter was so evident that the perceptive offspring had discerned it? Alas, why can I not restrain my tongue? Is it truly so difficult to feign ignorance? While Song Si was lost in her thoughts, Song Ji-yuan rose to offer her a bow. Remarking that the wisdom of age surpasses that of youth, the mother remains clear-headed, while the son, now in his elevated position, has become somewhat self-absorbed. Oh, so he has not seen through me. She genuinely adores her ancestors. It is true. Song Si hastily sipped her tea to steady her nerves. As Song Ji-yuan resumed his seat, he spoke earnestly. Mother, to be candid, the delay in Chio's marriage has led me to contemplate higher aspirations. Our Song family, originating from humble beginnings, lacks the distinction of nobility, and I am acutely aware that many esteemed families regard us as mere country folk, even extending their disdain to you for being perceived as unsophisticated and lacking in worldly experience. As he articulated these sentiments, a note of melancholy and tenderness tinged his voice. It is for the sake of pride that he yearns to elevate their status. Surely, becoming kin to the royal family would be a significant achievement. Song Si sighed, tucking her legs beneath her, and said, Eldest son, you have ascended to this position. Can you truly allow the disparaging remarks of others to disturb your peace? The Song family is indeed rooted in the soil, and there is no denying that we are what we are. But what of it? Is it not you who now occupies the esteemed position of the Prime Minister? Furthermore, the establishment of the Great Qing is merely a little over 30 years ago. Would they dare to label the royal family as mere common folk? Song Ji-yuan's lips twitched slightly, rendered speechless, for his mother spoke the truth. The Great Qing has indeed been founded for only a few decades. The previous emperor, having experienced a tumultuous youth fraught with hardship, sought refuge with various warlords before ultimately raising the banner of rebellion to successfully establish the Great Qing. Yet, he passed away shortly after ascending the throne, bequeathing the crown to the present ruler. The current emperor, with his remarkable foresight and broad-mindedness, is known for his ability to recognize talent and treat officials with benevolence, steadfastly pursuing reform. It is through his efforts that the citizens of the Great Qing enjoy a prosperous and tranquil life today. Nevertheless, despite these achievements, some smaller nations cannot resist encroaching upon us. The aspiration for the Great Qing to ascend to the ranks of a formidable great power will still require considerable time. Thus, dear brother, do not let a few sour remarks provoke you. The Great Qing is currently in a period of quiet accumulation and preparation, and we of the Song family must likewise adopt a similar approach. To elevate ourselves to the status of a noble family requires the dedication of 3 generations. For true success is born from a foundation of deep accumulation. Sending a daughter into the royal family may bring fleeting wealth, but who can predict whether she may become entangled with the imperial offspring? In such a case, one would inevitably find themselves in a contest should one emerge victorious. All would be well, but should one falter, it could spell the end for the entire family, much like your sworn adversary. Song Ziyuan inquired, "Are you referring to the Fan family? Did they not have a consort who bore a prince? Observe how the emperor treats the Fan family. Is it trust or wariness?" Song Ci, cracking a sunflower seed, remarked, "The emperor is still in his prime, which is fortunate, but mark my words, as the years pass, the longer one sits upon the throne, the heavier the burden of suspicion becomes." Throughout history, emperors have invariably found themselves in such a position. Once seated upon the highest throne, relishing the intoxicating taste of wielding power over the realm, who would not wish for eternal life? Consequently, during those times, one had to ponder whether others harbored intentions to undermine one's foundation and usurp the throne. "Mother, please lower your voice. There are ears on the other side of the wall," Song Ziyuan expressed with a hint of exasperation. Immediately, Song Ci covered her mouth and whispered, "Surely, he wouldn't place spies in our courtyard." This elicited a chuckle from Song Ziyuan, who shook his head in amusement. Song Ci sighed in relief, patting her chest as she declared, "You startled me. Let us leave this topic behind. In any case, my dear brother, we must not seek a concubine. It would be wise for you to settle matters regarding Qi promptly to avoid drawing the attention of those in the imperial harem. Otherwise, you may find yourself compelled to choose, which could lead to complications." "Indeed, I shall heed your counsel," Song Ziyuan mused, recognizing the need for a strategic reevaluation. "I may not possess significant accomplishments, nor am I well-versed in profound principles. Yet, I constantly contemplate the unpredictability of the emperor's heart. My dear brother, for the Song family to attain wealth and honor, one must adhere to a singular principle, align oneself with the emperor." It was reminiscent of the slogans from her era, "Follow X, and all will be well." Song Ci's remarks served as a poignant reminder. If they had no intention of marrying a daughter into the imperial family, they must seek a suitable alliance elsewhere. Given their family's scholarly pursuits, it would be prudent to avoid connections with military families, lest it provoke discontent in higher circles. Thus, if not among the martial clans, they would have to look towards the aristocracy. But why? If one were to select from humble origins, not only would Song Rookie face life and death, but Lady Song would likely also wail and lament. For a moment, Song Ziyuan found himself at a loss, troubled over what kind of family to choose for his second daughter. However, there was no need to rush. A careful selection was imperative. Suddenly halting in his tracks, Song Ziyuan recalled an inadvertent remark made by Song Ci, his fingers stroking thoughtfully. Perhaps he could mention this to the esteemed individual above? Resolute in his decision, he ceased further contemplation and strode purposefully towards the main courtyard. "Do not rise. Let the maids attend to you," he instructed as he entered the cleansing chamber. Lady Song summoned Furong to assist with the bathing and grooming. Furong's heart leaped with joy as she approached, demurely offering to help Song Ziyuan remove his outer garments. Her delicate hands brushed against his chest, intentionally or not. Song Ziyuan frowned slightly, glancing down to see Furong half kneeling beside him. Her eyes lowered in shyness as she gently spoke. "My lord, please allow your humble servant to assist you with your shoes." Her soft, melodious voice was enough to stir one's heart. Song Ziyuan, with a smirk that danced between amusement and bemusement, pondered whether his wife's maid had begun to engage in flirtation. Just then, Mama Fong entered with a basin of water, instinctively glancing at the kneeling Furong upon hearing the exchange, her heart skipping a beat. After shedding his outer garments, Song Ziyuan declared, "Everyone may leave. I can manage on my own." Furong hesitated, wanting to say something, but upon catching Mama Fong's scrutinizing gaze, a chill ran down her spine, and she bowed her head to exit. Mama Fong observed with a watchful eye, remaining silent, yet inwardly alert. After a refreshing wash, Song Ziyuan reclined on the bed in loose inner garments, one leg bent, engrossed in a scroll he held in hand. "It is a rare occasion for Mother to summon us, so we have all gathered." Song Ziyuan, without lifting his gaze, replied. Mother inquired about the marriage of the fourth brother. "I heard that the matriarch of the Wei family has brought a young lady. Have you met her?" The elder lady of the Song family, somewhat astonished, responded, "Is she truly here for the fourth brother's match? That young lady appears to be older than him. Has Mother taken a liking to her?" She believed the girl to be composed and gracious, while the fourth brother's temperament is rather spirited. It is essential that someone provides stability for the household. However, she remarked that it must be the fourth brother's own willingness. As Mother ages and her health declines, it is crucial that you pay close attention to this matter. Listen to Mother's thoughts, and if necessary, ensure that this union is realized. Indeed, we should also consider other suitable young ladies from respectable families, particularly those of more pleasing appearance, as I have noticed the fourth brother's preference for beauty. The elder lady of the Song family, having finished applying her fragrant balm, approached him, took his book, placed it down, and seated herself beside him, her hand gliding up his arm. "My lord, did you have anyone in mind to invite for my birthday celebration?" The following day, the elder lady of the Song family, her spirit bright and complexion rosy, sat in the floral hall of the main residence, holding a cup of tea and awaiting the housekeepers to present their reports and arrange the ceremonial offerings. Song Er and Song San, arriving together, exchanged glances at the sight of the radiant face of their elder sister-in-law. "Indeed, it seems that joy has brought a refreshing spirit to you. Your complexion is more vibrant than that of an 18-year-old maiden," Jiang remarked playfully. Madame Song's face flushed even more, and she chided, "Your tongue is unmatched. Soon enough, you shall find yourself with a rosy complexion like mine." Jiang, suppressing a smile, felt a flicker of hope. Reflecting upon the medicinal concoctions she had been consuming and the needles she had endured, Jiang gently caressed her abdomen, her face brimming with anticipation, fervently wishing that the heavens would show mercy and return to her the child she had lost. Madame Lu, seated beside them, smiled, yet her gaze was tinged with melancholy, and her heart ached with unspoken sorrow. The absence of her husband rendered the solitude unbearable, and she could not help but wonder about his well-being in Shaanxi. Noticing Madame Lu's despondent demeanor, Madame Song felt a pang of regret, realizing that there was indeed someone who was truly enduring this solitary confinement. The two women quickly rose, saying, "We are usually idle. If you have any instructions, dear sister-in-law, please do not hesitate to speak." "Well, there is little to observe in the kitchen. It suffices to prepare the meals when the time comes. Perhaps, at the outset, we could have the third sister-in-law join us to familiarize herself with everyone, and then return to the kitchen when the banquet is about to commence," Jiang suggested. Now that Jiang had extended a helping hand, she felt inclined to accept, responding, "If that is the case, let us proceed as my second sister-in-law suggests." Madame Song remarked, "She is now 3 months along, which signifies stability. I have already dispatched someone to inform her that her mother-in-law will come to offer congratulations." "Ahmedba, that is splendid news," Jiang said, joining her hands in a gesture of reverence. "Congratulations, dear sister-in-law. You are soon to become a grandmother," Madame Lu added with a smile. Madame Song was filled with joy as she ascended to the esteemed rank of a first-class noblewoman, with her daughter expecting and her husband being considerate towards her. It was indeed a moment deserving of congratulations for the Lu family. If only she could bear another son, it would be the epitome of fulfillment. Her admiration for her ancestors was truly fervent. After the three sisters-in-law reached a consensus, they each went about their tasks. Lu held the token of authority with a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated that Madame Song would generously delegate power to her, allowing her to assist in managing affairs. Was this a sign of trust, or perhaps a belief that she could not usurp the control of household management? Upon reflection, it became evident that, apart from the matriarch, none could surpass Madame Song. She was favored by fortune, hailing from a respectable family, and her husband was ambitious, having secured for her the title of a first-class noblewoman. Beyond her mother-in-law, no one could overshadow her. Clenching the token tightly, Lu chose to dismiss such thoughts. Given her subordinate position, it was prudent to focus on leveraging her circumstances. In the main hall, Mama Fong served tea to Madame Song, reassuring her about the third Madame's management of the storeroom. Mama Fong reasoned that it was indeed logical. Madame Song replied, "What if she is not diligent? Even in her absence, the household operates smoothly. Therefore, her presence is not crucial. Conversely, if she neglects her duties, she should not expect any rewards. If she is astute, she will ensure that matters are handled properly." "Madame is wise," remarked Mama Fong. Madame Song delicately twirled her fingers as she stirred the tea leaves in her cup, saying, "Inquire with Mama Zhang about the new batch of maidservants and young servants. How well have they been instructed in the rules? Having become acquainted with the rules, let us release a few individuals to familiarize themselves with the household, lest we create a spectacle on the day of the banquet, which would be quite unbecoming. It is also essential to urge Mother Zhang to expedite their acclimatization. The banquet on the 8th is not merely a celebration of her birthday. It also marks the first occasion for the Song family to entertain guests following the rise of the Prime Minister, representing the esteemed status of the Prime Minister's residence. Thus, the occasion signifies the dignity of the household and must not be subjected to ridicule. Rest assured, my lady, I shall guide Mother Zhang diligently." Madame Song nodded. Mother Fong observed her, recalling the events of the previous night, hesitating to speak. "Is there something on your mind, Mother?" Mother Fong glanced outside, just in time to see Furong standing on the lotus viewing platform reprimanding a young maid, and said, "Madam, Furong has also turned 20. What are your intentions regarding her?" Madame Song was taken aback. The sudden mention of Furong caught her off guard. Instinctively, she turned her gaze toward Mother Fong, only to find her eyes cold as she looked outside. She, too, looked out to see Furong. "Mother, what is amiss with Furong?" Madame Song steadied her thoughts, feigning nonchalance as she adjusted the tea lid. Mother Fong lowered her head and remarked, "Furong's aspirations seem rather lofty." Madame Song placed her teacup heavily on the table, her voice icy. "What have you observed?" Mother Fong did not withhold the truth, recounting what she had witnessed the previous night. With a crash, the teacup shattered on the floor. "What a shameless wretch!" Madame Song glared coldly at Furong outside, her chest heaving with indignation. The sudden recollection of her husband's infatuation from the night before caused her heart to tighten, and she clenched her fist. She may arrange for Song Ziyuan to have a maidservant, yet she would never allow that maidservant to climb into bed on her own, especially behind her back. Her obsession with the ancestral heritage is truly fervent. As the Dragon Boat Festival approaches, the young scions of the Song family find themselves embroiled in a series of unfortunate events, each one seemingly summoned by fate, entangled with romantic debts. First, Song Jiyu falls into a trap, befriending a humble scholar from his hometown. After exchanging a few flattering words, they become like brothers. A few days later, he is invited to dinner, only to awaken the next morning, stark naked, lying in the bed of the host's sister, resembling a plucked chicken. This predicament leads to a demand for accountability. Otherwise, the threat of scandal looms large, compelling Song Jiyu to contemplate violence in retaliation. It is said that he is a man of fortune, yet this misfortune casts a shadow over his luck. Frustrated, he longs to confront the fortune teller who foretold his fate. He is not foolish. He recognizes that he has been ensnared. However, the fact remains that he is in such a compromising position, and the other party is relentless, insisting on dragging him into the affair, which vexes him greatly. Fearing that the eldest brother will uncover the truth, he takes it upon himself to mitigate the situation. Then there is his nephew, Song Lingsu, who, while attending a poetry gathering at a classmate's estate, inadvertently stumbles into a guest room just as the host is changing clothes, leaving him pale with shock. The members of the Song family, having endured these ignoble escapades, are left feeling utterly humiliated, unable to hold their heads high. The shame is simply too great. Such a glaring scheme, and yet they have fallen for it. "Oh, are you blushing? Is it from shame or indignation?" Song Ziyuan caressed the prayer beads on his wrist, wearing a bemused smile as he gazed at his brothers, sons, and nephews standing in a row. The younger ones dared not utter a word. Only Song Jiyu, with a pout, remarked, "Elder brother, you are truly stirring trouble. Why must you toy with us like this? It is utterly infuriating." Indeed, all of the aforementioned chaos was orchestrated by the patriarch, Song Jiyu. "Did you think it was merely a jest at your expense?" "Oh, it was indeed a deliberate ruse, but if the truth remains concealed, then everything appears genuine. Have you considered the repercussions of this?" Song Jiyu cast a cold glance at the group. Should this news spread, You would find yourselves ensnared in troublesome affairs, akin to swallowing flies, utterly revolting. And I, along with the Song residents, would face censure and impeachment. The assembly fell into silence. Uncle, we understand now. We shall be more cautious in the future, Song Lingzhao hastily affirmed. Song Lingjia added, my mother often says that women are like tigers. The more beautiful they are, the more one must tread carefully. She was right. It is truly terrifying. I must keep my distance from them henceforth. Song Ziyuan. How does Jiang speak to the children daily, to twist their perceptions so? She truly has an obsession with the ancestors. The existence of Song Ziyuan in the Song residence is universally acknowledged, including by Song Zhiyu and his own son, Song Lingsu. At present, upon hearing the disappointment expressed by this esteemed individual, Song Lingsu knelt down, bowing his head in remorse, and said, Father, I have disappointed you. Song Zhiyu opened his mouth to speak. Elder brother, this situation caught us off guard. How could we have foreseen that we would be schemed against? Unaware? Song Zhan narrowed his eyes. You are the scions of the minister's household. Do you not comprehend the significance of the minister's position? The schemes directed at you far exceed those aimed at other households, simply because I am your elder brother, the father of Su'er, the uncle of Zhao'er. In the minister's song, Song Zhiyu, somewhat flustered, replied, Elder brother, the Song family desires to thrive and seek greater glory. Yet it cannot rely solely on my efforts. The hope lies with all of you. My role is to uphold this family. But whether this splendor and glory can endure depends on you and the generations to come. Thus, you are the hope of the Song family. Should that hope be extinguished, the Song family will likewise perish. How can you still claim ignorance of the schemes against you? Song Ziyuan cast a stern glance at Song Zhiyu and the younger ones. Song Zhiyu knelt again. Elder brother, I was in the wrong. Song Ziyuan grunted, permitting them to rise. The Song family is not particularly numerous. My political adversaries could easily target me through you. My intervention in this matter is merely to serve as a warning. Such occurrences will only increase, especially as you grow older, and schemes will become ever more frequent. Brother, your words make my heart race. Must I be on guard against every stranger I encounter? Song Zhiyu said, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Song Zhiyuan gazed at the several youthful faces before him, his heart softening. They were inexperienced and had not faced much adversity. I do not intend for you to be perpetually on edge, as if startled birds. I merely wish for you to be more discerning in your dealings. To reserve a measure of caution, for you are scions of the Song family. Understood, father, uncle, the boys replied, bowing respectfully. Very well, let this matter rest here. In the future, you cousins need not panic in the face of challenges. It is essential to communicate and deliberate together, for you are kin. Understood, they echoed. Song Zhiyuan waved them off, allowing them to leave. As Song Zhiyu took a few steps away, he paused to inquire, brother, was that young lady from the Bai family truly a plot devised by you to toy with me? Song Zhiyuan replied, what of it? Am I still an innocent? It seems you express a hint of regret. Indeed, brother, I compensated her with 100 taels of silver, and I neither touched her nor even glimpsed anything. We suffered a tremendous loss. Song Zhiyuan picked up a book from the table and hurled it at him. Get lost. As they left the study, Song Zhiyu and his cousins dispersed, each seeking their mother. Song Xiai was watering flowers in the courtyard with a kettle when she noticed her son approaching. His face clouded with dejection, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. My son. Song Zhiyu approached with a despondent expression, taking the long-spouted kettle from her hands to assume her duties. Song Xiai accepted the handkerchief that Hong Tao had handed over to wipe her hands and remarked, has your elder brother scolded you? Mother, did you know all along about his schemes against us? Song Xiai inquired. A few days ago. I heard your brother mention it casually. Do you feel your pride has been wounded? Your brother is quite inconsiderate, if he wished to educate us. He could have done so directly without such theatrics. It was utterly terrifying and humiliating, Song Zhiyu replied, feigning grievance. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a playful rap on his forehead. You are foolish and yet refuse to acknowledge it, and you dare to speak ill of your brother? Song Xiai glared at him. Song Zhiyu yelped in protest, Mother, you no longer care for me, nor do you comfort me. You're about to marry. And you still expect to be coddled? Do you think you are still a little chubby child? Once you wed, you might soon become a father yourself. Do you think you'll still need your mother to pamper you? You are truly a spoiled child, she added. Song Zhiyu discarded the kettle from his grasp and wrapped his arms around Song Xi's. I don't care, even if I become a father. I will still be your son, and I still want you to dote on me. Beautiful you. At that point I might forget who you are, Song Xiai replied. Rolling her eyes dramatically, as if to say she would never grow old or succumb to dementia. Feeling somewhat distressed, Song Jiu said, "If you forget, I shall remind you time and again." Song Ci chuckled. "All right, enough of your jesting. Your brother's actions were quite justified, and I stand by him. One learns from experience. Having faced adversity, you will be better equipped to handle future challenges. Always remain vigilant." "I understand." Song Ci approached the wicker chair in the courtyard and sat down, inviting him to join her. "Sir Lang," she began, "both your father and I are but humble folk, having achieved little in our lives. Our greatest accomplishment has been bringing you and your brothers into this world. You cannot rely on us, for we lack the means. However, your elder brother is different. He possesses great wisdom and numerous ideas. In the future, you should heed his counsel." "Mother," Song Jiu replied, "when have I ever disregarded my elder brother's words?" At a mere glance from him, I find myself nearly wagging my tail like a dog. He touched his nose as he spoke. "I am not speaking of the present, but rather of the days to come. Whenever you are uncertain, confused, or indecisive, it is wise to consult your elder brother." Song Jiu's heart sank, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Mother, are you abandoning me?" "Of course not," Song Ci said, her gaze evasive. Even if she wished to guide him, she felt powerless. Time would take its toll, and who could say when she might depart this world? "You do," he insisted. "You cannot even bear to look at me. Clearly, you are placing the burden upon my elder brother." Cough, cough. Song Ci cleared her throat, feeling somewhat perturbed. "You, my child, speak such unfiltered truths." Song Jiu pouted. "I am merely preparing for the future, lest I forget to impart my thoughts one day. It is prudent to express them now. For who knows if I will be able to articulate such profound insights later. I am uneducated, after all." Song Jiu interjected. "Why do I sense that you wear your lack of education as a badge of honor?" Song Ci pinched his cheek. "I cannot control your choices. Look at how you refuse to consider the matches I arrange for you." Song Jiu gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "I suppose it has come to fruition. Please do not disregard me." Song Ci's eyes brightened as she extended her finger, saying, "Let us make a pact. When the young lady arrives, do refrain from impatience and avoid speaking ill of her." Alas, she would be scorned by her mother. Her admiration for the ancestral traditions was indeed fervent. She earnestly urged everyone to cherish them. The updates on the Peerless Tang sect are remarkably swift, and in the 111th chapter, the Grand Makeup enters the palace. It is noted that her cervical vertebrae may be at risk. During the Dragon Boat Festival, every household adorned their homes with calamus and mugwort, while donning 5 poison sachets. Song Ci was roused before dawn by the palace matron, who insisted on preparing her grand attire. For she was to enter the palace to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. In truth, Song Ci was somewhat reluctant. It was not that she lacked curiosity about the magnificence of the imperial palace, but rather her fear of exposing her true self. Having only transitioned into this world a month prior, and just beginning to acclimate to the residence of the nobility. However, the imperial edict had specifically summoned her, expressing a desire for her presence. With such a decree in place, any further excuses would be seen as pretentious. Furthermore, it was imperative for her to engage in social interactions on behalf of her eldest son, and the Empress Dowager served as her protective talisman. Thus, despite her trepidation, she resolved to proceed. Upon receiving the edict, Song Ci fervently endeavored to refresh her memory of her original self. Strangely, certain recollections were shrouded in ambiguity, causing her distress. She longed to summon the soul of the elderly woman, whose fate remained uncertain, to clarify her past. Yet, regardless of her dreams, incantations, or offerings, the elderly lady remained elusive, leaving Song Ci in a state of uncertainty regarding her ultimate fate. Alas, upon hearing Song Ci's sigh, the palace maid assumed her distress stemmed from worry and bent down to reassure her. "Do not fret, my lady, I shall remain by your side. Should you find yourself struggling to recall anything, simply attribute it to the effects of your illness." Song Ci regarded her with a peculiar expression. Yet the maid's gaze remained sincere, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "I am indeed aged and have suffered a stroke, which has left me somewhat forgetful," she acknowledged candidly. "I am simply troubled by the thought of wearing this heavy crown for an entire day. It may very well bend my frail neck." Song Ci lamented aloud. "Good heavens, I truly marvel at those of ancient times who bore such weight upon their heads. It surely must lead to cervical issues. This crown must weigh several pounds." She pondered the necessity of caution in such matters. After a moment of effort, Song Ci wobbled to her feet, her body swaying precariously. "Oh dear, I feel as though my head is too heavy for my legs. It is utterly unbearable." Though she had grown stronger through exercise, Her petite frame remained frail, and the combined weight of the crown and adornments now felt as if it exceeded 10 pounds. The palace maid, quick to act, supported her. "My lady, are you quite all right?" "Indeed, I have quite the predicament." Song Si grasped the maid's hand firmly. "You must ensure that I do not falter. I fear that a mere bow before the Empress could send me tumbling to the ground. I have no doubt that the Ministry of Internal Affairs has crafted this golden crown from pure gold. It is exceedingly heavy." The palace maid smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I shall steady you." At that moment, Hong Yu entered the room and bowed respectfully. "My lady, the First Lady has arrived. Let us be off, lest we tarry," Song Si said, extending her hand towards the pomelo. She found it exceedingly arduous to move, in addition to the weighty golden crown atop her head. She was adorned in an elaborate 9-layer ceremonial robe, its heaviness almost unbearable. Oh, how she longed for someone to carry her. As the first rays of morning sunlight kissed the glazed tiles of the palace, Song Si arrived at the Westhua gate of the imperial palace in a carriage. With the assistance of the palace matron, she descended from the carriage, her eyes squinting against the dazzling golden vista before her. "The palace," she murmured softly, her heart swelling with wonder. This was no mere film set, nor was it the ancient forbidden city, steeped solely in history and devoid of its former inhabitants. It was a genuine palace, guarded by soldiers wielding rifles, with eunuchs approaching with measured, respectful steps. "Please allow me to welcome Lady Song, esteemed matriarch," a young eunuch, with a fair complexion and a cheerful demeanor, gracefully swept his dust whisk and bowed deeply in homage to Song Si. She smiled warmly, though she did not recognize him. Yet it did not inhibit her from displaying kindness. "Lady Song requests no formalities," she said, as she held the hand of her close maid, Xiao Yao. "I am but a humble attendant from Kuan-Ning Palace, sent by Her Majesty to greet the matriarch." Understanding the matriarch's frailty, "The Empress has graciously provided a sedan chair to spare you the burden of walking," the young eunuch explained, gesturing towards a nearby small palanquin. Song Si glanced over and indeed saw a small palanquin waiting, with 2 sturdy eunuchs standing by. She couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Ah, the Empress truly is considerate. It was not that Song Si was unwilling to walk. Had she been in her own body, she could have traversed the vast imperial palace until her legs ached. Yet now, she found herself as a frail, elderly woman, burdened by the heavy ceremonial robes and a crown weighing nearly 10 pounds, which would surely exhaust her. With a smile, Song Si bowed towards Kuan-Ning Palace and expressed her gratitude, saying, "I am deeply thankful for the Empress's graciousness." She was indeed reaping the benefits of being the esteemed matriarch. Madame Song supported her mother, saying, "Mother, please take the palanquin first. I shall follow shortly." Unfortunately, she had not been afforded a palanquin and would have to make her way on foot. "You have my thanks for your efforts," Song Si replied. Madame Song assisted her into the palanquin, then discreetly gestured to Xiao Yao to watch closely, presenting each eunuch with a token of appreciation, politely stating, "My esteemed matriarch is in delicate health. I kindly ask for your care." The eunuchs, pleased with their rewards, expressed their eagerness. Young Mianzi cheerfully assured, "Rest assured, Madame Song. I shall attend to her every need with utmost diligence." Once Song Si was comfortably seated, she grasped the armrests of the palanquin and nodded towards the palace matron. Observing this, young Mianzi called out, and the eunuchs steadily lifted the palanquin, proceeding towards the inner palace. Noticing the palace matron walking closely beside, Song Si tapped the armrest and advised the bearers, "If there are still ladies yet to arrive behind us, please proceed at a slower pace. It would allow me the pleasure of appreciating the palace scenery." "Take your time, take your time." Zainianzi immediately issued orders, and indeed, the pace slowed down. Song Si glanced at Mama Gong, who noticed her gaze and responded with a wink, silently mouthing a few words. "Walk slowly, it won't tire your legs." Mama Gong smiled. Feeling a warmth in her heart, it was thoughtful of her. Seeing that she understood, Song Si turned her attention to the scenery within the palace. The morning light in the imperial palace seemed to still be in slumber, with the palatial structures interconnected, their golden glazed tiles radiant under the sunlight, dazzling to behold. The intricately carved golden dragons on the flying eaves appeared almost lifelike, presenting a truly magnificent spectacle as they traversed the palace corridors. The eunuchs and palace maids bowed their heads in silence, while in the distance, the sounds of horses whinnying could be heard, likely indicating the guards patrolling or a powerful minister urgently entering the palace. Seated in the sedan chair, Song Si arrived peacefully at the entrance of Kuan-Ning Palace. She genuinely admired her ancestors, urging everyone to cherish their heritage. Mama Gong supported Song Si's hand, shaking her head. We must wait for the summons. Just then, voices approached. And upon turning her head, Song Si saw another person being carried in a similar sedan chair, an elderly woman with graying hair and deep-set wrinkles, dressed in ceremonial attire. That is, the matriarch of the Fan family, Mama Gong whispered. Ah, she is the mother of your family's rival, Song Si mused, noting the woman's frailty. Burdened by a heavy golden crown, likely more weary than herself. It was a comfort to realize she was not alone in her struggles. Isn't that the matriarch of the Song family? I heard you have recovered well. Madame Fan had arrived before them, and even before stepping down from her sedan chair, she exchanged greetings with Song Si. Song Si expressed her gratitude, saying, thanks to your esteemed presence, I am able to stand here and extend my wishes for the Queen's well-being. Indeed, if this elderly lady could see her, she could not be entirely blind. If circumstances were dire, would she be able to stand here unscathed? It was not as if she sought hardship. Madame Fan felt slightly stung by the remark. Pondering the implications of your esteemed presence, did it imply her age? She held Song Si in disdain, viewing her as nothing more than a crude peasant woman. Despite her noble title, and questioned how she could even be compared to herself, feeling it was a disgrace to associate with her. When I heard of your misfortunes, my heart was heavy with concern. Thank the heavens for your recovery, Madame Fan said, stepping closer with genuine care. We are not young anymore. You must learn to take things lightly. The past has been arduous, and you must prioritize your well-being moving forward. In truth, you are well enough to request leave from the Queen. She is compassionate and will surely grant it, so there is no need to overexert yourself. Song Si nearly resorted to propping her drooping eyelids with a toothpick to scrutinize the elderly lady before her. Was this a veiled jab disguised as concern? After all, both were esteemed ladies of the first rank. Who was truly more noble? Ah, if it were a matter of tenacity in battle, then so be it. With an expression of deep emotion, Song Si grasped Madame Fan's hand and, feigning excitement, declared, Dear elder sister, you are over a decade my senior, and I shall shamelessly address you as such. Your words have truly resonated with my heart. We are both in the twilight of our years, and it is indeed imperative that we take care of ourselves. Thus, I have come to see clearly now, indulge in life's pleasures, and refrain from meddling in the affairs of the youth. What could possibly be better than simply existing? As for your mention of taking leave, I must confess that I had indeed contemplated it. However, the Empress Dowager expressed her longing for my presence, and I cannot presume too much. Thus I can only seek her blessings for tranquility. Alas, dear sister, let us take care of ourselves, for we are not in our youth any longer. This exchange, laden with veiled barbs, left Madame Fan somewhat stung. At that moment, a lady from Cunning Palace, by Luo, emerged with a cheerful demeanor, announcing that Her Majesty the Empress requests the two esteemed ladies to enter for an audience. Both are of the highest rank. Who shall step forward first? Madame Fan's gaze flickered, and she was about to take a step when Song Si interjected, Dear sister, you are my senior. Allow me to assist you as we proceed together. My years of labor have endowed me with sturdier legs. Without waiting for Madame Fan's response, she had already grasped her hand. Madame Fan's expression stiffened. She thought to herself, I truly appreciate your kindness, but who exactly are you calling sister? There is no need to remind me of my age. It is indeed a peculiar thing how one must engage in physical exercise. Take Song Si, for instance. When she first arrived, even a few steps would leave her breathless. Yet, after a month of diligently practicing Tai Chi, look at her now, able to stride alongside Madame Fan without faltering. Madame Fan wished to shake off Song Si's grip. Goodness. This sprightly elder moves with such swiftness that she nearly tripped over her own skirts. With a sidelong glance at Song Si, who remained unflustered and composed, Madame Fan pondered inwardly whether this elderly lady was merely feigning illness. How could one, no matter how well rested, exhibit such vigor without even a hint of breathlessness? It seemed that this little old woman was certainly up to some mischief. Song Si, however, possessed no mind-reading abilities to discern the thoughts of the matron beside her. Though she walked briskly, her neck had grown increasingly stooped under the weight of the heavy crown atop her head. It was an unavoidable burden. Upon entering the grand hall, Song Si raised her gaze to behold a middle-aged beauty adorned in a phoenix crown and gown, seated regally upon the phoenix throne. This was none other than the current empress, Gongsun Jing. Taking a deep breath, Song Si recalled the court etiquette she had hastily studied with the palace matron and, with trembling reverence, bowed before Empress Gongsun. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty, wishing you boundless blessings and enduring peace. Both matriarchs, please rise. The empress replied with a gentle smile, raising her hand in a gesture of grace. Song Si, supported by the palace matron, stood upright and took her place upon the cushioned seat prepared by the maidens, straightening her back as she turned her attention to the empress. The empress, clad in her immaculate phoenix robe, bore no trace of wrinkles, and one could only wonder how long it had taken to achieve such perfection. Her hands rested elegantly on her lap, her posture impeccably upright. Though her oval face might not be described as extraordinarily beautiful, it radiated an air of dignity and poise befitting an empress. Song Si mused quietly to herself that a national matriarch ought to embody such grandeur, not necessarily in beauty, but in presence, much like the contemporary empress. As Song Si assessed the situation, Madame Fan had already engaged the empress in polite conversation. You seem in good health. Are you not weary? The empress inquired, casting a warm smile towards Song Si. Empress Gongsun was somewhat surprised that Lady Song could offer compliments. Lady Fan pinched her fingers and secretly thought of her as a sycophant. The Empress Dowager had been concerned about Lady Song, having heard of her well-being. She issued an imperial decree for her to converse with her, and it was likely that soon a messenger would come to invite Lady Song. Empress Gongsun jested. Song Si immediately rose and bowed towards Xining Palace, saying, "It is a sin of this humble wife that the Empress Dowager is concerned for me. I shall certainly seek her forgiveness shortly." Empress Gongsun, Lady Fan, who said Song Si was a mere rustic woman, unrefined and unpolished. Just look at her political acumen. She has completely deceived this little old lady. Your Highness, Aunt Lien Xiao from Xining Palace has been sent by the Empress Dowager to escort Lady Song for a conversation. Please do not rush her and the other noble women. A palace maid reported respectfully as she stepped in. Empress Gongsun hurriedly invited Lien Xiao in, jesting that this was her mother-in-law's capable aunt, and she could not afford to slight her. Lien Xiao entered, first offering a bow, and then conveyed the Empress Dowager's message, which was simply to escort someone. Song Si mused that the Empress Dowager had a certain affection for her, granting her face. Lady Fan felt a pang of jealousy, realizing they were both esteemed first-grade ladies. Yet the Empress Dowager had chosen to favor her counterpart. She truly adores her ancestor, she thought with disdain. In the palace of Kuenning, Song Si had barely sipped her tea before she was once again carried to Xining Palace. Throughout her journey, she pondered over the memories of her former self, reflecting on her past interactions with the most esteemed figure of the Xining Palace. She endeavored to supplement her recollections, though some fragments remained elusive, causing her to flinch and pinch herself to regain clarity, suppressing any sense of arrogance. After all, this was the Empress Dowager, who had once shared trials and tribulations with her. Given the significance of those bygone events, she imagined the Dowager would certainly remember, while she herself struggled to recall. What if she inadvertently revealed her ignorance? Would the Dowager seize her by the throat and label her a monstrous aberration? A wave of anxiety washed over Song Si. Upon finally encountering the Empress Dowager, her eyes moistened, and a torrent of emotions surged within her, difficult to contain. It was a peculiar sensation. The current Empress Dowager bore the surname Wang, having endured the devastation of war which annihilated her entire family, save for a distant relative who had not yet reached the age of mourning. The closest kin was a brother, whose grandfathers were cousins. Bestowed with the title of Duke of Loyalty and Diligence, a mere token of favor without real power, the Wang Dowager possessed a hardened heart, feeling little affinity towards her current family. Initially, she had even contemplated preventing the emperor from bestowing the duke title upon this relative, fearing her son might be subject to ridicule. Ultimately, she acquiesced, only to maintain a semblance of loyalty. Yet, despite this concession, she remained estranged from the duke's household. In her heart, her true family consisted solely of her own lineage, which had perished without leaving a single heir. The others, merely distant relatives sharing her surname, were inconsequential. She harbored no obligation to shower them with favors, especially when her own bloodline lay in the grave. The notion of familial honor was anathema to her. Her true kin had all succumbed, and witnessing others reveling in the spoils of their legacy filled her with disdain. Moreover, the duke's household continued to thrive, harboring ambitions of adopting her lineage. She understood the underlying reason. Fostering an adopted child was merely a means to perpetuate the glory bestowed by Empress Wang. The empress had not granted her approval. Thus, to others, Duke Zhongqin was perceived as an uncherished figure, overshadowed even by the unexpectedly favored Song Si. Song Si remarked, "Your Majesty, we must not neglect propriety." Such matters are well known beyond these walls, how much more so within the palace. We may be close, but we must adhere to the established norms. Should those censors become aware, they will undoubtedly submit their reports one after another. The Ministry of Rights may even visit my home to instruct me anew on the hierarchies of respect. I am advanced in age and wish to avoid such burdens. Upon uttering these words, even she was taken aback by her own fluency, perhaps a remnant of the original sentiments. Yet, this was not mere formality. While familiarity was present, respect for the established hierarchy must be maintained. Who could discern the thoughts of others? One could not presume that having risen from adversity, one should still regard oneself as a beleaguered creature. Empress Wang responded, "In this palace, who dares to spread rumors? Come, sit beside me, let us converse earnestly." Song Xi did not decline, taking the hand of a palace maid to settle herself on a brocaded stool beside the Empress's throne, gazing at the esteemed figure. Though she was clearly older, the Empress's impeccable upkeep rendered her seemingly a decade younger. Indeed, she exemplified the grace and dignity of one accustomed to privilege. "Xi, it has been a while since we last met, and you seem to have aged considerably," the Empress observed, her gaze lingering on Song Xi's face. Before she sighed softly, a hint of melancholy apparent. "Song Xi, I understand your concern, but it may be inevitable to mention the elder. After all, we are still good sisters. The ancestral matriarch is truly remarkable. I implore everyone to take note of her. The updates for the Peerless Tang sect are the swiftest." Chapter 116, On the Art of Moderation. However, she cannot afford to speak her mind. At present, not only can she not voice her thoughts, but she must also placate this esteemed individual. "Your Highness, illness hastens the onset of age. I too have been worn down recently." Song Xi sighed softly. "Nevertheless, aging is a part of life. I have reached this age, and as long as this old body can still eat, drink, and come to offer my greetings, that is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Empress Wang felt a pang of sadness. "You say that, yet you have not been seen since the beginning of the year. When have you ever sent a message to enter the palace?" Song Xi fell silent. She actually holds a measure of admiration for the original elder. This person knows the bounds of propriety. Logically, for someone to be considered a sister to the most esteemed empress, that is a tremendous honor. And one would surely cling to such a powerful ally to secure one's own fortune and safety. Song Xi believes that the original elder is truly composed, not allowing herself to become conceited due to her connection with the reigning empress. Her grasp of moderation is commendable, and it is precisely this quality that renders Empress Wang more fond of her. Look, she is so understanding, while her so-called family members, they tend to possess a certain disposition, believing themselves to be superior. They treat you well, expecting nothing in return, but the moment you lean on them, they become overly enthusiastic, making me feel somewhat uneasy. It is far better to embrace the present as it is, rather than clinging to past sentiments that are unbreakable. Alas, I see you are merely concerned about preserving the dignity of Lord Song." Empress Dowager Wang interjected with a playful admonition. "You, my dear, have changed considerably. Yunji is now a minister, and you are a first-rank noble lady. Even if you lack decorum, who would dare to show you disrespect? Of course, I am aware that anyone who dares to cast me a disdainful glance would face your formidable support," replied Song Xi with a smile, half joking. "Truth be told, I have grown somewhat lethargic. As one ages, it becomes increasingly challenging to indulge in frivolous pursuits. Nonsense. Your heart yearns for the vibrant world outside, vast and boundless. I cannot argue with you, but I must say, you appear considerably healthier now. I have heard that a physician has been summoned to attend to you closely, and her skills seem quite commendable," observed Empress Dowager Wang, scrutinizing Song Xi's complexion. Song Xi nodded in affirmation, saying, "You cannot imagine the chaos my illness caused at home. I too was in a state of panic. Lying in bed, unable to open my eyes, I was overwhelmed with dread. Therefore, I have taken great care of myself, adhering to a regimen of medicinal meals, acupuncture, and even practicing martial arts. By the way, practicing martial arts is quite beneficial for one's health. Would you care to join me in learning?" Song Xi contemplated imparting the art of Tai Chi to her ultimate pillar of support. Her well-being would ensure the Song family's prosperity. After all, they had shared the same table. The longer this esteemed lady thrived, the more security there would be for the Song family, even if she were to depart first. The more Song Xi considered it, the more feasible it seemed. She must draw this venerable lady into her dance troupe. The ancestral lineage is indeed remarkable. I implore everyone to cherish it. The latest update of the Peerless Tang men is astonishingly swift. Chapter 117, Digging one's own grave, a source of tears. Alas, this Empress Dowager Wang appears to be both a loquacious individual and a fervent critic, or rather, an indignant elder. Observe how resoundingly she slaps her thigh. At first glance, one might perceive her demeanor as dignified and composed. You see, my family has perished entirely. By what right do they continue to revel in prosperity, simply because they share my surname and belong to my clan? How absurd. My kin are all gone, and the closest to me, not even a descendant remains to carry on the lineage. What is there to discuss concerning clan and ancestry? The Empress Dowager Wang remarked with a sneer. Upon hearing this, Song Xi could not help but softly interject. Your Majesty, you ought to refer to your maternal family. Your entire clan is intact. What family? The emperor is her son, and the offspring within this palace, the empress and concubines, constitute her grand family. Empress Dowager Wang. She was so absorbed in her role. How could Ci interrupt her flow? How could one continue the performance? The Empress Dowager Wang replied, somewhat begrudgingly, indeed. I should refer to my maternal family. Alas, their greed knows no bounds. One loyal duke is insufficient. They aspire to have a loyal marquis as well. Their ambitions are indeed grand. When the late emperor was embroiled in warfare, I and my son found ourselves in dire straits among the common folk. Yet I did not see them extend a hand to assist us in hiding. My maternal relatives fell in battle, while the female kinfolk hanged themselves with white silk. Yet they remained unscathed. Can one truly believe there is no underlying deceit? Even if they had safeguarded a single descendant for me, it would not have come to this. At this moment, Empress Dowager Wang could not help but feel teary-eyed. Lien Xiao quickly offered her a handkerchief, saying, Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Empress Dowager Wang accepted it and wiped her eyes, remarking, I am aggrieved by the unfairness of it all. ACI, while others may be unaware. You know well the hardships I endured with the emperor in those days. Song Ci replied, Your Majesty, the deceased are gone, and the living must carry on. Please do not dwell on sorrow, for your family would also be pained to see you in such distress. Unable to contain herself, Empress Dowager Wang sniffed and said, All these years, they have mentioned the succession every year, not out of genuine desire to continue the Wang lineage, but merely for the title of duke. It is all for the sake of honor. Empress Dowager Wang hesitated. I have raised myself and am of an age where I should know better. Can you not find someone reliable to assist you? After all, you are the Empress Dowager. Surely you have a few favored individuals. Song Ci suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, thinking that the Empress Dowager might still be rather naive. Empress Dowager Wang's eyes lit up. Yes, ACI. I have someone in mind. Would you and Yunji assist me in teaching? I trust you both the most. Just as Song Ci took a sip of tea, she spat it out upon hearing this. What? Has she dug a pit for herself? Meanwhile, Song Ziyuan, who had just arrived at the Tai Chi Hall, sneezed and rubbed his arms, feeling a chill as if a gust of cold wind had swept past him. Could it be that Lady Song does not concur with the words of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager? She shook her head in disbelief. Suddenly, a woman's voice laughed and remarked. Song Ci felt an immediate warmth wash over her, as if she were being scrutinized. Raising her gaze, she was taken aback by the multitude of eyes directed toward her, akin to searchlights piercing through the darkness. What is the matter? Song Ci's expression was one of bewilderment. Lady Fan rolled her eyes, silently deeming it quite disrespectful. With the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and so many concubines present, how dare one display such audacity? As Song Ci looked over, she noticed a woman with an elongated face and sharp eyes, donned in the attire of a fourth-rank official's wife, provocatively gazing at her. How audacious! Lady Song's countenance darkened as she turned her attention to the speaker, who was none other than Madame Zhao, the wife of the Minister of Rights. Zhao Liyuan, an associate of the Fan faction. Was this an attempt to undermine the Song family? Just as Lady Song was about to defend Song Ci, the latter spoke up. You, in your youth, seem to have lost your sight, which I perceives this old woman shaking her head. Song Ci fixed her gaze upon Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao. She had indeed seen it with both eyes. There was no need for such sharpness. The onlookers anticipated the display, knowing that the forthright and unrefined Lady Song was about to unleash her words. I observe that Lady Song has chosen silence. Does her silence imply that she can no longer express her thoughts through speech? Since when has my voice become so pivotal that it demands your undivided attention? Moreover, considering Her Majesty the Dowager Empress is addressing the matter, what place do I, an elderly woman, have to interject? Song Ci interjected directly. You young people, often engrossed in tales, should refrain from excessive imagination. Just because one chooses silence does not signify contradiction or dissent. It is quite absurd to impose guilt upon me without justification. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Lady Zhao's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Her intention was merely to gain favor with the matriarch of the Fan family by casting aspersions on the Song family, yet she found herself in a precarious position. Empress Wang cast a disapproving glance in her direction, causing Lady Zhao to pale in fright. She promptly knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I did not mean it that way. I only—" "Rise, there is no need for such a display," replied Empress Wang in a calm tone. Lady Song, as you may not be aware, has always been reticent. At her advanced age, and having just recovered from a serious illness, her complexion remains pale. That she can endure an audience with me is indeed fortunate. It is hardly as you presume, and it is no wonder she feels aggrieved. The assembly quickly rose to apologize, yet they pondered how evident the Empress's favoritism was, judging by Lady Song's robust demeanor and her lively complexion. It was clear she was in good health. Meanwhile, Lady Zhao, still on her knees, nearly fainted with despair, realizing she had incurred the Empress's wrath. Lady Song's eyes sparkled with delight. Her mother had indeed won the Empress's favor. The admiration for their matriarch was palpable. Chapter 119. My dear daughter-in-law. Praise me in the afternoon, Song Si, accompanied by her eldest daughter-in-law, departed in the palanquin graciously bestowed by the Empress Dowager. As they left, she waved her handkerchief at the assembly, inciting a mixture of resentment and envy among those present. How truly insufferable it was to witness such a small-minded individual revel in their triumph. Lady Fan, supporting her daughter-in-law, seethed with barely contained disdain. Lady Zhao, with a sheepish demeanor, approached and awkwardly offered a bow, uttering, "My lady." Lady Fan's irritation only deepened at this display, and she retorted coldly, "How presumptuous! What was the purpose of provoking Song Si? Did she not realize that Song Si had already been conversing with the Empress Dowager for quite some time before entering Sinang Palace? Such meddlesome behavior had only served to incur the Empress Dowager's displeasure, leaving her empty-handed, without even a palanquin to show for it. Alas, the strain on her old, weary legs, leaving the palace in this manner would surely rekindle her old ailments. Lady Zhao, her complexion paling, gazed at Lady Fan's retreating figure, swaying slightly, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen her through such scorn. At Xihua Gate, Song Si, assisted by her maid, settled into the carriage. Lifting the curtain, she glanced at Lady Song standing at the carriage door, eager for acknowledgement. "Well, did I not bring honor to you in delaying today?" she proclaimed, her chin held high in pride. Lady Song paused, taken aback by the eager face that seemed to implore her for praise, stirring an inexplicable pang of emotion within her. With genuine warmth, she replied, "Mother, you performed splendidly." Song Si beamed with satisfaction. "I concur wholeheartedly. It was my first venture into the palace, and I emerged unscathed, which is truly commendable." She mused about the need to prepare her clever son, lest he remain bewildered when others came to pay their respects. Lady Song offered a gentle smile as the events within the palace unfolded. After the small banquet concluded, the palace maidens learned that they had gained a new sister. A dancer, who had performed the Luo-Shin dance on a small dragon boat, had been accepted into the emperor's harem and granted the title of Luo, holding a rank of, "Never mind, I shall see her again at the evening family gathering. Lin Xing, please come over and give me a few needles. I wish to rest for a while." Song Si called out to Hong Yu, who was about to leave. She was truly enamored with her ancestor, urging everyone to collect. Her ancestor, indeed, is remarkably passionate, and the updates of the unparalleled Tang sect are the swiftest. Chapter 120. The Most Capable Son. As dusk fell, Song Si lay down for an entire afternoon, regaining her composure. At that moment, she was conversing with Song Ziyuan in the main hall, discussing the plans of Empress Dowager Wang. Song Ziyuan was taken aback. How could her brief visit to the palace lead to such a predicament for him? Observing the increasingly charming countenance of his son, she hesitantly remarked, "Brother, have I stirred up trouble unnecessarily?" She understood the complexity of the situation. It was indeed a matter that could offend, particularly since it involved the so-called maternal family of the Empress Dowager, the Zhangqinbo residents. The Zhangqinbo residents had labored for many years over such an heir, submitting candidates year after year, only to be told by Empress Dowager Wang to wait, to the point where she might soon reach her limit. Just as they were on the brink of success, someone intercepted their opportunity? Merely providing alternative education, could that truly be considered an interception? It was inevitable. The heir was a chosen orphan of Empress Dowager Wang, and after selection, Instead of staying with them, he was sent elsewhere for upbringing. Could they still expect loyalty from him in the future? Once the heir was determined and matured, with a title conferred, could they still regard him as one of their own? Isn't that akin to sewing garments for others, while I lose my own title of Duke of Loyalty and Diligence? Alas, this situation is quite troublesome. Perhaps I should send a notice to the palace to push for a resolution, Song Xiai exclaimed in haste. Song Ziyuan, rubbing his thumb and index finger together, observed his mother's flustered state and smiled to reassure her. Mother, the matter is not yet settled. There is no need for you to be anxious, but I must be concerned. The demeanor of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager suggests she is capable of decisive action. Song Xiai replied, If the Empress Dowager truly selects an heir, I shall petition the Emperor to allow him to enter the palace for his studies. There are ample palaces within, and surely there is room for a single child. Besides, such a child could provide companionship to you, growing up close by, fostering a genuine bond, Song Ziyuan articulated. Song Xiai pondered this for a moment and realized the logic in his words. It seemed likely that the chosen one would indeed be a child, and residing in the palace would pose no issue when the time came. He would be granted a noble estate to marry and settle down, a plan that seemed feasible. You are indeed thoughtful, my eldest son, she acknowledged, lifting her teacup with newfound ease. The eldest son possessed remarkable acumen, his mind agile enough to devise a solution swiftly. Just as Song Ziyuan was about to speak further, the curtain swayed, and a thunderous voice interrupted their conversation. Startled, Song Xi's hand trembled as she looked up. A tall, robust figure appeared before them. His face obscured by a bushy beard, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He had a square jaw, and his hair was disheveled. Who are you? You look like Wusong, Song Xiai stammered, bewildered by the whirlwind of events and the sudden departure of her second son before they could even embrace and share their sorrows. The ancestral lineage is indeed remarkable. The newest chapter of the Peerless Tang sect unfolds with unprecedented speed. Chapter 121, striving to live another 10 or 8 years. In the spring sunshine hall, a warm and joyful atmosphere enveloped the gathering. The family banquet was divided into 2 tables, one for Song Xiai and the men of the household, and another for Madame Song and her 2 sisters-in-law, along with the only 2 young ladies in the family. Song Xiai glanced at her second son, Song Zhicheng. After his grooming, he bore no resemblance to Wu Song, yet he remained rugged and robust, with a square face, thick brows, and prominent eyes that exuded an air of authority. He was entirely different from his elder brother, who possessed a more refined demeanor. As for the youngest son, he was spirited and carefree, leaving one to wonder what the yet unseen third son would be like. Ah, he must be the son born of a concubine. Mother, why do you gaze at me so intently? Song Zhicheng chuckled. Is it that my face has blossomed with flowers, enchanting you? Do you take me for your wife? I could hardly be entranced by you, Song Xiai retorted, casting a glance at Jiang, whose gaze seemed perpetually fixed upon her husband. The adoration reflected in Jiang's eyes was nearly overflowing, betraying her excitement. Upon hearing Song Xi's jest, Jiang's face turned as red as an apple, prompting her to hastily lower her head. Seated at the opposite table, Lu felt her crispy meat dish lose its allure, overshadowed by a sense of envy. Song Zhicheng, taken aback by his mother's words, chuckled. My wife must surely be enraptured beyond measure. Well, that is rather uncouth, Song Xiai replied with a roll of her eyes. He downed his drink in one go and poured himself 2 more cups in quick succession. It was as though her son drank alcohol, as if it were mere water. A family engaged in light conversation, while I sit here comfortably. Do not worry too much. I shall strive to extend my days, declared Song Xiai. Upon hearing this, Song Zhiyuan paused, placing his chopsticks down. The others, noticing his gesture, also set down their utensils and turned their attention toward him. Why has everyone stopped eating? Please, continue, urged Song Xiai. Mother, Song Zhiyuan replied, you must refrain from speaking such words. You are destined for longevity. Song Xiai nodded vigorously, yet in her heart, she mused that true longevity was improbable. She would settle for living another 10 or 8 years. Mrs. Lu exchanged a glance with her son, prompting Song Lingzhou to rise and say, Grandmother, I have learned a poem today. Allow me to recite it for you. How splendid, exclaimed Song Xiai. With pride, Song Lingzhou stood tall and recited with clarity. With intent, we honor the Dragon Boat Festival. Let us not forget the Chongyang. With 9 leaves of calamus and a full bouquet of golden blossoms, we toast with jade cups. Song Xiai, lacking literary knowledge, could not grasp the poem's meaning, yet found amusement in watching her chubby grandson recite it with enthusiasm, prompting her to applaud. Noticing this, Madame Song signaled to her son, prompting Song Ling-su to add, "Grandmother, I too have a poem, with hair like a crane, cascading down to my shoulders. I have been away from home for 35 dragon boat festivals." Song Ji-yuan stroked his beard, nodding in approval. "Grandmother, I shall perform a sword dance for you." Song Ling-zhao summoned a peachwood sword and began to dance, while his twin brother entertained with flute music. The youngest, Song Ji-yu, scratched his head in disapproval, feeling overshadowed by his cousin's talents. "Mother, watch as fourth brother showcases his extraordinary skills." Song Ji-yu drew out a handkerchief from behind him, playfully manipulating it for a moment before transforming it into a flower and presenting it to Song Si. Upon receiving the flower, Song Si's eyes curved into a smile. Her children truly possessed a deep filial piety. She was genuinely enamored with her ancestors. After the family banquet concluded, Song Ji-chung followed his elder brother into the study for a conversation. The two brothers each cradled a cup of tea as they sat at the desk. Before Song Ji-yuan lay a stack of documents, all meticulously gathered and organized by Song Ji-chung. "Elder brother, is mother truly well?" he inquired, observing that their mother seemed to have difficulty recalling events. Song Ji-chung furrowed his brow, looking at his elder brother. His earlier carefree demeanor completely vanished. As Song Ji-yuan perused the stack of materials, he raised his head upon hearing the question. "She suffered a stroke, which can lead to memory loss. The longer it persists, the more she may forget." Song Ji-chung's expression shifted dramatically. "Elder brother, this." Song Ji-yuan pressed his lips together before continuing. "As the Academy states, it is an unfortunate circumstance. Memory loss is preferable to being bedridden and unable to care for oneself. Far better than." He left the thought unfinished, yet Song Ji-chung understood all too well. It was indeed better than losing her altogether. Nevertheless, he could not suppress the pang of sorrow and grief that welled within him. His mother, who had endured hardship for the better part of her life, was finally enjoying her later years, yet she now faced such tribulations. "Oh, my mother, how she has suffered." Song Ji-chung, a man in his 40s, found himself with reddened eyes, deeply pained. Currently, a female physician attended to their mother, providing care that had improved her condition significantly. Her complexion was much better compared to the time of her illness. "Aside from certain memories that elude me, my disposition has certainly brightened significantly, for which we ought to express our gratitude." Song Ji-chung sniffled, remarking, "I too have noticed this change. Even mother has taken to jesting. Yet, in her current state, I find my heart increasingly unsettled. A transformation in one's nature often stems from experiencing tribulations, and in Song Si's case, this shift arose following a grave illness. At her age, one can only fear that she is acutely aware of her own condition, cognizant of the fleeting nature of her time." Song Ji-yuan replied, "As long as you are mindful of this, it suffices. Mother is well, and consequently, the Song family thrives. Second brother, to speak candidly, now that I have ascended to this position, I shall have to undertake greater responsibilities, fraught with more peril than before." A tremor coursed through Song Ji-chung at these words. "Elder brother?" The youngest, fourth brother, being still in his youth, has yet to face significant challenges, while third brother. Song Ji-yuan pressed his lips together and continued. "Let us set aside discussion of third brother. Second brother, we are bound by blood. Over the years, I have relied upon you to manage the household affairs and expand our business endeavors." Song Ji-yuan was not a man of unencumbered means. He could not afford to be. The family had not ventured into substantial business, yet the management of various estates and partnerships had proven fruitful. Without such endeavors, it would be impossible to sustain such a large household on mere official salaries alone. In truth, Song Ji-chung harbored dreams of becoming a general since childhood, which is why he had trained in martial arts. However, with his elder brother now holding a prominent official position and the emergence of third brother, Song Ji-chung found himself unable to pursue the imperial examinations or military service. His focus remained steadfastly on managing the household affairs, all for the sake of easing his elder brother's concerns. After all, if every member of the family aspired to officialdom and military command, what were they truly after? Were they intent on altering the surname of this dynasty from Chu to Song? Song Ji-yuan felt a sense of guilt towards his brother. Thus he nurtured his brother's son as if he were his own. Song Ji-chung remarked, "Elder brother, one cannot write two characters song with a single stroke. Are you mocking me with your words? Very well, let us not speak of it." Song Ji-yuan patted his shoulder and said, "Second brother, it is lonely at the top. The Song residence has become a thorn in the eyes of many. Perhaps in the future, it will still be that person. If we are to ensure the stability of the Song residence, We must keep a contingency plan for what lies ahead. His voice was low, almost a whisper close to Song Jiqing's ear. Second brother, I can only trust you. Song Jiqing stiffened slightly, his tone heavy. Whatever elder brother says goes. As for the eccentricity of the ancestors, she truly is remarkable, and I urge everyone to collect. FO. The ancestors are indeed remarkable. And the update speed of the Supreme Tang sect is the swiftest. Chapter 123, Song Lao Air. My back aches, what should I do? While other wives diligently sew under the lamp, yours, however, prefers to indulge in those extravagant tales. Song Jiqing spread his arms, relishing the care of his wife, while teasing her with a sidelong glance. Jiang spat at him, sewing and mending? What need is there for me? The embroiderers in the residence are at our service. And the maids we keep, having received their monthly pay, are not merely idle ladies. You speak so flippantly. Yet I have not seen you truly employ the few around you as maids. Song Jiqing poked her forehead playfully. Jiang proudly lifted her chin. Qingyang and her companions are different. They are akin to my sisters. It is perfectly acceptable to keep them. And there are others to take their place. Song Jiqing chuckled. Despite her boisterous demeanor reminiscent of the martial world, he cherished this spirited nature of hers. He had little patience for those indecisive women who struggled to articulate their thoughts, as conversing with them proved exceedingly cumbersome. In contrast, his wife was refreshingly forthright. She expressed everything openly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Playfully, she gave his waist a gentle slap. Song Jiqing exchanged a mischievous glance with her and said, "Shall we indulge together?" However, it was not merely a matter of his whims. He would have to acquiesce to her desires from now on. Jiang sure seemed to envision their daughter extending her delicate little hand, and her excitement was palpable. Song Jiqing felt an inexplicable trepidation, surreptitiously rubbing his waist, which had begun to feel slightly sore. Upon finishing his morning routine, he was greeted by an unexpected sight on the dining table, a midnight snack that left him astonished. My goodness, has my wife depleted her private funds for the kitchen? Why is it all vegetarian? He surveyed the offerings, a bowl of milk, cold kelp salad, a plate of bok choy, stewed mushrooms, and oil-fried tofu. My dear, have you run out of money? Song Jiqing exclaimed with concern. If this doesn't meet your expectations, feel free to tell your husband. We certainly cannot compromise our appetites, can we? Jiang sure paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. There is plenty of money. Just hurry and eat. It's late, and a light meal is perfectly fine. Seeing her in this light, he reluctantly picked up his chopsticks. After finishing their light vegetarian supper, the couple enjoyed a strong cup of tea. Unable to contain himself, Song Jiqing remarked, I know you miss me. But there's no need to prepare for an all-nighter, is there? Look at how strong this tea is. Jiang Shi promptly took his cup from him and nestled into his embrace, her small hand caressing his chest. Quickly now, let us head to the bed. Song Jiqing felt a burning sensation in his heart. After a brief encounter in bed, he found himself unable to rise. His wife had concocted something rather peculiar. While it was undoubtedly invigorating, there lingered a certain numbness. My dear wife, have new delights emerged from the bustling streets of the capital? Have you been indulging in them repeatedly? Otherwise, how could it be so intense? Jiang, clutching the pillow tightly, turned over and said, Have you rested enough? Let us engage once more. She had calculated the days and even discreetly inquired with her mother-in-law. Indeed, it was the period her mother-in-law referred to as the safe days. Regardless of how she had been nurturing herself this month, it was time to give it a try. Oh, daughter, I am hoping. Song Jiqing was overwhelmed by her fervor. His waist ached, leaving him at a loss. As for the ancestral lineage, she was genuinely fervent. The first 124th chapter, the banquet at the Song residence. Uncertain whether her husband missed her, she pondered whether the autumn cicadas she had left behind were adequately attending to him. Each guest harbored their own thoughts, and soon, the day of Madame Song's birthday arrived, a significant occasion for hosting guests at the Song residence. Song Ci calculated that it was around midnight, and by 3 o'clock, the household was aglow with lights, bright as day. Alas, as one ages, sleep becomes elusive. The palace maid remarked, guests will not arrive so quickly. They shall not come before the hour of Qin, which is still several hours away. Have all preparations been made? The clan school has likely closed for the day? Song Ci inquired, donning a loose outfit suitable for practicing Tai Chi. Indeed, as the esteemed lord mentioned, it is the occasion of the matron's birthday, prompting the young ladies and gentlemen of the household to embrace a day of merriment. Song Ci remarked softly, contemplating that she had yet to visit the clan academy. Perhaps she would take the opportunity to explore the institution established by the Song family. After changing her attire, she made her way to the usual spot for practicing Tai Chi, where Lin Qing awaited her. It's still early. You could indulge in a bit more sleep, Song Xiai suggested with a smile. I shan't sleep any longer. It is a rare moment of festivity in the manor, Lin Qing replied. Song de Foreign, rising even earlier than Song Xiai, was fully aware that today marked her momentous day. As the head matron, her responsibilities were manifold. She gathered two sisters-in-law early on to convene in the flower hall, where they met with numerous stewards and matrons, issuing directives that flew like snowflakes, setting the vast estate into motion as if a machine had been activated. In the rear courtyard, Song de Foreign and her companions were engaged, while in the front courtyard, Song Shiqing was instructing the fourth brother and several young men on how to receive guests as they arrived. Once second brother Song Xiyu departed, he turned to his nephews and remarked, Gentlemen, I have gathered information. It is certain that the attendees will outnumber those who have been sent invitations. It is quite possible that even princes may choose to grace us with their presence. Uncle, surely not. It is merely the matron's birthday. Would princes truly attend? Song Lingzhao exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Song Ji replied, They are merely seeking an opportunity to forge connections with our household, and besides, we still have your second sister who remains unbetrothed. The younger ones exchanged glances. It is not necessary for everyone to arrive. Even if only one or two come, it is still acceptable. Additionally, there are other young gentlemen in the household. My task for you is to keep a vigilant watch over them, ensuring they do not stray towards the ladies or allow any of the ladies to approach the front courtyard. Today, we must avoid any incidents reminiscent of those we have encountered in the past, as stated by Song Jiyu. Song Lingsu furrowed his brow. Uncle's implication is that someone might take advantage of our gathering for their own schemes. It is difficult to say, but were not those troublesome matters all orchestrated during gatherings like this? We must not allow ourselves to be manipulated. Not only would it reflect poorly on others, but as hosts, it would be even more detrimental to our reputation and accountability. The young gentleman promptly reassured him, Rest assured, fourth uncle, we shall keep a close watch. As the dawn broke, the gates of the Song residence swung wide open. The various servants and maids took their positions, each fulfilling their responsibilities in preparation for the arrival of guests from all directions. The esteemed Lady Song donned a resplendent gown of woven gold and silver, its hem adorned with vividly embroidered peonies. Her hair was elegantly arranged, and the sound of her ornaments chimed softly, with a porcelain-white complexion accentuated by a peony-inspired makeup. She exuded an air of regal grace and refined elegance. In response to the numerous maids and matrons kneeling before her to congratulate her on her birthday, Lady Song's lips curved into a subtle smile as she raised her wrist slightly, commanding, Rise and be rewarded. Her heart swelled with pride and enthusiasm. The maids and matrons beamed with gratitude, repeatedly expressing their thanks as they received silver coins from the head maid standing beside the lady, showering her with auspicious blessings as if they were of no cost. As the guests began to disperse, a pair of children approached, kneeling before Madame Song to present their carefully prepared gifts in celebration of her birthday. Please rise, Madame Song said, her face radiating warmth. She beckoned them closer and gently admonished, Today, you both have important duties to assist in entertaining the young ladies and gentlemen who have come to visit. Do not indulge in frivolity. With a bright smile, Song Rookie reassured her, Do not worry, mother. I have already discussed it with my sister Rui. We will take the visiting ladies to the Moon Lake for some enjoyment. Madame Song nodded in approval, appreciating her daughter's exquisite and elegant appearance. The guests of the day, all of noble birth, deserved to witness the grace of the second miss of the Song family. Her gaze shifted to Song Lingsu, a dashing young gentleman, her heart swelling with affection. After so many birthdays, this one was particularly joyous, for she was now a prestigious matron of honor. Come, let us first pay a visit to your grandmother, Madame Song instructed her children, leading them towards Chunwei Hall. Song Xiai, too, was adorned with an air of nobility and kindness. Today, she had cast aside her usual somber attire, donning a splendid sapphire blue brocade gown embellished with auspicious longevity motifs. A matching headpiece adorned with sapphires graced her brow, and her silver hair was meticulously styled, adorned with delicate jade and gold hairpins. With a light touch of powder accentuating her features, she appeared remarkably youthful. When Madame Song and her children came to pay their respects, she was momentarily taken aback and sincerely complimented, Mother, with such a splendid ensemble today, you look a full decade younger. Song Xiai replied, Today is a day of great significance for you, as well as for the Song household. I must certainly present you in the best light." She resolutely denied any hint of vanity, determined to dress exquisitely and inspire envy in others. Lady Song's heart was aflame as she replied, "Thank you, mother. Please attend to your own matters." Annoyed, Song Ci exchanged pleasantries, allowing her two grandsons to step forward and speak. Meanwhile, Jiang and Lu families accompanied their children, creating a lively atmosphere in the Chunwei Hall. Song Ci dispatched several daughters-in-law to attend to guests while relishing the compliments showered upon her by her grandchildren. "Today, as we host guests in our residence, you little lords and ladies must assist in entertaining them without displaying any childish behavior that might cause embarrassment. Be attentive in all respects, and should any uncertainties arise, do not hesitate to call for an adult," she instructed, gazing at the children. "Remember, you are all dear cousins, united by the Song surname, and must present a united front. Do you understand?" They dutifully acknowledged their grandmother's counsel. "Miss Song?" Song Ruwei also rose to her feet, following behind Song Ruqi, preparing to join the gathering. She was genuinely enamored with her illustrious ancestor. Lady Song was warmly inquiring after Song Ruqian, scrutinizing her closely, as if examining every strand of hair. "Mother, I have already informed my mother-in-law that I will stay at the Xiong residence for 2 to 3 days. We can discuss matters in detail then. However, you must prepare, as guests are arriving." She had already observed carriages approaching their estate from outside. Lady Song's expression brightened instantly. "Really? Did your mother-in-law agree?" Song Ruqian nodded with a smile. "Indeed, she has consented. And what of your fiancé? He has no reason to be concerned. He also mentioned that he would accompany me to stay at the residence today." Song Ruqian gently caressed her slightly protruding belly, a blissful smile gracing her face. Upon hearing this, Song Ruqian's expression turned somewhat serious, and she softly inquired, "How could this be? Is grandmother well?" "Rest assured, you will see for yourself soon. She is even better than before," Madame Song replied with a beaming smile. The current mother-in-law is certainly much easier to deal with than in the past. She was indeed quite difficult then, but now she is considerably less troublesome. Observing her mother's genuine smile, Song Ruqian felt a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Elder sister." "Elder sister." Song Ruqian turned to see her younger sister hastening towards her, unable to suppress a smile. "What brings you here in such a hurry on mother's auspicious day?" Song Ruqi approached, affectionately linking arms with her, and playfully exclaimed, "I haven't seen you in ages. I've been so anxious to see you and my little nephew." She gazed at her elder sister's belly, her small hands itching to touch it. Still as boisterous as ever, Song Ruqian teased, gently pinching her sister's nose. Witnessing this, Song Ruwei felt a pang of envy and, with a cheerful demeanor, bowed to Song Ruqian, saying, "Elder sister, it has been many years. I have missed you dearly." A maid named Chuani stepped forward with a smile, presenting a box adorned with plum blossoms with both hands. Song Ruqian accepted it and handed it to Song Ruwei, saying, "This is a token of our reunion." Song Ruwei received it with both hands and bowed once more. "Thank you, elder sister. Quick, see what elder sister has given you." Song Ruqi urged, her curiosity piqued. Song Ruwei turned to Song Ruqian, and upon seeing her tacit approval, opened the box. Inside lay a delicate and exquisite gold-inlaid jade bracelet, a true marvel of craftsmanship. Instantly captivated, Song Ruwei exclaimed in a mix of surprise and delight, "Elder sister, this is far too precious. Jewelry, whether costly or not, is meant to be worn. If it serves no purpose, its value is moot. Just keep it," replied Song Ruqian. Song Ruqi, filled with envy, noted the bracelet's diminutive size, which indeed was only suitable for their younger cousin. "It is a gift from our elder sister. Do try it on. I shall assist you." Without regard for Song Ruwei's protests, she retrieved the bracelet from the box and fastened it onto her wrist. The petite bracelet accentuated the porcelain smoothness of Song Ruwei's wrist, rendering her appearance enchanting. Overcome with joy, Song Ruwei exclaimed, "It is truly beautiful, elder sister. I adore it." "As long as you are pleased," Song Ruqian smiled warmly. Lady Song, observing the scene unfold, interjected, "Enough of this. You sisters must hurry to your grandmother. Guests will arrive shortly." She too had to prepare to welcome some distinguished female visitors. As Lady Song was listening to the chubby little one recite poetry, she suddenly heard the cheerful calls of Miss echoing from outside, prompting her to glance towards the entrance. "Grandmother, Chinner has come to pay her respects," announced a melodious voice. With the sweet sound resonating in the air, Lady Song beheld a young woman clad in a flowing lilac skirt, her round cheeks adorning a face framed by a few festive hairpins, cautiously entering while being supported by a maid. "Grandmother, I apologize for my tardiness." Song Ruqian gracefully bowed, her voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. Song Si quickly called out, "Oh, no need to bow, rise swiftly. Someone, assist your young lady. We mustn't harm the child." She had not forgotten that her eldest granddaughter was with child, carrying a precious little one within her. Steadily supported, Song Ruqian gazed at her grandmother, feeling a slight surprise. After her illness, grandmother seemed to have become quite charming, today adorned beautifully. "Little chubby, you have yet to meet your elder sister. Go and pay your respects." Song Si patted Song Lingzhou's shoulder. The obedient Song Lingzhou stepped forward to greet Song Ruqian and accepted her return greeting, while Song Si observed her eldest granddaughter with keen interest. Although the old matriarch had a preference for grandsons, Song Ruqian was indeed her first granddaughter. Though unspoken, she cherished her in her heart, thus their relationship remained quite affectionate. As the legitimate eldest daughter, her upbringing was undoubtedly exceptional. Song Ruqian was skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Though she was not particularly adept in any one field, her proficiency lay in household management, and her amiable personality allowed her to smile warmly at everyone, making it difficult to offend her, which endeared her to many. One could say that Song Ruqian was raised according to the esteemed matriarchal standards of noble families. Otherwise, the illustrious Gu family would not have chosen her as their future daughter-in-law. In fact, her conduct after marriage was commendable, with little to criticize. Of course, there were always those who harbored disdain, such as that county princess, Zhao Mingyao. "Grandmother, in ancient times, individuals married at a young age, and women bore children early, which entailed certain risks. This was particularly true for women of privilege. If the child within them were to be active, there was a chance the umbilical cord could encircle the neck, leading to grave consequences. For a young and inexperienced mother, the ordeal could be quite severe. Thus, Song Si was genuinely concerned for Song Ruqian, who was merely 17. To assume the role of a mother at such a tender age. "Do not worry, grandmother. Before my arrival, the imperial physician examined me, and the fetus is stable," Song Ruqian said, gently touching her belly with a smile. "I look forward to you bestowing a name upon the child once it is born." "That cannot be. The formal name will undoubtedly be determined by your father-in-law and his family. As for the nickname, it shall be a matter for you and your husband to decide. After all, this is your first child together." Song Ruqian chuckled lightly, realizing her grandmother had indeed transformed, as her mother had mentioned. She truly cherished her esteemed ancestor. The nobility in the capital were well aware that the Song family was a recent addition to the ranks of the affluent, having risen to prominence merely 2 or 3 decades prior. In terms of heritage, they lagged behind many established families. This awareness fueled the Song family's ambition to elevate their status. Over the past 20 years, they diligently studied the customs of various noble families, and even had the audacity to request the Empress Dowager and the Emperor to send an elderly matron from the palace to instruct them in etiquette. Through a continuous process of exploration and occasional missteps, they gradually flourished. Today, the Song family may not yet rival those long-established noble clans in terms of legacy. Yet they have developed their own set of customs, which are increasingly refined and difficult to critique. The current state of affairs is a testament to their efforts. In the grand banquet hall of the Song residence, a bustling scene unfolded, with guards stationed early on the streets to guide the guests. As visitors disembarked at the main entrance, attendants skillfully escorted their carriages to the designated area, ensuring a seamless flow without any congestion. Upon entering through the main gate, male and female guests were led by their respective maidservants to the banquet courtyard or hall. However, not all accompanying servants were permitted to follow their masters. Some were instructed to remain in the anteroom to listen for announcements, for if everyone were to accompany their lords, the throng of servants would far exceed that of their masters, leading to chaos. Those who arrived might harbor a modicum of disdain for the humble origins of the Song family. Yet after 2 or 3 decades, the estate had attained a remarkable scale, which was indeed commendable. Madame Song, a woman of the highest rank, did not feel compelled to personally greet every guest at the secondary entrance. She would only await those of higher social standing or advanced age. The secondary entrance primarily hosted the Jiang and Lu families, who welcomed the guests with a few cordial exchanges before escorting them to Song Si's Spring Radiance Hall, a spacious floral banquet hall meticulously arranged for hosting. Fortunate was Song Si to have the palace matron by her side offering guidance. Otherwise, she would have been dazzled by the array of elegantly adorned noble women. their ornate hairpieces jingling with every movement. Thankfully, her prior experience and a sharp mind for remembering lines allowed her to recall several faces, preventing any confusion. Of course, for those she truly could not remember, Song Si simply brushed her forehead in exasperation, acknowledging that a recent illness had left her somewhat forgetful. No one would doubt the veracity of Song Si's words, as her illness had become a well-known tale within the aristocratic circles. It is a common occurrence for the elderly to suffer from memory loss following a stroke, much like the old matron from that esteemed household who, in her severe condition, even forgot her own son. Song Si's forgetfulness, akin to that of a child, was indeed a blessing, as if the Bodhisattva had bestowed upon her the gift of life. There were those, naturally inclined to jest, who remarked with a smile, "The matriarch, after her bout of illness, seems as if she has transformed into a different person. She appears to be two individuals compared to her former self." This caused Song Si to shudder in fear. "So, would you dare to tempt death? It wouldn't frighten you." The lady's complexion turned somewhat pale, and with an awkward smile, she replied, "The matriarch certainly enjoys her jests." The ancients held a deep belief in deities, particularly among the elderly, who, despite their waning vitality, did not hold Song Si accountable for her jesting. After all, they were all of an age where the desire to extend life was paramount. It was the younger lady, however, who, lacking understanding, brought up topics better left untouched. In an attempt to ease the tension, Madame Song sought to mediate, and upon the arrival of Nurse Fong, she whispered a few words, which caused her to look surprised and rise to her feet. The sudden departure of Madame Song piqued the curiosity of many in the flower hall, with sharp ears faintly catching the mention of a prince. Could it be that a member of the royal family had graced them with his presence? If that were the case, the Song residence would surely ascend to great heights. It is noteworthy that the Prime Minister of Song's residence is a prominent figure among the humble scholars. In the capital, their most formidable support is none other than the Empress Dowager. Lacking any royal connections, one would assume that the princes would refrain from attending such gatherings. Yet, unexpectedly, an individual of such stature has appeared. Considering the ongoing discussions in the court regarding the succession, could this be an attempt to curry favor with the Prime Minister? Or perhaps an interest in a certain young lady or gentleman from the Song family? The second Miss Song will come of age this winter, and the ladies present are undoubtedly curious about her character. The Prime Minister and his wife have not disclosed any intentions of marriage alliances. Could it possibly be with the royal family? After the departure of Madame Song, the Jiang family arranged for a group of noble women to proceed to the theater to enjoy a performance. As the matriarch, Song Si feigned ignorance of the arrival of these esteemed guests, merely guiding the ladies to watch the play while engaging in casual conversation about various households. Those gathered were indeed correct in their assumptions, for a prince had arrived, specifically, the crown prince, accompanied by the second and third princes, who came with their respective noble cousins or familiar lords, albeit without any grand display. Song Ziyuan, however, felt a twinge of annoyance. He was no longer a youthful lad, and he pondered the reason behind the arrival of these young nobles. He was acutely aware of the implications and dreaded the need to report to the emperor. He instructed his covert guards to keep a close watch, ensuring the princes did not wander aimlessly. Song Ziyuan merely took the opportunity to introduce a few children and his younger brother to the princes before sending them off to entertain themselves, while he ordered the commander of the secret guards, Qian Yong, to maintain vigilance. "Master, the Duke of England has arrived," came the announcement. Immediately, Song Ziyuan stood, adjusted his collar, and proceeded to greet the distinguished guest. At this moment, Song Jiu convened a small, urgent meeting with several young nephews, determined that none should wander alone, engage in conflict, or clash with the esteemed ladies present. Thus, each prince was accompanied by a small entourage, instilling within them an inexplicable sense of being akin to prisoners. Meanwhile, in the circle of noble women, led by Song Ruqian with her two younger sisters, the news conveyed by their mother elicited a flicker of concern in their eyes. "Cheer! Several distinguished guests have arrived at the Chu Shui Lushang event. We must ensure these young ladies do not stray and inadvertently find themselves there," Song Ruqian quietly cautioned her sister. Song Ruqi's heart raced. "Sister, who are these esteemed guests?" Casting a glance at her sister, Song Ruqian's brow furrowed slightly. "They are nobility. That is all you need to know." After a brief pause, she added, "Cheer, as the second miss of the Song family. Today is also our mother's auspicious day. We must not allow anyone to underestimate the Song residents or make a mockery of us." With averted gaze and a tinge of guilt, Song Ruqi replied, "Elder sister, I understand." "Very well, Go forth and fulfill your role as hostess. Song Ruqian encouraged with a smile. As Song Rookie departed, Song Ruqian's smile faded slightly, revealing a hint of concern. Sister, could it be that she harbors ambitions of ascending to royal favor? Ah Qian, to take a look at how my artwork has turned out. A noble woman called out cheerfully to Song Ruqian. Regaining her composure, Song Ruqian beamed. I am coming. Her genuine admiration for her ancestors was undeniable, and she fervently urged everyone to cherish their lineage. This also presents an opportunity for certain young ladies to strive for advancement. The arrival of princes and noble scions is not something that can be concealed at will. There will always be those with a keen interest who manage to glean information and make educated guesses. When opportunity knocks, one must seize it. For becoming a concubine to a prince is an unparalleled honor. Thus, at the moon gate leading to the male banquet, two young ladies were intercepted by stealthy servants, who merely stated this is the domain of gentlemen, prompting the ladies to retreat in silence. Similarly, a few young gentlemen were stopped, being told, "You appear intoxicated and need to regain your composure. We have a designated area for such matters, not for gatherings with young ladies." This left them seething with frustration, as the Song residence was akin to an impenetrable fortress with no opportunity for escape. A few princes shared this sentiment, pondering whether the presence of these attendants was indeed a precaution against them. The heart of the second prince, Chu Hongquan, felt as if it were being clawed by a cat, a mix of discomfort and irritation, compelling him to glance back at those following him. Song Sengongzi, I can wander independently. Your constant attendance is unnecessary. Song Lingzhao grinned widely, saying, guests are to be treated with utmost respect, especially esteemed ones such as yourself. How could I allow you to roam the estate alone, resulting in others thinking my family lacks propriety? Please continue your exploration. I shall remain in the background, attentively listening to your commands. But do avoid that door. I have heard my grandmother is entertaining a group of ladies there. Chu Hongquan sighed deeply, feeling a pang of bitterness within. In matters of personal marriage, even his mother and concubine would not wholeheartedly assist in his selection. With such humble origins, his only hope for advancement lay in the strength of his wife's family. Chu Hongquan cast a glance towards the rear courtyard, his eyes deep with contemplation. Meanwhile, the third son of the Yongping Marquis, Shen Ming, had finally managed to shake off the pesky Chu Lingjie and had led the fourth prince, Chu Hongqing, to a small hillside in the back mountains. Your Highness, do you see that pavilion by the Moon Lake? It is the gathering place for noble ladies. We can reach it by descending this little path, Shen Ming said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chu Hongqing inquired, is Miss Song II also present? Indeed, she is. As you know, there are only 3 young ladies in the minister's residence. The eldest has already married, and the second is in her prime, while the youngest, Miss Song III, is merely 8 years old. It is certainly her duty to entertain those noble ladies, Shen Ming replied. A fire ignited in Chu Hongqing's heart. Let us go. I must ensure that the second miss sees me. Chu Hongqing. Shen Ming. Elsewhere, Chu Hong was overhearing whispered remarks from those around him and could not help but scoff. What foolishness, thinking that one can easily navigate the intricacies of the minister's residence. As for the matriarch, she was not oblivious to the affairs of the household. Upon receiving a report from the stewardess, she offered a barely perceptible smirk. Glancing towards the 2 ladies from other households who were watching the spectacle, she lifted her teacup, taking a sip to mask the derision in her eyes. In the esteemed Li residence, where propriety and etiquette reign supreme, is it conceivable that they remain unaware of their young lady's intention to intrude upon a gathering of gentlemen? This is, after all, the family of the Minister of Rights. Furthermore, what of the Pingchong Marquisate? Many years ago, the matriarch of that household publicly declared that the Song family were mere commoners, lacking in understanding of decorum. And now, how does the conduct of the young lady from the Pingchong Marquisate stand? Mother Fong's eyes flickered momentarily as she respectfully assured, rest assured, madam. I shall sincerely offer my apologies. On the stage, the curtain fell on a performance of the Western Chamber, leaving many ladies in the audience sniffling and moved to tears. Song Si stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat bored. Madam, do you not find it touching? Asked Lady Bai. Her eyes reddened as she clutched her handkerchief while gazing at Song Si. Indeed, it is somewhat moving, Song Si replied, though internally she mused. What is so moving about it? I have seen countless tragic scripts in my past life. It is merely a tale of lovers overcoming obstacles to be together in the end. I am quite immune to such emotions. Lady Bai choked slightly. Is it truly acceptable for you to respond so dismissively? Just then, she exclaimed, Oh, Look at the stage. Song Si turned her head, nearly spitting out her tea in surprise. Wait, how did my little Baoyu end up on stage? Dressed so charmingly with his face painted? Elder sister, is that your family's fourth master? Lady Wei, sitting beside Song Si, smiled as she tugged at her sleeve. Everyone turned their gaze toward the stage, curious about the unfolding scene. Filled with confusion, Song Si could only laugh. It is that mischievous lad. As for what was to transpire, she had no inkling. On the stage, Song Jiu has begun to speak, charmingly saluting the assembled ladies and explaining the reason for his presence. Oh, he is here to entertain in celebration of his sister-in-law's birthday, performing tricks. Song Si immediately recalls the blunders of his previous magic during the Dragon Boat Festival family banquet and cannot help but sigh, truly a mischief maker. Merely here to catch a glimpse of that Miss Wang, yet creating such a grand spectacle. Song Jiu pays no heed to his mother-esque expression. He intends to present something extraordinary. The ladies present, accustomed to their usual pastimes of watching plays or listening to music, rarely witness such magic. With a red satin ribbon in hand, Song Jiu skillfully folds it into a flower and displays it to the audience, a splendid satin blossom. He descends from the stage, circles around Madame Song with the satin flower, and suddenly, with a swift motion behind her back, a real rose appears out of thin air, which he presents to Madame Song. The ladies gasp in astonishment, incessantly inquiring about the satin. Happy birthday to my sister-in-law. May you always bloom like a flower, year after year, and have your wishes fulfilled. Madame Song is overjoyed, inhaling the fragrance. It's a real flower. Thank you, Sir Si. Song Jiu beams with pride. Song Si's lips twitch slightly. If he doesn't tuck that satin tail into his sleeve, he will surely be exposed. She truly adores the old ancestor. She is indeed remarkable. In the viewing pavilion, gasps of amazement echo. Song Si's magic has opened the eyes of these sheltered ladies, proving far more entertaining than mere plays. How refreshing. Only Song Si could manage a forced smile, for the ancient ladies, seldom venturing beyond their doorways, were not accustomed to such spectacles. Had this peculiar trick been performed in modern times, even a 3-year-old child would discern its flaws. Observing the audience's enthusiastic response, Song Si Lang was filled with pride. Seizing the moment, under the subtle cue from his mother, he conjured a dove above the shoulder of the lady seated beside Lady Wei, presenting it before Wang Qiuman. Wang Qiuman gazed at him, while Song Si Lang looked back, wearing an expression that conveyed surprise and curiosity. Wang Qiuman pointed at his sleeve, saying, "Fourth young master, the net bag for your dove is about to fall." Song Si Lang glanced down and realized, to his dismay, that the exaggerated movements had caused the net bag containing the dove to protrude significantly from his sleeve. Caught off guard, his face turned a myriad of colors as he glared at Wang Qiuman. "Are you not a lady? Must you reveal the trick? Where is the decorum in that?" Wang Qiuman appeared innocent, having merely pointed out the obvious, wondering what the fuss was about. Song Si could not suppress a laugh, and soon, Lady Wei joined in, followed by several other ladies who found the situation amusing. "Oh dear, this is simply hilarious." As Song Si Lang released the dove, he declared, "Ladies, please enjoy yourselves. I must take my leave." Frustrated, he thought to himself that if he lingered any longer, he would lose not just face but also his dignity. Just before departing, he shot a glare at Wang Qiuman, as if to say, "You will regret this." Wang Qiuman pondered, is Song Si Lang perhaps a bit simple-minded? The laughter among the gathered ladies erupted uncontrollably. "Madam, your young master truly possesses a lively spirit. He is approaching the age for seeking a bride, yet still seems to retain a childlike demeanor," someone jestingly remarked to Song Si. "With such a lively gem to entertain you, you must be exceedingly pleased. He is not angering me. Perhaps it is the Bodhisattva's blessing. I merely hope someone will take charge of him." Song Si cast a sidelong glance at Wang Qiuman, causing her heart to flutter. Lady Bai, clutching her handkerchief, remarked, "Young Master Song is indeed handsome, though it is a pity he lacks official titles." Ah, this Lady Bai is persistently testing her patience. Song Si raised her teacup and replied, "What is there to regret? Our young master has been deemed destined for wealth and nobility by fortune-tellers. His lack of titles is truly inconsequential. After all, his elder brother is the current prime minister." Lady Bai's smile faltered. "It was none other than you, Madame Song, who so bluntly articulated the advantage of having a powerful connection. Some individuals are simply favored by fate, enjoying prosperity without struggle. By the way, Lady Bai, when does your family's youngest plan to pursue official titles? I must advise you to keep a close watch on his studies, lest he follow in the footsteps of our young master, who, being the youngest, must rely on his elder brother. Lady Bai remained silent, while the others were left speechless, unable to discern whether she was being self-deprecating or merely boasting, for they felt a tinge of envy. Seemingly oblivious to Lady Bai's discomfort, Song Si exclaimed, "Ah, the performance has concluded. It is time to eat and drink. Shall we proceed to the banquet?" Lady Wei, ever accommodating, linked her arm with hers, saying, "I was eagerly awaiting this invitation. I have heard that the chefs in your household prepare authentic Jiangnan cuisine, renowned for its exquisite flavors." Madame Song instructed her maid to lead the guests to the flower hall, casting a fleeting glance at the awkward Lady Bai, as if to say, "This is what you deserve for your prattling." Indeed, her ancestral lineage is remarkable. The updates on the peerless Tam Min are unparalleled. Chapter 133. After the banquet, after a sumptuous meal and pleasant conversations, the guests began to depart in succession. It was unnecessary for Song Si, an esteemed matriarch, to take on the task of seeing them off. Her elevated status and age rendered her exempt from such duties. Song Si remarked, "That is perfectly acceptable. If my legs prove capable, I shall be the one to trouble you with my presence." Some of the ladies, observing the two elder women and the expressions of Wang Qiuman and the Wei family members standing behind Lady Wei, suddenly made connections in their minds. Lady Wei departed with her own kin. Wang Qiuman shared a carriage with the second and third young ladies of the Wei family. The third young lady, Wei Wenfang, cast a sidelong glance at Wang Qiuman and could not help but comment, "Some individuals aim for lofty heights but must beware of breaking their legs in the process." Wei Wenfang was rather headstrong and had long expressed her dissatisfaction with the preferential treatment her matriarch bestowed upon her cousin, even more than on her own grandchildren. Moreover, the matriarch was tirelessly paving the way for her cousin into high society. Humph. She is merely an orphan with a modicum of wealth. What right does she have to act so haughtily? Wang Qiuman furrowed her brow slightly, choosing to ignore the veiled insult, and instead focused on her cousin's hairpin, saying, "Cousin, your hairpin is askew." Wei Wenfang reached up to adjust her hairpin and shot her a glare. The second young lady, Wei Wenyun, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, smiled and inquired, "Cousin Qiuman, I heard that young Master Song performed tricks at the theater. Would you be so kind as to share the details with us?" Wang Qiuman recalled that jade-like figure, that carefree visage, a countenance forged in the warmth of affection, untouched by the trials and tribulations of life. Flaws abound, yet I can transform them. A faint smile graced Wang Qiuman's lips as she casually retrieved a handkerchief and began her enchanting performance. Achoo, achoo. Exposed in his charade. Song Siling touched his nose with one hand and his ear with the other, entertaining his swine-like companions. "Damn it, who dares to speak ill of me from the shadows?" Zhu Erping, one of his jovial companions, pulled Song Jiu aside, whispering a few words. Song Jiu narrowed his eyes. "Are you certain you did not miss-see or mishear?" "How could that be? My eyesight is keen. It was evidently Chu heir and the heir of Yongchang Marquis. I know that Yongchang Marquis is your elder brother." "Oh, I am uncertain, but they were just behind the latrine, arms linked. I pondered this matter and felt it necessary to inform you." Song Jiu clapped him on the shoulder. "Good brother. Thank you." Zhu Erping puffed out his chest, declaring, "I suppose I have earned my keep, right? You must contest me over the little peach blossom next time." Song Jiu kicked him lightly. "Get lost. Who would contest with you? All is yours." Zhu Erping departed with a cheerful grin. Song Jiu's smile faded slightly as he turned to head towards his brother's study. Meanwhile, in the gathering of female guests, Lady Li and Lady Pingchong wore expressions of utmost intrigue. "The esteemed household places great importance on propriety. My lady has stated that it is essential to inform you, to prevent any misunderstandings." Madame Fong, trembling with trepidation, addressed Lady Pingchong. "We are fortunate that your esteemed daughter is both sensible and obedient, thus avoiding any embarrassment. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on our residence's hospitality." The smile on Lady Pyeongchang's face had begun to falter, replaced by an awkward chuckle. The sting from that slap was indeed painful. Matron Fong offered no further words, bowing respectfully in farewell. It was a matter of decorum, leaving one to ponder what face they would have to show in the future. It was clear that she was genuinely passionate about her forebears. In the 134th chapter, titled Exhaustion, Song Si lay sprawled out in a star shape on the bed, exhaling deeply. The social engagements of ancient times were truly exhausting. In modernity, one could simply attend a gathering, indulge in food and drink, and call it a day, unlike now, when one must rise before dawn to prepare, and upon the guest's arrival, engage in idle chatter while meticulously monitoring one's own words and actions. The conversations with others could easily lead one into a pitfall without even realizing it. Song Si felt that playing verbal games with these ladies was no less strenuous than dealing with men. Such mental exertion was hardly meant for mere mortals. Though she had acted in numerous plays and had studied psychological warfare extensively, having read the works of Gaguzzi and the 36 stratagems, she found that while strategizing was manageable with caution, the physical strain was daunting. Despite her recent training, her body had grown weary with age, and the demands of social interaction left her utterly drained. "Madam, I have compiled the list of young ladies attending today's banquet. Would you like to review it now?" Matron Gong inquired as she entered. "Shall I prepare a calming incense for you?" Song Si, "There is no need for that. If I sleep too deeply, I may find it difficult to rest tonight. A brief moment of rest will suffice for me. You should also take a break to avoid exhaustion." As her words fell, she turned her back and closed her eyes. The matron of the palace tucked in the corner of her blanket and retreated, instructing the attendants outside to be quiet. While requesting Hong Zhao to inform the small kitchen to prepare a rich stew of Sichuan pear and fritillaria, she observed that the matriarch had spoken extensively today, leaving her voice somewhat hoarse. In the main courtyard of the residence, Madame Song was equally fatigued, reclining on the beauty couch while the maidservants massaged her legs. Her waist felt as if it might break. Unlike Song Si, she could not lie down completely, for the banquet had just concluded, and numerous matters required her attention. She still needed to meet with the stewards to ensure everything was in order. "Madam, the second and third ladies, along with the stewards, are waiting in the flower hall," reported the matron of the house. Madame Song nodded. Assisted by Xiao Dao, she rose and declared, "Let us go." As the matriarch of the household, she appeared dignified in public. However, the true burden of managing domestic affairs was exceedingly taxing. Nevertheless, many sought to grasp the reins of household authority, some for wealth, others for power, and yet others for prestige. Madame Song was no exception. Despite her exhaustion, she could not relinquish her managerial authority entirely. After all, she was the mistress of this residence, the legitimate eldest daughter-in-law of the main branch. If she did not manage it, who else had the right? Upon arriving at the flower hall, she greeted her two sisters-in-law who were sipping tea, and then began to listen to the reports of those below her, each matter requiring her directives. Amidst the banquet, there were several minor mishaps that required attention. The residence was known for its clear distinction between reward and punishment. Those who performed well were rewarded, while those who faltered faced consequences. It is true that the esteemed ancestor is quite audacious. As Song Ji Yuan entered, he noticed Madame Song rising to her feet and smiled, gesturing for her to remain seated. "There is no need to stand. You have exerted yourself throughout the day. Please, take a seat." Although Madame Song appreciated his thoughtfulness, she did not immediately comply. Instead, she offered him a respectful nod and assisted him in settling onto the couch before taking her place beside him. With a swift motion, Song Ji Yuan discarded his shoes, propped one foot on the couch, and rested his hand upon the table, taking a sip from the tea presented by a maid before casually perusing the stack of gift lists. After a long day, it seemed unwise to engage in such matters when rest was warranted. There was no rush to organize these gifts for tomorrow's storage. Madame Song remarked, "Since you are reclining anyway, it would not hurt to take a glance. Look, the crown prince has sent a delicate, painted auspicious vase. Additionally, both the second and third princes had sent remarkably valuable birthday gifts, which brought her both joy and a hint of anxiety. Should they accept them?" Indeed, Madame Song acquiesced dutifully. After sipping her tea and observing Song Ji Yuan idly flipping through the list, she began to recount the minor incidents that transpired at the banquet. Without lifting his gaze, Song Ji Yuan replied, "As long as there are no major blunders, it is acceptable. Moreover, fourth young master, along with Su Er and the others, has been vigilant in the front courtyard, apprehending several unruly individuals. Sir, do you think their actions might cause some discomfort among the princes?" Madame Song hesitated slightly. After all, the visitor was a prince, yet he was treated like a captive, shadowing their every move. Surely, this must be the most uncomfortable occasion they had ever experienced while receiving guests at the residence. Song Ziyuan cast a sideways glance and spoke in a measured tone. "You must remember, the Song minister's residence is not a sieve that leaks everywhere. Even with the esteemed title of prince, they cannot come and go as they please, let alone a royal." Madame Song felt her face flush. Somewhat embarrassed, "I fear they may report to the emperor." Song Ziyuan chuckled lightly. "Report what?" "That they arrived uninvited, expecting to treat the Song residence as their private garden? Madame Song grew increasingly uneasy and hastily picked up her tea to conceal her discomfort. Observing her distress, Song Ziyuan continued, as the lady of the house. You are aware of the happenings in the inner chambers. If you are excessively concerned about offending others, allowing them to roam freely may lead to unforeseen troubles, which would only bring ridicule upon us throughout the capital. My lord, she replied, times have changed. I am now honored as the minister's wife. And you are a distinguished first-rank lady, so there is no need to worry about offending anyone, especially within our own home. Stand firm in your authority. The inner chambers have performed admirably today, without any mishaps from those young ladies. Madame Song's face burned with shame. I have disappointed you, my lord. Song Ziyuan took her hand gently and reassured her. Xiangyi, you need not feel as constrained as when you first returned home. I have given you all that I can. And I only hope we can walk hand in hand for a century, leading the Song family to even greater heights. In the confines of their own quarters, he could charm his wife with his eloquence, leaving her utterly enchanted. Behold, Madame Song is both exhilarated and touched, yet burdened with guilt. Her husband is indeed exceptional, and she feels she has become a hindrance. Her admiration for her ancestors is genuine, and she fervently urges everyone to cherish this sentiment. The saga of the Peerless Tang sect updates at an astonishing pace. In chapter 136, Song Xiang teaches his wife, while Madame Song is moved. There are matters that cannot be overlooked, particularly concerning her second daughter's impending marriage. In the past, she could remain composed, as her daughter was still young. However, time has flown, and her daughter is approaching the age of maturity without an engagement, which is indeed concerning. Furthermore, the presence of princes visiting today ignites her heart with fervor. Does the arrival of these princes signify her potential elevation to the status of a prince's mother-in-law? Madame Song sipped her tea, steadied her heart, and looked at Song Ziyuan, saying, Master Xiang, many ladies inquired about Chier today. How have you resolved this? Moreover, what brings those princes here? Song Ziyuan set down the guest list and replied with a question of his own. Do you believe Chier is suitable to become a prince's consort? Madame Song's heart skipped a beat, and she refrained from responding immediately, casting a glance at Song Ziyuan's expression. My dear husband. Setting aside whether Chier is fit for this role, she is on the verge of maturity. Madame Song, as usual, addressed her husband. Chier does not possess the steadiness of her elder sister, yet I yearn for her to lead a life of nobility, even if not as a princess. Then certainly as the wife of another esteemed gentleman. You must enlighten me on this matter. How long must we wait for this child? Song Ziyuan, stroking his large ring, replied, I have no intention of placing Chier within the royal family. She is not suited for that life. Upon hearing these words, the fire within Madame Song was extinguished as if doused by a sudden cascade of ice water. What rendered her unfit? The concept of suitability was not within her contemplation. Who decreed that a prince's consort must embody composure, gravitas, and perfection? A prince's consort is determined by her lineage and status, and her Chier possesses that qualification. Song Ziyuan, seasoned in the corridors of power, discerned at a mere glance the discontent and unease of the woman beside him, his wife of nearly 20 years. My dear, should Chier ascend to the role of a princess, the Song family would inevitably be compelled to choose sides. I have no desire for the Song family to be embroiled in the contest for succession. He articulated the pros and cons with a calm demeanor. In truth, had he been another man, he might not have taken the time to elucidate these matters to his wife, particularly one steeped in traditional masculinity, who would likely dismiss any need for explanation. Yet, Song Ziyuan was not of that ilk. He understood that the inner chambers and the court were intrinsically linked. Many tidings would emerge from the inner quarters, often more comprehensively, for men typically retreat to these sanctuaries. A casual utterance shared in intimacy is often laden with truth, from which one can glean significant insights. Song Ziyuan was acutely aware of this dynamic. Thus, he would not permit Madame Song to remain oblivious, as ignorance could lead to calamity. Furthermore, he harbored a deep appreciation for her, having journeyed through life as tempests together as a young couple, building their lives from the ground up. Gu, his wife, had diligently borne their children, managed their household, and cared for their elders, and for that, he felt immense gratitude. After all these years, was there truly a woman more considerate and astute than Gu? Indeed, he remained unmoved, always remembering how, when the Gu family first returned home, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Marquis's household sacrificed her own dowry to improve their family's circumstances, alleviating his worries. Thus, Song Ziyuan consistently afforded his wife a measure of patience and tolerance. Anything she did not comprehend, he was willing to teach her. It was gratifying that, although Gu exhibited a penchant for excellence and competitiveness, she displayed wisdom in significant matters and was open to counsel. However, at present, as her status elevated, so too did her pride, leading her to become somewhat aloof. Song Ziyuan's voice was gentle yet firm as he spoke, causing Song's lady to feel a chill of apprehension. Once their daughter ascended to the position of a prince's consort, could he genuinely assert that he would remain impartial and not take sides? Would outsiders believe him? He gestured upward, emphasizing his point. The smile on Song's lady's face stiffened slightly. Surely it cannot be that serious, she replied. My dear, Song Ziyuan countered. To entertain a hypothetical, should we send Chier into the palace, aligning with a faction would be a victory. Yet, do you truly believe that, given her nature, she could triumph in the palace among such a multitude of women? He sighed deeply. I know Chier's temperament all too well. She is much like you, ambitious and competitive, but she has been coddled as she grew up. At home, we indulged her, which was acceptable. However, once married, and amidst a den of lions, indulgence transforms into a matter of survival. She is my daughter, and her status is already sufficiently distinguished. Rather than courting an unpredictable future, I would prefer her to live a life of safety and prosperity, filled with beauty. This is indeed a heartfelt expression from Song Ziyuan. Although he once pondered whether the Song family could achieve great wealth, he remained hesitant. However, after conversing with Song Ci, his resolve grew stronger. His mother was right. The foundation of the Song family was unstable, and they should not risk the unpredictable, lest they lose both their daughter and their lineage. Madame Song has ceased to smile. Her dreams have shattered, leaving her unable to find joy. In truth, that is a minor concern. I believe the higher authority would not consent. Song Ziyuan gestured upwards. It is true that he is favored by the emperor, basking in royal grace, yet sometimes such overwhelming favor can be perilous. A mere word from the emperor could lead to one's downfall. Thus, the saying to serve a monarch is akin to courting a tiger holds merit. Madame Song, grinding her teeth, inquired, what of the young gentleman nearby? Husband, if we delay further, Chier will have no choices left. She is already 15. And all the suitable candidates will be taken. Song Ziyuan replied with a smile, rest assured, I have considered several families. Madame Song's eyes sparkled with interest. Which families? Just as Song Ziyuan was about to respond, a commotion erupted at the entrance, causing him to furrow his brow. Madame Song's expression shifted as she recognized the source of the disturbance. That insolent maid dared to cause such a ruckus. Instinctively, she glanced at Song Ziyuan and saw his displeasure, which ignited her fury to the point of nearly grinding her teeth. As the door curtain was lifted, a maid clad in a crimson skirt burst in, kneeling abruptly before Madame Song and Song Ziyuan, followed by Xiao Yao and the others. Madame Song exclaimed, You insolent maid. Do you still wish to argue that you do not want to climb into bed? You are my servant. And you ought to be kneeling at the feet of the master, embracing his legs and weeping. What are you scheming? Huarong wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, lifting her head to reveal a pale visage as she implored, Madam, my lord, I do not wish to marry. I am willing to serve you both for a lifetime. I beseech you, do not force me into a union. As she spoke, she bowed her head once more, the sound of her kowtowing resonating loudly. If Song Ci were present, he might have remarked, what a fervent display. Huarong exerted herself, and when she raised her head again, her forehead was bloodied. Crimson droplets seeping forth, her gaze pitifully fixed on Song Ziyuan. Surely, in her fragile state, the Lord would show her some compassion. However, Song's lady wife was seething with indignation, her expression twisted in fury. Song Ziyuan set down his teacup, donned his shoes, and addressed his wife, Madam, I have matters to discuss with Mr. Jun in the study. Song's lady, caught between embarrassment and anger, rose and forced a smile, Do take care, my lord. He nodded slightly, maneuvering past the pale-faced Huarong before exiting. Impudent servant, how dare you? The lady was truly infuriated, and she implored everyone to take note of her wrath. This wretched servant. Song's lady kicked Huarong to the ground, marking the first time since their marriage that she had been so humiliated before her husband, all due to this vile maid. Madam, please spare me, Huarong cried out, quickly wrapping her arms around Song's lady's legs, wailing pitifully. The lady's anger only intensified as she shouted, Are you all dead? Get this wretched maid away from me. Xiao Yao and Jigging promptly seized Huarong, one on each side, as Mama Fong rushed in upon hearing the commotion. She had only stepped away for a moment. Yet this insolent maid had dared to intrude. Madame Fong, without uttering a word, swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to Farong, then turned to the panting Lady Song. "Madam, you need not engage in anger with this wretched maid. Haidang, quickly fetch a calming pill for the madam." Lady Song grasped Madame Fong's hand tightly. Her face contorted with rage as she glared at Farong. "You have the audacity to be so ungrateful, shamelessly flaunting yourself before the esteemed lord. How dare you, you insolent servant, to act with such boldness?" Farong wept uncontrollably. "Madam, I would never dare. I truly do not wish to leave your side." "Not wish to leave?" Lady Song retorted, "as if I were unaware of your intentions to offer yourself to the lord. You, a mere maid, how could you even consider it? Do you believe you are worthy of his attention?" Lady Song was genuinely furious. After all, this was one of her 4 primary maidservants. Although she had entertained thoughts of having her serve Song Ziyuan, that did not grant her the freedom to pursue him without her consent. In light of their shared history, she had intended to let her depart quietly, preserving the dignity of their master-servant relationship. Little did she know that her kindness would be met with such treachery. Never before had Lady Song felt such wrath, especially not in front of her husband. That piercing glance had indeed humiliated her. "Madam, please allow me to continue serving you. You have shown favor to Farong, wishing for her to attend to the lord." Farong sobbed. "Silence." Lady Song rebuked fiercely. "What is bestowed upon you by your mistress is yours to take, but to act independently without my consent is treachery. I have no need for a servant of your ilk, lest you tarnish my sight." "Madam, the maid." Upon hearing these words, the delicate face of Farong turned ashen. Mother Fong exclaimed, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and stuff a cloth into her mouth to prevent her from disturbing our masters." The maidens and matrons took over, dragging the silenced Farong away. I was enraged not only by her audacity but also by her attempt to embarrass me before the master, especially on such a splendid day. Lady Song, in a fit of anger, declared, "And in this courtyard, we cannot even guard against such a wretched maid, allowing her to barge in. Everyone shall be fined a month's wages." Indeed. Yet, Lady Song remained unsatisfied, coldly ordering, "Have the matchmaker sell her entire family, far, far away. Since they are so brazen as to disregard our kindness, let them be cast away completely. As for the old ancestor, she is indeed quite mad. Please, everyone, do remember to collect this. The old ancestor is truly formidable. The speed of updates for the Peerless Taemin is the fastest." Chapter 139, The Matriarch is Truly Nosy. In the main courtyard, a maidservant was sent out in haste, one of Lady Song's 4 primary attendants. Not only did Jiang and Lu know of it, but even Song Xiai was aware. Jiang remarked to her husband, "Eldest sister-in-law must have been furious, otherwise, she wouldn't have dispatched someone overnight. That girl has always struck me as rather bewitching. See." I was not mistaken. As she spoke, she placed a piece of tofu skin into Song Jiqing's bowl. Song Jiqing replied, "You are not mistaken, but could you perhaps allow me a morsel of meat?" Stealthily extending his chopsticks toward the plate of boiled chicken, he was met with a swift slap from his wife's chopsticks. "Is it truly impossible for me to have even a single bite?" Song Jiqing gazed at his wife and remarked, "Dining at the same table, you indulge in meat while I partake in vegetables. Is this not a form of torment? Moreover, you have grown quite round. Might I assist you in shedding some of that?" "Husband," Jiang replied with a hint of melancholy, "when our soft little daughter sweetly calls you daddy, does your heart not soften?" Upon envisioning that scene, Song Jiqing felt his heart melt. How could it not? "I shall eat." His chopsticks then veered towards the dish of cold seaweed. Jiang smiled. In the Meiyuan, Lu sat alone for breakfast, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude, inexplicably pleased. No matter how triumphant or elevated her status, she could not suppress the disloyalty of those around her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to her confidant, Mama Zhou, inquiring, "Mama, how long has it been since Zhou Chan last sent a message?" Before departing, she had mentioned sending updates on her husband's condition every few days. Mama Zhou counted on her fingers and replied, "Madam, it has been 8 days since we received any news." Upon hearing this, Lu pressed her lips together, her fingers curling as if to comfort herself. Perhaps there has been a delay on the road. Mama Zhou dared not respond but sensed her mistress's growing displeasure. In the Chunwei Hall, Song Xiai, freshly washed after her exercises, sat before a table laden with breakfast, her eyes sparkling as she listened to the quiet report from the palace maid. Her eldest son, astutely clever, had finally attracted a maid eager to share his bed. Oh, how delightful it was. During her time in this ancient era, she had finally heard of such intriguing affairs within her household, sparking her curiosity. After all, such matters were commonplace in grand estates. the palace maid remarked. The matriarch's gossiping demeanor is undeniably conspicuous. She can hardly continue. I wonder if that girl who was sent away has succeeded. Song Si was quite curious. The palace maid chuckled softly. If that were the case, the lord would certainly not allow the lady to send her away. In matters of intimacy, it takes two to tango. If the man is disinterested, no amount of allure from the girl would suffice. Yet if he is inclined, he would never let her go. Song Si pondered. Who knows if the young master is a scoundrel, abandoning her after the act. The old servant understood. Just then, Song Ji rushed in like a gust of wind, holding chopsticks and glancing at the western clock. Why didn't you go to the academy? Skipping class? He asked. Today the academy is closed for a break. I came to keep you company for breakfast, Song Ji cheerfully replied. Perfect timing to ask you. Did you meet Miss Wang yesterday? What did you think? Did she catch your fancy? Song Si inquired. Song Ji took a bite of the succulent crab yolk bun, savoring the authentic taste of his mother's cooking. The burst of flavor almost overwhelmed his palate. After swallowing, he continued to critique Wang Qiuman. To put it plainly, if any other girl were to conjure up a dove as I did, she would surely be blushing with excitement. Yet, she saw right through me. Tell me, where can one find such a woman? The woman he envisioned, with eyes sparkling like stars when she gazed at him, was certainly not the overly composed Wang Qiuman. And as for the old maid, she is already a spinster. And you find her appealing? She is even older than me. As a renowned handsome young man from the capital, how could I possibly be matched with a spinster? As Song Ji spoke, he instinctively fell silent, sensing a chill creeping down his spine. The situation was decidedly grim. Turning to glance over his shoulder, he saw his mother glaring at him with narrowed eyes. Mother? He grinned awkwardly, fearing that she might want to chastise him. Should he flee or stand his ground? A spinster? She was merely 17. How could she be considered old? She was only a year older than him, yet she possessed a maturity far beyond his years, along with a substantial dowry. Song Si nearly laughed in frustration, realizing this young rascal held himself in such high regard. Mother, for such trivial matters. Are you truly willing to sell your dashing and charming fourth son? Seeing that Song Si appeared genuinely upset, Song Ji quickly tossed down his chopsticks, playfully linking arms with her, and pleaded, Oh, my dear mother, fourth son, as foolish words are merely jest. I do not disdain her. I merely fear you might miscast a romantic pairing. I simply have an affinity for beautiful, younger maidens. Enough of that, Song Si retorted, pushing him away. You lack any accomplishments. Aside from flattering others, you have no proper means of livelihood. Even if there are charming maidens, how do you believe you are worthy? Song Ji looked at her in disbelief. Mother, my elder brother is an official. Do I truly need all those things? Huh. It seems you are quite proud and self-aware. Eagerly competing with your brother. Waiting for your father to pass away, you all must eventually part ways, right? No. Once you marry, I will separate you. But how will you support the family? Song Si earnestly remarked. Relying on mountains will lead to their collapse, and depending on others will result in abandonment. One must always rely on oneself to find the true path. Song Ji finally exhibited a look of terror, reaching out to touch Song Si's forehead. Mother, are you having a fit? Why are you scaring me? Song Si replied. Well, this is just a stubborn child who is yet to mature, unable to comprehend reason. Oh dear, I might suffer a heart attack. She pointed towards the door. You will surely drive me to hysteria. Just leave, as there is no reasoning with you. Song Si felt speechless. When it came to shamelessness, her son Song Si Lang was unparalleled. Who else could utter such conceited words? She genuinely admired her ancestor. She fervently urged everyone to take note. In the garden, Song Si strolled while supporting Mama Gong, lamenting about that rascal Song Si Lang. Mama Gong. What are we to do with Si Lang's temperament? I truly believe that Miss Wang is quite suitable, composed and dignified, capable of managing a household. Perfect for a child like Si Lang. Song Si sighed. Mama Gong, supporting her, chuckled in response. If you like her, you may take the initiative to decide for him. After all, it is the parent's command, and the fourth master has little to say about it. That won't do. If he is unwilling, I cannot impose it upon him. He would be unhappy, and it would also burden the young lady. Marriage is not a matter of enmity. It must be a mutual satisfaction and delight. Song Si paused in front of a cluster of resplendent peonies, plucking a blossom as large as a bowl. Gong Mama, he remarked. While it is true that many marriages today are blind unions, fleeting moments can lead to a lifetime. Yet, how many women silently shed tears over their fates, though their sorrows remain hidden? Trust me, the days of mutual affection are often sweeter. The multitude of aggrieved wives in this world springs from such circumstances. Song Si hesitated momentarily before self-deprecatingly murmuring, I have perhaps overthought this. The matriarch truly only cherishes the fourth master. Gong Mama offered a gentle smile of reassurance. Indeed, even if the situation you fear arises in the future, I still wish to witness the beauty of young couples from the outset. Life, after all, is filled with its share of bumps and scrapes. If managed well, a harmonious existence for a lifetime is not an impossibility. That is quite true, the matriarch affirmed. Gong Mama tenderly touched the flowers adorning her hair, responding with a smile. At the Wei residence, Matriarch Wei received a message from Mama Gue. Once she departed, a deep sigh escaped her lips. Matriarch, do not grieve too deeply. This is merely a matter of fate not yet realized. Liang Mama, Matriarch Wei's trusted confidant, consoled her while offering a cup of tea. Matriarch Wei replied, it seems we are indeed lacking in fortune. With a smile, Liang Mama remarked, yet, it may not be entirely unfavorable. That fourth master Song behaves like an eternal child, to speak frankly, should it come to pass. I fear our miss would end up as his caregiver, tending to him day in and day out. Miss, you have arrived? Suddenly, Matriarch Wei's heart raced as she turned toward the entrance, where Wang Qiumon gracefully walked in, her expression as serene and gentle as ever. What brings you here? Matriarch Wei beckoned her closer. Wang Qiumon smiled as she took a headband from the hand of her maidservant behind her, saying, I made a headband for my great-aunt. Would you like to try it on? Very well, replied the matron. Wang Qiumon stepped forward, personally placing the headband upon her forehead. After a careful inspection, she remarked, the size is just right. I will make a few adjustments here. I know you are filial, the matriarch said with a comforting pat on her hand, her eyes revealing a hint of regret. Wang Qiumon smiled shyly, her mind lingering on the words she had just overheard. It turned out that she was indeed being considered. Yet she had not been selected. Her fondness for her ancestor was genuine. The morning court session concluded, and the civil and military officials gradually exited the Tai Chi Hall, whispering in clusters about the extraordinary proceedings of the day. Lord Zhang, a new eatery is opened on East Street. Shall we sample its offerings together? I have heard that their green bamboo wine is exceptionally sweet, called out an acquaintance to Zhang Chengsong, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Stopping in his tracks, Zhang Chengsong replied with a smile, there is no need for such expense, Lord Shun. It makes me feel rather embarrassed. Oh, this old fellow, Shin Qing, the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Rights, chuckled, has not even offered to treat us, yet has already assumed the role of host. Truly a fitting moniker for Zhong Penny Pincher. Shin Qing continued with a grin. However, what expense is there in sharing a couple of cups of wine? Please, let us indulge. Just order a couple of dishes of peanuts and sliced beef. The eatery, Gastronomic Delights, is indeed a bit pricey, yet the food is simply exquisite. Shin Qing deliberately chose a secluded corner to sit, ordering a plate of peanuts, a dish of boiled beef, and a jug of wine. Under the melancholic gaze of Zhong Chengsong, she also selected the special recommendation of the day, braised goose feet. The thought of the expense made her wince. When the dishes arrived, Shin Qing personally poured wine for Zhong Chengsong. Here you go, my lord, please. Zhong Chengsong lifted his glass, taking a small sip. The crisp, mellow wine slid down his throat, leaving him astonished. What an exquisite wine. He then picked up a couple of peanuts and remarked, these peanuts are quite fragrant, as if infused with a hint of garlic. Indeed, Shin Qing replied, the 5-spice peanuts here are specially marinated, making them an exceptional accompaniment to the wine. Shin Qing picked up a piece of beef, smiling as she explained about the establishment. Though it has only been open for a short while, the prices are quite steep. Yet it is always bustling with patrons. Furthermore, the featured dish changes daily and is available only until sold out, which adds to its allure. Zhang Chengsong glanced around. Even before noon, several tables were occupied, indeed a notable difference. Lowering her voice, Shin Qing inquired, my lord, what is your perspective on today's memorials presented during the morning court? Zhang Chengsong feigned ignorance. With so many memorials presented today, which one are you referring to? Shin Qing scoffed lightly. I mean the suggestion to reopen the tea-horse trade with the Mongolian tribes. During this morning's court, the governor of Datong in Shaanxi submitted a memorial advocating the resumption of the tea-horse trade with the Mongolian tribes, which sparked considerable controversy. Those opposed argued that reopening this trade would undoubtedly facilitate the infiltration of Mongolian spies into the realm. The previous dynasty had suffered greatly from this very trade route, allowing scouts to infiltrate, thereby severely compromising border defenses and resulting in significant territorial losses. Moreover, The exchange of tea, salt, grain, and iron undoubtedly enhances the overall strength of the Mongolian tribes, making the benefits outweigh the costs. Conversely, the proponents argue that our dynasty is currently recuperating, with a scarcity of quality warhorses, and thus expanding the economy through the establishment of mutual markets to trade tea and salt for the prized horses and gems of the steppes fosters amicable relations, resulting in greater benefits than drawbacks. In summary, during today's morning assembly, a cacophony of opinions emerged, generating considerable controversy. What perspectives could one possibly have? The Ministry of Revenue is in need of funds, and the initiation of the tea horse trade will undoubtedly augment various commercial tax revenues. Hence, I am naturally in favor. Shen Qing remarked, is the Ministry of Revenue truly lacking funds? Presently, there is no war. How can that be the case? In regions such as Shandong, the Two Lakes, and the Yangtze River Valley, which year is devoid of droughts or floods, where is there no need for disaster relief funding? Even without war, the Ministry of War must disburse soldiers' salaries, update weaponry, and not to mention the allocations for various regional supports. Zhong Chengsong interjected while savoring a piece of beef. In such a vast empire, hands are reaching out for assistance everywhere. Where do we find the money? Thus, dear Shun, the Ministry of Revenue is indeed impoverished. It is genuinely in dire need of funds. This beef is delightful. I shall indulge in another bite. Shen Qing watched intently as he consumed the last morsel of beef. At least leave me a piece. Her admiration for the ancient ancestors is genuine. She fervently requests everyone to collect. The updates on the unparalleled Tang sect come at an unprecedented pace. Chapter 143, Excessive Theft Amidst Eating and Drinking. After several rounds of wine, Shen Qing gazed at the empty plate, rubbing her stomach in lament, whether it be the wine or the dishes. Zhang Kodo had devoured a considerable amount, while she had barely tasted a few bites, feeling quite aggrieved. Lord Zhong, in your opinion, what are the odds that the tea horse trade will commence? Shen Qing inquired. Zhang Chengsong, having feasted to his fill, regarded Shen Qing's earnest expression and then glanced at the empty plates. It dawned upon him. Who authored this memorial? Shen Qing was taken aback. It was Song Jiqing, the junior brother of Prime Minister Song. Now it made sense. Did you think Song Jiqing dared to present a memorial on his own accord? Surely the Prime Minister would be unaware of such a move? Yet, the Prime Minister is the Emperor's most favored minister. One must ponder, who truly initiated this memorial? Shen Qing displayed an expression of realization. Indeed, he had considered it as well. However, the closure of the trade market had been the late Emperor's decree, and now with the current Emperor's desire to reopen it, such an action would betray the late Emperor's wishes and be deemed unfilial. Hence, he had refrained from contemplating this direction. But with Zhang Chengsong's assertion, he felt emboldened to think along those lines. Indeed, the Emperor himself may not have taken the initiative to speak, yet did he truly lack the support of his officials? Especially the Prime Minister. Hailing from a humble background, the Prime Minister had earned the Emperor's trust and favor from the very beginning. Throughout the years of the Emperor's reign, wherever the Emperor pointed, he followed. Regardless of the upheaval caused among the powerful, he was, without a doubt, the most loyal of subjects, a devoted minister willing to brave any hardship. If the Emperor wished to reopen the trade market and merely hinted at it to the Prime Minister, it was simply a matter of exchanging words. No great difficulty lay therein. Thus, it was evident that the reopening of the trade market was an inevitable course. Shen Qing tapped his fingers on the table. Zhong Chengsong mused inwardly. Indeed it was so. Not only did the Ministry of Revenue lack funds, but the Emperor was in want as well. Over the past 2 years, allocations from the imperial household had been made one after another, all without clear purpose. Yet he understood that these funds had been diverted by the Emperor, and he knew precisely for what purpose. In contemporary times, there exists a grand ambition to forge an invincible army of 10,000, well-equipped and mounted, solely at the behest of the Emperor. The finest steeds roam the vast grasslands. Alas, possessing extensive knowledge is not always a blessing. Zhang Chengsong drained the last drop of wine from his cup and remarked with a smile, I extend my gratitude to Lord Shen for today's hospitality. My wife has requested my early return home to discuss matters, so I shall take my leave. Shen Qing rose, smiling as he clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. After Zhong departed, he pondered the mutual trade. In that case, I must ensure that my family sets up 2 shops in the Datong border area in advance, for the children have grown and are soon to marry, which will incur considerable expenses. Shopkeeper, please bring the bill. The shopkeeper deftly manipulated the abacus and cheerfully announced, "Lord Shin, the total is 40 taels of silver." Shin Qing recoiled in disbelief. "What did you say? 40 taels? Preposterous. Do you dare to openly rob an official of the court?" Shin Qing exclaimed in anger, for it was evident that 20 taels would suffice. The shopkeeper, still smiling, replied, "The esteemed Lord Zhong, who dined with you, also ordered a jug of Qingzhou wine, a pound of sauced beef, and half a pound of crispy garlic peanuts, all charged to your account." Shin Qing was taken aback. This Zhong is exceedingly shameless, indulging in both food and drink. How outrageous. Long live our ancestors. She truly is fervently inviting all to collect. The update on the unparalleled Tang sect is the swiftest. Chapter 144, The Empress? She is unworthy. In the Yanshin Hall, several ministers stepped out, exchanging glances and shaking their heads. The Emperor of Chu gazed at the solitary Song Ziyuan and inquired, "Do you think they will use the late emperor's legacy to oppose the commencement of this trade?" Song Ziyuan replied, "If the tea-horse trade brings benefit to the nation and its people, I believe the late emperor would have approved. If they choose to resist, let them. The emperor remains sovereign, and your will is paramount." Such words indeed carried a hint of audacity, yet the emperor found them delightful. Without the company of other ministers, he reclined carelessly on the dragon throne, stroking his large ring. "Yet they will still accuse me of filial impiety, claiming I have defied the late emperor's wishes." Song Ziyuan countered, "The late emperor closed the trade during his reign, but it was not stipulated in a final edict before his passing. Thus it cannot be deemed a betrayal." The emperor chuckled heartily. As long as the achievements of the sovereign are monumental enough, the voices of the realm will eventually be silenced, not to mention the mere opinions of civil and military officials. I aspire to be a wise ruler, to usher in a century of prosperity, to solidify the Chu dynasty's reign, to expand our territories. For this grand ambition, Minister Song, regardless of the difficulties that lie ahead, I am resolute in my pursuit." The emperor looked down from his elevated position at Song Ziyuan. With a determined gaze, Song Ziyuan knelt and declared, "I vow to follow His Majesty until death." "Rise," commanded the emperor. "The weather is splendid. Accompany me for a stroll in the imperial garden." "As you wish." It was early summer, and the imperial garden was in full bloom, with butterflies fluttering about. Song Ziyuan walked a step behind the emperor, progressing slowly. "I hear your wife's birthday is approaching. I understand the eldest and the others will be attending?" The emperor stood before a cluster of peonies, observing a diligent bee gathering nectar from the blossoms. The Song residence has certainly become a prominent place in the capital. The emperor of Chu hinted subtly, "It is not only my several princes. Other matchmakers must also be hastily treading upon your doorstep. As for the princess, let that be aside. My fourth brother and second daughter have reached the appropriate age for marriage. My mother has even taken the trouble to seek me out, greatly concerned about my brother's matrimonial prospects, and as for my daughter, the same applies. Thus, it is indeed frequent that matchmakers have come calling." The emperor remarked, "Your daughter is coming of age this year, is she not? With her birthday in November, she will indeed reach maturity this winter." Song Ziyuan turned to the emperor with a smile, saying, "If your majesty possesses any admirable talents, perhaps you might grant my daughter a favor and bestow upon her a marriage?" "Admirable talents? Is there anyone more exceptional than my princes?" Song Ziyuan's heart raced, and he knelt, exclaiming, "Your majesty, please do not jest at my expense. My daughter is headstrong and willful, excessively proud and overbearing. She is unworthy of a prince. Rise. There is no one who should speak of their daughter in such a manner. She is your own flesh and blood." The emperor was rendered speechless. Song Ziyuan continued, "It is precisely because she is my own that I understand her temperament. How could she possibly befit a member of the royal family? I fear she may offend others, leaving me to deal with the aftermath." He spoke as if the royal household were a den of peril. The emperor snorted softly and said, "Find someone suitable for her yourself. When the time comes, I shall grant a marriage." "Thank you, your majesty, for your gracious favor." Song Ziyuan bowed deeply in gratitude. As he turned, a palace concubine approached, accompanied by her maidservants. Upon seeing the emperor, she was momentarily taken aback, quickly kneeling to pay her respects. "This humble servant greets your majesty." The emperor acknowledged her with a dismissal of formalities and turned to Song Ziyuan, saying, "You have come here today for this matter. Now, leave the palace." Once again, he spoke to the imperial consort. "Luo often accompanies me for a stroll." "I shall obey your command," she replied. Song Ziyuan bowed respectfully. watching as the figures ahead gradually faded into the distance. Only then did he discreetly touch the dampness on his back and turn to depart. The fondness for the ancestor is indeed fervent. She is genuinely extraordinary. The updates of the Supreme Tang sect are the swiftest. Chapter 145, The Disciple of the Song Prime Minister, West Hua Gate. It is apparent that the emperor does not wish to entangle himself in the disputes among the princes in the future. Otherwise, he would have directly arranged a marriage just now. Song Ziyuan absently rubbed the large ring on his thumb and sighed. After many years of serving the emperor, it must be said that the emperor's thoughts are indeed profound, and he no longer dares to speculate lightly. Upon returning to the prime minister's residence, as Song Ziyuan was about to turn towards the study, he paused his steps and redirected towards the southern courtyard, where his disciples resided. He stopped in front of a side room, where a young attendant was washing clothes at the entrance. Upon noticing him, the boy was momentarily taken aback, quickly rising to offer a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to the prime minister. No need for formalities." There was already some commotion inside, and soon a tall figure appeared within his line of sight. It was Yin Zixing, one of Song Ziyuan's disciples, whose courtesy name was Chongqing. Yin Zixing hastened to greet Song Ziyuan, clasping his hands in respect. "Sir, you have arrived. I came to see how you are faring. Have you completed your studies?" Song Ziyuan entered the room alongside him. Yin Zixing fetched a chair for him to sit and poured a cup of clear tea from the table, smiling as he said, "I happen to write an essay on an old topic. Would you be so kind as to provide your insights, sir? Bring it forth." As one peruses the discourse of Song Ziyuan, it becomes evident that the treatise is based on the imperial examination questions posed 3 years prior. The responses are largely pragmatic, although they occasionally lack the depth of practical experience, rendering some aspects somewhat superficial. Song Ziyuan astutely identifies the deficiencies, drawing upon his years of official experience to highlight the contradictions within the answers, leaving Yin Zixing feeling quite embarrassed. Truly, he is a master. As the student contemplated the nature of his responses, pondering their practicality, the wisdom imparted by his mentor was akin to a clarifying revelation. Yin Zixing expressed his admiration. Song Ziyuan shook his head, stating, "Your academic foundation is solid. All that you lack is the maturity that comes with age and experience. The fact that you can perceive this is commendable. However, as an official, one must possess a comprehensive understanding and maintain balance, avoiding the pitfalls of extremes. While it is indeed correct to prioritize the people as a public servant tasked with governing a vast city, one must focus on the affairs at hand. After all, without rules, chaos ensues. It is only through regulations and systems that one can effectively manage a locality." Yin Zixing rose and bowed in gratitude, saying, "I am grateful for your instruction, esteemed teacher. With the autumn examination approaching, do you think I stand a chance?" Yin Zixing nodded confidently. "I am at least 80% assured." "Excellent," Song Ziyuan remarked, observing the youthful, refined visage of his pupil, and he was inexplicably reminded of his own younger self. He then shifted the conversation. "You are 18 this year, are you not? You are no longer a child. After the autumn examination, your mother will likely begin to arrange a marriage for you. Have you given this matter any thought?" Yin Zixing hailed from a family of scholars and farmers. His father had passed away early, leaving them with only 20 acres of meager farmland. His education depended entirely on the embroidery produced and sold by his mother and sister, as well as the rental income from their land, which enabled him to pursue his studies. Thus, it can be said that Yin Zixing also hails from a humble background, perhaps only slightly better off than the once notable Song Ziyuan, possessing at least a modest family estate. As for matters of marriage, he finds himself in an unusual state of discomfort, stating, "My mother has also mentioned that we shall discuss it after the autumn examination." Naturally, Song Ziyuan comprehends that should Yin Zixing succeed in becoming a top scholar, his choices would multiply, and if he were to rank even higher, he would undoubtedly become a sought-after son-in-law. Gazing upon the youthful visage before him, a thought emerged in Song Ziyuan's mind. She truly adores her ancestor, he mused, as the enthusiastic call for support echoed in the air. "Young master, what did the prime minister say to you?" inquired the cheerful young scribe, Shan He. "The prime minister holds you in the highest regard and has great expectations for you." Upon hearing this, Shan He felt a surge of joy and quietly contemplated. Might the prime minister, like other officials, wish to act as a matchmaker for you, perhaps with the second miss of the prime minister's residence? Instantly, Shan He knelt down, exclaiming, "Young master, I was mistaken. I dare not presume." "Rise," Yin Zixing replied tersely. "From now on, do not speak in such a manner." The teacher has shown me immense kindness, and his family is equally deserving of respect. We must refrain from gossiping, especially regarding the young ladies of the Song family, lest we tarnish their reputations. Yes, young master, Shan he replied, sheepishly getting back up. Observing Shan he's lackluster demeanor, Yin Zixing could not help but sigh. He understood the implications behind Shan he's words. However, the notion of the Prime Minister's second daughter was far beyond his aspirations, a thought he had never entertained. Such a prospect was not within his realm of consideration. Longevity. Has the Prime Minister departed? A man clad in a long blue robe entered, shouting vehemently at Yin Zixing. Yin Zixing clasped his hands in salute, addressing him as Brother Xiuquan. Ah, no need for such formalities. Tell me, has the esteemed Prime Minister departed? Wu Xiuquan inquired eagerly. Yin Zixing nodded. Indeed, he has already left. Wu Xiuquan expressed a hint of regret. He left so swiftly. What did the Prime Minister say? By the way, did he mention when the poetry gathering at the residence will be held? Can we attend? Yin Zixing remained silent. How could the Prime Minister engage in such matters? Poetry gatherings are typically organized by young scholars. A dignified Prime Minister would hardly partake in such affairs, and moreover, Prime Minister Song has never shown interest in attending poetry gatherings or tea parties, having remarked that such events are trivial and do not pique his interest. Yin Zixing had attended a few poetry and literary gatherings himself and found them rather dull. However, he was genuinely intrigued by lectures given by esteemed scholars. Wu Xiuquan sighed and suddenly recalled something, exclaiming with excitement, Changxing, do you know whom I encountered at the east gate of the front street just now? It was Miss Song, surrounded by her maids and attendants. Oh, Miss Song possesses an enchanting beauty, exquisite beyond compare. Just imagine if we could marry such a woman. What worries would we have regarding our future? Discussing the merits of a lady from a noble family behind her back is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on him that men of their humble background were hardly worthy of the Prime Minister's daughter. Such thoughts were but fanciful daydreams. Chapter 147. Trust in Grandmother, a Baby Boy. In the main courtyard of the Song residence, Song Rookie touched her ear, feeling an unusual warmth. Who could be speaking ill of her from behind? With a cheerful smile, she said, Sister and Mother are chatting. I shall return shortly. After respectfully bowing to the two, she gracefully withdrew. Song Ruqian gazed at her mother with a tinge of sentiment, remarking, It has been a while since we last met, and Chio has indeed matured, knowing how to bring back delightful treats to please me. Madame Song responded with a smile, She has constantly been speaking of you. If I had tea forbidden her from wandering about, she would likely have run to the Gu family to stay with you, even before your marriage. The bond between you two was strong. It is no wonder she misses you. Song Ruqian felt a surge of joy and playfully added, She misses you as well. I am grateful she is not upset with me. Madame Song observed her daughter's slightly protruding belly and inquired, Is the child causing you any trouble? Lowering her gaze to caress her abdomen, Song Ruqian replied gently, Not at all. It is only a little over 3 months now. The physician said movements typically commence after 4 months. That seems about right, perhaps in another 10 days. Some might feel the child move earlier, even at 3 months. Madame Song mused. Indeed, when I heard that your pregnancy was unstable, it frightened me terribly. At that time, your grandmother was not well, and I spent sleepless nights, fearing something might go awry with you both. Fortunately, you are both well. It is a true blessing. Madame Song recounted the period of Song Si's illness, still filled with trepidation. Song Ruqian comforted her. Do not worry, Mother, you can rest easy now. Madame Song recalled what Song Si had once said and could not help but inquire whether her daughter Song Ruqian had consumed more meat or vegetables prior to her pregnancy. Song Ruqian, somewhat perplexed, replied, Mother, you know well that I have always preferred light and simple fare. Even after marrying into the Gu family, my meals have predominantly consisted of vegetarian dishes. Upon hearing this, Madame Song felt a tinge of disappointment, remarking, In that case, it is likely that you will bear a daughter this time. Song Ruqian paused, questioning, Why would you say such a thing, Mother? Your grandmother had mentioned certain observations that, while not absolute, do hold some merit. Allow me to share them with you, but please keep this between us. Madame Song proceeded to recount her husband's words. Song Ruqian's face flushed crimson. How could grandmother say such things? As for dietary habits, that is one thing, but matters of intimacy, such positions, surely she has gone too far. Whether there is truth to it is uncertain, but believing it does no harm. Just take good care of yourself, even if this child turns out to be a girl. It matters little. The daughters of the Gu family have no trouble finding suitable matches. They are all treasures in their own right. For your next pregnancy, however, you must pay heed to your grandmother's advice and plan accordingly. Madame Song instructed gently. Song Ruqian stifled a laugh. Mother, when did you become such an ardent believer in grandmother's words? In the past, you often contradicted her, deeming her narrow-minded and unrefined, seldom showing such admiration. Madame Song cleared her throat, lifting her teacup to mask her embarrassment. Isn't it said that having an elder in the house is akin to possessing a treasure? There is no harm in listening. After all, your grandmother successfully bore 3 sons. She continued, besides, it is merely about regulating one's diet. What does it matter what one eats? Who knows, it might just be accurate. Song Ruqian teased, indeed, if we take grandmother's words to heart, we shall surely have a son. If only mother could bless us with a little brother, it would indeed be a great fortune bestowed by grandmother. Lady Song blushed and chided her. Go on, how can you speak so recklessly? She truly cherished her ancestors. Lady Song inquired of her eldest daughter, Qianer. Given your current condition, does your husband have anyone to attend to him? Blushing, Song Ruqian shook her head. Mother, he insists he does not require assistance. And what of your mother-in-law? Has she not provided you with a thoughtful companion? Song Ruqian replied, my mother-in-law does not concern herself with our household matters. Her only directive to me is to focus on nurturing the child and not to worry about other affairs, including the arrangements for a concubine. Upon hearing this, Lady Song felt a wave of relief and sincerely remarked, you have indeed found yourself a commendable mother-in-law. Qianer, you must cherish this blessing. Song Ruqian expressed her gratitude, saying, this too is a blessing from both father and mother. Without you, I would not be who I am today, and this union is a testament to that. Lady Song gently patted her hand. The Gu family is a prominent clan, and your husband is the legitimate heir. Your father and I were initially somewhat apprehensive, for you will eventually inherit your mother-in-law's responsibilities, and being a matriarch is no small feat. Your mother-in-law has been diligently guiding me, Song Ruqian added. Thus, you must empathize and treat her with kindness. Nodding thoughtfully, Song Ruqian recalled Song Ruki and asked, Mother, has Qi'er's marriage been settled? I wonder what father is thinking. Madame Song becomes quite troubled upon the mention of this matter. After a moment of silence, Song Ruqian remarked, Mother, I perceive that Qi'er possesses a rather lofty disposition. She likely looks down upon the suitors of ordinary families. Take yesterday as an example. Madame Song grew somewhat anxious. Has your sister encountered those princes? I believe not, yet I discern a certain distraction in her demeanor upon hearing the news, replied Song Ruqian. Mother, Qi'er is approaching her coming-of-age ceremony. Father must have some plans in mind. You ought to pay closer attention. I fear her youthful exuberance may lead her astray, should she fall under a spell. It could be quite dire. Being a matron of a noble family is no simple task, yet being a royal consort is even more challenging, particularly for someone of Song Ruki's temperament, who is most susceptible to becoming a mere pawn. Were it Song Ci, he would likely applaud her discernment. His granddaughter is indeed wise and insightful. Father has already considered several families. Rest assured, he has no intention of pairing her with any prince. Madame Song expressed with a hint of regret. Has father truly stated this? Song Ruqian inquired. Madame Song nodded. Once your father has made a decision, it is never altered. Your sister will certainly not be matched with any prince. As for which young gentleman, your father has yet to reach a conclusion. Song Ruqian acknowledged. Father is indeed most sagacious. There must be sound reasoning behind his determination. You need not lament, mother, given Qi'er's nature. It is perhaps for the best that she does not enter the royal fold. How could she contend with those who are as cunning as they come? Furthermore, should a daughter of the Song family enter the royal court, she may ultimately find herself ensnared and without agency. It is often said that the eldest legitimate daughter must be nurtured with great care. Not only should she be educated in household matters, but she must also be enlightened on significant moral issues and political affairs to some extent. Song Ruqian's vision has been shaped not only by esteemed mentors, but also by Song Ziyuan, who has guided her closely. Thus, given time, she will undoubtedly become a competent matriarch for the Gu family. Madame Song is aware of this, yet she harbors some inner turmoil. After all, being the mother-in-law of a prince is a lofty ambition, one that she feels is beyond her reach. Clang. Who is it outside? Madame Song inquired. Upon hearing the noise, someone hurriedly retreated. Frowning, she was about to summon someone when Xiaohua entered and reported. Just now, the second young lady came and then left. Upon hearing this, Madame Song exchanged a glance with Song Ruqian. The girl had indeed overheard them. She was genuinely infatuated with her ancestors. Please, everyone, do keep this in mind. Song Rookie, however, was not oblivious. How could her temperament possibly disqualify her from the royal family? Why was she deemed unworthy of becoming a royal daughter-in-law? Why must her elder sister belittle her so? Was it disdain for her, or a fear that her own status might one day surpass that of her elder sister? The more she contemplated, the more dissatisfied she became. Song Rookie lay on her bed, her small hands clenched into fists, pounding on the mattress in frustration. I will not accept this. Miss, what troubles you? Shu Hua followed closely behind, witnessing this distressing scene and feeling quite alarmed. Leave, miss. I said leave. Do you not understand human speech? Song Rookie retorted angrily. Shu Hua's expression stiffened, and she could only retreat to the door, casting her gaze toward the bed. Outside. Song Ruqian walked over, supported by the hand of her chief maid. Shu Hua promptly greeted her with a respectful bow, Mississippi. Song Ruqian waved her hand dismissively and was about to inquire further when she heard the sound of weeping from within the room, prompting a sigh from her. Miss, the second young lady. It's nothing. I shall go in and check on her. Releasing Chuni's hand, Song Ruqian instructed, you all stay here and need not enter. Madam, this. Chuni remained silent, but the stewardess, Mama Huang, who attended to Song Ruqian, appeared somewhat anxious. Without anyone accompanying her, any unforeseen incident could lead to complications. It's all right. Song Ruqian reassured her with a gentle smile and stepped into the room. Observing this, Mama Huang chose not to leave, positioning herself by the doorway, ready to rush in should anything go awry. As Song Ruqian entered the inner chamber, she found her sister sprawled on the bed, weeping. Soft pillows and handkerchiefs were strewn about the floor, and even the bedding had partially fallen off the bed. She couldn't help but shake her head. Her temper remains as fierce as ever. Alas, has she even grown weary of her elder sister's presence? Should I take my leave? Song Ruqian feigned sorrow. Song Ruachi sat up. That's your assertion, not my intention to send you away. But I see you do not lend me a hand. I feel quite heavy. Song Ruachi choked back her words, thinking how could she expect assistance when she herself seems to be a burden? Yet, as her gaze fell upon Song Ruqian's abdomen, she found herself instinctively rising and, sniffling, approached to grasp her hand. A subtle smile graced the corners of Song Ruqian's lips, tough on the outside, tender on the inside. Song Rookie wished to lead her elder sister to the bed, but upon noticing the unsightly smear of mucus on her face, she felt a wave of discomfort and redirected her efforts towards the window-side beauty couch. Thoughtfully, she placed a soft cushion behind her sister's lower back. This considerate gesture melted Song Ruqian's heart, prompting her to grasp her sister's hand and gently say, sit down. Let us converse. Unwilling to heed her sister's request, Song Rookie stood resolutely. However, when her sister tugged at her, fearing a potential fall, she obediently sat down, albeit with her head turned away. You've just washed your face, yet your makeup is ruined from crying, and you still have mucus. Aren't you ashamed? Song Ruqian remarked, turning her sister's face toward her and delicately wiping it with a handkerchief. You are a grown young lady now, yet you still let tears and mucus flow freely. Do you not feel any sense of shame? I simply have a propensity to cry, unlike your poised and composed demeanor. Hence, I am unworthy of being a prince's consort. And you are well aware of this, Song Rookie retorted, sulking. With a sigh, Song Ruqian inquired, Dear sister, do you truly aspire to become a royal consort? Who among the women in this world does not yearn for such a status? It is prestigious, exalted, and the envy of countless others. Yet, do I genuinely desire it? If it were you, would you not wish for it as well? Song Rookie pondered, somewhat speechless in response to her sister's question. With a smile, Song Ruqian replied, You know that during the time of the eldest prince's selection of a consort, our father had inquired about my intentions. However, I declined, ultimately choosing the legitimate heir of the Gu family. Song Rookie found herself at a loss for words. Cheer, being a royal daughter-in-law is not an easy task. It is not that I wish to belittle you, but the constraints and regulations are numerous, and with your temperament, how can you possibly adapt? Song Rookie, feeling defiant, retorted, Are you suggesting that I should settle for a commoner? Surely there would be no rules there, and I would be free to act as I please. Without waiting for Song Ruqian to respond, she continued, You repeatedly claim that I am unsuitable and lacking in temperament. Yet, I have not even stepped into that role. So how can you presume to know? How do you know I would not change? You simply underestimate me. Chier, you must not assert that choosing a lower status would bring me ease and contentment. That is easy for you to say, standing in your position as a noble daughter-in-law. The Gu family, a prestigious and well-respected clan, may have few officials in the court, but their reputation outside is unblemished. The daughters of the Gu family are never concerned about marriage, and their sons are fiercely sought after. Song Ruqian appeared taken aback, staring at her in shock. Upon realizing the impact of her words, Song Ruqi felt a pang of regret and lowered her gaze, saying, "I did not mean to envy you or suggest that you are wrong. It is just, elder sister, I was mistaken." She looked down and tapped her lips in self-reproach. Song Ruqian sighed. "Cheer, being a noble daughter-in-law is not as easy as it seems, especially as a matriarch. There are many lessons to learn, calculations to make, and one must possess far more cunning than many. It is precisely because I have traversed this path that I understand its hardships. Cheer, if being a noble matriarch is so challenging, how much more so is it for a royal daughter-in-law? Once you enter the royal family, you must consider your husband's interests, navigate the complexities of human relationships, and in the future, contend with concubines. Do not presume that your beloved holds you dear, dear royal. How many have not taken concubines?" Song Ruqian's voice softened. "If the man you marry is fortunate enough to ascend to the throne, he will surely have countless consorts. What will you do then?" Song Ruqi fell silent. "Your temperament is proud, yet innocent. As your elder sister, I only wish for you to encounter a virtuous partner who loves and cherishes you. Even if his family is modest, may you find happiness and raise a few children, living a fulfilling life. That would make this existence worthwhile." This heartfelt wish expressed by the elder sister brought warmth to Song Ruqi's heart, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she leaned her head on her sister's shoulder. Choking out a soft "sister," Song Ruqian gently patted her head. "Sister, I too envy the harmonious bond you share with your husband. I hope that my future spouse will treat me with the same affection." When you and your husband became engaged, father was not yet a marquis and had already set his sights on the Gu family. Now, I wonder, as a daughter of the noble house, who would be worthy of me? The uncertainty of the future is indeed the most daunting aspect. If a royal marriage is out of her reach, what suitor could possibly be deemed suitable for one of her stature? Fate will determine your union. Cheer. When you find it hard to comprehend, heed your parents' wisdom. Father has served in office for many years. His experience and vision undoubtedly surpass ours, and he would never lead you astray. Song Ruqi fell silent once more. Feeling a sense of despair regarding her own marriage prospects, a sentiment shared by her grandmother, Song Si. "Oh, why has this burden fallen upon me?" Song Si rubbed her temples, gazing at a roster meticulously compiled by her personal maids, feeling a throbbing ache in her head. This roster recorded the young ladies who attended her eldest daughter-in-law's birthday banquet, detailing each young lady's family background, rank, and age. Had the maids possessed the skill to sketch, Song Si would have likely requested them to create quick portraits of each. Noticing her distress, the matron of the palace offered a gentle suggestion. "Madam, there is no need to rush. Matters of marriage cannot be hurried. Take your time to search." Song Si managed a wry smile. Her intention was not to hasten the process. Yet was it not the case that a certain elderly lady had laid out a grand prospect before her? What if that prospect were to materialize? Thus, urgency was unavoidable. The worst of it was that the foolish lad, who was quite unsuitable, had caught the eye of Wang Qiumon. "Ugh, shall I accompany you for a stroll?" the matron proposed. This was precisely what Song Si desired. "Let us go," she replied, taking hold of the matron's hand as she rose. "We shall visit Lin Qing." Very well. The two made their way to the Muzhu Shaozhai, where Lin Qing, clad in a simple garment, was tending to her medicinal garden with a small hoe. The residents truly valued her opinions. When she expressed a desire to cultivate a plot for her research on herbs, Song Si had promptly commanded that a section behind the Muzhu Shaozhai be cleared for her. In recent days, aside from preparing medicinal meals and engaging in conversation with Song Si, Lin Qing had devoted herself to nurturing her garden. Upon noticing Song Si's arrival, she straightened herself and offered a respectful bow. "Madam, there is no need for such formalities. Carry on with your work. I merely came to take a look." Song Si replied. Lin Qing smiled and said, "I have little to occupy my time. Why don't we step inside and converse? I have just concocted some herbal tea that can soothe the mind and calm the spirit. Would you care to try it?" After a moment, Song Si gazed at the medicinal garden and remarked, "Your garden appears quite impressive. It has sprouted new shoots." The garden not only contained various herbs, but also boasted flowers that could be used for medicinal purposes. Planting herb seeds near the flowers would yield better growth and afford a level of discretion. With a cheerful expression, Lin Qing replied, "All thanks to the matriarch's blessings." However, you seem somewhat troubled. Over time, she had grown comfortable speaking with Song Si. Ah, it is just my ungrateful son, Xiao Baoyu, who has caused me this distress. Oh, my fourth son, in his quest to find a bride, has truly given me a great deal of worry. I have been overwhelmed, searching endlessly, yet failing to find a suitable match. Lin Qing interjected, while you are indeed troubled, why must you take it out on my herbs? Matriarch, matters of marriage are often fated. They cannot be rushed. The more anxious you become, the more elusive the right match will be. Fearing Song Si might meddle with her herbs again, Lin Qing took her hand gently, offering reassurance. When it comes to romantic ties, the moment you cease to fret, they will often come to you. Song Si looked at her and said, Lin Qing, are you trying to feed me some toxic positivity? She was skeptical of love arriving by mere chance. Waiting might as well mean waiting in vain. One must take initiative, she declared. Lin Qing, bewildered, responded, toxic positivity? Does the matriarch intend to frighten someone? Even with 100 times the courage, I would not dare. Song Si chuckled lightly and remarked, it is merely a deceptive form of motivation. It is not genuine encouragement, after all. She expressed her fondness for her ancestors, stating, they truly are remarkable. The latest update of the Peerless Tang sect arrives with the 152nd chapter, titled The Matriarch Excels at Striking While the Iron is Hot. Lin Qing presented a cup of medicinal tea to Song Si, who cradled it in her hands. The delicate aroma of the herbs, intertwined with the fresh scent of tea leaves, wafted pleasantly to her senses. She commented, the fragrance is delightful. I see that the sachets you wear also carry a subtle herbal scent. Lin Qing lifted her own sachet, explaining, it contains various herbs and flowers that repel insects. With summer upon us, the insect population has surged, prompting me to refresh the ingredients. Song Si inquired, is this particularly discreet? Mint can also be used as an oil. Applying a touch can alleviate the discomfort from insect bites. If one were to faint, a dab of mint oil would be beneficial, swiftly restoring consciousness. Those unfamiliar with herbal medicine would not know this. You are quite impressive, matriarch. Lin Qing sincerely praised her. Song Si laughed and clarified, I was once a farmer. After all, I have observed such things on the mountains and have also heard other physicians mention them. She continued, it is all a ruse, ultimately a fabrication. For no one can discern the truth. As you know, families like ours have their challenges. Selecting a partner is particularly difficult when the young man is so resolute in his opinions. Taking a sip of the medicinal tea, Song Si lamented, oh dear. It seems that speaking of it has only exacerbated my headache. Lin Qing then encouraged, if you have found a match as per your parents' wishes, merely arranging an introduction should suffice. However, merely perusing the roster reveals little. One must attend banquets to truly discern individuals. Nothing provides a better opportunity to observe the young ladies than such gatherings. Song Si remarked, I share the same sentiment. Lin Qing, will you accompany me in the future? Lin Qing chuckled wryly. What is my station that I could accompany you to a banquet? What difference does it make? You are my friend, Song Si insisted. For in her heart, Lin Qing was indeed her companion, given their comparable ages. Yet, recalling Lin Qing's status, Song Si added, never mind, perhaps it is best not to. Lest they discover you are a physician and seek your services, that would be troublesome. Lin Qing felt a warm sense of comfort and replied, I may decline invitations to other households, but if you attend a temple fair or wish to pay respects, I shall accompany you. Then it is settled. Song Si's eyes sparkled. We shall shop together as well. Lin Qing responded, you truly possess a talent for seizing opportunities. At that moment, Song Si suddenly sneezed twice. The anxious Mama Gong promptly rushed to the window and drew the curtains. The bamboo cultivated in the wooden bead pavilion provided a refreshing coolness, and there was concern that the matriarch might not withstand it. Lin Qing too grew concerned, instructing Sang Air to fetch a medicinal pillow to check Song Si's pulse. Amused yet exasperated, Song Si said, no need for that. I merely feel an itch in my nose and warmth in my ears. Perhaps someone is speaking of me behind my back. Lin Qing chided gently, a stitch in time saves 9. It never hurts to be cautious. Her fingers had already rested upon her wrist, and Song Si chose to remain silent, instead rubbing her nose, pondering who might be speaking of her. As a chill crept down her back, accompanied by an ominous premonition, she truly held a fervent admiration for her ancestors. In the depths of Sinang Palace, Empress Wang was engaged in conversation with her son, the emperor, discussing the heir she had selected and deliberating over his future arrangements. Song Si was a person of broad-mindedness. Given that she had raised a child as remarkable as Ruinji, the empress placed her trust in her abilities. She intended to send the child to the Xiangfu, convinced it would be far superior to being in the residence of the Duke of Zhongqing. At least there, the child would be alive. Empress Wang's face contorted in disdain at the mere mention of the Duke's residence. The emperor, fiddling with the yellow jade prayer beads in his hand, leaned on the Kong table and remarked, "Mother, since you are willing to bestow an heir upon your uncle's line, and considering the child is merely 6 years old, why not bring him to the palace for personal upbringing? Me, raise him myself?" Empress Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not even taken her grandson into her care. How could she possibly nurture a stranger's child? Moreover, it had been many years since she had cared for a child at all. Such a prospect was utterly implausible. You find it dull in Sinang Palace. Having a child by your side could alleviate your boredom, no? Pointing at herself, Empress Wang chuckled, "Emperor, do you suggest that I am bored? Wherever I may feel a sense of ennui, there are always performances to entertain me. And should I wish to hear melodies or witness dances, my consorts are ever eager to oblige. Even if I were to ride out, I would be accompanied by many. It is simply impossible for me to feel bored. I do not feel the slightest sense of monotony. However, should another child arrive in the palace, causing a ruckus day in and day out, oh dear, would that not drive me to distraction? That simply cannot be." The Emperor of Chu twitched his lips, gazing at his mother with a hint of exasperation. To speak candidly, his mother certainly knew how to amuse herself. Nearly all of his concubines had been summoned by her to showcase their talents, each day presenting something new. When she was pleased, she would bestow rewards, leading him to feel that, in truth, the harem existed primarily for her enjoyment. Nonetheless, as long as she is content, she may do as she wishes. Mother, children can indeed be quite entertaining. How would you know if you have not raised one yourself? A child nurtured by you would surely grow closer to you." The emperor argued once more. The Empress Dowager cast him a sidelong glance. "I can't help but feel that you are advocating for the likes of Minister Song and his associates. Do you not wish for me to send the child to their care?" "Not entirely. Indeed, Minister Song had previously broached the subject, likely due to the mention from the matriarch. He believes that raising the child within the palace, close to you, would foster a stronger bond and ensure greater safety. Additionally, I surmise he is concerned about your health." The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. "Osei appears quite robust to me. While that may be the case outwardly, internally, there are signs of weakness," the emperor cautiously replied. The Empress Dowager's expression shifted several times, her fingers tightening around the armrest of her phoenix chair, the lightheartedness of her demeanor dissipating. "Is that truly so?" Emperor Chu remarked. "As the esteemed Ru Yuan has indicated, my mother should also be aware of the hardships endured by Aunt Song in her youth, and her remarkable resilience." He had refrained from addressing the Empress Dowager with a formal title, opting instead for a more affectionate term. The Empress Dowager, her eyes reddened, replied, "I am indeed aware. And I certainly remember. In those days, we concealed ourselves to escape the threats posed by your father, seeking refuge in the mountains, trembling in fear at the roars of wild beasts. It was your aunt who selflessly brought us food and drink. Moreover, during that dreadful drought, when the last drops of water were left, she endured the agony of a parched throat, yet chose to share it with us." Emperor Chu, reminiscing about those years, felt a surge of emotion. See, she has led a life of hardship. Though she now enjoys a measure of comfort, it seems bittersweet. The Empress Dowager, speaking, was overtaken by sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. She truly revered our ancestors, she lamented, and her devotion was unparalleled. Emperor Chu felt a sense of regret, akin to having dropped a stone upon his own foot. Why must he evoke such painful memories, causing his mother to weep? "Mother, please cease your tears." Ru Yuan merely suggested that one should nurture the spirit within and avoid excessive strain. He continued, "You have seen her during the Duanwu Palace banquet, and you remarked on her vitality. This indicates that she is being well cared for, particularly with a physician assisting her. You do not comprehend the frailty of age. One cannot predict when the end may come. She might peacefully slumber tonight and never awaken." The Empress Dowager sniffled. Emperor Chu, caught between mirth and exasperation, replied, "Mother, consider the weight of your words." Fortunately, Lady Song was not present. Otherwise, she would have been quite unsettled. Song Si declared, "She cannot possibly be cursing me. I swear on our fragile sisterhood." Empress Wang, having grasped the situation, spat twice and, with hands clasped, murmured that the words of the deceitful woman did not hold weight. For the Bodhisattva was out and could not hear. Your Majesty, I can allow that child to reside in the side hall of Sinang Palace. But I also wish for him to occasionally study at the Song residence. Emperor Chu paused for a moment, inquiring, "What is the reason for this?" The Empress replied, "If you are determined to have this boy, he could study alongside the princes at the Taishue. Surely that is preferable to seeking knowledge elsewhere?" Empress Wang continued, "While he may study at the Taishue, attending the clan school at the Song residence would be beneficial as well. Moreover, there is Song Xiang, who is a two-time graduate and the top scholar. It is not that I look down upon him, rather. Some of the old scholars at the Taishue are even more rigid than she is, having shaped the princes into what they are today, prone to superficiality and lacking in practicality." After a moment's pause, Empress Wang added, "I also have my own motives. I wish for this child to foster a good relationship with the Song residents. Whether the Song family protects him in the future or he safeguards them, it would fulfill the kindness that Asi once showed to us mother and son." Emperor Chu pressed his lips together, realizing that this was an attempt to entwine the future of the Chengyan Duke's house with the Song residents. "If you are willing, Your Majesty, you may cultivate this child, whether as your backup or as a foundation for the future crown prince. I shall ensure he remains loyal only to the emperor. Regardless of whether it is the current emperor or the next, I shall instill in this child unwavering loyalty to the throne. Otherwise, what does it matter if the title of Chengyan Duke is stripped away? Incense offerings do not necessarily have to be made by one's own offspring." The Empress Dowager Wang gazed at him, calling his name. "Jing'er, everyone says that I am blessed with fortune, with many princes and grandsons, but in my heart, they are all somewhat distant. The most important and beloved person to me is only you. Therefore, I vow by my life, I shall never betray you, nor shall I allow my maternal family to betray you." The Emperor of Chu was deeply moved and knelt before the Empress Dowager Mother. She gently stroked his head. "You are soon to become a grandfather. Why kneel? Please rise." The Emperor of Chu stood up accordingly. "You are right. I cannot be idle myself. I wish to see my old friends live long as well. How about I send ACI to the palace to inquire? What do you think?" The Emperor of Chu nodded with a smile. "Mother, you shall decide. It is but a mere offspring." Yet the Empress Dowager's intention is to bind this child to the Xiong residence, a notion he could indeed contemplate. Song Xiai sensed that someone was speaking of her. "Look, the Empress Dowager has summoned her to the palace again. This must be regarding that heir business. How troublesome. This is not a banquet. So I need not wear that ceremonial robe or the golden crown, right?" Song Xiai looked pitifully at the palace matron. She had once admired that kind of phoenix crown in a museum, thinking it would be majestic to wear. Now that she has experienced it, it is indeed majestic. But the weight on her neck is genuinely burdensome. The court lady smiled gently and said, "There is no need for heavy makeup, but one must don proper attire." Song Xiai let out a sigh of relief and quickly responded, "That is good. As for jewelry, there is no need for excessive adornment. Just wear a forehead ribbon. Arrange your hair neatly, and 2 jade hairpins will suffice. No gold." Her jewelry, much of it solid gold, was rather weighty. "It is all up to you." Hong Tao interjected from the side. "However, the matriarch does not favor gold ornaments. You used to say that gold jewelry holds its value best." The court lady frowned and cast a sidelong glance at Hong Tao. Song Xiai remarked, "In truth, all are valuable, but having risen from humble beginnings, I have grown accustomed to hardship. In those days, we common folk believed that gold offered the greatest sense of security, and even now, that remains true. What can one do? The mindset of the commoners is akin to that of small farmers. Moreover, gold can be exchanged for silver and can purchase many things, ensuring there is always a market for it." Hong Tao seemed to realize her words had gone awry and quickly knelt down, saying, "I spoke out of turn. Please punish me, matriarch." Song Xiai urged her to rise, saying, "What is there to punish you for? That is all just plain truth. I too have a fondness for gold. However, liking something does not necessitate adorning oneself to the point of resembling a walking gold mine. That would be exhausting and attract thieves. Just imagine if I were to shine like gold, who would not want to rob me? It would be blinding." Laughter erupted among those present, and Song Xiai joined in. For she indeed cherished gold, as it symbolized wealth, and the more, the better. The matron responsible for styling Song Xi's hair chuckled. "The matriarch grows ever more amusing." "Indeed." Hong Tao chimed in. "I must say, none can compare to our matriarch's grandeur." Song Xiai chuckled. "You all possess such sweet tongues. Very well. I shall petition the Empress Dowager for some imperial delicacies for you to savor." The others promptly knelt in gratitude. At that moment, Lady Song entered, greeting Song Xiai with a smile and a respectful bow. "Mother, The carriage is ready, she announced. You have worked hard. It is merely my duty as a daughter-in-law. Had the Empress Dowager summoned me, I would have accompanied you to the palace, she added. After a moment's contemplation, Lady Song proposed. Why not allow Chi'er to accompany you to the palace? She could serve as a maid. Song Xiai was taken aback. Take a maid with me? Lady Song, feeling a surge of warmth, responded, what do you think? Even if she cannot become a prince's consort, if she catches the Empress Dowager's eye, she may be granted a favorable match. Moreover, being favored by the Empress Dowager holds great significance. Who knows, she might even secure a title of princess. Song Xiai regarded her with a contemplative expression, wondering if this daughter-in-law had been provoked by the maids, prompting such an audacious suggestion. Was it not foolish to consider bringing a granddaughter into the palace without proper authorization? Furthermore, had the eldest son not informed her that Song family maidens do not enter the royal household? The palace matron also appeared bewildered, questioning what had prompted such an uncharacteristic lapse from the lady. Feeling the scrutiny, Lady Song's face flushed with embarrassment, and she awkwardly replied, I merely thought it would be nice for someone to attend to you. Song Xiai firmly rejected Lady Song's suggestion. Empress Wang summoned only her. Taking her granddaughter along for what purpose? Moreover, the palace is a place of great significance, should any mishap occur within. How could she possibly explain it to the clever eldest son? Furthermore, the Song family would never send their daughter into the imperial family. What purpose would it serve to parade her before them, creating an erroneous impression? Song Xiai dismissed those around her, leaving only Madame Song to converse within the chamber. Did Delang not speak to you? As for Chi'er's marriage, it is not to be discussed with royalty. Madame Song felt a flush of warmth upon her face. It was mentioned. Mother, I do not wish for Chi'er to flaunt herself before those princes. I merely desire for her to pay her respects to the venerable Empress Dowager. And what good will that accomplish? Do you truly believe that the worth of the second young lady, as a daughter of the esteemed residence, is insufficient? Is it not enough to negotiate a suitable match? Song Xiai's words turned suddenly incisive. She knelt and said, Mother, that is not my intention. Then what is it? Do you wish for the second young lady to seek recognition before Her Majesty for reasons other than marriage? Song Xiai replied coolly, Gu family. The residence now holds a prestigious standing, and we ought to understand what it relies upon. There is ample imperial favor, as well as the Empress Dowager's grace. The more we enjoy this, the more we must comprehend our place. We cannot become arrogant due to our favored status, can we? Madame Song, chastised, felt her face grow crimson, her lips trembling. Mother, you have conducted yourself adequately over the years. How is it that upon reaching this position, you have become somewhat befuddled? Or have you been so stirred by that girl named Hohat Farong that you can no longer think clearly? Mother, my concern lies with Chi'er's marriage. I ponder if she catches the eye of Her Majesty the Empress, and should the Empress be pleased. A mere word of praise or a few guiding remarks would serve Chi'er well for a lifetime. Lady Song's face flushed as she defended herself. You are merely creating chaos out of concern. Given Chi'er's status, would her marriage truly be difficult? There are numerous talented suitors for you to choose from. However, to parade before the Empress, though your intentions may be selfish, you must understand the nature of the palace, especially now when our residence is under scrutiny. Bringing the second young lady into the palace will certainly invite speculation. Even if we assume no one would speculate, is it appropriate for us to enter without permission? That is the Empress, not merely a relative of yours, and the palace is not a garden where one can bring anyone at will. I believed you understood this well. Mother, I, your daughter-in-law, have erred. Lady Song was left utterly humiliated by the reprimand. Song Xiai sighed and said, Rise, do not let the maids see you. They might think I have wronged you. Lady Song, filled with shame, replied, It is only right for a mother-in-law to admonish her daughter-in-law. Though she spoke these words, her heart was heavy with embarrassment. It had been ages since she had been chastised. Gu, in our current residence, it is prudent to act with discretion. This is never a mistake. Song Xiai continued, I understand you have endured much for many years, and now that you have found success, you wish to no longer endure compromises. This is human nature, and I do not blame you. Yet, you must also consider that our residence is not as stable as a mountain. Your husband has only just secured his position, and it is not one he has held for many years. It is not my assertion, but rather a reflection on the position of Delang, which is perhaps not as stable as that of Fan Xiang, who has genuinely served as a seasoned minister for many years, wielding significant power within the court. Lady Song was taken aback. Her admiration for her ancestors was profound. As she sat in the room, lost in thought on the Luohan bed, She suddenly swept her teacup to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Mama Fong summoned someone to clean up the mess, replacing the cup with a fresh one, and dismissed the maid, standing before Lady Song herself. "Nurse, she just scolded me, saying I was being foolish. Am I in the wrong?" Lady Song gazed at Mama Fong, a hint of resentment in her expression. "In the past, I endured, but now, elevated to the status of a first-rank noblewoman, must I continue to endure? How long must this last? I am striving for my daughter's future, wishing for her to marry into a respectable family. Have I erred? She has no daughter. How could she possibly understand a mother's heart?" Lady Song harbored a sense of indignation. Mama Fong replied, "My good lady, all your efforts are for the sake of the second miss, and you are indeed in the right. Yes, it is for cheer. I merely wish for her to accompany cheer into the palace to meet the Empress Dowager, yet she lectured me at length. I was unaware that my mother-in-law possessed such wisdom." Lady Song vented her frustrations regarding Song Si's reprimands. Mama Fong recognized that at this juncture, it was unwise to intervene. Otherwise, the pent-up frustration would only fester. After a cup of tea, Lady Song finally ceased her lamentations, taking 2 sips of tea to soothe her spirit. "I act solely for cheer, not for any other reason. Is it wrong for her to assist her granddaughter, especially when their bond is so close? After all, she is her legitimate granddaughter. I understand that she seems indifferent towards cheer, perhaps blaming her for my past decision to bear 2 daughters in succession, thereby venting her frustrations upon cheer." Madame Song, reflecting on the past, felt a tinge of grievance. Madame Fong interjected, "Madam, your words seem to reflect misplaced anger. It is true that the matriarch favors grandsons, yet her kindness towards the second young lady has never faltered, even if it does not match the affection shown to the eldest. My dear madam, just as fingers vary in length, so too does affection for grandchildren. It is often said that the oldest and youngest are cherished the most, leaving the one in the middle feeling like mere grass." Madame Song, in a huff, retorted, "So is it wrong for me to consider cheer more? I believe the matriarch's sentiments are understandable. As the matriarch, her priority lies with the entire Song family. A stable Song family ensures the stability of all its members. The Prime Minister has only recently ascended to his position, and it has been less than 2 months. Though my knowledge is limited, I am aware that there are many who may not be content with his youth." Madame Song fell silent. The matriarch's suggestion to maintain a low profile within the household was indeed prudent. It mirrors the wisdom of quietly amassing wealth. Discretion allows for gradual growth without drawing attention. Does it not? Madame Fong observed her. "I have spoken too much. I should reprimand myself." With a gentle pat on her own mouth, Madame Song playfully chided, "Mother, are you not teasing me? Who would ever complain about your chatter? I do not mean to imply that she is entirely in the wrong. Rather, I believe it is perfectly acceptable to guide one's granddaughter. Who knows, perhaps the esteemed matron will mention it in front of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager." Lady Song scoffed. "Will she?" As the carriage made its way to the imperial palace, Song Si sneezed and remarked, "I am well aware that Gu will undoubtedly plot against me behind my back. She simply cannot abide my reprimands. Yet, tell me, did I truly err in my guidance? The heights can be chilling. Does she not consider how fierce the winds can be atop such lofty peaks? One stands there to flaunt, and a gust could spell disaster. It is wise to maintain a low profile, ensuring one remains composed, for such steadiness breeds resilience. A moment's triumph may bring fleeting joy, yet continual success guarantees enduring contentment." Her admiration for the ancestors is indeed fervent. In the midst of her musings, Song Si arrived at the West Hua Gate and stepped into the soft sedan chair bestowed by the Empress Dowager, swaying gently as it proceeded towards Sinang Palace. Was that Lady Song? Among the entourage of concubines, one noble lady sat high in her sedan chair, observing Song Si as she advanced towards Sinang Palace. Consort Fan curled her lip in disdain, remarking, "She certainly seems pleased with herself. Yet, it is merely a bond forged in adversity." The Empress Dowager is quite attentive, always bearing her in mind. It is no exaggeration to say she is the foremost among the wives of these ministers. Even her mother pales in comparison. Let us proceed. Upon reaching Sinang Palace, before Song Si could bow to the Empress Dowager, she was assisted by palace attendants to sit at the opposite end of the couch where the Empress Dowager reclined. "You are unwell. There is no need for such formalities," the Empress Dowager said with a warm smile. Song Si was about to utter the phrase that etiquette should not be neglected, yet her interlocutor seemed to anticipate her words. Responding, "There's no need to speak of etiquette here. It's just the 2 of us, no one else to impress." With a wry smile, she added, Are you implying that the servants who attend to us are not human? Song Si replied with a formal tone, Your Highness, your kindness to this humble servant is acknowledged. Yet I cannot presume to take liberties. Wang the Empress cast her a reproachful glance, feigning melancholy as she remarked, Now that life has become more comfortable, your manner of speech has lost its former ease. Song Si responded, but the roles we occupy have shifted. Speaking casually could easily lead to misunderstandings. Should it be misconstrued by those with malicious intent? How's your health, if I may inquire? Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. I have no grievances. All is well, Wang the Empress assured her. You must try this rose pastry. It is said that the chefs in the royal kitchen have added milk to the recipe. She pushed a plate of rose pastries towards Song Si. Surprised by the ease with which the conversation flowed, Song Si stood to express her gratitude. It is indeed a pleasure to see you well, and under normal circumstances, I would not wish to burden you with my presence. However, since I have found a suitable candidate for a successor, I wanted you to meet the child. Song Si thought to herself how perceptive Wang the Empress was. Her insights remarkably astute. Your Highness, you do me too much honor, she said, her face betraying genuine astonishment. This was not merely an act. She truly felt a sense of being favored, as this matter was deeply personal, a family affair where mere words would suffice to settle decisions. Yet, Wang the Empress had invited her to witness the situation, a gesture that transcended ordinary privilege. It was a mark of trust and a bond of sincerity. Wang Taifei, feeling speechless, remarked, Please refrain from addressing me as your servant wife with every utterance. It has become quite tiresome to my ears. It would be better for you to act more freely. Minister Li of the Ministry of Rites replied, Are you certain that you are not subtly administering a dose of sarcasm towards me? The reverence for our ancestors is indeed overwhelming. Please, do take a moment to appreciate this, she added. The updates on the legendary peerless Tongmen are remarkably swift. Chapter 159. Come, dear, I shall give you some sweets. Song Si could swear to the heavens that she had no intention of casting veiled insults at anyone. It was merely an instinctive response. As for the one who spoke of propriety, she was entirely unfamiliar with them. Is there truly such an occurrence? Song Si inquired, astonished. Are you not aware? It is said that there has been some mischief occurring within your household, Wang Taifei replied. As for the young lady frolicking about in another's estate, the Li family prides itself on being a paragon of propriety. They must at least maintain a facade for the sake of appearances, lest they tarnish their own reputation for decorum. Song Si lamented, truly, what a double-edged sword this is. You two have begun to wield proverbs, Wang Taifei chuckled, her eyes narrowing in amusement. Your Majesty, the young master has arrived, Lian Xiao announced, stepping forward to bow respectfully before Wang Taifei. Wang Taifei quickly straightened her posture, turning her gaze towards the entrance of the hall. Song Si followed suit, observing a palace maid leading a child of about 5 or 6 years of age. The maid first saluted Wang Taifei, then gently urged the child forward. The child knelt upon the ground, clasped their hands in a gesture of respect, and tremulously offered, Chung'er extends greetings to your Majesty, wishing you eternal blessings, longevity, and auspicious fortune. Rise, Wang Taifei instructed with a smile, raising her hand and gesturing towards Song Si. This is the esteemed matriarch of the Song family. You should also extend your greetings to her. Wang Yicheng gazed at Song Si and knelt once more, respectfully greeting the matriarch. I wish the esteemed matriarch endless blessings and fulfillment. The child's stammering words softened Song Si's heart, prompting her to gently respond. There's no need for such formalities. Dear child, please rise. The maidservant Lianxin assisted Wang Yicheng to his feet. Perhaps feeling a bit shy, he pressed closely to her side. His lips tightly pursed, appearing somewhat withdrawn. Wang Taiho observed this with a hint of disappointment, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Song Si, in her understanding, beckoned him closer, saying, Come here, dear, I have some sweets for you. Wang Yicheng hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lianxin. Auntie? Lianxin smiled encouragingly. Go on. The matriarch is calling for you. Only then did Wang Yicheng step forward, striving to stand tall while avoiding a direct gaze towards Wang Taiho, whom he found intimidating due to her lofty demeanor. In contrast, Song Si's countenance radiated warmth and kindness, making her seem approachable. As Song Si scrutinized Wang Yicheng, she noted his simple youthful attire and the hair styled in a top knot. His delicate face bore little flesh, and his slight frame suggested a difficult past. Taking his hand, she felt the roughness of his palm and, upon inspecting it closely, discovered a ghastly scar from a knife wound. This revelation startled her, prompting a glance towards Wang Taho, who merely blinked in silence. Wang Yicheng, momentarily taken aback, lowered his gaze to the intricately embroidered pouch he held. He lifted it, inhaling a delightful fragrance, and shyly looked at Song Si, offering a bashful smile. "Thank you, esteemed matriarch." Song Si retrieved a handful of colorful candies from another pouch and placed them into his palm, saying, "These are milk candies and fruit candies. Enjoy them. Your grandmother promised you sweets, and she does not deceive. It is true that the ancestral figure is quite extraordinary." Chapter 160, Empress Wang. I am jealous. Empress Wang curiously glanced over, noticing the vibrant wrappers in Song Si's hand, encasing candies the size of a finger, which appeared quite delightful. She too desired to partake. If adults found such colorful wrappers appetizing, how could a child resist? Wang Yicheng could not contain himself as he stretched out both hands to receive the sweets, which exuded a delightful fragrance and sweetness. He looked up at Song Si and asked, "Madam, is this truly for me?" "Indeed, they are all yours. However, you are still quite young, so you may only have 2 pieces each day. More than that would not be advisable, or your teeth may suffer." "Oh. And remember to brush your teeth before bed, or else little bugs may bore holes in them, leading to tears of pain." Empress Wang felt a chill run down her spine at the vivid imagery. Wang Yicheng's face paled slightly in fear. Will eating candy attract bugs? Indeed. If you consume too much and neglect your dental hygiene, cavities will ensue. Thus, to prevent those pesky bugs, you must brush your teeth morning and night. Song Si explained with a smile. Wang Yicheng nodded earnestly. "I will heed your advice and brush diligently from now on. Do not call me madam. Just refer to me as grandmother." "I find it rather tiresome," Empress Wang remarked. Wang Yicheng cautiously stole a glance at Empress Wang and softly uttered, "Grandmother." "Oh, what a good child," she replied affectionately. Song Si gently rubbed his head and said, "Go play with Aunt Lianxing." Wang Yicheng tucked the candy into his small pouch and, after bowing to Empress Wang and Song Si, obediently took the hand of the palace maid and exited. His tone carried a hint of jealousy. Song Si remarked, "Your Majesty, could it be that this child fears you? Others also offer him treats, yet when it comes to me, he addresses me as grandmother." Empress Wang confessed that she felt a twinge of envy. At that moment, flattery was indeed in order. Song Si chuckled. Common folks who behold the imperial presence might be so overwhelmed with excitement and fear that they cannot even lift their heads, swooning into unconsciousness. Similarly, this child, upon seeing your radiant countenance, would naturally feel a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. After all, he is just a few years old and has never encountered someone as grand and noble as you. It is only natural for him to be frightened upon encountering a goddess-like figure. Empress Wang playfully scolded, "Are you comforting me or merely flattering me?" "Whatever you perceive is indeed the truth," Song Si replied. "Oh, you." Empress Wang lightly tapped her, laughing joyfully. "This is the Song Si I know." Empress Wang took a sip of tea and sighed. "Aside from this child, there is no one more suitable. He is a distant relative and has not been within the 5 degrees of kinship. His parents passed away long ago, and he has been taken in by a paternal uncle. Without blood ties, what good fortune could he expect? Living in such conditions where meals are scarce. How else could a 6-year-old appear like a frail chick of 4 or 5? Ah, the scar on his hand is a knife wound. I heard that while visiting relatives with his parents, they encountered bandits. He managed to escape with his life after bravely seizing the dagger that was aimed at him. The admiration for the ancestral figure is profound. It is truly remarkable." The tale unfolds in the peerless Tang Men, where the narrative progresses rapidly. Chapter 161 delves into the exchange of flattery. Wang Yicheng, originally named Wang Yongping, faced a harrowing fate at the tender age of 4 when he and his parents fell victim to bandits during a family visit. His parents were brutally slain, and he narrowly escaped with his life, subsequently being placed under the care of a distant uncle. Naturally, this arrangement came at a cost, as the family's estate was temporarily entrusted to the uncle. As Empress Wang poignantly remarked, kinship does not guarantee kindness. The uncle's family treated him with a semblance of care, merely ensuring he did not perish from hunger. Yet, the boy was burdened with relentless toil within that household. In essence, he was a child of misfortune, yet undeniably suited for adoption. Song Si, upon hearing this tale, felt a pang of sorrow and sighed, acknowledging that even in times of peace, there will always be wretches and bandits. Indeed, he conceded, choosing not to delve deeper into this grim subject, for throughout history, the notion of safety has been but an illusion. There will always be those who succumb to a life of crime. as the world is divided into two types of individuals, the virtuous and the malevolent. The unfortunate boy, aside from himself, left his family line in ruin. What of his lineage, now linked to your esteemed self, your majesty? Song Ci expressed his curiosity regarding this matter. He then showered further praise upon the empress. Your majesty embodies compassion and benevolence. Empress Wang sighed softly in response. Let us empathize with one another. For we are all souls beset by misfortune. The boy is indeed unfortunate, yet extraordinarily fortunate, for he has encountered your majesty. Song Ci spoke with sincerity. Wang Yicheng, having encountered such a tragic misfortune, is undeniably unfortunate. Yet, he has been chosen by Empress Dowager Wang, which is indeed a stroke of great fortune. As long as he does not falter in his conduct, even if he possesses a somewhat moderate temperament, he shall soar to great heights, benefiting his lineage for generations to come. It can be said that he has stumbled upon extraordinary luck. The Empress Dowager expressed, I merely hope that I have not erred in my selection. I do not expect him to be exceptionally ambitious. I only wish for him to uphold the dignity of my brother's line, to act with integrity, to not deceive others, to propagate the family, and to educate the next generation. Song Ci quickly replied, as long as he is properly nurtured, your majesty will undoubtedly see your wishes fulfilled. The Empress Dowager gazed at her pensively. Therefore, ACI, would you be willing to assist me? You see how fond that child is of you, even calling you grandmother. Song Ci stammered, oh dear, I have been too eager. What should I do to silence my own tongue? Your majesty, I am but a coarse peasant woman, lacking in knowledge and accomplishments. How could I possibly bear the weight of educating the young lord? I implore you to spare me. The Empress Dowager shot her a sharp look. Your words are unacceptable. You have raised a champion and nurtured a minister. Even as a peasant, you are no ordinary one. Song Ci thought, such flattery is overwhelming. I feel unworthy. The Empress Dowager continued, I am aware of your frail health. I do not intend to thrust this child into the ministerial residence. I merely wish to arrange a chamber for him in Sinang Palace, allowing him to attend lectures at the academy alongside the sons of nobility and to spend 2 or 3 days at the minister's residence every half-month. You could impart to him the principles of being a good person, and the minister could provide insight into his academic progress. The Empress Dowager looked at her with delight. Song Ci wished to evade the Empress Dowager's gaze, yet she found herself unable to do so. Your Majesty, I am unworthy of such honor. It is settled then. With a decisive clap, Empress Wang exclaimed, I have but one nephew, and from this day forth, let him traverse the imperial palace and the ministerial residence freely. As for the minister, you need not worry. I shall have the emperor speak on your behalf. So there is no need for you to intervene. Song Ci was left speechless. Given that the decree had been firmly established, how could he dare to object? The ancestral matriarch is indeed formidable. I implore everyone to take note. The updates from the unparalleled Tang sect are the swiftest. Chapter 162. Song Ci's dismay. Empress Wang was in high spirits, while Song Ci was, quite frankly, troubled. Even if he were to visit the ministerial residence every few days, it would still entail significant responsibility, ensuring the safety of the precious Wang Yicheng, guaranteeing that no mishaps would befall him within the Song household. These matters are fraught with unpredictability. Who knows what schemes those wretched individuals might be concocting behind the scenes? No, one must take precautions in advance. Preparing a preventive measure is essential. A dual approach to safety education must be adopted to mitigate the existing dangers. Without regard for propriety, Song Ci boldly inquired, Your Majesty, with young Cheng'er brought to the palace, has there been any unrest from the Duke of Zhongqin's side? The Duke's household is singularly focused on bestowing a successor upon the Empress Dowager's lineage, aiming to secure a title of merit for themselves. With their plans thwarted, can they remain peaceful? Empress Wang's smile faltered as she responded with a cold chuckle. How could there be no unrest? Even though we were caught off guard, they have found countless angles to exploit, even going so far as to predict that this child's fate is particularly resilient, implying that he may bring misfortune upon me. Your Majesty, Song Ci was rendered speechless. Was it not the case that ancient people were most averse to such matters? Yet, the Empress Dowager exhibited no restraint. Speaking freely, Empress Wang, it matters not, for I am the most esteemed woman in this realm, unperturbed by any notions of misfortune. I have faith that my fate will bring blessings to that child. Song Ci was astonished. Such a mindset was indeed commendable. With her heart devoted to the world, she surely bestows fortune upon countless lives. In truth, that child had already begun to benefit from the Empress's grace. Without her, he might have suffered from hunger. Empress Wang beamed with joy. Look, A CI possesses a remarkable clarity of thought. The Duke of Loyalty and Diligence, upon seeing the Empress wish to take the child away, wore a countenance that could only be described as one akin to swallowing a fly. He was still contemplating inserting his own people under the guise of caring for the child. How transparent. Your Majesty, it is not that I wish to entertain any conspiracy theories. In matters of interest, it is imperative that you provide this child with an additional layer of protection. Those who serve him must all be appointed by you. Regardless of what the Duke of Loyalty and Diligence may say, let it be your people. That is only natural. Since I have determined this heir to carry on my brother's lineage, I will certainly not allow any interference that could lead the child astray. Empress Wang paused thoughtfully. The Duke of Loyalty and Diligence's estate was not hereditary. To speak frankly, it paled in comparison to the noble houses. At least the noble houses maintained their titles across 3 generations, while the estate of the Duke of Loyalty and Diligence, it had declined with each passing generation. To secure their own wealth and status, they would inevitably seek shelter beneath a grander figure. In the future, should there be the House of Qingyan, it would naturally be a matter of kinship, deserving of some regard. However, if the House of Qingyan does not exist, and the House of Zhongqin lacks a capable steward, it is destined to decline eventually. The admiration for our ancestors is genuine. She is truly remarkable. The updates on the Peerless Tang sect are the most rapid. In Chapter 163, our residence is about to be encircled. Song Xi does not wish to view humanity so cynically. It is the media and reality that have poisoned perceptions. Alas, now the cake at the House of Zhongqin has been tampered with, and one cannot help but wonder if our residents will also fall prey to curses. Adding yet another adversary to our list. Such worries abound. Yet, Empress Dowager Wang grasped Song Xi's hand, reflecting deeply. I have always known, dear Ci, that your silence does not stem from ignorance, but from a deliberate choice to remain discreet. You are not like those who wear numerous masks. What you express to me is from the depths of your heart. Song Xi felt a flush of embarrassment. Please, do not flatter me. I am nearly too ashamed to continue. The Empress Dowager acquiesced, stating, at the appropriate time, I shall summon the House of Zhongqin to speak. I will ensure they understand that without this child, the House of Qingyan will cease to exist. Empress Dowager Wang scoffed. After all, the act of adoption has always been a matter of half-hearted agreement. Even if there is no formal adoption, does that mean no one will continue to honor the ancestral rites? Song Xi felt somewhat relieved and sheepishly replied, Your Majesty, please do not fault me for overstepping. I merely fear that you have finally gained a cherished heir, and before you could form a bond, yet I do not wish for you to feel sorrow. The Empress Dowager was indeed touched, squeezing her hand gently. How could I ever blame you? Is this child to be adopted under your nephew's name? Empress Dowager Wang nodded and replied, During the chaos of war years ago, my nephew had just married for 2 years and had only one offspring before the entire family perished. It is well that this child is placed under his name. There is no rush. The child is still young, and the residence requires restoration. Moreover, should he inherit a title, it must be that of the Earl of Qingyan. Hence it shall be called the Qingyan Marquisate. The Empress Dowager sighed. I truly wish for a decade to pass swiftly, to witness him establishing a family and nurturing future generations. In such a case, even should I descend into the underworld, I would have the honor to face my ancestors. Rest assured, time will pass quickly, and that day will arrive soon. She then inquired, By the way, why do you still carry the candies you gave to that child? The Empress Dowager's curiosity was piqued as she glanced at the pouch at her waist. There is also a medicinal pouch. Song Xi untied 2 pouches, first handing over the medicinal one and explaining that it was prepared by Lin Qing. As for the candies, they were made in the small kitchen. At my age, I occasionally feel lightheaded. The physician nearby mentioned that it is due to low blood sugar, so I prepared some candies to carry with me. In case I feel faint while out, I can quickly have one to regain my strength. With unabashed audacity, Song Xi attributed the explanation to Lin Qing, knowing that the Empress Dowager would not inquire further. Is there such a remedy? The Empress Dowager found it intriguing. As she unwrapped the candy, a pink, glistening confection revealed itself, and without hesitation, she popped it into her mouth. Song Xi gasped in alarm. Your Majesty, you haven't even tasted it yet. Meanwhile, Lian Xiao, standing not far away, observed with a degree of anxiety. It is merely a piece of candy. What is there to test? After all, it is for you, ACI, to enjoy at your leisure, without concern. Ah, the taste is both tangy and sweet. What is it made of? Song Xi. She genuinely adores our ancestors. Please, everyone, remember to save this. The updates for Peerless Tang Men are the swiftest. Chapter 164. Song Xiang. I am quite impoverished. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Song Ziyuan stared in astonishment at Emperor Chu, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, regarding my previous suggestion, I recall that it was not my mother's intention. She has always wished for the Duke of Qing'an and the Xiong family to become closer, hence such a decision was made. Moreover, who could forget that it was your aunt's prowess that raised you to be the esteemed Xiong Yi? Song Ziyuan. I perceive that you are subtly mocking me, yet I dare not voice it. The Duke of Qing'an will also study at the Taishui, and he will occasionally stay at the Xiong residence to seek your guidance on his studies. With your qualifications and capabilities, is it not possible for you to provide insight to a young child? Furthermore, you have several young lads at home who could serve as companions." Emperor Chu remarked, "Indeed, it is beneficial for the elder to care for the younger." He offered no chance for refusal. However, one must not allow the emperor to achieve his desires too easily. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Emperor Chu's gaze. He is not afraid that the duke might take advantage of this to place someone in the Xiong residence. After all, which noble family does not have their own kin among the ranks? Very well, I shall make arrangements. You need not lament before me. I shall also permit you to recruit 300 garrison soldiers." Song Ziyuan gazed at Emperor Chu in surprise, unable to jest. 300 garrison soldiers? In the realm of Daqing, only ministers of the third rank and above are permitted to establish the provincial army with a specified number of troops. Those below the third rank are completely barred from such establishments, and any private formation of the provincial army is considered treasonous. However, the provincial army of the Song Prime Minister consists of merely 600 men, and with an additional recruitment of 300, would total 900. The household guards of the Prime Minister alone number in the hundreds, which, when combined, could exceed 1,000 personnel. Upon further deliberation, one might conclude, alas, how impoverished the situation truly is. The Emperor of Chu anticipated the courtesy of 9 bows and kneels from Song Ziyuan, yet observed him standing in contemplative silence. Prompting a rap upon the table, why has gratitude not been expressed? Is it deemed insufficient? The Emperor of Chu mused silently, what peculiar arithmetic is this? Those present may soon be driven to sell their possessions for sustenance. Indeed, the Prime Minister's dog still embodies the essence of the Song lineage, quite pretentious. The Emperor reflected. Facilitating mutual trade and future maritime commerce. Is there truly a concern regarding sustenance? Song Ziyuan responded, Your Majesty speaks wisely. I shall endeavor with utmost dedication. The Emperor rose, declaring, Then it is settled. Let us proceed to Xining Palace, where you shall fetch your esteemed aunt, for it has been some time since I last beheld her. The minister bowed, expressing gratitude for the imperial favor. The affection for her esteemed ancestor was palpable, and a fervent plea for everyone to gather was made. In her lifetime, Song Ci experienced the essence of existence. In that lifetime, she sat alongside the Empress Dowager, savoring cakes and engaging in delightful conversation. In her lifetime, she beheld the true emperor, who even addressed her as aunt. It can be said, truly, that Song Ci was extraordinary. Mother? Song Ziyuan called softly, noticing Song Ci lost in thought. The Emperor of Chu chuckled heartily, remarking on his aunt's ever-spirited wit. Song Ci quickly interjected, Your Majesty, please refrain from such humble expressions. They overwhelm me, and I am unworthy of such titles. While one may bask in glory and pride, the bravado can be quite daunting. How could I possibly bear such a burden? After all, he once addressed you in that manner, Lady Wang retorted with playful reproach. She dared not speak too freely in the presence of the emperor, fearing that too many words might lead to missteps, and thus she feigned weariness, struggling to maintain composure. Noticing this, the emperor suggested, It is getting late. Song Xiang should escort you back to the palace. Song Ziyuan nodded in agreement, and he and Song Ci bowed respectfully before departing from the Xining Palace. My dear son, your mother has placed a heavy burden upon you, Song Ci whispered. Why do you say such a thing, mother? Song Ziyuan replied, somewhat taken aback. With a sigh, Song Ci explained. The Empress Dowager has chosen a successor for the Duke of Qing'an, a lad named Wang Yicheng. I have already consented to allow him to stay at our residence from time to time, and I have also promised to offer guidance on his studies. My dear son, with your busy schedule, must you also take on the role of tutor? Is this not a considerable imposition? Song Ziyuan chuckled softly. It is hardly a significant matter, merely tidying up a courtyard. As for tutoring, how much time could one child's studies possibly consume? You need not feel guilty or anxious. I can manage. Is this a matter of your mother's private accounts? He gently inquired, taking her hand in jest. Even your mother's private accounts would require a substantial sum. Would she truly be so generous? Song Si replied with a sense of pride, Indeed, I am quite affluent. I possess wealth with no particular outlet for expenditure. I fear I shall leave behind riches untapped. It is better to indulge in the present moment. Song Ziyuan paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. In the Xinang Palace, Emperor Chu and Empress Wang exchanged glances, also chuckling at the dialogue relayed by the megaphone. Ah, Ci is still the same Ci. Her words are truly amusing, extremely wealthy. That phrase is quite relatable, remarked Emperor Chu, his spirit lifted as he held his teacup. In this case, I shall permit the Song residents to recruit an additional 200 household troops. After all, she is extraordinarily affluent and certainly capable of supporting them. Empress Wang raised an eyebrow. You intend to allow the Song residents to recruit 200 more household troops? But the Fan residence has only 800. Your Majesty, are you not concerned about balance? Emperor Chu lowered his gaze, inspecting the dragon pattern on the edge of his bowl, just as fingers vary in length. It is natural for a ruler to favor certain subjects. It is no fault of mine to show preference for Song. Everyone knows that our acquaintance began in humble circumstances. He is my first trusted minister, and a little favoritism is hardly objectionable. Empress Wang replied, as long as you are aware of your own inclinations. She then instructed, Qian Xiao, send a eunuch to summon Lord Zhongqin and Lady Zhongqin to the palace tomorrow. She truly adores our ancestor, he mused. Please remember to collect everyone's contributions. She genuinely adores our ancestor, he reiterated, and the updates from the unparalleled Tang sect are the swiftest. In the 166th chapter, Thin Dismissal, the mother mentioned that all expenses related to the small courtyard would be taken from her private account. At her age, it is not easy to save a few private coins. Just listen to me. It is merely a small courtyard, not a permanent residence. So it does not require substantial expenditures. Public funds will suffice, instructed Song Ziyuan. The lady of the Song family quickly interjected. There is no need to draw from my mother's private funds. If we do not use public funds, my dowry will suffice to cover the expenses. There is no need for your dowry, which can be saved for flowers. Let us proceed with the public account instead. It is merely a child, and even utilizing a small kitchen will not demand much. Lady Song, witnessing his insistence, replied, I shall heed your wishes. My lord, does this imply that the residence of the Marquis of Cheng'an also awaits renovation, pending its master? Indeed, the Marquis of Cheng'an is but 6 years old. Neither the Empress Dowager nor the Emperor would permit him to reside alone in his estate. He shall remain in the palace until he is of age to leave. Then he shall have the residence of the Marquis of Cheng'an. This little orphan has truly struck fortune. To soar to such heights, is it not remarkable? Song Ziyuan did not respond to this remark. Instead, he contemplated the recruitment of the 200 guards, how to enlist them, train them, and sustain them. The expenses involved required meticulous accounting, which he needed to discuss with his younger brother, for maintaining troops is indeed quite costly. Noticing his silence and the occasional furrowing of his brow, Lady Song felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that her mother-in-law had informed him of her good deeds? Awaiting her to speak, My lord, I confess that in a moment of confusion, I entertained the foolish thought of having my mother take Chier to the palace to pay respects to the empress. I merely wished for Chier to gain some insight, without considering the ramifications thoroughly. It was my folly. Song Ziyuan was taken aback by her words, his brow furrowing further. You allowed your mother to take Chier to the palace? Lady Song was momentarily stunned by his unexpected reaction. It seemed that her mother-in-law had not reported her actions after all. The concubine merely wished for the Empress Dowager to meet Chier. If Her Majesty were to bestow a marriage, then Chier. Song Ziyuan's expression turned somewhat displeased, his tone laced with reprimand. I have already arranged matters concerning Chier. Why must you trouble mother further? My lord, I have my own ideas regarding Chier's marriage, and you need not concern yourself with it any further. Moreover, the emperor has already consented. Should I identify a suitable future son-in-law, he will issue a decree to grant the union. Thankfully, mother did not bring Chier to the palace. For today, the emperor has also visited the Xinang Palace. Had he seen Chier there, who knows what thoughts might have crossed his mind. Madame Song's complexion shifted several times, and she awkwardly spoke. I was wrong. I did not realize you had made such arrangements for Chier. An imperial marriage is indeed a tremendous honor. Song Ziyuan sighed, recognizing his fault in not informing her sooner. Seeing his reaction, Madame Song boldly inquired, My lord, have you set your sights on someone? A flicker of hesitation crossed Song Ziyuan's face as he replied, There is indeed such a person, but Chier is rather proud. She would likely be unwilling. Madame Song's heart sank. She was not foolish and quickly grasped the underlying implication of his words. Who could it be that the proud Song rookie would refuse to marry? Surely, it must be someone of inferior status, which would be quite distressing. Contemplating this, Madame Song's heart began to race, and she dared to speculate. My lord, could it be that you have taken a liking to some talented scholar? Please do not let it be one from the inn. She would not be pleased with that at all. Chapter 167. Reluctance for my daughter to marry into a humble family. Seeing the anxious expression on Madame Song's face, Song Ziyuan could not help but smile faintly. Would you be willing to betroth Chier to an ordinary scholar from a humble farming family? Madame Song's heart momentarily halted, her lips stiffened, and without a second thought, she inquired, a scholar from a humble family? Who is he? Has the Prime Minister already decided? Upon uttering these words, she realized her tone was overly sharp and accusatory. Leaving her flustered, she quickly sought to remedy her words, adding, what I meant to say, my lord, is that have you truly made up your mind? Not yet. However, I perceive that you are rather reluctant to choose a scholar from a humble family as a suitable husband for Chier, Song Ziyuan replied with a calm demeanor. Madame Song tugged at the corners of her mouth, attempting to explain, my lord, you surely understand Chier's temperament. She has always been strong-willed and competitive, with high aspirations. How could you expect her to marry a humble scholar? Even her elder sister wed into a prestigious family. How could she possibly settle for less? And if she is unwilling, what of you, madam? Song Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. As a mother, one does not wish for her daughter's marriage to be a source of hardship. Our Chier has grown up in luxury, accustomed to the finest things. So much so that she would cry if merely pricked by a needle. To send her into a humble household to suffer would be akin to condemning her to a life of misery. Madame Song offered a wry smile, saying, my lord, it is not that I hold disdain for humble families. I am well aware that you yourself come from such a background, and I have witnessed the hardships you endured to achieve your current stature. Today, even if you are displeased with me, I must assert that I have faced my share of struggles, and I do not wish for my daughters to experience the same. I cannot bear the thought of Chier marrying a humble scholar, even if he possesses exceptional talents. Madame Song was taken aback. Such high praise? She pursed her lips and shook her head. I cannot agree. My lord, Chier may be willing to marry beneath her station, but not to a family of humble means. Perhaps you believe he possesses the qualities of a prime minister, but that requires considerable time. My lord, does our Chier have such steadfast resilience? I fear she may expend all her efforts in this inner household and still find nothing in return. Song Ziyuan held his tea in silence, while Madame Song felt a rising anxiety and a hint of regret. Yet, thinking of Chier, she managed a bitter smile. Did she not understand the hardships that a daughter of a noble family would endure when marrying into a lowly household? Her own willingness to marry was rooted in her affection for Song Ziyuan, who had never disappointed her. But the pressures and suffering endured were known only to those who had lived through them. It was precisely because she understood this that she was unwilling for her daughter to face similar tribulations. It was not that she doubted Song Ziyuan's judgment, but rather that she feared for Song Rookie's ability to cope. Not everyone is like Guxiani. As Madame Song was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a warmth in her hand and looked up in surprise. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Madam, do you not hold any resentment toward me? Why would I resent you? Song Ziyuan smiled and replied, only by experiencing hardship oneself can one truly appreciate its taste, naturally. I do not wish for my own children to suffer. However, my lord, I merely believe that the scholar possesses admirable character and qualities. And though he hails from a humble background, Chier's generous dowry shall shield her from hardship. You are correct. Not everyone possesses the endurance to endure such prolonged hardships. Can a father truly bear the thought of his child faltering in the interminable void of waiting? Lady Song's throat tightened with emotion. Her admiration for the ancestors is genuine. She fervently urges everyone to cherish them. The pace of updates for the Peerless Tang sect is indeed swift. Chapter 168. Song Rookie, am I merely an afterthought? Lady Song did not anticipate that Song Ziyuan would be so agreeable. When he expressed his reluctance, she acquiesced. Although taken aback, she felt a sense of relief. She genuinely feared that Song Ziyuan would obstinately betroth Song Rookie to a humble scholar, which would not merely be a matter of preference, but rather whether Chiyo would even ascend the bridal sedan. Even if Chiyo were to acquiesce to her parents' wishes, would she not find herself comparing her fate to that of her elder sister? Sisters, after all, are most apprehensive about comparisons between their husbands and children. Lady Song understands this all too well. Who among her sisters has not been subjected to such comparisons? Alas! Mama Fong presented a cup of longan tea to Lady Song and said, Madam, do not overthink it. It is time for arrangements to be made. Since the Prime Minister has made a decision, it will not be altered, so rest assured. I know, Lady Song replied, but is it not a bit surprising? You mentioned that entry into the palace to select a royal consort was prohibited, yet here we are, considering a humble scholar. The disparity is as vast as heaven and earth. Lady Song held the tea to calm her nerves, genuinely unsettled. If the Prime Minister broached the subject, the individual in question must surely be exceptional. Lady Song sighed. No matter how remarkable, it cannot surpass one's lineage. Mama, are you not aware of how I traversed those years? I cannot bear to see Chair endure such hardship. Her aspirations are high. If she were to marry into a humble family, how could she possibly find contentment in a mundane life with a husband? You must understand, many women have had their true natures ground down by the relentless grind of mundane existence. Although she may claim to disdain the lower classes, she cannot help but feel apprehensive at the thought of her daughter struggling in such a life. Mother, do you think someone might have spoken ill of me before the Prime Minister? Lady Song suddenly interjected. How could that be? Mama Fong replied. With his current stature, who could possibly sway the Prime Minister? Lady Song fell into silence, contemplating this. Yet, what if it were the Emperor? If the Emperor sought to forge alliances, would he not encourage the Prime Minister to consider such a union? No, that seems unlikely. The Prime Minister already stands as the leader of the humble families and has no need to seek their favor. Lady Song curled her fingers thoughtfully, saying, Mother, do be cautious. Make sure Chier does not learn of this matter, lest she unwittingly invite trouble. Mama Fong promptly assured her, when you converse with the Prime Minister, I remain vigilant at the door, ensuring no one else approaches. That is reassuring. Unbeknownst to them, an eavesdropper had overheard their conversation and relayed the information to Song Rookie. Her face turned pale as she addressed the maid. Are you saying this is true? Does father genuinely intend to betroth me to a humble family? The maid replied, I assure you, I heard it clearly. I had been napping beneath the window when I awoke to overhear the Prime Minister and Lady discussing this matter. Yet, since Lady was unwilling, the Prime Minister seemed to have acquiesced. Song Rookie plopped onto the couch, her face a portrait of astonishment and fury. Father, how could he treat me so cruelly? He intends to betroth me to a family of humble origins. Does he even regard me as his daughter? Second miss, temper your words, the maid implored. After bestowing a silver coin upon the young girl for her discretion, she watched her depart before turning to Song Rookie. Second miss, the esteemed lord merely mentioned it in passing. He has not truly made any arrangements. This is merely a false alarm. How can you speak ill of him behind his back? What do you understand? If father brought it up, it must be with intent. Woe is me. He has secured a match for my elder sister with a noble family, yet for me, it's a mere match to a family of peasants. Am I not merely a pawn in his game? My fate is truly lamentable. Song Rookie wept into her pillow. Loyal Duke Zhongqing felt akin to a dog that had been mistreated. After 2 decades of scheming to secure a successor for Empress Wang, he found himself humiliatingly groveling, only to be thwarted at the last moment by an unexpected turn of events. How could he not feel indignant? How could he not feel wronged? His misfortune was truly exasperating. Nevertheless, when summoned by Empress Wang, he had no choice but to present himself. Prepared to reminisce about old times with the Empress, he instructed his wife. Have the handkerchiefs been readied? Lady Lu inquired, grasping the fabric in her hands and nodding in affirmation. All is prepared. Why prepare, you may ask. It is, of course, for the purpose of performance. A mere wipe with the handkerchief brings forth tears as if by magic. Indeed, it is a handkerchief infused with ginger juice. Uncle Zhongqing felt reassured, yet he pondered how best to articulate his thoughts. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his young grandson, tugging at him gently, admonishing, do not gaze about indiscriminately. When you encounter Pingo from 6th Uncle's family, be certain to speak kindly to him. Wang Yongyan suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and earnestly replied, Grandfather, I understand. Uncle Zhongqing wished to offer further counsel. But at that moment, Lian Xiao emerged, greeting them with a gentle smile as she ushered them inside. The group promptly composed themselves, following Lian Xiao with utmost decorum. Empress Dowager Wang sat regally upon her phoenix throne, observing the arrival of Uncle Zhongqing and his companions. Noticing the young grandson at his side, she raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing no hint of surprise. She had not yet given up hope. Your humble servant pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager enjoy eternal peace and prosperity. The Empress Dowager did not respond immediately, her gaze lingering on Uncle Zhongqing's corpulent form, finding it rather disconcerting. Did he not realize that a leaner appearance is more pleasing? Indeed, Our Empress Dowager harbored an undeniable affinity for aesthetics. Lin Xiao cleared her throat. The Empress Dowager, her fingers tracing the rim of her teacup, declared, "You may rise and take your seat." Uncle Zhongqin knelt for a while, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, trembling as he eventually rose and settled onto a small stool. It was quite a challenge for such a diminutive seat, barely accommodating half of his form. "It has been some time since I last entered the palace to pay my respects. Is your majesty in good health?" Uncle Zhongqin inquired with a beaming smile. The Empress Dowager retorted, "If I were in poor health, would I be able to sit here conversing with you?" Uncle Zhongqin choked momentarily. "Can we still engage in pleasant conversation?" The lady of Zhongqin quickly interjected with a smile, "Your Highness, you are of noble birth, and thus immune to all ailments. By the way, Your Highness, this is our little grandson, named Zhongyan. Quickly bow to your great-aunt." Wang Zhongyan promptly knelt before the Empress Dowager Wang, knocking his head on the ground several times with a thud. Pays his respects to his great-aunt, wishing her long life and good health. The sound of his bows seemed to resonate within the heart of the Empress Dowager, causing it to flutter. "Rise," she commanded. Lin Xiao helped the boy up. "We mustn't let such a young child injure himself or lose his wits." The Empress Dowager then observed the slight swelling and abrasion on Wang Yongyan's forehead, pursing her lips. "Fetch some ointment to apply on his forehead. We mustn't mar his fine visage. And, dear boy, do not bow so recklessly in the future, regardless of who instructs you. Do you not fear becoming foolish? This is a solid stone floor." The expressions of Lord Zhongqin and his wife became somewhat awkward. Was the Empress Dowager intent on publicly reprimanding them today? The Empress Dowager, noticing the discomfort of Lord Zhongqin and his spouse, finally took pity and made her intentions clear. It was time to conclude this matter swiftly, to send them on their way, for their presence was becoming tiresome. "Without further pleasantries, I have summoned you to the palace with a singular purpose. Concerning the child of the 6th room, Shao Qi, I have consulted a master regarding his birth chart, and it is deemed auspicious for him to be adopted into the 4th room as a successor." Lord Zhongqin interjected, "Your Majesty, have you truly considered this? I have gathered information about Yongping from his uncle, and it appears he has some unsavory traits, a stubborn temperament. In contrast, his cousin Yongqing exhibits great propriety. Indeed, Your Majesty, the adoption into the 4th room is of paramount importance, primarily to ensure a flourishing lineage. Yongping, being a premature birth, has endured a tumultuous fate. My wife, too, recognizes the plight of this unfortunate child." Lady Zhongqin, with a handkerchief in hand, dabbed at her eyes, stifling her sobs. "If Your Majesty feels compassion for this child, I would be honored to take him into the Zhongqin household and nurture him as my own grandson. I implore you to deliberate carefully." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Empress Wang observed with a subtle sigh, clearly impressed by their preparedness. One could only wonder if the handkerchief had been treated with chili or ginger essence. Lady Zhongqin continued to weep. "Your Majesty, it is crucial for the 4th room to flourish, and the health of the chosen successor is vital. We all yearn for a prosperous lineage from the 4th room. I beseech you to think this through." As she cast a glance towards Empress Wang, it was evident that the primary purpose of adopting a successor was to ensure the continuation of the family line, and she was confident that the Empress would be moved. Lord Zhongqin felt satisfaction with his wife's display of emotion. Empress Wang had grasped the entirety of the situation, yet their words bore no weight. Lord Zhongqin was taken aback. Was it truly resolved so swiftly? Furthermore, had the Emperor already bestowed a name? "The heir I have chosen has garnered the Emperor's approval, who believes this child shall inherit the titles and honors of the Chengyan Duke's estate. I am weary and do not wish to deliberate on who may be suitable or unsuitable. It is he alone." Empress Wang gazed at Duke Zhongqin and stated, "There is but this one heir I have personally selected, and I require no other. As long as he exists, the Chengyan Duke's estate shall endure. If he does not, it shall cease to exist." Duke Zhongqin's expression shifted. "Your Majesty, do you comprehend the Empress's intent? Apart from Wang Yicheng, I shall not permit anyone else to adopt into the 4th branch. The Chengyan Duke's estate has remained vacant for many years. It may as well remain so indefinitely." The wife of Duke Zhongqin had ceased her tears, confused by the implications. Does this mean it must be that insufferable boy? What does this signify? It serves as a warning to them. Do not meddle with that child, for should anything happen to him, there will be no other, and the Empress may well direct her ire towards them. The Wang family holds dual titles, which is indeed a considerable honor for the clan. Although the title of Chengyan Duke is of a lower rank in hereditary succession, Duke Zhongqin's family is similarly positioned. Yet, How many families can claim a noble title through the birth of a distinguished daughter, as the Wang family has? Speaking of your son, is he not a viscount now? Wang Yiqing will inherit the title of Chengyan Marquis. Whether he will extend his patronage to the Duke Zhongqin's estate depends on your connections. Should the Chengyan Marquis prove himself in the future and convert this marquisate into an irreplaceable hereditary title, the Wang family will indeed enjoy great fortune. What is your perspective? Duke Zhongqin? The admiration for our esteemed ancestor is genuine. We implore everyone to cherish it. Chapter 171. The instruction of Empress Wang. The Duke of Loyalty and Diligence pondered. What could he possibly think? Empress Wang had nearly articulated her threats explicitly. Could he dare to oppose her? If he were to do so, not only would his son's title be at stake, but he himself would likely face immediate repercussions. After all, this title was obtained without merit, a mere boon from the clan, which bestowed upon him this honor. Otherwise, how would there even exist a Duke of Loyalty and Diligence? The words of Her Majesty were indeed profound. The Duke forced a smile, his expression rigid. Empress Wang felt a deeper discomfort within her heart. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "A title is a grace from the sovereign. Whether it can endure depends fundamentally on one's own capabilities. Duke, as the leader of your clan, you ought to consider the welfare of your kin and strive for tangible benefits. Your Majesty, please offer your guidance." The Duke hastily rose, bowing his head in respectful acquiescence. Yet internally, he mused, how could a powerless duke like him secure advantages for his clan? The relatives of the Empress lived extravagantly, wielding immense power and enjoying abundant wealth. While his own Wang family, beyond the title of duke and a few prosperous fields and shops, what else did they possess? Whenever the Wang family considered any significant endeavors, the Empress promptly dispatched emissaries to admonish them, causing immense frustration. The Duke harbored grievances, yet he could not overlook who had sustained their stability for so many years. He also pondered whether the imperial court would tolerate the rampant arrogance of those with power. In the household, the young must be disciplined in their conduct, refraining from indulging in frivolous pursuits. A man ought to devote himself to study, striving for academic distinction. If such aspirations prove unattainable, he might still pursue the martial examinations, which could lead to securing a modest official position. A man who is preoccupied solely with domestic affairs, living in a state of indulgence and lethargy, will find himself devoid of any practical accomplishments, rendering him unworthy of employment. Empress Dowager Wang regarded him with a measured gaze. The emperor does not shun employing members of the Wang clan, provided that they possess genuine talent and are not mere liabilities. If the loyal and diligent marquis's male heirs squander their potential, the downfall of the Wang family is imminent, regardless of the fact that they once produced an Empress Dowager. No matter the illustrious lineage, if a family fails to cultivate its members' capabilities and ambition, it will inevitably decline. After all, mortality is a certainty, and human nature is ever-changing. No one will perpetually cherish the so-called bonds of kinship with an empress or dowager. Perhaps one might hold on to such sentiments for a decade or two, but what of 50 or 100 years? The loyal and diligent marquis, drenched in cold sweat, dared not wipe his brow but knelt in trepidation, exclaiming, "I am guilty, your Majesty." Seeing her husband kneeling, the marquis's wife had no choice but to follow suit. Her eyes reddened with tears, stung by the harsh truth. The couple, humbled, prostrated themselves and cried out, "Your Majesty must not curse herself. May your life be as enduring as the heavens." Empress Dowager Wang shook her head with a sigh. Her words today served to honor her lineage and to pave the way for the Marquis of Chengyan, as harmony is essential for continuity across generations. Ultimately, her sentiments were conveyed, and whether they were heeded remained at the discretion of those present. If they were akin to mud that could not be molded, then her hands were tied. The ancestral lineage she hails from is truly remarkable, and I invite everyone to take note. The updates for the unparalleled Tang men come at an astonishing pace. Chapter 172. Misfortune cannot be deceived. The Garden of Sinang Palace. Wang Yongyan approached the frail young boy, Wang Yongping, who adorned a deep blue robe intricately embroidered with auspicious characters, donned small boots, and wore a longevity lock around his neck. A sneer escaped his lips, masking a profound jealousy within. Once a filthy, destitute orphan, he had miraculously transformed into a young nobleman. This privilege should have belonged to him, had he been adopted. It would have been he who donned fine silks and gold locks, surrounded and attended to by admirers. Why must this misfortunate Wang Yongping receive such fortune? Wang Yongping, come here. Wang Yicheng instinctively stepped back, pressing his lips together as he regarded the chubby boy who called him by his given name. He recalled being bullied by him and his cousin, forced to serve as their mount. Young Master Wang, such behavior is unbecoming, Lianxin interjected, stepping forward and casting a calm gaze upon Wang Yongyan. You have frightened the young lord. The young lord? Wang Yongyan blurted out, he is still a young lord? His gaze met Lianxin's, and a tremor of realization coursed through him, causing him to lower his head and take a step back. Aunt, I beg your pardon. I merely saw Brother Ping and was overwhelmed by nostalgia. Lianxin offered a gentle smile, refraining from responding to his excuse. Wang Yongyan shot her a glance before turning back to Wang Yicheng, grinning as he said, Brother Ping, I am Nian Go. Have you forgotten? Come here. I shall treat you to some sweets, and we can have a chat. Wang Yicheng turned to Lianxin, who remarked, if the young lord wishes to go, it is certainly permissible. As she was responsible for Wang Yicheng's care, she also had her own considerations. The empress desired not a timid and weak heir. Lianxin led several young palace maids and eunuchs a few meters back, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close, yet still allowing them to overhear the conversation. Wang Yongyan grasped Wang Yicheng's hand and took a couple of steps forward, only to be shaken off, which filled him with indignation. The audacity of this young rascal. Ping Gur, do you no longer acknowledge your elder brother? Wang Yongyan retrieved 2 pieces of candy from his pouch and placed them into Wang Yicheng's palm, saying, Here, I brought these especially for you from the palace. Have you not always yearned for this dragon beard candy? Wang Yicheng glanced at the candy in his hand and replied, Thank you. But I no longer go by Ping Gur. From now on, my name is Wang Yicheng, the heir of the 4th house. A pallor washed over Wang Yicheng's face as he exclaimed, Who is trying to kill me? Wang Yongyan, evading his gaze, replied, It is merely someone. Besides, now that you are the heir, who will offer incense to your parents and grandparents? The 7th house will be left without anyone. How could you abandon your parents and ancestors for the sake of wealth and glory? This is a grave act of filial impiety. You, am I really that easy to frighten? I am merely looking out for your best interests. Wang Yongyan trembled with rage. For my benefit? You simply desire to take my place. Wang Yicheng unabashedly exposed his intentions. Wang Yongyan could only mutter, Damn it, this little rascal is not so easily deceived. Chapter 173, A Fruitless Scheme. Father, what do you think? The heir, Wang Zhongyuan, gazed eagerly at his father. Beside him, Lady Lu, the heir's wife, stole a glance at her father-in-law and mother-in-law, pondering the inevitable disappointment. Surely, if Her Majesty the Empress had been inclined, she would have long since chosen from the candidates presented to her, rather than allowing this situation to linger. Yet these individuals remained ensnared in their daydreams. While Lady Lu felt a twinge of regret, she was not entirely disheartened. After all, this outcome was anticipated, and her priority was to maintain her current standing. Wang Zhongyan plopped down onto a chair, his lips twitching. Father, does this mean we must pay our respects to that young man? Not to mention him, but even you, Father, hold merely the title of Duke Zhongqin, which is of a lower rank than that of a marquis, and naturally, we must adhere to the proper protocols of respect. The mere mention of this made Duke Zhongqin's face flush with discomfort. Swiftly notify everyone. We must convene a family assembly at the ancestral hall. The Empress has messages to convey. As Duke Zhongqin contemplated the admonitions from Empress Wang, he felt a mix of headache and warmth. If he could nurture a few capable individuals, surely, out of gratitude to Empress Wang, the Emperor would eventually take notice. Gradually, as his stature grew, Duke Zhongqin would no longer be the subject of ridicule. Hearing that there were indeed messages to be conveyed, Wang Zhongyuan pressed for details. Duke Zhongqin shared a fragment of what he knew, igniting a spark of hope in Wang Zhongyuan's heart. Indeed, he had several sons, and if any of them distinguished themselves in the eyes of the Emperor, it was conceivable that when the time came for him to inherit the title, the Emperor might bestow upon him a higher rank. Father, did the Empress truly say this? That as long as one possesses talent, the Emperor will employ them? Viscount Zhongqin cast a glance at him. Is the Empress still prone to uttering nonsense? Wang Zhongyuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Is it not true that the Empress has always been rather indifferent towards us, even less warm than an outsider? By the way, Father, I have inquired and learned that yesterday, the Dowager of the Song Minister's residence was summoned to the palace and even met with the Emperor. It is said that the Emperor privately referred to her as Aunt. Viscount Zhongqin and his wife exchanged a glance, both feeling utterly nauseated. How could they be unaware that, upon learning the matter regarding their heir had been settled, they had desperately sought to raise Wang Yongping, or rather, Wang Yicheng? Yet, what did the Empress Dowager declare? She stated that the Marquis of Qingyin would reside in the palace, studying at the Taishui alongside the princes, until he reached adulthood and left the palace. In his leisure time, he would also occasionally visit the modest Song minister's residence to study, so there was no need for them to exert themselves further. This was a bitter pill for them to swallow. Their own kin, the Empress Dowager, placed her trust in an outsider, and it felt as though they were being slapped in the face repeatedly. Moreover, her remark about their family being numerous only served to imply that they had taken multiple concubines and had many offspring. Yet, compared to the Song minister's household, in terms of procreation capabilities, it was true that any one of them could easily surpass them. Viscount Zhongqin touched his flushed face, feeling a twinge of guilt as he cast a furtive glance at his wife. She, however, scoffed inwardly at his predicament. How could you manage such an arrangement? One room after another, one child after another, all in hopes of having the Empress take a liking to them. Aha! What a futile calculation! Yet, contemplating the expenses within their household caused her great distress. With so many people, their living arrangements were strained. If only they could secure the guardianship of the Marquis of Qingyin, how splendid it would be. She could move her legitimate children there altogether. Alas, a heavy heart indeed. The esteemed ancestors truly exhibit an unparalleled fervor. The latest chapter of the Peerless Tang Min unfolds swiftly with the 174th installment, the newly appointed Duke of Qingyin. Regardless of the schemes devised by the Duke of Loyalty and Diligence's household, once the imperial decree is in hand, acceptance is the only recourse. On the morrow following the Duke's audience at court, he meticulously amended the family register, striking out Wang Yongping's name from the 7th branch and replacing it with Wang Yicheng's, designating him as the grandson under the same lineage as the Duke of Qingyin, Wang Zhe. Once the ancestral rites were concluded, an envoy descended upon the Duke's residence to proclaim the decree, permitting Wang Yicheng to inherit the title of Marquis, thus bestowing upon him the rank of third-class Duke of Qingyin, with the responsibility of overseeing the Duke's estate. The Duke of Loyalty and Diligence knelt behind the newly appointed Duke, tears cascading down his cheeks. The adoption of his son had reached a definitive conclusion, and years of scheming had dissolved into a fleeting reverie. Alas, he felt the need to weep. Otherwise, the weight of his suppressed sorrow would remain unrelieved. Wang Yicheng, clutching the scorching decree, proclaimed "Long live the Emperor" thrice, expressing his gratitude for the imperial favor, his own eyes glistening with tears. From this day forth, there would be no Wang Yongping, only Duke of Qingyin. Wang Yicheng remained. He must not only uphold the legacy of the 4th branch, but also prepare for the future of the 7th branch. Thus, he bore a heavy burden ahead, necessitating physical fortitude, for his future spouse must meet the essential criterion of being robust and nurturing. Henceforth, this standard for choosing a mate took root within Wang Yicheng's heart, sprouting like a seed. Observing the newly appointed Duke of Qingyin, not a soul within the Duke of Loyalty and Diligence's household felt devoid of envy. One might wonder why such fortune had befallen a mere child. That little one was but a sprightly youth, as frail as a chick. Did the Empress Dowager not fear that this child might not thrive, rendering her efforts futile? Yet, despite the jealousy, the inclination to curry favor was inevitable. As soon as the angel bearing the imperial decree departed, Zhongqin and his companions rose to their feet, only to be swiftly jostled aside by someone who instantly approached Wang Yicheng. Zhongqin stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "Pinguer, Aunt knows that you are indeed a fortunate and good child, and my prayers for your well-being have not been in vain." The one grasping Wang Yicheng's arm was none other than his paternal aunt, Madame Zhou from the 6th branch. His cousin, Wang Zhongxiang, also stepped forward, followed by a procession of elder siblings. This paternal grandfather from the 6th branch was a blood brother to his own grandfather, hence after the loss of his family, he had lived with the closest relatives from the 6th branch for a couple of years, yet regrettably, it was a misallocation of affection. "Pinguer." Wang Yicheng clutched the imperial edict and addressed the individuals before him. "I have changed my name to Wang Yicheng, in deference to His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. You may call me Yicheng." "Pingu, that is a thing of the past. He is the heir of the 4th branch now." Wang Zhongxiang and Madame Zhou chimed in, chuckling. "Then we shall call you Pinguer. Do not fear moving alone to the Duke of Qingyin's residence. Your uncle and I will tidy up and relocate to live with you, ensuring we continue to care for you." The crowd behind them murmured, "Such audacity! How can one be so brazen?" Someone retorted, "You from the 5th branch. How can you utter such words? How did your family's boy bully Pinguer back then? Are you not embarrassed to say this now?" Unable to contain herself, Madame Zhou shot back. We were merely jesting. Haven't you heard that hitting is a form of affection? We are merely expressing our fondness. Is it envy that drives you? With a scoff, she added, to phrase bullying in such a refreshing manner, truly, there is no one else like it. I harbor no jealousy in this matter, for my disposition is somewhat tender. You, Wang Zhongxiang exclaimed. Enough, Ping Ge has departed. The admiration for the ancestral lineage is indeed fervent, and I urge everyone to cherish it. The updates for the unparalleled peerless Tang Min are the swiftest. Chapter 175. Song Rookie is stricken with fear. After more than 20 years, the Duke of Qingyin's residence has finally welcomed its rightful owner, who is now referred to as the Marquis of Qingyin. The gilded plaque of the Marquis of Qingyin, said to be a personal bestowal from the emperor, has brilliantly replaced the plaque of the Duke of Qingyin, hanging prominently to catch the attention of passers-by, stirring many to contemplate the propriety of offering congratulatory gifts. It is also rumored that Empress Wang and the emperor have graciously permitted the Marquis of Qingyin to reside temporarily at the residence of Prime Minister Song, under the pretense of seeking scholarly advice. Regardless of the source of these rumors, they undeniably reveal that this newly appointed Marquis enjoys the favor of the emperor, including that of the Prime Minister's household. Why is this so? The esteemed Wang clan and the Duke of Zhongqin's residence do not receive such privileges. Thus, the source of the emperor's favor is evident. The Duke of Zhongqin has become the subject of numerous jests, fostering a silent envy towards the Prime Minister's residence. Yet they are powerless to act, for the Marquis possesses greater influence and authority, rendering them unable to contend. Song Ci, upon hearing the rumors outside, merely found them amusing and paid them no heed, for Song Rookie had fallen ill. How could this happen? Was Lin Qing not present? Song Ci rose. Let us go and have a look. The palace maid supported her as they made their way to the floating curve pavilion. In the floating curve pavilion, Madame Song was in a furious rage, vociferously berating the artists present, oblivious to the fact that her master was afflicted with a high fever. Unaware of how long it had lasted or how much discomfort it had caused, the artists felt both ashamed and fearful, having never anticipated that their master would suddenly fall gravely ill. How had it come to this? The fever had rendered her dazed. Observing her daughter's tightly furrowed brow, Madame Song's heart ached with concern. What could be troubling this child? The artists hesitated, unable to articulate their thoughts. Were they to suggest that the second young lady had fallen ill out of fright upon hearing that the master intended to betroth her to a scholar from a humble background? Madame Song, perceptive as ever, recognized something amiss in their demeanor and prepared to press for answers, only to be interrupted by the announcement of the matriarch's arrival. Reluctantly, she set aside her inquiries to welcome her. As Song Ci entered, she was met by Madame Song, who inquired, "What brings you here, disturbing your mother?" "I heard that the second young lady is unwell, so I came to check on her," replied Song Ci. Upon entering the inner chamber, she found Song Rookie lying in bed, her complexion flushed, with the windows tightly shut. The wet nurse, Mama Chung, stood by the bedside and greeted Song Ci, stepping aside to make room. "Is the fever still present? Has she taken her medicine?" Song Ci asked, extending her hand to feel Song Rookie's forehead, noting the warmth that indicated at least a temperature of 38 degrees. After having taken her medicine once, the fever had initially subsided, but now it had risen again. Madame Song's face was etched with anxiety. "This won't do," Song Ci declared. "Fetch some strong liquor and a cotton cloth to sponge her body down to reduce the fever. Also, open the window a bit. It's stifling in here without any air." Madame Song furrowed her brow, concerned that her mother-in-law would open the window despite her daughter's illness. What if the cold wind exacerbated her condition? Listening to the matriarch was paramount. Lin Qing entered, fervently adoring the matriarch. As a demonstration, Song Ci took a cloth soaked in strong liquor and gently wiped down Song Rookie before allowing the wet nurse to take over. This simple act drew the attention of all present. The matriarch was known for her preference for male heirs, yet she displayed unexpected patience towards the second young lady. The wet nurse responded in haste. Lin Qing inquired, "Matriarch, is there a particular reason for using liquor to wipe the body? Is this a common practice?" "Oh, no one does this here. There is no specific ritual. It merely serves to cool her down. If liquor is unavailable, warm water will suffice," Song Ci explained. "Of course, this is merely to prevent her from suffering a continuous fever. The physician needs to examine her, and she must take her medicine. Lin Qing, please check on her." Lin Qing nodded and approached, taking Song Rookie's hand to feel her pulse, which was erratic. She lifted her eyelids for a brief examination before letting go. Just as she was about to rise, Song Rookie began to murmur in her sleep. No, I want to marry. I refuse to marry into a humble family, no. Lin Qing remained silent. Song Si, not one to succumb to hallucinations, gazed in astonishment at his eldest daughter-in-law, seeking clarification. Madame Song's expression darkened. Her eyes sharp as blades, piercing through the paintings on the wall. The artwork trembled as if shaken by a tempest. It was over. Lin Qing chose to feign ignorance of Song Rookie's ramblings, leading Song Si and the others to the outer hall. She remarked, "Let us first observe whether the matriarch's method proves effective. If her fever subsides, that would be most desirable. We may then employ a gentler remedy. For administering potent medicines may inevitably weaken the body. I shall continue to brew the prescription I previously provided. She may consume it upon awakening." Madame Song smiled and replied, "I appreciate your efforts, Dr. Lin. Although there are physicians in the household, they are men, and given that our daughter is a young lady of the boudoir, it is necessary to maintain some decorum during her treatment. Thus, a female physician is far more convenient." The smile on Madame Song's face began to falter as she added, "I understand. Mama Fong, please see Dr. Lin out." "Yes, my lady." Once Lin Qing departed, Madame Song dismissed the servants, retaining only Shu Hua, whom she scolded. "Why are you not speaking?" Shu Hua knelt in fear, trembling as she recounted to Madame Song what she had overheard from Song Rookie, expressing her concerns. In conclusion, she said, "My lady, I have advised the second young lady, but she remains troubled. I truly." Shu Hua lay prostrate on the floor, genuinely unaware that Song Rookie's distress could lead to illness. Madame Song felt her head spinning. She knew that if this girl learned of such matters, it would be disastrous. And indeed it proved so. Song Si looked at her and inquired, "Has the eldest son spoken to you of such matters? Did he imply this?" Madame Song's expression was one of bitterness as she replied, "My husband merely mentioned it in passing. It was not an intention to promise her to anyone. He has stated that if I am unwilling, it shall be disregarded." Yet, this foolish girl took it to heart, proving to be quite incorrigible. Song Si pondered. Were it her in this situation, she too would likely take it to heart. The role of a biological father should not be chosen based on social standing. If one were to seek a humble background, could he truly be considered a father? It is not as if one is attempting to repay a debt of gratitude. "Madame Fong, please send that girl named Pear Blossom from the main courtyard to the laundry room. Her incessant chatter warrants a penalty of 3 months' allowance." Madame Song, unable to contain her anger, immediately erupted in frustration. She genuinely admired the ancestral teachings. The second young lady has awakened. Madame Song, filled with joy, disregarded her mother-in-law and hurried into the inner chamber. Indeed, she found Song Rookie gazing blankly, her face now pale rather than flushed as it had been an hour prior. "Mother?" Upon seeing her mother, Song Rookie's lips quivered, her desire to move thwarted by her weakness, and tears began to trickle down her cheeks, leaving her feeling aggrieved. "Do not move. You are still unwell." Madame Song sat at the edge of the bed and reached out to feel her daughter's forehead. Noting that the fever had subsided, she could not help but feel elated. The method suggested by her mother-in-law had indeed proven effective. "Quickly, fetch the medicine to assist the second young lady in taking it." Madame Song instructed the attendants. Song Rookie had already been propped up by her wet nurse against the headboard, appearing frail and weeping profusely. "Do not cry. Your tears break your mother's heart. What is there to weep about?" Madame Song, filled with compassion, took a handkerchief and gently wiped her daughter's tears. "Mother, I simply wish to ask you one question. Am I truly adopted?" Song Rookie's voice was hoarse as she inquired. She was suffering greatly from a sore throat and had lost her voice. Yet even in her discomfort, she felt compelled to seek clarity. Otherwise, she would be left unsatisfied. Had she not been muddled by her illness, Madame Song would have surely reprimanded her for such foolish inquiries. "What absurd questions are these? It seems your ailment has clouded your judgment. Aren't you belittling your mother with such talk?" Madame Song, with a hint of reproach, wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Stop your wild imaginings. Just obediently take your medicine and rest well. Do not spend the night pondering those nonsensical and impractical matters." Song Rookie still wished to protest, but was silenced by her mother. At that moment, Song Si entered the room. "Are you feeling a bit more lucid?" he inquired, observing the pallor of the young girl's face, which lacked its usual vibrancy, and his heart ached for her. Song Rookie cast a fleeting glance at Song Si before lowering her head despondently. Jiang and Lu approached with a sense of decorum. Having heard of Song Rookie's illness, they had first attended to the matters assigned by Madame Song before coming to visit. The child is quite feverish and has just taken her medicine before falling asleep. It is kind of you to visit, Madame Song explained. Elder sister. Rookie's health has always been well maintained under your care. How could she suddenly fall ill? Jiang inquired after peeking into the inner chamber at the slumbering Song Rookie. Madame Song's eyes flickered slightly as she replied, "This child caught a chill because she was too reckless in the night. Just the other day, she insisted that I prepare a basin of ice for her. Is it not too early for ice, given that the heat has not yet fully set in? You must not indulge her. Excessive chill is harmful to her health," Jiang hastily cautioned. "That is indeed true," Madame Song acknowledged. Rue's demeanor was indeed somewhat peculiar, yet she, with her remarkable intelligence, refrained from probing further. Instead, she offered a few cordial greetings and assured Song Madam that she could simply issue commands should she require assistance. Song Madam replied, "This child becomes rather delicate whenever she falls ill. I must attend to her with care." The courtyard in the North Garden was prepared for the esteemed Marquis of Qing'an during his anticipated visit to our residence. In the coming days, I would appreciate it if both of you could take a look at how the renovations are progressing. Rest assured, elder sister, we shall keep a vigilant eye on it. Jiang responded with alacrity. Her admiration for the matriarch was genuine, and she earnestly requested everyone to support the cause. As Song Rookie fell ill, it was not only the adults who came to pay their respects, even the young lords and ladies of the residence brought gifts. Whether it be the latest novels from the workshops or exquisite trinkets, Song Rue gifted her a fresh bouquet, personally arranging it on Song Rookie's windowsill, which was truly a delightful sight. With so many siblings expressing their concern, Song Rookie felt her spirits lifted considerably. However, thoughts of her father's sentiments weighed heavily on her, inducing a sense of restlessness. By the time she encountered Song Ziyuan, it was already the third day of her illness. Upon his arrival at Futsu Pavilion, Song Rookie had noticeably lost weight. Seeing her father brought forth a tumult of emotions, joy mingled with a hint of melancholy, and predominantly, a feeling of grievance. "Daughter, please be at ease," she said, bowing respectfully to Song Ziyuan. "Please rise," he replied. "Your mother informed me of your illness. Are you feeling any better now?" Beside them, Madame Song observed the girl's indifferent demeanor and felt an anxious stir within her. Just as she was about to speak, Song Ziyuan interjected, "Chair, are you displeased that your father has only now come to see you?" Song Rookie lowered her head and replied, "Daughter dares not harbor such thoughts. Father is occupied with myriad affairs, and I fully understand." Such a tone, claiming to be without reproach, was hardly credible. Song Ziyuan chuckled. "So? You do resent your father for seeking a humble suitor for you, then?" In an instant, Song Rookie raised her gaze, her complexion paling further, her large eyes widening in alarm as they fixated on Song Ziyuan. He met her gaze with equal intensity. Her lips moved as if to voice a protest. Yet no sound escaped her throat, leaving her flustered. How could she, with her father standing before her, refrain from even questioning him? Merely hearing the servants' gossip had led her to conjure wild imaginings that had exacerbated her ailment. Song Ziyuan chuckled lightly. "It is said that the second Miss Song is proud and outspoken, yet here before her father, you do not even dare to inquire. Is this truly the second Miss Song, reduced to such timidity?" Tears welled in Song Rookie's eyes, and she bit her lip. "Your Excellency, the child's illness is not yet resolved. Let us speak of these matters once she has recovered." Madame Song stepped forward to mediate. Song Ziyuan regarded her with a placid glance, asserting, "If there are doubts lingering in your heart, they must be clarified. How can her ailment improve if the unresolved tensions persist?" Madame Song was momentarily taken aback, casting furtive glances at Song Rookie. Yet, Song Rookie appeared resolute, stubbornly clenching her lips in silence. "Child, do not hesitate to apologize to your father," Madame Song urged, unable to restrain herself as she pinched her daughter's arm. Only then did Song Rookie respond, "What wrong have I committed? I am the neglected one, while my sister's marriage is the focus of my parents' utmost efforts. As for me, I am deemed worthy only of a humble scholar. Father, your favoritism is too apparent." Just as Song Si was supporting the hand of Granny Gong, she happened to overhear this remark, causing her to pause momentarily. "How did mother come here?" Song Ziyuan stepped forward to take Song Si's hand. Madame Song also performed a courtesy, pulling her daughter aside and giving her a fierce glare. Unwillingly, Song Ruqi performed a slight bow, pouting in discontent. "I merely came to see if the second girl is feeling better," Song Si remarked. "You are conversing. Shall I take my leave?" She genuinely adores the matriarch, and her fervor is undeniable. The family possesses little that Song Si cannot endure, especially not a trivial outburst from a granddaughter. Both Song Ji Yuan and Madame Song would never permit her to depart. With Song Si's arrival, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated considerably, even easing Song Ruqi's own apprehension. Earlier, she had acted impulsively, daring to question her father. Observing her second granddaughter standing nervously behind her mother, Song Si addressed Song Ji Yuan. "The child is still unwell. Let us speak gently and not frighten her." Song Ji Yuan cast a fleeting glance at Song Ruqi, and though he could not feign indifference, he remarked that it was indeed disappointing. Even if she were spoiled, she should possess a sense of reason and gratitude. To claim she is unloved? It is a curious assertion. Your grandmother is present, so I shall speak candidly. I have indeed taken an interest in a scholar, one of admirable character and intellect, and I hold high expectations for him, which is why such a thought had crossed my mind. Song Zuan gazed at Song Ruqi and said, "However, if your mother is unwilling, it stands to reason that you too would be disinclined. Let us regard this as a conversation I never had with your mother, merely as idle talk. I did not anticipate that you would take the hint and misconstrue my intentions, believing that I would impose upon you a union with a scholar from a humble background, which might lead you to feel aggrieved. Do you find this appropriate?" "I." Song Ruqi bit her lip, feeling a tinge of shame. Song Zuan averted his gaze from her and turned to Song Si, offering a bitter smile. "Mother, it seems I have unwittingly provided you with a source of amusement." Song Si replied, "What amusement can be found in one's own granddaughter? The matters of marriage concerning grandchildren ought to be overseen by you as parents. As a grandmother, I should not interfere. However, having overheard a portion of the conversation, may I share a few thoughts?" Both Song Ziyuan and Lady Song hastily urged, "Mother, please feel free to speak." "Very well," she began. "Eldest, do not blame your daughter for feeling wronged and disheartened. It is not entirely inappropriate for the daughter of a distinguished official to be matched with a scion of a humble family. But you seem to overlook an essential point, the compatibility of their backgrounds. Chia has been nurtured in luxury, accustomed to a life of opulence, and has never known hardship. She is, in fact, unaware of the very essence of suffering." Initially taken aback, Song Ruqi did not expect her grandmother to advocate on her behalf. Yet, as the latter continued, a sense of disquiet began to creep in. She pursed her lips and cast a cautious glance at Song Si, refraining from interjecting. By the time she was born, her family had already established itself in the officialdom, with servants and attendants at their beck and call, living a life free from want. It was accurate to say she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, a sentiment that applied to her entire generation, including fourth young master. Song Si continued, "These children, their conversations revolve around which restaurant serves delicious food, which garments are fashionable, and which jewelry is exquisite. They compose poetry, paint, play music, and appreciate flowers. What about the children from humble beginnings, like Chier? What pursuits occupy their time?" Song Ziyuan fell silent, and even Madame Song found herself lost in contemplation. "Our family comes from humble origins, and what you did in the past, the children of lower status are engaged in now. For instance, while you focus on the scholar you admire, he toils to earn silver by copying text to afford paper and ink. Your daughter can purchase a garment that sustains his family for several months. While he cultivates the land, she indulges in painting and music. Can your daughter engage him in discussions about farming? Marriage and daily life revolve around the necessities of life: rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. It is essential to consider this, and rather than looking elsewhere, reflect on your own journey with the Gu family. Both of you hail from esteemed families, yet have married into humble ones. How have you navigated this path? I believe no one understands it better than your wife." Madame Song was taken aback, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Song Si loves wealth, but does not disdain poverty. Her words stem from reality and her own experiences. Marriage, regardless of time, emphasizes compatibility and social standing. A union between families of similar status is undoubtedly more stable than one fraught with disparities in wealth. For daily life indeed revolves around the essentials and the environments in which individuals have grown. I spoke of the cow dung that could enrich the fields, and you questioned what that meant. Is that acceptable? Mother, the daughter-in-law is truly grateful to have married into the Song family." Lady Song spoke, her eyes glistening with emotion. Song Si sighed, saying, "Gu, at this moment you may assert that you have no regrets, yet as a young lady, you undoubtedly harbored unfulfilled sentiments. You were simply unable to defy your parents' wishes, Or perhaps you held affections for Delang as well. That could be considered a more fortunate circumstance. However, many women from noble families who married into impoverished households have endured hardships, and countless have become resentful wives as a result. You, a lady of high birth, sacrificed so much to join the then struggling Song family. Delang is aware of your sacrifices, as am I. For this, I am grateful to you and to the Gu family for allowing such a noble daughter to marry into our Song family. Though I may not openly admit it, I am indeed thankful. Had it not been for your generous dowry, the stability of our household would not have been secured, allowing Delang to flourish. Gu, allow me to say this. You are remarkable. Song Si smiled gently. This was not merely her sentiment, but rather a reflection of the original matriarch's feelings. Despite her tough exterior and occasional friction with her daughter-in-law, the old lady held a deep appreciation for her. Lady Song was deeply moved, clutching her handkerchief as tears streamed down her face. She resolved never to utter a single word of discontent regarding her mother-in-law again. No one would dare to speak ill. Song Si then turned to Song Ziyuan, saying, Your wife's reluctance stems from her own experiences. As a mother, she certainly would not wish for her daughter to endure the same hardships she faced. After all, how could one bear to see their own flesh suffer? As Chier's heart sank, she could not comprehend why, given her own status and beauty. She was left with no choice but to settle for a mere scholar from a humble background. Song Ziyuan offered a wry smile, responding, Mother, I have not imposed my will. I merely found that child to be quite admirable, which stirred a flicker of interest within me. Song Si then turned to Song Rookie, saying, Did you hear that? Your father does not genuinely wish to betroth you to a lowly scholar. He simply believes that the individual possesses commendable qualities suitable for a son-in-law. His admiration lies solely in the person rather than in their lineage. Chier, you should feel fortunate that your father, despite his power and influence, does not solely prioritize status over familial bonds. Otherwise, can you imagine what sort of families would be considered for your and your siblings' marriages? Marriage is often dictated by parental will, and even if your father were to stubbornly arrange a match with a humble suitor, you would have little recourse but to acquiesce, perhaps only opposing him. But that would yield no fruitful outcome. Had your father been driven solely by the lust for power, he could easily leverage your marriage for greater benefits. For instance, the current Duke of Dingbei is in search of a new consort. If your father were willing to marry you off, would you agree? That would indeed be a fortune beyond measure, becoming the Duchess upon entry. Yet the suitor would be an old man, and should he have a son older than you, would you still accept such a fate? Grandmother, mother. Song Rookie and her parents chided in unison, embarrassed and astonished. Song Rookie felt a mixture of shame and surprise, while Madame Song felt a headache coming on. Her daughter was yet unwed, and such discussions seemed inappropriate. As for Song Ziyuan, he could only remain speechless, for a mother is a mother, and her words lacked decorum. The ancestral wisdom is indeed remarkable. The tale unfolds in the rapidly evolving narrative of the peerless Tangman. In the 181st chapter, we encounter a striking portrayal of Song Si, who perceives herself as somewhat of an outsider within the Song family. It is precisely this detachment that allows her to view matters with clarity and unclouded judgment. However, she genuinely admires Song Ziyuan, her seemingly fortunate younger brother, who wields influence yet remains untainted by the lust for power. At least, he does not regard the marriages of his children as mere transactions. She muses that her father's interest in a certain individual stems from their merits rather than their lineage, for with his esteemed position, why would he seek to cultivate a connection with a humble scholar? Moreover, having served in officialdom for over 2 decades, even reaching the ranks of a prime minister, it would be unfair to question his discernment. Song Ziyuan reflects silently, grateful for her compliment of being likened to a cunning fox. The individual chosen by his father undoubtedly possesses commendable traits that would prevent him from relinquishing them to another. His father is no fool and would never consider a son-in-law who would bring disgrace to the Song family. Of course, there are those who, despite their lofty status, may find themselves ensnared by their ambitions, yet such events remain speculative, do they not? Who can guarantee that the affluent will forever bask in prosperity, or that the humble will eternally remain so? Grandmother, you did not express it this way earlier, Song Rookie remarked, astonished by her grandmother's eloquence. The authoritative manner in which her grandmother spoke left her in awe. Song Ziyuan then rose, saying, Mother, allow me to escort you. He cast a glance at Madame Song, who nodded and escorted the two to the entrance before turning her attention to Song Rookie. Now you can rest assured, can't you? Song Rookie bit her lip, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she took a seat. Your grandmother's words are quite sensible. You may dissect and ponder upon their validity. Your father and I shall select a family of equal standing for you. So do not let your thoughts wander aimlessly. Focus on your recovery. Song Rookie inquired, Mother, when you married father, were you truly content? Madame Song smiled wryly. Naturally, I was not entirely content, yet filial piety is hard to defy. I have met your father and spoken with him. He is a good man, and I have not erred in marrying him, though the initial days were indeed challenging. Your father, as your grandmother has mentioned, is quite accommodating. Even when he does not understand, he refrains from contradicting me and instead shows respect. Cher, marrying below your station will spare you from great grievances from your in-laws. They would not dare to mistreat you. Conversely, marrying into a higher status may compel you to tread carefully. Thus, it is a double-edged sword. The quality of your life hinges upon your own choices. Given the option, I naturally wish for you to avoid the hardships I endured, for they require immense resilience, and I fear you may not withstand it. Song Rookie nestled against her mother, softly calling out Mother. Her mind flooded with Song Si's words, and the more she contemplated, the more she felt a tinge of embarrassment. It seemed she was somewhat overwhelmed by the situation, feeling a bit ashamed. Do not be overly harsh on the young girl. She is still quite young and knows little. She merely believes that, given her own status and appearance, she should be matched with someone of equal standing. Even if she were to marry beneath her, it would not be to a family of lowly means. Mother, I simply see potential in that child. If possible, I would nurture him as a successor. Song Si was somewhat taken aback. You hold such high hopes for him? Who is it? Could he be the scholar from the guest quarters? Song Ziyuan nodded. He is a scholar named Yen, possessing both talent and looks. He hails from a family of farmers and scholars. With only his elderly mother and a younger sister, owning around 20 to 30 acres of arable land, their means are somewhat modest. He mused that if Cher were willing, he would prepare a substantial dowry for her, ensuring that even if she returned home, her life would not be difficult, and she could enjoy a good life with her husband. The future might still hold beauty for them. Song Ziyuan sighed. I had not considered whether they would share common interests, as this was never a thought that crossed my mind. I simply felt that the boy was a worthy match, and that was sufficient. Song Si felt a twinge of frustration, pondering that he, a man of ancient times, educated in the ways of the past, could not comprehend such matters of conversation, which seemed to stem from a modern perspective. Reflecting on this, Song Si realized he should not view everything through the lens of contemporary ideals. You are not entirely mistaken. However, you remain unaware of your daughter's true nature. With her exceptional temperament, she would not be content with such an arrangement. Her elder sister married into a prestigious family, and by seeking a match from a humble background for your second daughter, you risk straining their sisterly bond. In this world, comparison breeds discontent. Song Ziyuan remarked. What you say is true. Song Si sighed and replied, we should seek a match of equal standing. There are certainly fine young men available. Though she is merely 15. Being your daughter, she need not worry about marriage. A delay of a year or two is inconsequential. It is indeed preferable for a young lady to postpone childbirth. We mustn't hastily settle on a match, for marriage is a lifelong commitment that deserves careful consideration. She expressed her deep concern for young girls bearing children, especially those from noble families, who are often delicate and unable to endure the ordeal, sometimes resulting in tragic outcomes. As an elder, she harbored a particular dread of such occurrences. Naturally, Song Ziyuan agreed and comforted her with kind words. It is essential for that girl to understand. She mustn't always claim that her grandmother is partial. Your intentions are solely for her benefit. I hope for the well-being of all, so that I may depart in peace. Otherwise, the old matriarch may not be at ease. Song Ziyuan felt a headache rising, wishing she would not bring up such matters again. Song Si chuckled. I merely speak my mind. It is your fourth brother's situation that truly troubles me. Has there been no word from Lady Wei? Your brother, it seems, is quite proud. Dismissing the young lady simply because she is older than him. With a keen glint in her eye, she fixed her gaze upon him and said, Eldest brother, your father is a man lacking in responsibility, and I have never held high hopes for him. However, you, being the eldest, akin to a father, must not neglect your younger brother. Song Ziyuan assured her, I certainly shall not. Then perhaps you could introduce him to suitable young ladies among your colleagues, she suggested. Song Ziyuan hesitated. Wait. Why must I take on the role of a matchmaker? It is he who ought to seek his own prospects. As the renowned Song Silang sneezed twice, his hand trembled, causing the dice he held to tumble onto the betting table, landing squarely on the leopard spot. The bets were cast, and the game commenced. 3 sixes, a leopard. A total victory. The onlookers turned their gaze towards Song Xiling, the fabled child of fortune. Admiringly, they remarked on the extraordinary luck of the ancients. The updates of the Peerless Tangman series are indeed swift. In the 183rd chapter, Song Sai and the dog, Song Jiu strolled out of the gambling den, a small pouch of silver jingling in his hand, under the envious stares of the crowd. With a bang, the small gambling house shuttered its doors, only to soon display a sign at its entrance. Song Jiu glanced at the sign and clicked his tongue. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over winning a mere 500 taels? The sign read, "No entry for Song Sai and his dog." The debauched companions surrounding Song Jiu chuckled. How many establishments have posted this now? They all lose money with a smile, only to usher him out. After the first place hung such a sign, several others followed suit, knowing that Song Sai would not pursue the matter. Fortunately, Song Xiling was merely a casual gambler. Had he been a high-stakes player, every gambling house would likely shut their doors upon his approach. "Today, shall you treat us, Song Sai?" inquired one of his friends. Shrugging, Song Jiu replied, "What's the harm? You may choose the venue. However, the expenditure must not exceed this pouch." "Of course. Are we not familiar with your habits?" they retorted. As per Song Jiu's rule, treating others was permissible only with winnings from the outside. Should he overspend, he would have to seek funds from home, risking dire consequences. Thus, this had been the norm for many years, and none found it noteworthy. Upon exiting the narrow alley of the gambling den, a group of young beggars surrounded Song Jiu. Generously, he scattered a handful of silver coins, prompting the beggars to kneel and address him as master, incessantly uttering auspicious phrases. This was a customary practice for Song Jiu. Having won, he would lavishly share his bounty. The group deliberated on where to dine, while Song Jiu, feeling utterly bored, glanced around. His gaze fell upon a well-mannered gentleman, smiling amiably at another man beside him, as they both sauntered into the adjacent alley, prompting him to avert his eyes. "I wager a pouch of peanuts. That Wei Sheng is undoubtedly a dandy." Instantly, Song Jiu lost interest. He had an aversion to academic overachievers, particularly those who were aesthetically pleasing. Make way, the horse is startled." A chorus of exclamations echoed, growing closer. The group turned to witness a magnificent white horse galloping towards them, bearing a fiery figure. No, it was not Flames. It was a young woman clad in striking red riding attire, her high ponytail accentuating her sun-kissed complexion. However, to Song Jiu, she appeared as a blazing inferno charging directly at him. As the horse drew nearer, the crowd hurriedly stepped aside, yet Song Jiu remained transfixed, staring blankly at the rider. "Get out of the way." The young woman atop the horse, noticing the immobile Song Jiu, wore an expression of exasperation. What a fool from the capital. With a curse, Neo Panner swiftly mounted her steed, yanking the reins with force, causing the horse's head and legs to rise abruptly. The horse let out a resounding neigh. Before the crowd's astonished eyes, a fiery figure leapt from the horse's back, delivering a forceful kick to the horse's belly, simultaneously toppling the dazed Song Jiu, who fell to the ground and rolled aside. Song Jiu exclaimed in disbelief, "A ball of fire has knocked me down." He lamented the chaotic nature of the ancestral spirit, urging everyone to take note. The updates of the Peerless Tang sect were swift, with the latest chapter, the 184th, titled Encountering the Mountain Queen. Suddenly, Song Jiu found himself unexpectedly thrown to the ground, and the pain was so intense it felt as though his very organs had shifted. He groaned, "Oh dear, oh dear." This was the first time such a misfortune had befallen him in his life. The favored child of destiny had met with disaster. The onlookers were left in awe, but even more astonishing was the sight of the horse, which, after being kicked by Neo Panner, tilted yet remained upright for a moment before a swift sound pierced the air. An arrow shot forth seemingly from nowhere, striking true. With a sharp whinny, the horse collapsed with a thud, leaving the scene shrouded in silence. The abruptness of the turn of events was staggering, and the conclusion unfolded with astonishing rapidity. "Someone, help!" Song Jiu whimpered, struggling beneath the weight of what felt like a mountain pressing down upon him. Just as he thought he might be crushed, Neo Panner released him. Rising swiftly to her feet and casting a disdainful gaze at the snow-white figure by her feet. "Oh, it's a pretty boy," she remarked. Realizing why he had not dodged earlier, he was nothing but a decorative pillow, lacking in any substantial strength, merely handsome without a hint of wit. "Fourth Master, oh heavens!" A figure rushed over, pale-faced, and knelt before Song Jiu, exclaiming, Fourth master, are you all right? What have you done to my master, you woman? This was Cixi, Song Zhiyu's young servant, who, puzzled by the sudden turn of events, could not understand how his master had ended up on the ground. Assist me in rising, cried Song Zhiyu, grimacing in pain. Oh dear, I fear my waist may be fractured. It hurts immensely. Fourth master, are you unharmed? Cixi inquired nervously as he helped Song Zhiyu to his feet. The other young ruffians quickly gathered around, expressing their concern. Niu Pan'er was engaged in conversation with a tall figure clad in a black guard uniform, wielding a bow and arrow, gesturing for him to inspect the deceased horses. The authorities of the capital will be here soon. Please check the horses first. Yes, your highness, he replied. Upon hearing this, Song Zhiyu and the others turned their gaze. Intrigued. Your highness? Whose noble lady could she be? We have not encountered her before. Once assured that there was no immediate danger, they scrutinized the lady. In unison. They gasped, a tomboy? She was remarkably tall, donned in striking crimson riding attire, her feet clad in doeskin boots. A red and blue gemstone-studded belt adorned her waist, from which dangled a short dagger and a curved blade sheathed in its scabbard. Her hands were gloved with fingerless leather, presenting a formidable appearance akin to a queen of the mountains. Examining her further, they dared to assert that among the elite women of the capital, she possessed the darkest complexion. However, it was not merely dark. Rather, it was a healthy wheat-colored hue, with prominent brows and bright eyes, a square face and thin lips. Her lustrous hair was tied in a high ponytail with a purple ribbon, exposing a well-defined forehead. She stood tall and exuded an air of gallant confidence. When her gaze fell upon them, each of them instinctively took a step back, startled by her piercing eyes. Niu Pan'er stepped forward, looking at Song Zhiyu, and inquired, Are you all right, you pretty boy? Pretty boy? Song Zhiyu's complexion flushed, her chest puffed out. Who are you calling a pretty boy? Do you even know how to speak? Insolent. The man inspecting the horses glared fiercely at Song Zhiyu, brandishing a whip. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the princess of Dongyang? Song Zhiyu paused momentarily, then let out a cold laugh. What of the princess of Dongyang? Her brother is still the current prime minister. She continued. She called me a pretty boy first and was disrespectful to me. Not to mention she pushed me, pointing at Niu Pan'er. She shook off the hand of her so-called friend, Bao Chengxian. Don't pull me back. I must confront him. In a rush, Bao Chengxian exclaimed, No. This is the princess of Dongyang, from the Duke of Dingbei's household. And so what if she is from the Duke of Dingbei? Oh, the Duke of Dingbei. She truly is audacious. I urge everyone to take note. The Duke of Dingbei is the sole figure of such prominence in the entire Deqing kingdom, having led troops to pacify the northeastern provinces and has since remained stationed in the north, safeguarding the territory against foreign invasion. The Duke of Dingbei wields genuine power, commanding military forces and having vanquished countless foes. His might so formidable that he is feared by enemies, who refer to him as the Bull Demon. It is said that the ultimate trick to quieting unruly children in the northeastern provinces is simply to utter, The Duke of Dingbei has arrived, and the children will cease their cries, a method that has proven unfailingly effective. No man is devoid of the desire for a son to carry on the family lineage, and the Duke of Dingbei is no exception. He possesses both power and wealth, yet his offspring are scarce. It was only in middle age that he fathered a daughter, the princess of Dongyang, born of his legitimate wife, named Niu Pan'er, which starkly illustrates his yearning for a son. Regardless of how many concubines the king of Dingbei may raise or how diligently he cultivates his estate, he is now 57, approaching 60. And with only a daughter to his name, whom he cherishes like a precious gem, lavishing her with affection. Consequently, both the king of Dingbei and the entire Dingbei manor regard this sole offspring with utmost reverence, cradling her in their hands for fear of fracturing her, cherishing her in their mouths for fear of melting her away. Despite this, Niu Pan'er has been raised much like a boy since her childhood, growing up on horseback alongside her father, mastering martial arts and military strategies without neglect. At the tender age of 12, she accompanied her father to battle, demonstrating remarkable prowess by vanquishing 10 foes. Since her inaugural foray into warfare at 12, she has participated in numerous skirmishes, with no less than 30 engagements under her belt. In addition to her title as the Princess of Dongyang, she has earned the moniker of General Niu, bestowed upon her by the court, a testament to her undeniable military accomplishments. Thus, Niu Pan'er does not conform to the delicate demeanor of other noble women. Instead, she possesses a sun-kissed complexion and a robust stature, earning her the nickname of Tomboy. Now at 18, The princess of Dongong remains unmarried, and while suitors abound, none dare approach her, daunted by her formidable presence. Furthermore, the king of Dingbei has hinted at a desire to find a suitable match for her, contemplating a prospective son-in-law to join the royal household. With the northeastern territories pacified, the king is troubled by his daughter's prospects for marriage and harbors aspirations to forge a new alliance. Thus, he and his daughter journey to the capital, ostensibly to celebrate the emperor's longevity, but in truth seeking the emperor's favor in securing a worthy match for the princess of Dongong. Some may scoff, claiming that the king's only daughter should have suitors lining up to choose from. Yet who can fathom the king's true intentions? In any case, they have arrived. Together, father and daughter. This is not merely a tomboy. To label her as such would be an understatement. She embodies the ferocity of a fierce goddess, a true harbinger of calamity. Upon hearing the news, Song Jiyu instinctively glanced at the waist of Princess Dongong, as if a severed head were swaying there, causing his mind to spin. The individual before him not only possessed formidable connections but also remarkable skills. What should he do? The enemy is strong, thus retreat is prudent. Sihua let out a sigh, disregarding the gazes of others, and hoisted Song Jiyu onto his shoulder, swiftly making his escape. The onlookers, including Nyo Panner, exchanged glances, with Nyo Panner smiling and saying, "Oh well." Her admiration for the ancestor is truly fervent. Song Si realized that Song Jiyu had been startled by the horse, clearly shaken, prompting her to have the palace maid summon a sedan chair to carry her to the courtyard of her younger son. Before even approaching, she heard Song Jiyu's cries of distress emanating from within the room, sending a chill through her heart. Surely, she hadn't sustained a serious injury, had she? Please, let that not be the case. She did not wish to face the ire of the original matriarch in the dead of night, peering down at her in reproach. The original matriarch would surely lament, has she been bewitched by some malevolent spirit? Fourth brother, is everything all right? Song Si hurriedly entered the room. There lay Song Jiyu, clad only in a pair of shorts, taken aback by her sudden intrusion. She screamed and hastily pulled the blanket over herself. Mother, why did you come in without knocking? I was just exposed. Unfazed, Song Si replied. So what if you are? I have seen you in your most vulnerable state before. Amitba. She vowed she had not. It was merely the original self who had witnessed such a sight. Song Jiyu. This indicates a tone of dissatisfaction, yet it seems quite robust. Evidently, it is not a grave injury. How could one be startled by a horse so thoroughly? It is simply misfortune. Nonsense. The fortune teller has proclaimed you a child of destiny. The concept of misfortune shall never grace your life. Song Si is quite aware of this. The child possesses a favorable fate. As she spoke, she motioned for someone to draw back his covers, revealing several bloodstains upon his alabaster back, as if something had grazed him, leaving the skin broken. She was immediately taken aback. How could it be so severe, with the skin broken? Song Jiyu remarked, Indeed. It is merely my son's misfortune. He succinctly recounted the events. However, Song Si suddenly veered off track, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ah? Does this mean my son was saved by a heroine? Song Jiyu, exasperated, pounded the bed. Mother, what heroine? I am your son, while you are indeed my son. It remains a fact that you, like a plucked chicken, were rescued by someone. Oh dear, the only female general of this dynasty, the fourth, what is she like? Is she particularly gallant and imposing? Song Si began to envision the glamorous female generals portrayed in dramas, but soon she recognized her misguided thoughts. Those in dramas are selected for their beauty and grace. Yet what of reality? Fourth, she cannot be a burly and coarse woman, can she? Surely, it wasn't he that she pressed you to the ground, causing those abrasions? Song Si inquired. The mother's imagination ran wild, while her son shed tears. Mother, is it truly the point whether that fierce woman is gallant or not? I have been injured, yet you show no concern for me, instead inquiring about the appearances of others. Are you truly my mother? Song Jiyu expressed his indignation, feeling an intensifying ache in his back. Song Si retorted with a hint of annoyance. Didn't I just apply medicine to your wound? It shouldn't hurt too much now, should it? Everywhere hurts. The child replied. Be brave, a man must not show pain. If you do, you might as well be a beauty, and only beauties are entitled to complain of pain. Are you a beauty? You are not. Song Jiyu thought to himself, this is not my mother. This is a devil. Observing the child's pitiful expression, Song Si, after a moment, decided not to tease him further and stated, a superficial injury is not a grave matter. But what about internal injuries? What did the physician from the Ma family say? For joys, you speak. At those words, Song Si playfully slapped Song Jiu on his backside, saying, "Did you hear that? Apply some medicine, and in a couple of days, you'll be fine. As for that general lady, she saved you. You must prepare a generous gift to express your gratitude." Song Jiu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and exasperation, thought, "My mother has struck me, and on the buttocks. No less." In the bustling market, a startled horse galloping through the streets was not an uncommon sight in the capital, where noble families frequently congregated and young lords often rode at breakneck speeds. Such occurrences were quite ordinary. However, this particular incident was noteworthy as the individual involved was not a privileged young man, but rather a woman, specifically a female general. Who else could claim to be the only female general of this dynasty, aside from the one from the Dingbei Wang family? The appearance of this female general in the capital signifies the arrival of a distinguished emissary from the prince of Dingbei's residence, notably the esteemed Dongyang princess, often referred to as the Little General. Those who have yet to behold her are filled with curiosity regarding her appearance. They wonder if she possesses the legendary fierce visage, with a robust physique capable of frightening infants. However, those who have encountered her vehemently counter this notion, asserting that while the Dongyang princess may not embody the delicate beauty of typical women, she is indeed a person of striking allure. Furthermore, it has been rumored that the prince of Dingbei harbors intentions to take a new consort and pursue a second child. Consequently, discussions surrounding the prince's household have become the most captivating topic throughout the capital, with ladies of the inner court and young gentlemen of the front courtyard alike expressing their intrigue. Numerous invitations have been dispatched like snowflakes towards the long-reclusive prince of Dingbei's manor. At that moment, the Dongyang princess had just departed from the Yangxin palace. Emperor Chu, observing the valiant figure of Neo Panner as she exited, sighed in lament, "The prince of Dingbei must feel a similar regret as I do. This woman is no man." Song Ziyuan replied, "Though not a man, she surpasses many in valor, capable of slaying foes and safeguarding the nation. A woman does not yield to a man, and indeed, her beauty eclipses that of many a lad." Emperor Chu remarked, "The one truly undermining my authority is Lord Song. He shows me no regard whatsoever. His capabilities are indeed impressive, yet he must be removed from his post. The military power of the three northeastern provinces remains under his control, a significant concern, especially considering the troop strength exceeds 200,000. Should the Prince of Dingbei ever contemplate rebellion?" Song Ziyuan clasped his hands within the sleeves of his official robe. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Dingbei is nearing 60 years of age and has yet to father a son. He has served as a Grand Marshal through 2 dynasties, unwaveringly loyal to your Majesty. Given these factors, the likelihood of the prince contemplating rebellion is rather low." The Emperor of Chu caressed the large ring in his hand, a significant reason for his reluctance to pressure the king of Dingbei. The absence of a son is indeed a formidable disadvantage. Although he has a daughter who can rival any son, she remains merely a daughter. The emperor must consider how to refuse when the king of Dingbei returns the military talisman, especially with the northern borders increasingly unstable during the winter months. Song Ziyuan lifted his eyelids and remarked, "Your Majesty, the king of Dingbei has numerous women in his household. Which of them is pregnant? The question of whether they can bear children is one thing, but even if they do, can a mere infant stir up any trouble? The ancestral lineage is indeed a matter of great concern." Despite the banter, the emperor continued to discuss the marriage of the princess of Dongyang. It seemed perplexing that the daughter of the esteemed king of Dingbei faced such difficulties in finding a suitable match. Song Ziyuan expressed his agreement, noting that the challenges extended beyond the princess of Dongyang to his own younger brother, and now, with the addition of a daughter, the quest for suitable unions had become even more pressing. Finding a match was far more complex than simply purchasing vegetables at the market. It required careful deliberation. Hearing this, the emperor felt a shared sense of the burdensome nature of these matrimonial arrangements. At long last, the emperor of Chu recalled that he had several sons awaiting brides. Song Ziyuan chuckled, remarking, "Indeed, the second, third, and fourth princes are all in need of selecting their royal consorts. A grand wedding necessitates the establishment of a household, which in turn requires the procurement of staff and furnishings. Expenses abound." The emperor cast a sidelong glance at him, questioning, "Are you reveling in their plight, Minister Song?" Song Ziyuan's demeanor shifted, and he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, asserting, "I would never dare to entertain such treasonous thoughts. I empathize with their situation." The emperor snorted, skeptical of his sincerity. "Speaking of which, Your fourth son is indeed fortunate. He encountered a startled horse, only to be rescued by the princess of Dongyang. The emperor, recalling the age and temperament of his youngest brother, raised an eyebrow. The two, as sovereign and minister, exchanged various matters of state and family before Song Ziyuan took his leave. Seated upon the dragon throne, the emperor pondered for a moment and then commanded, "Proceed to the Changchun Palace." "Yes, your majesty." At Changchun Palace, concubine Fan had been waiting outside the hall for some time. Upon seeing the emperor's procession, she gracefully bowed. "I pay my respects to your majesty. May you have auspicious fortune. Rise, my beloved concubine." The emperor approached with a smile, taking her hand as they entered the palace together. Concubine Fan remarked, "Your majesty must have caught a whiff of something delightful today. I personally prepared a nourishing snow pear and white fungus soup, perfect for enriching the yin and moistening the lungs. Would you care to taste it? How rare it is for my beloved to take the time to prepare such a dish. I shall certainly savor it with great care." Concubine Fan's eyes sparkled with joy as she exchanged a glance with her trusted maid, who promptly withdrew. The emperor settled into his seat, engaging in light conversation with concubine Fan. Shortly after, a palace maid presented the soup in a delicate blue and white porcelain bowl, and concubine Fan poured it herself, tasting and cooling it before bringing it to the emperor's lips. "Your majesty," a nearby eunuch, Zhou Gonggong, gently reminded, "it has yet to be tested for poison." The emperor of Chu chuckled lightly. "No worries." The favored consort, Lady Fan, felt a surge of happiness. After savoring a bowl of stew, she subtly broached the subject of her son. "Zheng'er understands the importance of hard work. It is imperative that he does not disappoint the emperor's expectations. He wishes to alleviate some of your burdens in governance, which is why he has been consulting his maternal grandfather about the state affairs he has heard during court sessions these past few days." Indeed, Zheng'er had become quite sensible. Lady Fan sighed. "It is true. I still remember when he was just a tiny bundle, resembling a delicate dumpling. And now he is already at the age of selecting a consort." The emperor smiled, gently stirring the tea leaves with the lid of his cup, and lamented, "Time hastens our aging. I am growing old." Lady Fan cast a cautious glance at him and chided, "Your majesty is not old at all. As a father, you must find a suitable wife for our Zheng'er, so he may honor us in the future." The emperor raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Is it possible that my beloved consort has a candidate in mind? Indeed, I do not wish to conceal it from your majesty. Before your arrival, I was perusing the roster of noble ladies in the capital. Please take a look and see which one might be worthy of becoming a royal consort." Lady Fan retrieved the roster from a nearby table and handed it over with both hands. The emperor set down his teacup, accepted it, and upon flipping it open, his smile faded and his eyes narrowed. "Which noble lady do you find most agreeable?" Emperor Chu inquired with an indifferent tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. However, this manner of speaking sent shivers down the spine of consort Fan, leaving her with a stiffened expression as she feigned composure. "All these noble ladies are splendid. I truly find myself at a loss for choice. What is your opinion, your majesty?" Emperor Chu pointed to the name of Princess Dongyang. "Indeed, someone possesses discernment. Having included the name of Princess Dongyang, what are your thoughts on her, my beloved consort?" Consort Fan's heart raced. The princess was undoubtedly admirable, although slightly older. If she were to be betrothed to Zheng'er, it might very well temper his temperament. Heaven forbid, if they could secure a marriage with Princess Dongyang, Zheng'er would be assured a stable future. The question of his demeanor seemed secondary. What truly mattered was that if such a union were to be bestowed, Zheng'er would become the son of the Duke of Dingbei, as the Duke had expressed his desire for a son to enter the royal household. Could Consort Fan truly relinquish that prospect? Enter the family? Consort Fan's complexion turned ashen. "Your majesty, that is utterly absurd. How could a prince possibly enter another family?" The very notion seemed preposterous to her. Emperor Chu, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, tore away the page bearing Princess Dongyang's name. Consort Fan's heart tightened. Prime Minister Song had previously requested my decree, stating that his daughter would not partake in the selection of a consort, and I agreed. He then proceeded to tear away the page containing Song Rookie's name. The smile on Consort Fan's face faltered significantly. With a quivering lip, she nearly succumbed to tears. "I have state affairs to attend to, so I shall not linger with you any longer, my beloved consort. We shall depart." Eunuch Gong quickly assisted him in rising from his seat, heading towards Kuan-Ning Palace. Empress Gongsun soon heard the news. She cast a glance at the seventh prince, who was sitting upright at a nearby small table, diligently writing. A faint smile curved her lips. "Let them compete." the more fiercely, the better for my son's position. Your Majesty, shall we reorganize the roster? Bai Luo inquired softly. The Empress took a sip of tea and replied, reorganize what? Those are all eligible noble girls. The Emperor has reviewed them and knows precisely whom to retain. If we reorganize, how will those princes ever see the worthy candidates? How will they compete? Upon hearing about the affairs in Changchun Palace, concubine Shun Huifei chuckled with delight. She regarded the emperor as a fool, placing Princess Dongyang at the forefront as if fearful he might overlook her, believing he was unaware of her intentions. Your Majesty, please lower your voice. There are ears on the other side of the wall, her confidant, Aunt Qing, gently reminded her. Shun Huifei pouted. I have said nothing of consequence. Recalling the whispered rumors from the palace maids, she chuckled again. Ah, Qing, do you think if the third prince were truly to marry into the Dingbei Wangfu, it would be a spectacle worth 10 cups of wine? By then, Consort Fan would surely have no tears left to shed. Aunt Qing replied with exasperation, Your Majesty. Since ancient times, has there ever been a prince marrying into another family? Wouldn't that be a laughingstock for the common people? The emperor is merely toying with Consort Shu. Please do not indulge in such fantasies. Shun Huifei, blowing on her freshly painted nails, retorted, Am I not allowed to amuse myself? Let me enjoy this little jest. As she pondered, laughter bubbled forth once more. She truly adored the ancestral lineage. The princess received a token of gratitude from the Song Prime Minister's residence, expressing their appreciation for her timely intervention. Niu Panner, with her half-dry hair, held a white cloth to wipe the curved blade in her hand. Pausing momentarily at the mention of the Song family's gift, the image of a snowball sprang to her mind, and she chuckled. Song Yulong, that nickname suits him quite well. His skin is as white as jade, even fairer than mine. How could he have come by such a complexion? Perhaps he bathes his face in milk daily? The guard scoffed, he's just a pretty boy. Indeed, he is a pretty boy, but one cannot deny that he possesses a pallor reminiscent of the snow atop Changbai Mountain. Suddenly, Niu Panner mused, Say, my friend, do you think that Song Yulong's future offspring will inherit his alabaster skin, resembling a little snowball? If that is the case, they would surely be adored. Song Yulong covered his ears and gazed toward the heavens. Who is speaking ill of me? The guard interjected, Your Highness, the building is askew. It ought to be demolished and rebuilt. Clearing his throat, the guard continued, Your Highness, that horse was struck by a flying needle, likely due to your actions upon entering the city. One cannot ascertain whether the needle was a test or a threat, or perhaps a show of force. It is prudent to exercise caution. Nevertheless, this matter has already been reported to the emperor. After all, the child who cries receives candy. This time, it was a flying needle startling the horse. Who knows what will happen next? The northern king has been dealt with. What about the north? Niu Panner furrowed her brow slightly. Niu Panner attended a couple of poetry gatherings organized by princesses, but soon lost interest. Sitting among those noble ladies, discussing needlework, jewelry, and the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while listening to the monotonous performances of the actors on stage, proved to be exceedingly dull. She found far more exhilaration in frolicking around the military camp, seeking someone to spar with. Niu Panner disdainfully regarded the cultured and delicate circles of the elite as tedious, while those in the noble women's circle privately looked down upon her brashness and boisterousness. Of course, such discussions were held behind closed doors. To voice them openly would invite the wrath of Princess Dongyang, whose whip could inflict severe punishment. Indeed, while some disdained Dongyang, there were also those who idolized her, particularly the noble women from martial families who admired her and even regarded her as an aspirational figure. Given her remarkable status, it seemed only fitting that she could serve as a young general. Why should they not aspire to the same? Consequently, the noble women of martial families began to diligently practice martial arts, much to the chagrin of the martial wives. These young women were already at a disadvantage in terms of marriage prospects compared to their civil service counterparts, who would dare to marry them, especially with their incessant cries of battle. This became a topic of conversation within the inner circles of the capital, while outside, the hot topic was the court's announcement to resume the tea-horse trade, leading to a flood of merchants rushing towards the northwest. The fervor surrounding the royal marriages was palpable, as news broke that the princes had been betrothed and were set to wed by the year's end. This sudden revelation shocked many, not merely because of the impending marriages, but due to the perplexing choices for their principal brides, which left numerous families bewildered. Is the emperor planning something grand? As Song Ci savored his afternoon tea, he marveled at the royal intrigues, exclaiming in admiration. The machinations of the sovereign are indeed unfathomable. The finesse with which he plays his cards is nothing short of extraordinary. The second prince, Chu Hongkuan, is rather inconspicuous. His biological mother has passed, and his adoptive mother, the dowager consort, holds a modest status. He himself lacks any remarkable qualities, leading to a consistent lack of favor. Nonetheless, he is still a prince, and the emperor has arranged for him to wed the legitimate daughter of the Li family. Li Qingqiu, on the other hand, the third prince, Chu Hongzhong, boasts the most prestigious lineage among the princes, second only to the emperor's direct heir. His mother hails from the esteemed Fan family, occupying the rank of noble consort, and his maternal grandfather is the current prime minister, which grants him significant standing. Many noble families are aware that the prime minister has a granddaughter named Fan Mini, who has remained unbetrothed at the age of 16, eagerly awaiting this imperial match. The Fan family regards her as the rightful consort for the third prince. However, reality unfolds differently. The emperor's audacious maneuver is at play. He has designated Fan Mini as the principal consort for the fourth prince, Chu Hongqing, while bestowing the daughter of the Minister of Rights, Li Qian, upon Chu Hongzhong. One must ponder the audacity of such matchmaking by the emperor. The Fan family, being the maternal clan of noble consort Fan, now finds their granddaughter tied to the royal family, yet she becomes the daughter-in-law of their rival, consort Shun. Should a conflict arise in the future, will the Fan family side with their daughter or their granddaughter? As for Chu Hongzhong, he finds himself in unfortunate circumstances. Why is he deemed unfortunate? His future father-in-law is the Minister of Rights, whose rank is not insignificant. However, during the discussions concerning the establishment of the heir, the minister had clearly stated the importance of legitimizing the eldest son. Imagine, during the time of the imperial succession, the ever-conventional Minister Li, known for his strict adherence to tradition, found his non-eldest and non-royal son-in-law among the princes. Did he still advocate for the primacy of the eldest son? This single act of granting a marriage left the noble families utterly bewildered. Thus, it is said that the mind of an emperor is unfathomable. The more one attempts to decipher it, the more elusive it becomes. Song Xiai mused. No wonder many have taken to referring to the emperor as a mere dog. If we must speak of dogs, the emperor reigns supreme. Ah, she was mistaken. The current emperor of Chu is indeed a commendable sovereign. He is not a dog, but rather a divine being who knows how to play the game. Blessed be Amitabha. It is rumored that both consort Fan and consort Shen have donned their ceremonial headpieces while reclining on their couches. How infuriating. Song Xiai recalled the two consorts she had previously encountered, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude, particularly towards consort Fan, who had once harbored ambitions for Princess Dongyang and Song Rookie. Now, not only has she failed to secure either, but even her own niece is beyond her grasp. It is said that Miss Li was raised strictly according to the established norms, embodying an adherence to protocol that rendered her somewhat pedantic and stilted. Observing the grand matriarch's distracted demeanor, the palace maid felt compelled to caution, "Your Grace, please be circumspect in your words." Song Xiai glanced around. There were no others present, so they could indulge in gossip freely, assured that their conversation would remain confidential. Lin Qing, cradling her cup of milk tea, an indulgence exclusive to Song Xiai, took a sip and remarked, "The emperor's maneuvering is all about the art of balance. When the topic of succession arises again, it is likely to incite even more chaos and bloodshed." "Let it be," Song Xiai replied. "After all, our Song family is not entangled in these affairs. We have no daughters in the harem, nor any to select as consorts, thus avoiding such conflicts. Whoever ascends, our loyalty remains steadfast. The admiration for the ancients is truly fervent." The exquisite tale of the peerless Tang Gate unfolds with unparalleled speed. In the 192nd chapter, titled "Even if one delves deep into the horned point, it is futile," we observe that, aside from the primary consort, the Emperor of Chu has designated a secondary consort for each prince, including the eldest, who has been married for over a year. Aside from the august consort who has already been welcomed into the eldest prince's residence, the remaining secondary consorts will be brought into their respective households following the prince's weddings next year. Although Song Xiai feels somewhat discontented, she refrains from voicing her grievances. For this is the ancient era and, more importantly, the royal court, where taking secondary consorts is quite customary. The royal family is intent on expanding their lineage. Reflecting on the Emperor of Chu's age, which surpasses that of Song Ziyuan by several years, it is indeed somewhat pressing that he is yet to hold a grandchild. Surely, After the prince's weddings, procreation will be regarded as a paramount endeavor. The first grandson, or even a granddaughter, would be cherished for being the firstborn, thus enjoying a privileged status. Is the second young lady still feeling down? Song Si inquired, glancing at the palace matron. The matron chuckled and replied, after conveying the matriarch's words, "It will be time to eat and drink." Song Si took a sip of tea and remarked, "That is well, do not fret over trivialities. For even if one delves into them, it is ultimately fruitless." Upon hearing that the royal consorts had no part in her fate, Song Rookie immediately felt disheartened. After a prolonged display of temper, it was only upon Song Si's suggestion that the matron speak with her that she calmed down, realizing that accepting half of her husband's affections was part of the arrangement. Despite the allure of the royal consort's grandeur, the new marriage period has not yet elapsed, and the entry of secondary consorts will inevitably divide her husband's attention. Regardless of the splendor, it is of little consequence, Lin Qing said with a smile. The matriarch's insight is profound. Having a grandmother like you is a true blessing for the second young lady and her peers. They need not blame me for my limited understanding, Lin Qing contemplated. How modest of you. With such a shallow comprehension. Who would think that one could savor tea in such a delightful manner? Sweet, with a hint of creamy aroma, devoid of any unpleasant taste, it indeed lifts one's spirits. Grandmother, the eldest young master and the young marquis have arrived, Hong Yu announced with a smile. Song Si glanced over to see her eldest grandson accompanied by several younger brothers and the young Marquis Wang Yiqing. This marked Wang Yiqing's inaugural visit to the Song residence, where he would be staying for a couple of days. Hence, Song Si had previously instructed the young ones to be ready to show him around the ancestral school and familiarize him with the household. Grandmother, I have come to pay my respects, Song Lingsu and his cousins greeted with bowing gestures. Young Wang Yiqing followed suit, offering a proper salute to the matriarch. Song Si, with a warm smile, invited them to take a seat and instructed the maids to serve each child a cup of milk tea. Grandmother is once again indulging in afternoon tea. It smells utterly delightful, the grandson remarked, having caught a whiff from afar. Song Lingzhou gazed eagerly at the table, which not only held the milk tea but also appeared to be adorned with particularly crispy biscuits and dainty confections. Song Si playfully pinched his round cheek and teased, "Do you possess a canine sense of smell?" "I am naturally gifted at detecting exquisite things," Song Lingzhou puffed out his chest proudly. "You can sense both the fragrant and the foul," Song Lingzhou quipped, casting an amused glance at his younger cousin. "You ought to steer clear of the latrine." "Oh dear. What will you do during the imperial examinations if you are assigned to a location near the latrine? Wouldn't that spell disaster for you?" "Ah, elder brother, please refrain from uttering such terrifying thoughts that frighten me. I am too delicate for such fears," young Song Lingzhou lamented with a pained expression. Song Lingzhou gently patted his head, reassuring, "Do not worry, one grows accustomed to fright over time." Laughter erupted among the crowd, everyone finding amusement in the antics of the Song family, particularly Song Grandma, whose playful nature inspired envy in Wang Yiqing. "Young lord, come over to Grandma," beckoned Song Si, her eyes glimmering with admiration for her ancestors. "I truly adore our venerable matriarch." The updates of the Peerless Tang sect are indeed swift. In the 193rd chapter, Song Si offers guidance, and Wang Yiqing steps forward. "Grandma, please refrain from calling me young lord. I would prefer you use my name." The title felt distant to him, and he was disinclined to accept it. "Then I shall call you Xiao Cheng," Song Si replied with a smile, gently caressing his face. "It appears that you are thriving under the care of Her Majesty, as your cheeks have grown plump." Wang Yiqing beamed. "Xiao Cheng is wonderful. I truly enjoy it here. Upon arriving at the Xiang residence, I feel as if I am at home, free from constraints. The household is small and lacks the rigid formalities of the palace, allowing for genuine enjoyment." Pointing to Song Lingxiu and the others, Song Si continued, "These young gentlemen are older than you. Should you find yourself perplexed, do not hesitate to inquire with them. And there is also the little chubby one, who is of a similar age and can accompany you in play." Song Lingzhou protested, pouting, "Grandmother, in front of the young lord, please do not call me little chubby." "Oh, do you still have any pride left?" she teased. "I have not misnamed you. Just look at that round, pudgy face of yours." She playfully pinched his tender cheek, causing Song Lingzhou to squirm in distress, while Wang Yiqing stifled a chuckle. Song Si handed a biscuit to Wang Yiqing and casually inquired about his studies in the palace and his interaction with the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager is quite elderly and often feels lonely in the palace. There is no need to fear her. Simply spend time conversing with her. Speak of anything you wish, treating her as you would your own grandmother, Song Si said with compassion. Wang Yiqing nodded in agreement. Truth be told, perhaps due to his status, he did not feel as relaxed with the Empress Dowager as he did with Song Si. After all, she was the Empress Dowager. Go and enjoy yourself. Take a look at your courtyard. See if anything is lacking. Sue her if there is anything missing. Instruct the stewardess of the northern courtyard to replenish it, Song Si directed. Song Ling Su smiled and nodded, saying, Grandmother, your grandson understands. He then bowed to Song Si and withdrew with several children in tow. Song Si retained Lianqing, who had been attending to Wang Yicheng. Has the Empress Dowager assigned you to the young Marquis? Song Si asked, to which she nodded. This is indeed your fortune. Although he is currently residing in Sinang Palace, he will eventually leave. If you serve him well, you may accompany him out of the palace, managing the affairs of his courtyard much like a wet nurse. He will surely remember your kindness and provide for you in your old age. Lianqing eagerly replied, Madam, I will certainly attend to the Marquis diligently. I am aware that there are no fools in the palace, and as someone close to the Empress Dowager, your experiences are vast. Even if you do not leave the palace, your life will not be lacking. However, dear Aunt Lianqing, who would wish to grow old and die within the palace? I believe that even in old age, one should have the chance to witness the world beyond these walls. That would truly make a life worthwhile, don't you think? Madam speaks wisely. I cherish this opportunity and consider myself fortunate. Song Si smiled and remarked, Look at me. One grows old and becomes more talkative. You surely know how to navigate life's challenges. Lian Xian shook her head and expressed her gratitude, saying, The matriarch only wishes the best for me. Fearing that I might feel a sense of loss. I understand, and I believe that the present days hold much promise. Who desires to wither away within the palace walls? Now, I am devotedly following Wang Yicheng. He will surely remember this loyalty. Who could possibly overshadow me? She truly harbors a fervent admiration for her ancestors. To welcome the arrival of the esteemed Marquis Chengyan, Wang Yicheng, Song Si organized a small family gathering to introduce the children. Wang Yicheng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Song Si would go to such lengths to host a banquet in his honor. A family gathering. Such events were only memories from his childhood spent with his parents and grandmother. After their passing, he had lost the essence of home. Observing the lively scene before him, Wang Yicheng shyly suppressed a smile. It was no wonder that the Empress Dowager had remarked on the simplicity of the Song family, indicating that their company would be refreshingly comfortable. Indeed, she had spoken the truth. Once we finish our meal, come to my study, and I shall test your studies, Song Ziyuan said, eyeing the small figure of Wang Yicheng. Wang Yicheng promptly set down his chopsticks, straightened his posture, and respectfully nodded in agreement. The Empress Dowager had mentioned that Master Song's knowledge was on par with that of the esteemed scholars in the Imperial Academy. To become a person of worth, one must diligently study, engage in extensive reading, and gather wisdom from various sources. Furthermore, as Aunt Lian Xian had stated, he was a fortunate child. Granted this rare opportunity for succession, which was not to be taken lightly, he must not disappoint the expectations of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. At another table, Lu observed the dignified and affluent Wang Yicheng, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Mother, have you truly decided to retreat to the estate near Songzhan Temple for the summer? Song Zhiqing inquired of his mother. With so many summer resorts available, and the Lotus Lake at Lianzhuang, why choose the vicinity of Songzhan Temple? Song Si replied, Madam Wei has invited me to offer incense and listen to teachings. Besides, our family's estate is nearby. Spending a few days there is not a bother. The heat is unbearable. In truth, she could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere at home and was eager to witness the grandeur of the Daqing landscape. Song Ziyu remarked, Offering incense is but a pretext. The true intention is to gaze upon someone, is it not? Song Si scoffed, Indeed, what of it? You lack the fortune to behold that young lady. Song Ziyu felt deflated, the chicken leg in his mouth suddenly tasteless. Mother, I sense you are growing increasingly disdainful of me. You no longer show me any affection. He lamented, feeling aggrieved. Song Si responded with a teasing tone. It's rare for you to possess such self-awareness. So, be wise and refrain from being picky. Obediently find someone to settle down with. Recently, she had sensed the original matriarch's watchful gaze upon her, sending chills down her spine. May heaven bless us. Swiftly send a sister from the skies. Or else mother will not allow me to cross the threshold. The group erupted in laughter. Song Ruwei was also drawn to converse with her mother in the Meiyuan garden. Lu instructed the wet nurse to take Song Lingzhou away for washing and bedtime, while she pulled her daughter to sit beside her on the couch, reproaching gently. Your studies cannot be completed in a fleeting moment, so there is no need to rush. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Did you catch a glimpse of the young Marquis today? Song Ruwei was momentarily taken aback. The young lord must surely refer to Wang Yicheng. She couldn't help but feel exasperated. Mother, he is quite grown, and I am not blind. How could I possibly overlook him? Furthermore, when he visited our estate, he even brought gifts for everyone. How could I ignore such a gesture? Her admiration for the esteemed ancestors was genuine, and she fervently wished for everyone to cherish them. As the narrative unfolded, Mrs. Lu observed her daughter's bewildered expression and couldn't help but sigh. She patiently inquired, Ruwei, what do you think of the young lord? Song Ruwei replied, he's quite delightful. He is handsome and even more refined than Zhou Er. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lu realized that her daughter viewed him as a brother. Despite her attempts to remain composed, she couldn't suppress her thoughts any longer. Ruwei, when the young lord visits in the future, make sure to spend time with him and be kind. Song Ruwei was taken aback and blurted out, Mother, I am a girl. How can I play with him? You silly child, why can't you comprehend what your mother means? Mrs. Lu said, gently tapping her daughter's forehead with her finger. Do you not understand the notion of childhood sweethearts, of knowing each other from a young age? Seeing the exasperation on her mother's face, Song Ruwei paused, her mind racing. Suddenly, realization struck her, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She stood up, stamping her foot in embarrassment. Mother, what are you saying? I am but 8 years old. And the young lord is even younger than Zhou Di by 2 months. He is merely 6. How can you speak of childhood sweethearts? Good heavens. Your thoughts are simply outrageous. Moreover, this is the first time meeting someone. How could one dare to think so? Song Ruwei felt a mix of embarrassment and astonishment. What if she was merely 8 years old? It is precisely at this tender age that such closeness can flourish. As she grows older, societal norms regarding gender separation will impose barriers, rendering such intimacy too late. Lu Shi appeared completely unfazed. My dear, listen to your mother, she said, pulling her into an embrace and whispering softly, though you are still young, it is indeed early for me to speak of these matters. Yet I would prefer you to grasp them sooner rather than remain in blissful ignorance. Wei Er, among the 3 daughters of the Song family, you are of the lowest standing. Although you can claim lineage from the ministerial family and even be considered a legitimate daughter, your status as a legitimate child is overshadowed by your 2 elder cousins, as you are merely the offspring of a secondary wife. Song Ruwei stiffened, leaning against Lu Shi without uttering a word. She was instantly reminded of the expressions of those noble ladies at the loyal and brave Marquis's residence upon learning of her father's secondary status. She understood that, even as a legitimate daughter, the stigma of her father's birth would cast a shadow over her in the eyes of the world, inviting a measure of disdain. Wei Er, despite your familial connection to the minister, your lower status remains. What does it matter that you are the minister's niece? Great and noble families may not necessarily value your lineage. If you wish to secure a prosperous and carefree future in marriage, careful strategizing is essential. Lu Shi's gaze turned sharp as she continued. Even if you perceive my calculations as overly intricate, it is imperative for me to convey this to you. Without such foresight, how can one attain true ease? Though the young Marquis is merely an adopted son, what of it? He is undeniably a Marquis in his own right and is currently nurtured within the palace, enjoying the favor of the Empress Dowager. The Emperor himself is likely to regard him with esteem due to his maternal lineage. One cannot help but ponder the promising future that awaits the young Marquis. Not to mention his current status, he has already inherited the title and awaits only the day he comes of age to marry. Wei Er, consider the number of Marquisate heirs' wives in the capital who still languish as merely wives to heirs, enduring years of waiting before they can ascend to the rank of Marquis wife. Their sons may only aspire to become heirs after much time. Yet for the young Marquis, upon his marriage, will his wife not immediately attain the exalted status of a Marquis wife? Their offspring, regardless of their potential, would surely inherit the title of an earl. Song Ruwei's heart raced. She truly admired her ancestors. Though young, she was no fool, and her mother had been diligently guiding her, ensuring she was not like other children who understood little. Naturally, she could analyze and evaluate what Madame Lu had said. She was well aware of the significance of enduring years to attain the rank of Marquis wife versus marrying and instantly becoming one. Some Marquis heirs' wives might never see the light of day in their aspirations. much like the wife of the heir from the Zhengchuan Marquisate who lost her title to her brother upon her husband's death. To marry and instantly achieve the status of Marquis wife is akin to winning the race before it has even begun. Has she come to this realization? Seeing her lost in thought, Lu felt a sense of solace and embraced her gently. The title of Lady Ho is enough to make many young women yearn for it. But do you know what the greatest advantage of becoming the Lady of Qingyan is? Song Ruwei appeared somewhat perplexed. It is the ability to take charge as soon as you enter the household, without the oversight of in-laws, allowing you to live your own life behind closed doors. Lu sighed softly. This is the very life that many women long for after marriage. Mother, Song Ruwei exclaimed in shock. Are you not afraid that someone might overhear and convey this to grandmother? Such rebelliousness. Lu smiled wryly. I understand your thoughts, my dear. But who does not desire to be in command? The residence is indeed splendid, yet the head of the household is your aunt. Our branch, along with your second uncle's family, is also under her authority. To take charge means you can manage the household as you wish, rather than relying on others for everything. However, with a mother-in-law looming over you, even if you are in control, you must often heed her moods. Otherwise, the weight of filial piety may become suffocating. Just look at your aunt. Though she possesses great stature and hails from a noble family, she too must be mindful of your grandmother's disposition. If your grandmother chooses to reprimand her, she must accept it. Song Ruwei fell silent. Therefore, my dear, the title of Qingyan Ho is highly coveted, and many eyes are set upon it. You must seize this opportunity. Your ages are similar, and the bond of childhood friends is rare. I genuinely wish for you to find a worthy husband. Lu gently caressed her head. Song Ruwei blushed and replied, Mother, this conversation is too premature. I am only 8 years old. The young woman has reached the age of courtship, and though a few years may pass, by the time one realizes it, the opportunity may have slipped away. I am even older than him, and besides, it is not certain that we will indeed progress as you suggest, Song Ruwei shyly remarked. Lu's demeanor shifted as she responded, What does a couple of years matter? Your grandmother is older than your grandfather, after all. I am not asserting that you will certainly achieve a successful union, but I am merely advising you to seize this fortunate opportunity. You never know what may come of it. Song Ruwei fell silent. If in the future you both truly harbor such intentions, I would even kneel before your grandmother to plead on your behalf, Lu added, her determination evident. Mother, that is far too distant a matter. Please do not dwell on it so much, Song Ruwei quickly interjected. Regardless, do you remember what I said tonight? Relationships develop gradually, bit by bit. Song Ruwei nodded absently, her mind in a flurry, feeling a mix of confusion, anxiety, and embarrassment at her mother's unexpected words. Lu wished to elaborate further, but upon noticing her daughter's bewildered and slightly alarmed expression, she realized that excess could be counterproductive and restrained herself. After all, the Marquis Qingyan would frequently visit the manor for short stays. Lu often pointed this out, confident that her daughter would eventually come to her senses. As for the notion of losing face, well, if a genuine match were to arise, what did that matter? It is true that she has an extraordinary affection for her ancestors. The following day, when Song Ruwei encountered Wang Yiqing again, she felt an unmistakable sense of discomfort, perhaps influenced by her mother's words. Wang Yiqing was quite amiable towards her, considering their tender ages, and Song Ruwei possessed a gentle disposition. Sister, why do you stare so intently at Yiqing? He is still a boy, yet undeniably a young man. You ought to have some modesty, remarked Song Lingzhou, licking a piece of sesame candy while casting a disdainful glance at his sister. Grandmother says that children must learn the virtue of sharing. If I have something delightful, I must share it with my friends. Yiqing is my friend. He scoffed. Go ahead and report me if you wish. Girls are always fond of making complaints. Yiqing, let us be on our way. He tugged at Wang Yiqing, leading him toward the ancestral school, adding, The books say that only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture, and it seems they are indeed correct. Song Ruwei was left exasperated. Wang Yiqing gave Song Lingzhou a gentle tug and, with a smile, addressed Song Ruwei, Sister Wei, do not blame Lingzhou. It was my desire for the candy. Song Ruwei paused, a hint of shyness evident as she responded with a soft "oh." Watching the two boys walk away, she patted her flushed cheeks and shook her head, realizing that her mother's words had truly affected her. Empress Dowager Wang observed him kneeling before her, bowing his head in reverence, and beckoned him closer, inquiring, How do you fare at the Song residence? Although she could have gleaned this information through others, she was keen to hear his own account. Your imperial great-aunt. I am your nephew, he replied. The Empress Dowager felt a pang of jealousy, remarking, "Why have I heard that you refer to Lady Song as Nai Nai and call yourself I? Yet here, you address me as great aunt with the addition of imperial and claim to be a mere nephew. Why such formality?" Wang Yicheng was left somewhat bewildered. Lian Xin observed from the side, feeling somewhat anxious and wishing to offer a few words of guidance. However, upon noticing Lian Xiao, who stood beside the Empress Dowager, shake her head, he chose to remain silent. Fortunately, Wang Yicheng was not lacking in intelligence. He cautiously addressed, "Great aunt?" "Yes," came the reply. "From now on, I shall call you that." He continued, seeking to convey a sense of familiarity. Wang Yicheng smiled, revealing his two small white teeth. Observing the Empress Dowager rubbing her legs, he pondered for a moment before stepping forward, kneeling beside her, and extending his small hands to massage her legs. The Empress Dowager was taken aback. "What is this?" "My child, I'm just giving you a little massage, great aunt," Wang Yicheng replied. "Thank you for allowing me to visit the Prime Minister's residence. Chunga truly enjoys it there." "Do you prefer the palace or the Prime Minister's residence?" inquired the Empress Dowager. Wang Yicheng paused briefly before responding, "I like both. But I prefer the Prime Minister's residence more, as there are several little brothers to play and converse with." "Would you be willing to stay at the Prime Minister's residence indefinitely?" The boy shook his head without hesitation. Chunga would not wish to. He wants to stay with great aunt. The Empress Dowager was taken aback. She remained silent, observing him struggle to catch his breath after squeezing her legs a few times. His eyes slightly moist. "I am truly touched. As for the world of the capitalistic society, it is indeed fraught with complexities." In late June, the heat enveloped the surroundings like a steamer, rendering faces as red as shrimp. Song Si lifted the curtain to glance outside, where towering mountains bordered the official road, and waves of heat surged toward her. She turned her gaze toward the guards accompanying her carriage and the other horse nearby, only to find her 4 cubs absent from the saddle. With a sigh, she lowered the curtain once more. The day was indeed sweltering, and Circe could hardly endure the heat any longer, retreating into the carriage. Song Si reclined on a bamboo pillow, letting out a contented sigh. "Just look at the wealth around. How splendid it is." The carriage was spacious enough to accommodate a person, with exquisitely crafted cabinets and furnishings. Although the items stored within did not rival those at home, they sufficed to ensure a comfortable life on the road, resembling a chariot of ancient times. Despite the heat outside, the interior of the carriage felt as refreshing as if air conditioning were circulating a cool breeze, rendering the entire compartment pleasantly chilled. Song Si glanced at the makeshift air conditioning in the corner of the carriage, which consisted of 2 large ice basins covered by a loose bamboo cage, with a simple fan fanning the air towards the ice. The coolness wafted throughout the space. Inside and outside the carriage presented a stark contrast, akin to night and day. Just think. Without money, how could she indulge in such luxuries? Perhaps she would have been drenched in sweat multiple times over. Ah, the evils of capitalism, how she adored it. Madame Gong, smiling, handed her a bowl of mung bean soup, saying, "Circe has been riding for quite some time. He must be weary." Song Si accepted the soup and remarked, "If you ask me, he is surely worried about his fair complexion getting tanned, that vain fellow." Hong Tao, who attended to them in the carriage, chuckled at her words. Their party was journeying to a village near Song's Han Temple to escape the summer heat. Accompanying Song Si were the chubby Song Lingzhou and the twins, along with Song Jiyu, whom Song Si had insisted join them. Initially, Song Jiyu had no intention of coming. He found little joy in the idea of summer retreats. As there were plenty of lakes and rivers within the capital itself, why travel so far? However, when his mother shed a few tears in front of him, he had no choice but to relent, pack his belongings, and follow along. In addition to this, there was also the second son, Song Jiqing, accompanying them. Initially, he intended to invite a few daughters-in-law, but the eldest daughter-in-law was preoccupied with managing household affairs and could not leave, while the second daughter-in-law, having entered summer, was enduring the hardships of the season and had not been feeling well these past few days, thus she did not attend. As for the Liu family, they too had declined the invitation from the other residents due to prior commitments. Moreover, apart from their own family, they had brought along Lin Qing and her servant, for she was their personal physician, and it was always beneficial to have her close at hand. Lin Qing shared a carriage with Song Si, and while reading medical texts inside, upon hearing Song Si's remark, she chuckled. "Fourth master possesses a handsome face. It is indeed a pity to see it tanned." The subject of their discussion, Song Jiyu, lay sprawled within the carriage, observing his young nephews chattering and playing games, utterly bored. How had he fallen into this predicament? At this moment, he could be at the Lanua Pavilion, enjoying flower wine and music, fanned by the ladies, rather than jostling along this bumpy road. Suddenly, a voice calling out with the crack of a whip approached from afar, sounding somewhat familiar. Startled, Song Jiu sat up and lifted the carriage curtain to peek outside. A fleeting shadow dashed by, and the hoof of a horse kicked up dust, catching him off guard and leaving him with a mouthful of dirt. How outrageous! Song Jiu exclaimed in disbelief. Is there truly someone more audacious than me? You there, stop. If you have the guts, come to a halt. He commanded Agaway. Go and intercept him for me. Song Jiu casually wiped his face, smearing it with dust, and upon glancing at his hand, he noticed the yellow earth. An unsightly sight indeed. Not far away, several horses galloped forth, ridden by imposing guards clad in black, armed with swords and daggers, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Upon hearing the sound of galloping hoofs, the young nephews ceased their playful antics and crowded by the window beside Song Jiu to witness the spectacle, expressing their awe at the sight of the guards. What majesty, what valor! Exclaimed one. Song Lingzhou bit into a fried chicken leg, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I wager my chicken leg that those are certainly soldiers from the military camp, declared Song Lingzhou, his eyes gleaming. Just look at their ironclad demeanor. They are certainly not mere household guards, but seasoned warriors, stained with the blood of countless battles. Stop your nonsense. They're looking over here, cautioned Song Lingjie. The leading guard cast a cold glance in their direction, his expression devoid of warmth. The horses whinnied loudly, their hooves raised high. Song Jiu had finally discerned the identity of the rider, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. Fate had conspired to bring him face to face with an old adversary. The notorious Mountain King, or rather, the Princess of Dongong. Niu Pan turned her head and met the gaze of the individual who was tilting his head to observe her. His alabaster face, now slightly soiled with dust, retained a certain purity, and his round eyes sparkled with clarity. In that instant, Niu Pan felt an inexplicable sensation in her heart. She remembered him. He was the youngest brother of the Song Prime Minister, known as Yu Lang, the delicate young man. The princess appeared as a ceremonial figure of the Song family, akin to the matriarch of the Song clan embarking on an outing. The guard, Yuani, rode his horse alongside Niu Pan. She acknowledged him with a slight nod, having already recognized Song Jiu. The carriages of both parties came to a halt. The leader of the guards from the Song family reported to the second master, Song Jiqing, who rode forth to stand before Niu Pan. Dismounting gracefully, he clasped his hands in salute, addressing her. Commoner Song Jiqing pays his respects to Princess Dongyang. Though he held no official title, nor had he purchased one,